because we've churned out so many different cushions. But we'll do bags, we'll do cushions, we do book covers, we'll do things for your sewing room, anything. If it pops into our head and we can physically make it, then we'll go for it. As I said, the buzzword is all about fun for us. On our shows, we always like to have lots of fun. There's always lots of laughter, and hopefully you'll learn a few things that you didn't know along the way. So don't miss the Quilting Antics shows.
Exciting news! For the 5th year in a row, the craft store has been awarded the top accolade of the Platinum Trusted Service Award from FIFO. These awards recognise businesses that deliver exceptional experiences as rated by you, our customers, and we are honoured to have been selected. The Trusted Service Award means you can shop with confidence based on the reviews from over 60,000 The Craft Store customer experiences. Thank you for your independent reviews. It means a lot to us.
Hi, I'm Emma.
And I'm Pam.
And we're from Quilters Trading Post. We've been open since 2007, so we're coming up to 10 years now.
We've got lots of people who now come into the shop and tell us that they've seen us and that they've enjoyed the demonstrations and they've watched us over and over again.
Make sure you don't miss our shows.
Hi, this is Els from Elizabeth Craft Designs. Elizabeth Craft Designs is a Colorado-based company. It's a family company, so husband, son, daughter all work in the company, and then a fantastic team of designers, because a company cannot exist without a great team around yourself. What we would like to share with you is my passion for crafts. We love all the concepts we have, so we have from cute till classic and beautiful designs. We love our journaling planner line, and we're going to bring you our ideas, our passion, and we hope to transfer that passion to you.
Good morning. I hope you are very well this morning, this Sunday morning, bright and early here. Of course, at the craft store at 7 a.m. we start the live broadcasting, and what a day we have got for you. Now, if you like amazing sewing projects, amazing step-by-step instructions with the kit, with all the fabrics, or maybe a selection of beautiful fabrics, we have them here in the show, because we are talking, of course, about So Totally Trisha, and of course, Trish, the lady herself, is here. How are you, Trish?
I'm fine, thank you. Busy.
Busy, and also I think congratulations are in order, because you have been nominated for an award, haven't you?
I have indeed. Unbelievable, incredible.
Now, well, tell us a little bit more about that and how we can vote for you to win the award.
Well, probably two and a half months ago, I got notification that I had been shortlisted as one of the last 5 in the Sewing Awards, the British Sewing Awards, with Sew Magazine. So the website is sewmag.co.uk /awards. And you can vote now until the 24th September, so we're getting very close.
Indeed we do, but well, you know what, we know that Trisha has got my vote, and of course you deserve to win as well.
Oh, thank you.
So of course please make sure to vote for Trish, but also you have brought us today amazing brand new today.
I have.
Absolutely gorgeous.
Especially, I don't get excited about much apart from getting a new sewing machine and taking it out of the box. That's excitement to me.
Yes.
But this new ruler, I am very excited about.
Well, let's start. Let's start with that ruler. That, of course, the amazing mitered, right?
That's right, yes,
Mitered, from So Totally Trisha. With, of course, if you want to go with the ruler case kit as well, so you can create the perfect case for it. Now, what is so amazing about it now?
Well, it's simplicity in itself. Now, when we bind our quilts, sometimes we have a separate binding, which we sew on with the machine, and then we we flip to the back and we hand sew. Now, I don't mind that, but I know a lot of people don't like the hand sewing.
Yeah.
So a second way of finishing your quilts is to have your backing fabric that comes from the bottom and over the top. And it's fairly simple to do, and there's other ways of actually finishing around the corners, but to get a perfect mitre that is actually stitched as well, in a simple way, is what this ruler will make you do. So when I have my samples and I look, and I think that's perfect, it comes out perfect every time. So I am not a perfect genius or anything like that, but you can all do exactly the same as I do with the amazing mitre ruler.
Well, we will see it in action, I hope, right? Yeah.
We are, yes.
And we have got a great kit, of course. We have got the amazing mitered ruler itself, and then we have got this kit in here, which canvas, which also is it in a form or
yes. Well, no, it's Styleville. It's the Fleeceline one.
And then we can make the perfect case or kind of a storage element for your ruler. So if I put it there, you can see it. Now, 20% already of the kit has gone, and of course it comes in with the instructions on how to make it. Very busy this morning already. Of course, it always is when Trish is here. If you want yours, 373788 is your item number, £17.99. Now, if you are thinking, I don't need the case, I don't need the instructions, that's fine. We have got the ruler in itself by itself. Oh, third time lucky there. £12.99 is your price. Again, brand new today. 098085 is your item number. Then, again, I have to be careful with these ones because I kind of was reading. This is the woven flap bag. There it is, £21.99. Now, this is the design has been seen before, right, Trish?
That's right. It was the last show's at the end of August.
Right.
And they're extremely popular, and the jade version actually sold out.
Okay.
This one I have brought as a new option, which is purple.
Wow.
And I particularly love purple.
Yeah, and of course that comes in with batik of beautiful fabrics in there as well. And look at that, and then it's such a good messenger bag as well. Like, and you can have a little, a mini messenger.
It's a lovely size. It's about just under 10 inches square and a couple of inches deep, but it's a nice standard size bag, and it's just the flap gives that extra element, that pop.
Absolutely gorgeous. Now I'm going to show you, just to show you the aqua version of it. You can see it here, that the beautiful aqua tones in there as well with the batik. But of course the brand new option is the purple one. Now you are getting loads in here. You are getting the hardware.
You do.
You are getting even the, you know, the kind of wadding inside.
That's right. Yes, yes.
Perfect. Even cut to sizes for the woven element.
It's a full kit. So basically, as soon as it pops through your letterbox, you can actually start sewing. You need thread and your
thread and sewing machine. That's all.
Yes. Or you can sew it by hand, because one of the ladies that's in one of my groups and follows me, she has been hand sewing every kit that she buys from me. She has got a sewing machine now, but she still hand sews.
Well, can you imagine that? I mean, that's all you need. If you have got already sewing machine, or even you just got thread and needle, you can create this amazing woven flat. You are getting, of course, woven flap bag. Then, of course, we have got the instructions included in here, so you are not going to be lost at all. 525153, and remember, this is, of course, the brand new option, the purple one. All the other options will be on the website, thecraftstore.com, and there you have it. Look at the totally beige option there. Absolutely stunning. And then, of course, you have got the jade batik, and then we have got the purple option, the brand new option here for you, and then, of course, the aqua version. The waters of the Caribbean, or Mallorca for that matter. Beautiful waters in the sea. I'm not jealous of my family at all. Not right now. Anyway, moving on from that thought, and now of course we have got another kit for you from Totally Trisha, and of course here we have got 4 different options, and of course it is a brand new today. You haven't seen this from Totally Trish. This is one of those ones that immediately when we were prepping, our Charlotte produced it, and I myself, we were, this is so useful.
Yes. Absolutely.
This is great to be organized, but not only for, you know, beauty products, bathroom, but also I was thinking toys as well, and cables.
Initially, I tend to do everything around sewing items, so you know you can pop whatever you like within there. But I wanted it to have, we've all made tubs before, but I wanted it to have a divider in it for no reason at all, but just to be a little bit different. So this is quite easy to do. And if you've ever bought in the past the double bottle bags that
Yes.
I have done previously, it's along the same lines as that. Measurements are slightly different, and I've made it this time in with the style ville again.
Is it?
Because as you say, I can see,
Yeah.
you can scrunch it up, but it bounces back into
It
shape.
does. I was doing that because I kind of, well, I used to do. I mean, I still, one day I will get back to it. But you know, like I have got like my photography gear and stuff like that, and these would be perfect as well
It
for the
protects.
larger lenses as well, to keep them separate. So sometimes you have got like a bigger case that you want to make sure, and this would be perfect to take them out as well and to know that
That's
they are
right.
protected as well. And I also was thinking that this is one of those things that even to have in the back of in the booth of the car,
Yes,
you could have a, just, you know, if you have got bottles or something, or because the fact that you can fold it like this, also in the
Yes.
shopping bags, and then ready to, when you have got
Yes.
to separate a little bit the bottles so they are not touching
Yes,
each other.
yes.
You know, those expensive champagne bottles don't need to
Yeah,
crash into
yeah.
each other. Now, of course, we have got, again, it's a comprehensive kit, isn't it?
It is, absolutely everything. Again, cut to size, and you basically just sew. So all the pleasure and none of the pain.
Well, that's what we like.
Yes.
None of the pain. Now, we have got 4 different options. The grey, I would imagine, is this one. Look at the inside, how gorgeous it is. Then we have got the, this, I think is the white one.
It
version.
is, that's
Yeah,
right.
it is. The
For a
white.
baby room, I thought that would be ideal.
That would be, yeah, that, of course, that sort of elements like baby stuff. I
Yes.
don't know what babies have, but you know that. Also for, I was thinking for pets as well, because like kind of you have got like they have to take remedies, or they have to take like treats and things like that. So
Yes,
you have
yeah.
to have that. Then we have got the ivory, I believe. That's the ivory.
That's right, yes.
And then finally the silver option here as well. Really, I also think just for a knitter as well. You know, yarn of and you can have 2 yarns bowl, and then
Yes.
of course the needles out.
Yes, yes.
Those are such a good
All sorts.
all-rounder. Yeah, remote controls
Yes,
as well.
yes.
Yeah, so many different ways. Now, 241769 is your item number. £15.99 is your price for this. And remember, 4 different color options, brand new today. Super useful project as well. Right now, we have got another beautiful, useful project. Is the multi-pocket from of course Hold on. You
Yeah.
make me work at 7 a.m. with this word stretch. Well, I mean, even if it was 12 o'clock in midday, you know, I would still struggle. Now, of course, brand new today as well. Love these as well. Very useful.
Yeah, a little bit different, and hopefully we'll get round to showing you how to actually make those pockets, and it's very different.
Yeah, absolutely, very different. Also, this one has got one thing that means that you need to check out your baskets as soon as you realize you want it, because once it's gone as the kit. I believe it's for.
That's right.
Yeah.
Yes.
The fabric is a canvas.
It is. It's a cotton canvas, so it's a slightly sturdier quality than well, it is heavier weight than a cotton.
Yeah.
But I've also used within that the Decaville Light,
Yes.
which is why it's got a nice smooth surface and makes it sturdy as well for the outer.
Is this the Decaville
Yes,
light? Yeah.
yes. So that's fusible on one side, so there's like a shiny side, and that's your dry adhesive, which is melted with heat from the iron. So you iron on the other side, as in the sort of leathery, the textured side, or you can, I would iron on that side on the reverse of the fabric,
Okay.
dot your iron about a bit just so that it holds temporarily. Then I flip it over so that you can iron onto your fabric itself. Always good to perhaps put a protective cloth or parchment, you know, greaseproof paper, something like that, just in case your iron has got something mucky on the bottom.
That's a very good top tip. Now, we are over 40% of the stock already gone. And remember, once it's gone, it's gone. So if you want yours, please make sure to check out your baskets as soon as possible, because once it's gone, it's gone. £16.99 is your price. 635377 is your item number. Lots more to find on the website, thecraftstore.com. them, including, of course, the amazing mitered ruler. You have got two different options. You can go for the kit with the storage case or in on its own, whichever is your preferred way. You have got a fabulous deal there as well. Now you have got the multi-use divided top kit as well, and of course the multi-pocket hold-all, which of course is once it's gone, and 40% of the stock has already gone. So grab yours, check out your baskets, and grab a beautiful project by Trish. Right, Trish, where are we starting this Sunday morning?
Well, I'm going to show you how the amazing miter tool works. I have one here, and let's see if we can pop it on the back there. So can you see that a little bit better there? It's got white markings on it. It's basically a right-angled triangle.
Perfect.
And with very few markings, but it does have other uses, which I always love my tools to have a little bit more use than just the one particular purpose. And it all came about when I was making a mug rug. And I have a little group on social media where we make mug rugs to swap, or it's basically a random act of kindness, but it is organised so that I demonstrate a particular mug rug, and then we have another person is given to us to send to somebody else. So with mug rugs, because they're small, these are just a couple. We've only been doing it for 3 months. I have been taking the backing fabric from the back over to the front. So on at these corners here, this is where we needed to make the miter. Now, there are other ways of doing it, and when I show you how it actually works, you'll see the step before I use the tool. I'll show you what I used to do and now what we do. So, as I say, being a right-angled triangle here, and then we have the diagonal edge. Basically, it's about 5 inches, these lengths. So great for using with your charm packs too. You could actually lay it on your charm for cutting your charm in half. It can also, with the markings for the squares here, when we're doing our cut-out bag corners, we can use the squares here, rather than having a large ruler to mark, say, a 1-inch square on the corner of the fabric. You know how, let's pop that down there. We can just place that down, mark around that being a 1 inch or 1 1/4, 1 1/2, 2. So much easier than having a great big ruler that you're trying to get that 1-inch end onto the fabric. So let me show you how this works. So as I said, with making, say, mug rugs, placemats, this is not the actual placemat that we've got on the show, but it's part of the one of the fabrics that we're using. But I'm just going to show you on a bigger binding, because this will work with quilts as well as placemats, so going down smaller, and mug rugs. Exactly the same technique on whatever size binding. It's just the size that you cut your backing fabric. So these ones in the mug rug are quite dinky, so this was just a 1 inch of extra fabric going around the edge. On the one here that I'm going to demo, it's going to be a couple of inches. It's going to be 2 inches. So the first thing I would say to do, I will switch my iron on, and I've put a little bit of wadding behind, because this is going to be a place mat of some sort, just a square one. You could, of course, not even have any wadding. It could be just a napkin that's got double-sided. But I'm just going to iron it. It's always good to have perfectly flat fabric to work with, whether you're cutting or starting to work with it. So
and you prefer the wool mats to kind of give you that heat from under as well?
Oh, I do. I love my wool mats. They're not on the show today, but there are plenty on the website, should you need one, in 4 different sizes. I'm using the biggest one at the moment, the 12 by 18, but they are all... They're very collectible.
They are, yeah.
They are. I mean, I was even, for some of the projects, when I'm doing fringes or I'm making half-square triangle squares, then, you know, my 6-inch square is ample in size, or your charms, you know, absolutely ample. And if you're restricted for space on your sewing table, then ideal to have one of the smaller sizes. So I have I've prepared what is going to be the top, and then again the backing fabric. What I have done that, if I want to have, the basic little formula is whatever width of binding you want to have, multiply that by 4, because we fold it in half and in half again.
Right.
So this one, as in the cutting size, because this one you have to think of, you're going to add the extra to both sides. So
if, for instance, if we wanted a half an inch border, we would go for 2 inches?
You would go for 2 inches as an extra extra measurement added to the side of your backing fabric.
Okay.
Because if it's half an inch, you're going to add an extra inch on both sides, which is then 2 inches in total. Okay. And you'll add it on all 4 sides. So because I'm going to have 1 inch, it's going to be 1 inch on this, or double, because I'm going to fold it. So 2 inches on this side and 2 on the other. Perfect. So it's a 4 inch additional amount. Perfect. So once you have pressed that all so it's nice and flat, I'm just going to pop that out of the way. We do want to centre the square, so your main piece on top of your backing fabric. And once I've got it where I roughly think is right, I would then find my ruler and I just place it. Oh, that's pretty good there. For the 2 inch marking, I want that to be along the edge of the fabric. So I am going to just stand a little so that I can see. So that's 2 inches there. This doesn't look quite, although, yep, that just needs to go up just a little bit. Just push that there, because it needs to be even the whole way around. So we're making sure it's from the edge of your outer fabric, of your topper, of your mat, has got to be exactly the same all the way around. So, oh, that doesn't look, it's grey on grey there. So let's just push that to there. That's 2-2. As I move that, just check that one again. That's perfect. So, you can quilt on this if you'd like to. I would try to stay away from the corners, because at this edge, this is where we're going to be forming the miters. So it's good to have that a little bit free. Okay. So I'll just pop a few pins, just 2 or 3, towards the centre, just to hold my layers together and in place.
Is the positioning of the pins in relation to also then the miter ruler then when we are going to use them, or is just for the time being?
Do we use a specific pin?
No, the placement, because I can see the pins that are not, as you mentioned, they are not too close to the edges. Is that because also the miter?
Yes,
okay,
yes. We knew when we're making the miter, we need to do a little bit of folding first of all, okay, and then we're going to do some marking and cutting.
Perfect.
And it's the cutting, because this particular technique can be done without a ruler. The ruler just makes it extremely simple and perfect every time. Perfect. Because it's just getting the right cut. Now, when you've got beautiful fabrics that you're using and you need to cut an angle off the corner, it needs to be the right angle to get the miter, doesn't it? And when you're working with other rulers, which you can work with a basic, 12-inch, 24-inch by 6.5 ruler, and the angles within the ruler itself, but it's how you make sure the angle is perfectly perpendicular to that corner. So the first thing I'm going to do, and this is what we would do in the previous technique before the tool came along.
So how, but that's quite simple to do, isn't it?
Yep. So we're just going to press along this edge, and you can see I folded the raw edge so that it butts up against the edge of my mat. And so I've done one side, and as I was going to say, you can see with the pressing mat, you can see how flat that automatically comes just with, I'm just pushing that there. I'm not doing any measuring now, we've done the measuring, and I'm just moving that along, and it's because the heat, as you said, comes from behind as well. So just give that, because we're just putting a crease, we want that crease to be in the sides there. So we
do all 4 corners then?
We're going to do all 4. So it doesn't matter that at the corners they overlap, because we are going to be opening it up to do the next little thing. So it's important to get this part right. We don't want the raw edge to overlap onto the mat itself, because it's the width that is important to give us the great mitre finish when we have done our cutting and our stitching. So, and once you've got this bit done, it doesn't take that long at all. And when you've done it once, it will be there in your mind. And the thing about it as well, there are instructions. So if you haven't recorded this, or it's after the point when you can't see it again on rewind, then you've got the instructions there to tell you exactly how to do it. So we have done all those, the boring bit, if you like.
Yeah.
We've folded all those in. Now, what we're going to do with a pen, we are going to take our ruler, we're going to open one of these well, no, let me step back a minute there. Okay. If we were going to do the original method, which gives bulky corners, which aren't stitched unless you hand stitch them, what we would do, we would go to the machine now, we would fold the edge over, and we would start stitching down here. Then we would open this edge here, the adjacent one, fold the original side. We would then take this corner and we would fold that fabric in. You can see the bulk now. What is there, 2, 4, 6 layers? We would then fold back to the crease, and we would then fold that up to create our mitre. And when I'm stitching, I would have my seam ripper there holding this down, and I would want to make sure that the mitre here
was perfect.
If I show you on this mug rug was made before before the mitre tool, and you can see these mitres, they're open. Now that one's not bad, that one's not bad, that one is not good.
It's more like a Y.
Yes, it's opened at the corner, there's a little tuck. That one's not bad. So a little bit hit and miss. With this way, it isn't. And there is bulk in the corners. At the end of the day, it's a mug rug, so do we fuss too much? But we always aim for perfection, and this is how you're going to get it. So we'll take that back to where it was. We now take our ruler, we open one of the corners, and we can just about see the creases, but once you start working under the light, they sort of disappear. So instead, we're going to mark along those creases. And what we do is pop the corner, where the right angle is, into, and you'll see it's the only one that will fit there. So pop that into the corner and line that up with those creases, and if you just lift those edges of the ruler, you'll see it just fits flush against there. It's better if you're over the top of it, because you can see. And then with a pen, and I say I would use a pen that works to start off with, and just draw in that crease for probably 3 to 4 inches. It's all going to be hidden, so it doesn't matter, but you want something that doesn't drag the fabric when you're marking the lines. So we'll do one corner, and then we'll move to the next one. And again, let me just stand here, because you want, as I say, you want to mark on those crease lines. Sometimes easier if you just put a dot or your pen into that corner, and then pop the corner into the crease, and then just mark along there. And again, we've got those creases. We do that 4 times, and move that up to there, pen at that point, and then along the crease. I think that's marking. It's just so that we have a mark to look at when we are doing the next part. So again, as I say, once you've done this once, you will remember exactly how to do it, because you've done it 4 times in the very first one you've done. Actually, yeah, that's marked there nicely. Okay, so we've got our markings. Now is our cutting part, and this is where the cutting is absolutely, it needs to be right. And we were using the right angle on the ruler this time. Now we're just going to swivel it around and we're going to use this long edge here.
Oh, I see.
And what we're looking at is this square, the sort of the last one towards the edge.
I see the genius now. Yeah, I can see. Yeah.
And what we have from that point, it doesn't go to the edge of the ruler, because along the edge there's a 1/4 of an inch. There's a dashed line along here, and there's a 1/4 of an inch, which is our seam allowance. So I'm just going to pop the ruler down onto my corner, my first corner there. I'm going to line up those white lines and make sure the point here
is
exactly on the point of my top.
Yeah. Oh, I need something like this for bookbinding.
Yes,
it does
it's
exactly
so many uses.
Yeah.
And then we're going to cut. So it will take your rotary cutter.
Exactly.
Whoops.
Right. Yeah, good.
Just put
Such a clever invention.
Isn't it? Just
yeah.
Okay. So there's our first corner. Swivel it around. Again, line up those white markings, the very last ones, and always make sure that you can see the backing fabric here, which is a 1/4 of an inch away. So hold that firmly down and then just cut.
That doesn't change. No matter what the size of the fabric, that's
right.
always going to be the same.
That's right.
You turn it around and that's for the different sizes.
It is the same. So if you were just using an ordinary ruler, it's how... Let's just have a look on this one. And you hadn't got those markings, you know, it could go slightly off. I mean, that looks right, but it isn't. So this way, it just gives you perfection every time.
It does.
So, as I say, just hold that down and cut. So you've got 4 little bits of fabric, and now is the fun part. So we are going to, and this is where these markings will come into their own purposeful use. So we'll turn it to the back because we're going to look at right sides together.
Okay.
So we're going to fold along this cut edge. So because it is on the bias, we don't need to, or we mustn't stretch that. So we'll just line that up, and this is where you see your marking. What I would do is probably put a pin, because we want that, the raw edge here, and that point to line up perfectly.
Yeah. So
we'll just put a pin across there, and we're just going to sew from that marked point down to the fold.
1/4 seam allowance as well?
Yes, 1/4 of an inch seam allowance. Yeah. So let's just get our needle up there, and you want the needle. So if you've got a needle up down, you want the needle to go directly into that line. You don't want to go to the other side of the crease or to the fold side of the crease. So just hover over and make sure your needle goes down into that line. And then I do this quite slowly, and I do 2 stitches forwards and 2 stitches backwards.
Okay.
Just to
secure the thread into the fabric.
Right, so we've gone back, and let's start again there because I went slightly off. So we'll get that down. It was in the seam allowance. So needle down, forward a couple of stitches, and back. Okay. And then we'll go down to the end, making sure I've got my 1/4 of an inch seam allowance. Just get right to the edge, and then go back 2 and forward 2. It just holds that nice and securely. And what I didn't say is I have put my length of my stitch down to 1.8 because when I'm doing patchwork techniques and when I'm using cotton fabrics, I like to use a nice small stitch because it gives a better finish. Yeah, so you'd probably think now I'll trim that point off. Don't trim that point off. Okay. So we use it. So again, I'm just going to line that up, pin that top edge, and then look at, so we can push the wadding or the other fabric out of the way, and again, just hover your needle over and make sure that goes straight down, a couple of stitches, and back again, and down to the end, a little bit faster down to the end, and so that's 2 done already, and all the hard work, not that it was hard work because it was quite straightforward. Yeah. And when you get used to doing it, I would just press my finger down on there. I don't pop the pin in, but to begin with, I would pop your pin in just to keep those secure until you've really mastered and gained all the confidence you need to use this. So that's number 3 done and number 4 coming up. So just hold those together, over to the machine, and as I say, hover over and just to see, it is, I wouldn't say crucial, but it is better because you will get to have those to go directly down onto your marked line and reverse a little bit there. It is better to do that each time because it will give all of your results will be identical.
Perfect.
So we'll just clip those little bits of thread, take that pin away, and we've still got the pins holding the top of the placemat in place. We'll leave those there for the time being. So what are we going to do now? We've got to turn this to the right side. And as I said, we don't want to trim off those corners because we're going to use them. And all I'm going to do, I've put my finger into what's like a little pocket, and I'm just going to flatten the seam together and to one side. You could do it that way as well, or that way. I just tend to push it away from me. And then I'm going to push my thumb to turn it through and poke it out the other side. And that excess fabric from the seam is going to act as, there we are, look at that. It's going to act, it's going to sit there, and it helps the mitre come out really, really well.
Look at that.
Look at that.
Perfect.
And I didn't do anything special apart from the cutting and, you know, the stitching with a smaller stitch length. And again, so just fold that to the side, push it through. I'm just using a little pokey tool, and again, once more, it's perfect. And this is what, from going from hit and miss and being, you know, really careful about what I was doing, but still it didn't work every time. This is why, look at that. And there's another one.
Right.
1, 2, 3, we have got 4. So I'll just trim that little bit of thread away too. So fold it over. If you did trim it off, what could happen, you know, with washing and wearing, it could come open there. And so just pop that down there. And then number 4, also perfect.
Perfect. All 4 of them, absolutely perfect.
So that is...
And so flat as well, like there's no bulk or added.
No.
You know.
As difficult as it gets. So the only thing now we need to do is to tuck our corners into our miters. So I just firstly just push that in with my finger, and then I'll use a little tool just to, so that's nice and flat and fits there beautifully. Now because we pressed, because we're thinking all these extra bits, these raw edges, what are we going to do with those? But because we already pressed it in half,
of course they are ready
they are
to
ready.
go.
Yes.
That's such a neat way.
It looks quite good without even stitching. But
because
obviously we do need to
binding
stitch.
takes a long time, even if you enjoy doing it. It's just the
that
time.
in, and just smooth those edges into the folds there. And this is why we have the pins in there, just holding it in the right place. And then, as you can see, now with my folds already, or the creases in my folds, I can just fold that over, and we can pop a few pins or binding clips. So depending on the size, I would put at least 2 along each edge, and then here just tuck that in at the corners there, run your fingers along and just push that over, and as I say, another pin here and pin here.
Clever.
Isn't it just?
It does, because of course it makes sure that you have got that same allowance when you are cutting the mitre cone. That just makes it so much simpler and neater and time efficient as well.
So there we are. So all is left now is to just stitch around this edge. Now, it's always also very nice to get a nice straight and even edge where you do your stitching. So I've had no hand sewing to get the binding on here. What I tend to do now, I love moving my needle position to get the width or the distance from my seam, whether it be the edge or the folded edge, the inner folded edge. I like to use I move my needle. So I use it for when I insert zips, and I use it now. On my standard foot, which I'm sure on a lot of your sewing machines as well, on your standard foot, there's either a little mark or I've got a little line. I've got a lot of dust there as well. But there is let's do it with this pen. I don't know if we can get in there, but there's almost a silvery bit and then a clear bit of perspex bit of the foot. And that little line down there, I'm going to watch that. And I shall line that line with this inner folded edge. So although I've put my needle to the whole way over to the left, I'm just going to move it back just a couple of bits. That's it. So it's on about 0.4. And then I just line up that mark on my foot, and I'm just going to stitch. Now, I will also increase my stitch length. I'll just do it to a standard, which is the 2.5, 2.4, something along those lines. And what I'm doing, as I said, I'm just watching that line, keeping it lined up with the edge, that folded edge. Now, when I come down to my miter, I want the needle to go absolutely into that miter seam. So as soon as, and I go slowly, and then I watch, it's in that seam. Then I can pivot my work, and what you'll find then, I'm still exactly the same distance as I've turned round. My line is there, still on that edge, because it is always, doesn't always happen, but if you try this little technique, it just means that you'll get an even stitch line the whole way round, which is always good. I mean, it might wobble a little bit. When you come to the corner, if it pulls in a little bit, perhaps because you haven't pushed the placemat fabric in enough, just pull that back a little bit and flatten it, and then again watch for that seam line. I think we've got one more to go. There we are. So the needle is right down in that miter seam, and again you can see I haven't moved the position or done an extra stitch. It's exactly in the right place yet again. So I'll just whiz my way down here, just pull that back so it's nice and straight, and come up to the next miter.
And if we wanted to do decorative stitches, we could do them as well, couldn't we? Decorative stitches?
Yes, absolutely. If this little tip is to give you a nice straight stitch, sort of perfectly even around, but if you're not confident, say on your first one you're doing, you think, oh no, perhaps not, you could do a zigzag. Decorative stitch, which could overlap if you wanted it to overlap onto your actual placemat and over onto the fold as well. Absolutely fine. That's it. So I'm on the last edge now. And then when I come to, because I've kept that same distance the whole way, I'm going to watch, as I get close to the first few stitches, I'm going to watch to see where my needle's going, and I try to go over 1, 2, 3, and if I go over 3 stitches that were right at the very beginning, yeah, that one. Sometimes it's not, depends on my eyesight at the time, but you can't actually tell where I started, which is what I want. And then you can see around this edge, it is actually, because I'm not always perfect, but
look at that.
Actually,
it looks so neat.
Yeah, it is the same order. So it's just those little things to think about as you're stitching, but all of these miters, I mean, that's what it's all about. How many times in the past have I done something like this and got 4 exactly the same and perfect? Never. Until now.
Incredible. I have to say, Trish, I was mesmerized by your whole demonstration, because I was thinking you are, binding and starting like basically with the backing and finish with the result within 20 minutes or something like that. Obviously, it's a placemat, but I mean, it takes forever if you are doing it even
Yeah.
This is incredible tool. Now, if you want, thank you so much, Tricia, for that amazing demo. Now, of course, if you want to go for the mitered tool or mitered ruler on its own, it's just $12.99 with that seam allowance, that perfect pointed. If you look at it, no matter what the size is, you are always going to have that seam allowance to make sure that the cutting is on point. That is the most important thing. And of course, you have got the perfect way to cut as well, that kind of 1 inch, 1.5 and 2 inches with that quarter seam allowance as well. I'm completely it's such an amazing tool. It is limited to stock as well, so if you want yours, do make sure to check out your baskets. That is for the ruler on its own. Now, if you want to go for the ruler plus the instructions plus the elements to create the case, the storage case, £17.99, and this is what you will end up with, and it's a perfect placement storage case for your meter corner ruler. If you want yours, 373788 is your item number. Very busy for this one. You remember that you are going to get the amazing meter ruler itself, as well as all the canvas fabric, and of course that stabilizing importing inside it. 2/3 of the kit has gone. Remember, you're also getting the hardware for it. If you want yours, you know what to do. Check out your baskets. Now, the ruler on its own, we have now some news. It has now sold out on its own. It is back on extended, delivered, dispatched from the 27th of September. So I think it's just, is it 10 days or something like that? No, less than 10 days, like 9 days, 8 days. 8 days. It's 19th of September. 8 days. Oh, maths. 7 a.m. Anyway, on the website you will find them, of course. You will find them, the meter ruler on its own, but you'll find the multi-tab and so many more. All sorts of different items there, including, of course, the woven flap bag. Now, of course, we have got also the placemat kit, which we are gonna see in just a second or minutes. And then we have also the festive fabric cracker kit as well. If you want to go for that, you know what you can do. Now, we have got some news with the multi-pocket hole kit has now technically sold out. If you have it on your basket, you can get it the whole kit. Now, remember the baskets auto refresh every 10 minutes, so if you don't want to miss out, make sure to check out. Now, if you just wanted the instructions on their own, or you have missed out on the kit because it's not going to be on extended, you can go for the instructions on their own, so you will have all the details on how to create it, and then of course you can use your own fabric should you wish to do so. So of course Trish has been using the cotton canvas, so of course if you have got something similar, you can follow those instructions, and of course Trish does give you exactly what you need to complete it. Right, that's the multi-pocket hold all. My mind sometimes. Now we have got the Christmas placemat kit, and now we have got two different options. You have got the Bluebird is the first option. Beautiful fabric is Macawa, right?
It is. It's Adidas Sitar.
Oh,
and yes, it is absolutely stunning. I love my fabrics, as you know.
Yes.
But when this came through, and I had a lot of it, there's 27 fabrics in the range, and this is just a selection. But what is so good about this particular item, the placemat, the patchwork is not done by hand. It is a fabric, so you don't have to stitch all of your hexagons together.
Yeah, I see. Now, just to make my producer happy, there we go. This is my producer. You kind of spot that.
So again, this uses the miter tool to get those beautiful mitered corners as well. But just to make it extra special, rather than just any old placemat, it's got pockets in the side, as you saw, for the knife and fork to go into.
And of course, I love that. That's such a cool. Also, this means that you, for instance, if you are thinking of, maybe I was thinking even as a picnic or something like that. I mean, no, I'm not sure. But you kind of just roll it up.
Oh, you can, yes.
And then you have got the placemat, and then you kind of put them there, and then just put it in the dishwasher.
Yes.
Anyway, making sense. You put the dishwasher, this, and then the other thing into the pusher machine. I don't know what I'm saying it anyway this morning. Now, of course, it makes 4 different mats, and then, of course, you have got the gorgeous Candy, which has got that red, which is the same sort of collection that you were using.
That's right. The Scandi option is a panel, and so it's got 4. It's got 2 red and 2 grey. Circular designs on there. So these just need to be cut separately, and then they form the centre of your Scandi placemats. And you've got the coordinating fabrics that go along with that as the backing fabric, and also the bits where the cutlery goes and the side strips. Now, if you have previously bought the table runner, the Urban Christmas table runner, it's from exactly the same range, so they will all work together.
Which was this is
we had
Scandi.
yes, I had a grey one and a red one as well, and then there was also the centrepiece as well, which is also from the same range. So they will all work beautifully.
It all works together. So if your family has been increased, or you want to just make it like even more, you know, maybe you just want to have more brand new, you can see here, this is the Scandi version. Look at the beautiful reindeer. Look at those gorgeous reds. £24.99 is your price. 011289 is your item number, and of course you get in the wording as well. It's a substantial pack, and of course with instructions as well. £24.99 is your price. 011289 is your item number. Then we are moving on to, oh, look at this. No, right. So you were mentioning this collection.
I was, yes.
How many pieces do we get here?
We get 27 long quarters.
So the full collection?
The full collection, yes. Yes.
The full, I mean, just for that joy of opening that pack and seeing the full collection, how rare it is to get a full collection.
Yes,
I love it.
They are just, I mean, in previous years, Edita Sitar did a red collection, which was beautiful. This time she's gone for the blue, and it's called Bluebird. But it is, I just love it, I just love it. Very difficult for me to choose a certain amount, which, you know, in other projects I have done. But I thought, you know, as I'd had feedback from others saying, I should just have to have them all. And consequently, that was why I bought the whole collection.
And then you can give us this amazing...
How could you choose 5 fabrics from that, or 10 fabrics from that?
And they're so usable, aren't they? Because I see multi-directional prints, I see dipsy florals, I see abstracts, I see kind of bigger, bolder feature fabrics. I see kind of very neutral tones in here. Oh, sorry.
And you've got, as you say, you've got the larger scale prints, medium scale, and
It's just like, you know, that German, it feels like linen even, you know, that kind of, gorgeous. And look at this. I mean, it keeps on going. 27 beautiful, is it long quarters that we are getting?
I chose long quarters, in my mind, have got a little bit more flexibility with them, because you can still cut your 10-inch squares. OK, you can't cut a 12-inch square, but you have border length pieces, don't you? Whatever projects you're doing, or if you're doing bags, you've got handle pieces.
Yes, that's
Whereas
very good.
with a fat quarter, you've got a maximum of, say, 20 or 21 inches. And for a border of a quilt or a lap quilt, you need longer than that. So the scope is there. You can cut your frinches from them. You can cut your binding strips. You can.
And of course, it comes with the instructions as well, the quilt pack, the Bluebird quilt pack, which is, of course, above Trish, which is absolutely beautiful.
The Bluebird quilt,
It is absolutely gorgeous. And of course, the size of the quilt then?
It's just over, it's about 40 inches square.
Perfect.
And Tracy, my lovely Tracy, who helps me out with making samples, she did that through this week. And it basically takes 5. You can make this out of 5 of the quarters, long quarters. If you want it bigger, you think there's 27 there, you could make it 5 times as big with the amount of fabric. Plus 1 metre of background fabric, which will do your borders and all the background within there. So the lightest one, the creamy one there.
Well, it's a fabulous kit. It has got 2 flexes as well. It means that you only have to pay £50 today and £50 next month. Interest-free, of course. 271844 is your item number. Now, Then we have got Christmas crackers, a great way to be more, not kind of, planet saving kind of, because we are using the same ones every year. Now we have got 4 different options. We have got the Scandi Red, which I guess is this one. Then we have got the traditional with the beautiful greens and reds. And then we have a Scandi Grey. Oh, look how elegant is this. And then we have got the dogs. Oh,
Yes, a fun one.
they're so cute in there as well. Oh, look there. So whichever option you go for, how many you will be able to make?
There's a set of 4. So again, the fabrics, the wadding is pre-cut and the backing fabric. This isn't done with miters, corners. It's just easy enough for a beginner to do. It's just the right sides together and turn it through. But yes.
Fabulous. If you want yours, 268819 is your item number. 4 different options, £21.99. And then we have got the Moda Frenchies, the long one. Is it?
That's right. This is new. This is new.
Yes.
So, as you all know, Frenchies are the 4-inch squares that I bring to you
Yes.
most months or every other month. But somebody suggested to me, why don't you do the whole width 4 inches wide? So I've called them Frenchy 10s because you get 10 different fabrics from the range in each of the sets. And basically, you can cut your own Frenchies. You will get 100 Frenchies from that.
Wow.
So comparatively, when you have 3 packs for £14.99 of Frenchies, you get 60. Whereas with your Frenchy 10s, you can make 100 if you want to.
And also it's perfect for binding if
It
you want
is,
to.
it is. But you may not want to, with a Frenchy, you'll have to add them together, stitch them together to make bindings or whatever. But you've got the choice here of, you've got your width of fabric, if you want your binding, if you want your straps, handles.
And it will be so much easier, like for instance, I have got a strapology, so I kind of cut them into Frenchies completely, that would be so much easier. But the length is what is difficult to cut.
Yes.
That makes sense and makes a lot of sense. Now, the Moda option, the Moda has got 4 different options. We have got the Fanciful Forest, which is maybe this one.
No,
that's
it's the other end.
first one. That one.
Yeah,
That's the Fanciful Forest, and here, so you have got that kind of whimsical
lovely.
colors. And here, oh, look at these colors. That's probably. Then we have the Be Grateful, and here, gorgeous colors as well. And then the next one is the Boudoir. The Boudoir. Very, very.
That's the latest one out from Basic Grey.
And then we have the Cottage Blue here as well. So that's the one that I showed you. Right, that is for the Moda Frenchy 10s. £19.99 is your price. 507119 is your item number. And then we have got the Macau Frenchy 10s as well, with your favorite.
A little bit of bluebird, yes. So I did have to choose 10 fabrics to go here, you see.
Yeah, and these ones are the 10 chosen ones. And then, but I love that you have given us a darker tones, a lighter tones, a cream. So you have got a little bit of everything in, in the visual way. Then we have the gorgeous, look at these, the roses in here as well. This is Garden Delights with the petunias in there. And look at, I love, is it Forget-Me-Nots in here?
Yes, that one's Forget-Me-Nots, that's right, yes.
Daisies, roses.
Yes.
Animals, I cannot get them straight, but flowers sometimes, And then we have, this is...
I know.
Christmas. I love the Ditzy.
The Ditzy tonal Ditzy,
I love tonal Ditzy.
So for your hand patchwork.
Yes. Absolutely.
Ideal.
English paper piecing as well.
That's right, yes.
And binding. If you are thinking of binding, definitely this one it would be perfect. Then we have the tonal Ditzy in blue. Again, it's just fabulous.
So and then blue and beige.
Yeah. I'm going faster because we have got just less than about a minute. Then we have got the Ditzy in, is it neutral? Black and grey.
Yes.
And then we have got Tranquility. And then we have...
Can you see that caterpillar?
There it is, the very hungry caterpillar in here as well.
Those are really bright, and you've got white background in the navy, and they are just delicious.
They are, absolutely. Now, of course, £18.99 is your price for the Macauer Frenchy 10s, 577864. Now, of course, Trish, you are back at 11, and of course, you will have more chance to showcase them a little bit more. Now, of course, do make sure to check out your baskets. Trish, it's a pleasure as always. We'll see you at 11 o'clock. But make sure that you check out your baskets, especially for the mitered tool. The extended delivery stock has now now, well, reach half the stock gone. If you want yours, $12.99 is your price, 098085 is your item number. Remember, this has sold out once, is now an extended dispatch from the 27th, and of course, of September. So if you want yours, make sure to check out your basket, so not miss out. Thank you again, Trish. It's been a pleasure. We'll see you at 11 with Hayley, but stay tuned because of craft here at the craft store continues with the one-day special and Jenny Raymond after the break. Stay tuned here. Well, Jenny Raymond is walking into the woods with the one-day special after the break. Then we are quilting with jewellery designs, and then I would mix media next.
Hi, my name's Mel and I'm from Crafty Devils down in Devon. We are a family-run business and we've been established for about 16 years now. All of our MDF products are produced in Devon, in the UK, and we have a wide variety of products to inspire you.
Have you heard of Freedom? Did you know that as a Freedom member, you could be making savings on every order you place? For just £7.97 a month, you will benefit from selected Freedom member discounts and complimentary standard delivery on every order you place. You will also receive our exclusive Freedom members badge, giveaways and crafty updates. If you shop with a craft store more than twice a month, then Freedom is for you. Don't forget, your Freedom membership is flexible, so you can pause if you're going away, or you can cancel at any time you decide. So what are you waiting for? Give us a call or go to our website, quoting the item number 88888 and join Freedom today.
Hi, my name's Barbara Gray from Clarity Stamp, and how did I get here? Well, when my children, Grace and Mark, were born, I left the corporate world and I took up crafting full-time. Then I had a moment of clarity, if you'll pardon the pun, and I came up with the transparent art stamp. And the rest is history, really. For the last 27 plus years, I've been pioneering the art of transparent stamping. If you like my style and you like what I do, then please join me, Barbara Gray.
Good morning. If you fancy beautiful fabrics, amazing quality, gorgeous colors, we have got them for you, of course, in the shape of a one-day special. Quartzes by Katrinka into the woods with that beautiful kind of magical, but just very elegant kind of shapes of leaves and kind of the textures of the woods. And of course, it's a marvelous one-day special, but I'm not here on my own. Oh no, we have got, well, the most amazing Jenny Raymond here in the house. How are you?
Thank you. I am fine, Paula. I'm really looking forward to doing this. We are going to go into the woods together.
Oh, you never know what's going to happen.
Right.
Are there wolves around?
There might be.
Oh,
we're going to find a bear.
dare.
We're going to find a big bear.
Oh, big bear.
Oh.
I mean, I'm not sure. I mean, that sounds quite good, actually. I don't know. Anyway, but of course, we are talking about a marvelous collection of fabrics. First of all, the quality quilting cotton, 100%.
Yes, it's lovely fabric to work with, 100%. It's nice and soft. It's easy to sew. It will wash well. The bits that I've washed have washed very well. The colours didn't bleed. So, no, it's a lovely range. And what Katrinka has done is she's looked at her surroundings. She comes from South California. Carolina.
And
she's looked at all the hills and the valleys and the mountains around her and taken her inspiration from the leaves, the trees, and obviously the vegetation.
Yes.
She's done eco-printing and then digitized it to come up with a range of fabrics which she's then splurged colour through. So in the one-day special, you've got the rainbow of colours, taking you right the way through, from your reds to your purples, greens, yellows, right the way through the entire rainbow. And every single piece of fabric is different.
It is.
And if you look at it carefully, you can see there are leaves there, there are just suggestions of vegetation. It's a wonderful natural collection that will enhance anybody's stash.
One of the things I was looking, I was watching lunch because, I love you and I love it, these beautiful fabrics. And I was like, one of the things that immediately attracted me is that there is pattern and there is bold pattern, but if you cut it into pieces, like if you do patchwork, it will look at that beautiful tonal on tonal.
Yes,
so it's multi-directional as well.
Totally. You can have it any which way up you like. You can have any size piece that you prefer. It doesn't matter at all because the colours just blend from one into the other.
It's kind of a, a magical rainbow of colours in here, because you are getting 16, of course, fat quarters with this collection. So you are getting pinks, purples, then you are going into the beautiful blues, the jades, the kind of teals and aquas. Then we are going into the mossy greens and the bottle greens, and then of course the rusty browns and then the ochre. They all blend together. This even, I was thinking even a Bargello quilt would look beautiful.
Well, if you look behind you.
Oh, wow.
First of all, we have one behind you where I use the greens and the orange sections only.
Yeah.
I just use the quarters from there.
Earthy.
Yes, and this was me. I looked at them and I instantly thought autumn, and then I thought spring, summer. So why don't I take the classic maple leaf design, which is very simple to create, and literally, as the design moved across the quilt, replaced one or two of the pieces with an autumnal colour. So the leaf is in full summer, and then gradually autumn comes in. This is slightly inspired by a song that's all about autumn. And it comes down to the fall, as they would have in America, with the leaf being totally and absolutely autumnal colours.
That is absolutely, love that. Love that. And of course, then we have got another sample over there with the Bargello kind of sort of way. Yeah,
yes.
That's absolutely gorgeous as well. And of course, that features the pinks as well. Now, the one-day special, over half the stock has gone. You are saving £10, £53 and 96 pence is your price. It will be dispatched on the 5th of October. Now, if you prefer to split the cost to make it a little bit easier to get the full one-day special, you can. There is a FlexiBuy option to spread the cost interest-free. So today you would be paying £26 and 98 pence. And of course, if you are a Freedom member, that is the delivery cost. Or you can go for sets of 4. So, Jenny, you were saying, like, if we want, for instance, some people prefer the cooler tones, the pinky tones.
Yes.
So that sets of 4 will give us, for instance, the pinks and the purples.
The pinks, or it give you the blues and the teal tones, or it'll give you the oranges, the rusts, the ochres, as you said, or it is the greens. And in fact, we come back to the quilt behind you.
Yeah.
I just use the greens and the ochres and the rust colours. And what was interesting is from the fabrics, I had left from every single piece of the 8 fat quarters, I had left that amount of fabric. I've just, in fact, used a corner, so can you imagine that that was filled in? So there was a 7-inch by full 22 inches across the fat quarter left of material. So I could have made more. And then because I wanted the border not to be one entire piece, I just used, literally, I cut across the fat quarter and stitched the bits together and added them as the border all the way around. And the nice thing about this is, if you get a bit short of fabric, you can join it together and the seams don't show, because the design just flows without there's no continuous, there's no set line pattern to it. It just flows from one thing to the other.
They do.
So really, I am actually very pleased with that piece of work.
It's absolutely stunning, and I love the kind of how it showcases the gorgeous fabrics in here, because it's like you have got the hints of that beautiful leaves, and kind of you can feel the dewdrops as well. You can.
Totally,
it's just
totally
immersing yourself into the woods.
I love doing that, and because I made the blocks up, I wanted to split the blocks, and we've got the solids on the show as well. So this was the brown of the solids, and the one at the background here is the stony colour. So we've got these in meters on the show, which is so useful, because when you're doing sashing or when you're doing something like the background here, to have a meter of fabric means you've got room to do very, very much more. In fact, if you'd had a meter of that, I was only given in half a metre, I could have made more blocks.
Well, that's, you know, imagine that you have got also we have got the Bella solids on the show, so we will go to them in a second. Right, remember you have got now the details for the set of 4 5 quarters. You can choose from the blue, the purple, pink, the greens, or of course the oranges. So these ones are your options. You're going to get 4 5 quarters in there for just £15.99. 037575 is your item number. Now also from Into the Woods, you know, from the by Katrinka collection, we have got an additional autumnal 8-piece fat quarters. Now, am I right thinking that these are fabrics that are not included in the one day special?
In fact, in front of you, you have a storyboard where Katrinka or somebody has put together all 24 fabrics that are in the range. So if you had all the 16 that are in the one day special and the 8 from the autumnal collection, you would get that entire range of materials. Or you might say to yourself, I just want the autumnal collection. You know, the choice is yours. And what I think they've done is they've been very sensible about this. They've given you either 16 different ones, you can have another 8 different ones, making 24 completely different, or you could break it down into 4 sets of 4 and have whichever one you want. If you're not a pink person, don't buy the pink one. Just have the blues and the yellows and the greens. But if you wanted the autumnal one, it's the autumnal one I've used for the Bargello quilt at the back.
Oh, I see.
So if we can go to the Bargello quilt at the back, the one with the black silhouettes on, that is all of the fabrics from the autumnal range, and it was purely and utterly from fat quarters. That's all I was given. I used 7 of the fat quarters for the Bargello effect in the middle there, and it's basically, I've just moved it through because I could see sky and I could see ground and I could see sort of reflections, and Bargello seemed to suit that. And then I used the 8th fat quarter as a border, because if you border anything like that with a fabric you haven't used in it, it doesn't bleed into it, so it defines the actual patchwork in the middle. And I must confess, I did enjoy doing that. That was just sat down and I played. And you can play with these fabrics.
Absolutely. And of course, for the border, you have used
the one you have in your hand.
This is an incredible fabric. I mean, I'm going to open it up because I want to show the amazing, look at those gorgeous colors as well. Now, also, I want to say, hey, that this is kind of almost like a mini one-day special, because at 12 and at 4, we will have other fabrics available. So make sure that if you're liking what you're seeing, make sure that you check out your baskets. This is basically the last live hour in which we are going to see them live. Now, they are absolutely stunning fabrics. If you want to go into the woods, well, you can buy Katrinka, 100% cotton autumnal 8 pieces. And remember that you add that to your Flexibuy. If you go for your one-day special, you can split the cost as well into interest-free payments. £31.98 is your price for the autumnal 8 pieces. Or another option is half meters. Now, of course, they have half meters. You can see them on the website, and you're picking any 2 for just £13.99, and of course that gives you the ability to get the, you know, from salvage to salvage as well, so the half meter there, but also it gives you the option to go just for your favorite fabrics. For instance, if you want to go for cherry dance, you can go for that one. Oh, look, the one that I was holding up as well. So you have got not only the ones on the one day special, but also on the autumnal. So for instance, if you're going for the one day special, look, the one that I hold is called Wasabi. My old cat was called Wasabi. So, oh, that's why it's like I was drawn to that one. Oh. And then we have got Dream Blue Cosmic Clover as well. So there you can pick any 2 of them, and of course for $13.99. And of course you could go for 2 of the same ones, although they will be, I'm pretty sure from this supplier, it will be dispatched as 2 separate half meters. Then we mentioned the Mother Bella solids. Now of course we have got the the meter by 112 centimeters fabric. Now £13.98. As you were mentioning, Jenny, in essentials, right?
Yes. I mean, you're going to need black, you're going to need stone, you're going to need white. The brown is absolutely excellent to put in with anything because it blends with so many different things. Then we have a deep green and a teal, and then finally the stony colour on the very end that I used in the quilt behind me. These are in metre pieces. So you're getting a piece that's big enough for a backing, it's big enough for your sashing, it will do your sashing and your binding. It's, at long last, the company are producing a decent sized piece of material, which is absolutely ace. You need a metre of solids because, you know, half a metre, you just use it up and you just want a bit more. Get the black. You have to have black in your stash.
Indeed.
White is so useful. The stony colour is so useful. And then if you're a green person, then chuck in the green. And if, of course, you're like a blue person, that rather lovely, deep, sort of petrol-y blue does work with so many different shades of blue.
185-500 is your item number. As Jenny has said, you know, so many essentials here. Grab them. And remember, if you wanted to go for just 6, you know, or maybe even, I think even if you go for just 5 of the meter fabrics, then you would go above 60, so you can split the cost in interest-free payments, because of course Flexi by option gives you that option. Now, of course, 185-500 is your item number. Now, this is the backing as well, which is, we are talking, there's one option that I need in my life. Now, this is 80 inches by 108 inches in width. Now, this is, we are talking about extra
We're
size.
talking about, I have a big piece here.
Right.
I hate to say this, but you may not be tall enough.
You know what, I have heard that too many times.
But this is a big, big piece of fabric. I'm going to throw one end to Paola and see if she can catch it. All right, this might take a while. You can
That's
all
the
be
option
amused.
as well that I want, is the grungy one.
Right, hey, well.
Oh.
Okay, you grab your end.
Yeah, there it is.
All right, so this is,
wow.
All right, it is enormous.
I mean,
okay.
Yes, it is definitely about a good 1.5 feet taller than me.
A good 1.5 feet. I would almost say almost 2 feet taller than
Yeah, I
Paola.
would say.
Okay, you can just see her there peeping behind you. You can't see me at all. So it is 2 meters, which is 80 inches, near as and by 108 inches wide. So this is your king size quilt. This is your double bed quilt. This is an awful lot of backings for cushions. This is also a duvet cover. Buy 2 of these,
yes.
stick around the outside edge. You have an enormous duvet cover. Easily washable, pure cotton, lovely backing fabric. And this one has, but we've got it upside down, or back to front. This one has, the pattern is very similar to the grungy design done by Moda.
It's by Basic Grey, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah, I love the feel
See, it's not a flat colour, it's just, this is just wonderful for backing. And because it isn't a flat colour, when you turn the quilt over, you'll get the sort of sheen on the back with this very slight pattern. And indeed, the other pieces also have a slight pattern to them. And that just makes it a little bit different.
You know, Jenny, I'm very particular about the, you know, like kind of on the sheets. I like to have them very kind of, you know, very soft.
You like 100%.
Yeah, 100, you know, I want that. And
count.
I was thinking, I want to go to bed in that, you know, and be wrapped around that, because it's just that quality. And trust me, I mean, I have got very old sheets, but they are just good quality. This is what I love. Oh, it just feels so nice.
You're going to go into the woods and wrap yourself up in one of those and go to sleep, aren't you?
Oh, yes. That sounds like a fairy tale, you know. Well, for some fairy tales, just, you know, anyway. Moving on to the different options that we have got in here. This one is the red option. You can see they're absolutely gorgeous little metal effects as well. Perfect for backings, as Jenny has explained. Then we have got the aqua. Then we have the blue. Look at that, the beautiful denim blue. Then this is the cream. Of course, this is my favorite because it has got that kind of distressed, kind of grunge look to it. And then we have, of course, the white option in here. You choose your favorite. £44.99 is your price. Remember, it's 2 meters by, 80 inches by 108 inches wide.
We keep calling it quilt backing. It's just fabric. You could also make garments and clothes out of it.
Absolutely.
So
That's
you could
a very
make
good
shirts and skirts and dresses, and you could even use it for curtains and anything like that. It's just a large piece of fabric.
Absolutely. You are right.
Don't see it as just, oh, well, I'm not a quilter, I don't want a quilt backing. You want a big piece of fabric. So, you know, there it is.
Absolutely gorgeous, and there are beautiful fabrics for dressmaking, and I find that quilting cotton sometimes because, you know, like we tend to go for long fabric for dressmaking, but then of course if we have a quilting cotton, that we don't need as much, you know, like an undergarment, not undergarments. I mean, you know what I mean? Lining. Undergarments, we always need them. 480-698 is your item number. You can of course, flexi buy them, of course, in 2 payments, £22.50. On the website, you will find on thecraftstore.com, you will find all the different options, and of course, alongside the books by Jenny. Let me see if I can read that one. Creative Tucks and Texture. Oh, no, that's not the one. It's the Foldy Rolly Patchwork Pizzazz by Jenny Raymond, and the sub pieces as well. 5-star reviews. You can find them all on the website. And of course, Jenny was yesterday wearing a dress that she had made using those tucks and creative folds. So it's not just for you know, kind of quilts and cushions, but also for even for dressmaking. All those techniques you can use them. Material Magic as well. Another 5-star review. You will find them all on the website, thecraftstore.com, alongside, of course, those gorgeous fabrics in there. Right now, Jenny, let's start the demonstration.
Well, what I would, before I actually go into the demonstration, I'm going to show you how to do the maple leaf block. I was just looking at the colours. Now, I'm doing on YouTube, totally for free, how to do landscapes. I know this wasn't made with the colours, but think.
Look at that.
Think. So, Textured Landscapes, go to YouTube, look at my name, sign up, or not sign up, but subscribe, and then you'll hear about the series of free videos. But if we look at these and taking the 16 fat quarters, think the sky. Now, Emsworth, where I live, we get some fabulous, fabulous sunsets. So you might want to have a tiny weeny bit, and indeed sunrises, of pinks and then golds and then more sky. And then how about bringing some sea in, because this is going to be a seascape, because I live by the sea. So we're going to have our sea colours. And of course, I'm just using literally little straight strips. And then we want some mountains. So I'm going to use the far distant mountains in this sort of grey-y green. We'll go over here and we'll fold the fabric up in interesting sorts of ways there. And having the mountains perhaps coming a little bit nearer.
That's perfect
like
for this
that.
technique, the one that is
Oh, absolutely. Then we could have, I think, a little bit of this could go next as the land gets nearer. And then we might want to have, say, some grass in the nearer foreground, maybe ploughed fields or something like that. Now, that looks a total mess until I take strips of black, and this is why black is so useful, and you start to frame it. And in your stash, have a few strips of black to hand, because you can then take them out, frame the work, and you then see what it will begin to look like when you have completed it. And there is your little landscape there in the picture. All the colours sort of just blend in. But putting strips of black round isolates the design and gives you a chance to see it, because otherwise, if I take these away, all you basically see is just a mess on the table. But as soon as you start to isolate the design with strips of black. So if you do nothing else today, buy yourself a metre of black, cut 4 strips off it, and just use them as a frame for any particular piece of work, and you will find it helps tremendously. But that's not exactly what I was going to do, because I'm going to show you how to do, let's clear all that away, how to do the maple leaf. The maple leaf is the quilt that I've got behind me, and I used 4 of the gold version of the fat quarters and 4 of the green ones. The design is basically made up out of 4 sets of half square triangles and 3 regular squares cut from the various colours, and you can just literally cut them and muddle them up how you like, and 2 plain squares. These are 3.5-inch squares. I've got 2 in the background and 3 in the colour, and I've got my half square triangles here and here. Now, if you haven't got the tool that I'm going to use, which is, and where did I put the tool, which was to hand, it was here. Okay. I tied it away.
That's the problem. You tidy something away and you can never find it. I'm like,
yeah, absolutely. If you've got something like the Easy Angle or one of these particular tools, you can cut a 3.5-inch strip to make your half square triangles from. If you haven't got that, then just simply cut 3 7/8-inch squares and divide them diagonally. That will give you the same sized piece. I just happen to be using this tool because I have one. Top tip, if ever you're going to be doing any half square triangles, is to put the 2 fabrics you're using right sides together, because they're already then in their little sets. You would, if you haven't got one of these, cut 3 7/8-inch squares and subdivide into triangles. I'm going to use this ruler, putting it on here so the 3.5 inches is aligned with the edge of the fabric, and I'm going to cut. And that will be 1 set or 1 square. Flip the template over and cut again. But as I said, if you haven't got one of these, 3 7/8 inches will do exactly the same. When you've done that, there are my 2 half square triangles ready to be sewn together, and they've got their right sides facing. I know this doesn't have a right side, but I've just assumed that it does. Put it underneath the sewing machine and do your usual 1/4 of an inch. Now you might find that some machines like to have the pointy end fed through, some machines like the other end. It matters not. So underneath the presser foot, set your machine for doing a 1/4 of an inch, or put your 1/4 of an inch foot on, and simply sew down the edge. It helps you've actually got the right stitch in place. So let's put the right stitch on there and set the needle at the right size. I move my needle over by moving my needle with the stitch width button on my sewing machine. When you've sewn all the way down there, pick up the next one, feed it under. Remember, chain piecing saves thread.
Yeah, and that's important because, you know, every
Absolutely.
little helps.
And when you get to the end, we need a little donkey. Have I got a donkey? I might need a new donkey. Let's have a new donkey.
Ooh,
Dear,
the
dear,
donkey,
dear.
yeah.
Oh, what piece of fabric
Burro.
can I bear to waste? A burro.
Yeah.
That's it. There we go. Once you've done that, it would pay you to press the seams open and flat. So I personally go for this because I think it spreads the load, and in this design, it is considerably better because it will help me see where my seams go. And you need to make these 4 times. So here we have 4 already made, like what I did earlier, with random colours from the ochre and the green selection. I've also got my 2 3.5 inch background squares and 3 more coloured squares, and the design will go together like this. 2 there, 2 there, plain square in the corner, 3 more squares, 1 goes there, 1 goes there. It's a classic 9 patch, and you can see how I've built the leaves up. I just simply interchange the colours. Yeah. In the corner here goes the stalk. Now, when doing the block, I thought, well, I could split that and insert a piece of black fabric, or I could make life somewhat easier by cutting a piece of fabric on the bias, that's on the diagonal at 45 degrees, across the fabric. Fold the raw edges over to the back and simply lay it onto the square in the centre and apply it. When you come to apply it, you could do this by hand, or you could use something like one of the applique stitches on your machine, or indeed the little blind hem stitch. Ideally, you want to make the bite, i.e. the stitch width, pretty narrow, so it just catches the edge of the fabric. And so I will take this, pin it in place, select the stitch that I'm going to use, which on my machine is a little applique stitch. And in fact, I'll show you this stitch, then you can see how it works. Let's just bring up the stitch. Where are we? There we go. Right. It's actually a stitch that is several straight stitches and a little bite across. Now, can we get the camera into that?
There it is, yeah.
There it is. And the idea is that the straight part of the stitching goes without the piece, and the little bite goes just into the edge. So when I'm doing my stitching along here, the straight stitching goes on the outside and the bite goes just into the inside. If you're going to do this stitch, it's quite a good idea to put your open-toed foot on, simply so you can see where you're going. Technically, it's the wrong foot to use for the stitch, but it does give you much clearer vision. So lay your piece of binding on the centre of your square and simply do that stitching down the edge, which I'll just do very quickly and probably not terribly well because I'm standing on 1 foot, simply because I hate sitting down.
Lovely detail.
And then when you get down one side, raise the presser foot and go back up the other side. So this was a strip of bias cut at 1 inch with the raw edges folded over to the underside and simply applied on top. And if you haven't got that stitch on your machine, you could do it by hand. You could use a straight stitch down the edge if you wanted to.
Yeah, could you do a single stitch there? Yes.
Just
or
don't wobble.
could you do, if your machine has got decorative stitches, could you do something like
Absolutely fine. Yes, why not? Go to town on it. You could go into the woods and go to town with a pattern.
Because maybe some of them have got like leaves and things like that, the stitches.
Yes.
So
Oh, absolutely. That would be excellent, because then that would add something to it. What a good idea.
Oh, thank you.
Right, so there we have our basic block ready to be sewn together. And I would stitch it together not as 3 rows of 3, because if you do 3 rows of 3, you've got to jiggle this one to make those seams line up.
Yeah.
And again, jiggle that. But if you do it like this, I do 2 together into a square, because it's easy to do the seam in the middle. Then I do 2 together, put that onto that in, because that seems easy. then I
you're
only
a
have
genius.
1 row of 3 to jiggle. And just one last little tip, because you don't need to see me sew it together, is when I do the stitching, I'll put, say, this one on top of that one, and I'm going to sew here. But I'm going to sew from the thin end off the thick. Because if you start this end, your presser foot is much more likely to sort of jam on the thicker layers, particularly if you haven't pressed it properly. So let's just flip it over.
So for the thin end, it means where there is no seam,
correct,
and then going into the one that has got that seam.
Correct. And
it's all those top tips that Jenny has. Of course, you have been doing this for
rather a long time.
I'm going to say, I mean, probably about, just 5 years. You just cram a lot into it.
Right, and the other little top tip is, when you come down the bottom, notice I've kept the ears on. Now, admittedly, the template does cut some of the ears off in the way it cuts. If you've used 3 7/8 inch squares, you'll have ears both ends. But using a small pair of open scissors, that's quite useful for holding those ears down so that as you sew off the end, you don't drift. Because we're really good when we get to the end, dropping our shoulders, relaxing. Still got my open toe on, I should have changed the foot. And actually then, we just veer off the end and you don't get the seam allowance. So where's my little donkey?
It's funny because that's exactly what a friend of my uncle, who is a musician, classical musician, he used to say that happened to every old musicians. They drop the shoulders and then when you get to the end and then they mess up the last note. That was very typical.
It happens in sewing too. What should have happened when you open it out is you should be getting a seam allowance at the top of the tip of the triangle. There's my little seam allowance. And then you see if I press the seam open and flat, just finger press it for now, you have actually got in that open seam a V or a line, and it's the top of this there that will be the top of your point on that side. And that's one of the reasons why I open the seam. And when I'm happy with that seam and happy with my seam allowance, that's when I'll remove its ears. So there you go, Paula. You now know how to stitch squares together easily to make the maple leaf block.
That is such a good, amazing. I mean, Jenny, thank you so much, because every time I learn so many things, and I'm sure you at home are picking up so many different ideas. Now, of course, we are talking about, or what Jenny was been using, is the One Day Special Into the Woods by Katrinka. If you're wondering what sort of fabric is, well, of course, you know that is there 100% cotton, but this is manufactured by Free Spirit, which is, of course, the manufacturer of Tim Holtz, is a manufacturer of Heke Facet fabrics, so you know the quality in here. They are USA fat quarters, and then you are getting 16 fat quarters in here. You can see that you are getting 4 beautiful greens, different shades of greens, 4 different shades of oranges and ochres and rusty colors. Then we have, of course, the blues and the aquas in there as well. And then finally we have got the purples and the pinks. Now you are getting all of them fat quarters, as I mentioned, USA fat quarters based on a yard, not a meter. But you have got that nature inspired. You can see the mysterious, when you go into the woods or into, a forest, and you have got that kind of mist and dew into the leaves, that kind of, or maybe especially now that we are getting into the golden light from autumn, that you have got that light hitting low into the beautiful leaves falling down. That is the sort of impression you are getting here. It is done by Katrinka, of course, inspired by the South Carolina forest, and this is perfect for so many different projects because it's multi-direction. It doesn't have a proper dimension. And also it reminded me, last night I was looking at because one of my favorite designers was Alexander McQueen, and I absolutely adore. This reminds me of some of the fabrics that they use in their dresses.
Absolutely, yes, because they're just a lovely
exuberance.
Yes, that's what a super word. Yes, they are. They're an exuberant explosion of colour, but the colour tones and blends in.
It's a beautiful, and of course you are getting all 16 for the One Day Special. Now you can flexify £26.98. You're saving £10. 740499 is your item number. Now you can go for the smaller options. You can go for sets of 4, so then you can have the set of greens in here, and you can see there's 4 different greens. And I love how well they blend together, but they are distinctively enough in their hues as well. Then we have got the oranges, which orangey. I think it's more rust oranges and those burnt yellows as well there. Then we have got the pinks and purples as well. So we have got them here, which are absolutely stunning. And you kind of have in here, if you look at it, it's almost like a hint of, it's a little bit higher there. A kind of hint of butterfly as well, and gold in there as well. Love that. And then we have, of course, I see a face as well there. They're magical, absolutely magical, beautiful fabrics. And then we have got the blues options for you. Remember, that is, of course, fat quarter bundles of 4 for £15.99. 037575 is your item number. Then, now, if you are like me, a completionist, that when you go for a collection, you want to have every single piece of fabric. Yeah, I do like that. It's kind of tick, 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 tick. It makes me happy. Now, of course, you can add to your one-day special the autumnal fat quarters. It's an 8-piece, which means that it brings your total collection to, is it 24? Because it's 8 plus 16.
It is indeed 24. 24 different ones.
Different ones, exactly. 24, yeah. And of course, you can see them here. Of course, including wasabi, which is that one. That would be my favorite, obviously. Now, of course, you are getting all of them, and all 8 for them that are not included in the one-day special. £31.98 is your price. 425647 is your item number. Now, all of them, the one-day special and those extra 8, so all 24 are optional as pick a mix, half meters for £13.99. So if you have got a clear favorite, like I do, then you can go there to the website and select your favorite half meter there that you can see. You can see eucalyptus, birchwood, dogwood, arctic leaves, rose petal, birch leaf, all those beautiful golden tones in there in the golden oak shadows. You can see the pine oak, the melon cosmic clover, the cherry dance, the celadon eucalyptus, whispering oak, papaya, rose petal, wasabi, cosmic clover, obviously my favorite. But I would go for wasabi and dream blue because I think they would coordinate very well with one more blue, stronger in the blues, and then wasabi with more stronger into the green. Check them on the website. 216105 is your item number. Now, Jenny, I know you have got lots more to show us.
Yes, I wanted to show you. There's a design from the Foldy Roldy book, called Scrappy Zappy Doo. And I'll just sort of flick through this, I'll show you. Scrappy Zappy Doo actually appears on the front here. Now, this would be an ideal thing to make using these colours, because you could actually have all of the colours weaving their way through in a rainbow fashion. But to show you how it's done, you will need a background square. Now, I'm using the black, the 1 meter black that we've got here. I happen to have a 7-inch square. It actually, you could use 7.5 inch, you could use 6 7/8 as it says in the book. 7 inches is just easier to cut. Divide your square in half, making 2 triangles. You'll then want a whole load of half square triangles, which could be cut by taking a square of fabric and chopping it in half, giving you 2 of them, or you could just literally cut half square triangles. And here again, one of these little half square triangle rulers is very useful for just cutting individual half square triangles. The half square triangles in the colour need to be pressed in half diagonally. And you would then arrange them in whatever pattern you happen to want them to appear in. And if I just briefly show you the picture in the book, because I've only got a few here, because this is just a mini demo of how the design works. There in the book, you can see I've laid all the colours out in the order I want them to come out in my design, and you number them. I'm not fussing about numbering these because I'm just alternating the colours. Once you've laid the pieces out, and note I've got the fold on the right-hand side, it's like a series of mountains, long edge towards me, mountain peaks. Take 1/2 of the square. Now, there is my square, and I'm going to take this half of it. L for left. That part of the triangle fits into the L for left of my left hand. I'm going to take my first colour, which happens to be green. This too has an L for left on it. I'm going to lay this triangle in the corner of the black one. Okay, so we've got L for left, L for left. What the L is she talking about? Right, that might remind you. Now, the basic triangle has been added to a background triangle. Now, there's a problem with the design, because I'm going to take the other half of my background square and lay the second folded triangle in a slightly different angle. It's going on like that. Can you see? Now the problem is when I join these two together, it's going to be very thick in the fabrics there because I've got 3 layers there and 3 layers here. So we're going to trim something. Now this is where I want you to think of a pretty girl wearing a lovely dress. All right, this is her lovely dress.
Okay, yeah.
Underneath her lovely dress are her legs. All right, her legs.
Let's hope so.
And as Paula was talking about, her undergarments or her lining is this one. Now it would be terrible to cut her legs off because she'd fall over.
Yeah.
You mustn't cut her pretty frock because it would be indecent. So the best place to cut is to remove a bit of the lining. Okay.
Okay, just the lining.
And you just remove the lining, and you do the lining on here. So you're cutting this middle fabric, and you only need cut a corner off. It's just to reduce some of the bulk. When you've done that, now in the book it will tell you to tack along the sides here. Well, you needn't actually fuss about that. You can actually just pin it. Okay, but pin it carefully, please. Don't just slap it on there any which way. Now keep your pins to the outside edge, because then you can remove them when you are sewing, because we don't sew over pins, do we?
No, we
myths.
don't.
Good.
I mean, we say we don't, but then we do
Yes,
sometimes.
I say we don't.
break a needle.
Yes, I know. You break a needle. Particularly if you're using these flower head pins, it's perfectly possible, and yes, I have done it, to stitch the pin head into the fabric, and you try getting it out afterwards. Okay, I'm now going to put the two together, sandwich.
Yeah.
And guess which end I'm going to start on, Paula?
Well, you would start the top end because it's the one without the
thin end.
layers.
Absolutely. So starting on the top end.
Listening.
She's listening. By jingo, she's got it right. And do
I mean,
your
I will
quarter
forget
inch.
it in 5 minutes, but you know.
Now, it actually matters not what your seam allowance is, because you're sewing the same shapes together. So your seam allowance could be larger. As you come to the pins, because you can see the pin head sticking out, you can remove them with your finger.
Perfect.
And it matters not whether you're right or left-handed. Everybody can do this. Get to the bottom and find the little donkey. There's the donkey. There we go. And so on. This is just an easy way of keeping the machine threaded up. The threads don't break. You keep sewing straight because you're still thinking sewing. Open it up. And I would press the seam open and flat on the back. And you really want to get right inside all of the layers to spread the load, so to speak. Right, the design is made up by making up 10 of these squares. Now I've got 4 I've already done here. And how the design goes is you take block number 1, block number 2 gets turned through 90 degrees, block number 3 gets turned through 90 degrees, block number 4 goes the other way.
Oh.
Now you can begin to see the hook happening
I see.
of Scrappy
Yes.
Zappy Doo. And basically the design just wanders all the way down the block.
Zuzapidu?
Yes, Zappy Doo. Scrappy Zappy Doo. There we go. And if I put it like that, you can probably see more easily how the design actually goes. I would sew them together in sets of 2, and then join the sets of 2 together into a set of 4, etc., etc. But if you didn't like that and thought, oh, well, why do you watch that? Just make 4 of these, because if you put 4 of them together, you get the other design, that the original design it came from, which is the Catherine wheel. And you can see that, sadly, I've not got my colours quite right there, but never mind, you can alternate them. These can then be stitched together to make a circular design. And that's a little bit about Scrappy Zappy Doo. I'll now have to correct that and get me browns in the right places.
That's phenomenal. I mean, like, I could watch you all day, Jenny.
Oh, there you are. Look, that one works. Yeah. You see? Okay. All right, so no, it doesn't.
Oh, there are so many options. Anyway, if you want that book, of course, we have got it in the show, so let's have a look at the details. The Fully Rolly Patchwork Pizzazz by Jenny Raymond. $9.99 is your price. You're saving £4.76. 707951 is your item number. And of course, Jenny was using the one-day special, which includes 16 fat quarters, American fat quarters, based on a yard. And you know, here we base them on a meter length. In America, they base it on a yard. Now, of course, you have got those beautiful tones and tones. I really, really do love this. I think I know they are fat quarters, but if you are kind of clever, you can create like skirts as well with fat quarters, you know.
Absolutely. We just make patchwork up.
Absolutely.
In fact, whenever I'm making something like a textured jacket, I will make the textured fabric up, then I put the pattern on top.
Yeah.
So if you're going to make this into a skirt, make up a large piece of patchwork, then put your pattern on top, because it would make an absolutely cracking skirt, just made of squares of it.
Absolutely, would
You
be
see?
amazing. And you can make like almost like a rainbow skirt as well if you kind of do a strips and then like kind of a strip to sew them together.
Yes.
And then,
Yes.
you know, just even vertical
Yes.
strips
Yes.
and then with a rainbow, that would be amazing. Or even just details or black skirt, upcycle it with a, you know,
with a
this-
strip of that. I mean, do a bit
Absolutely.
of bias on it.
Yes, that would be
I saw a
amazing.
wonderful quilt the other day, one of my students showed me, where literally the maker had just used strips of bias and curved them in a wiggle and then done another wiggle offset, and it looked absolutely superb.
It would. You know what, the other thing I was thinking, I don't know if it exists, but I'm sure there are patterns out there, because I was thinking this is for a playmat in which literally is like a Jacob's ladder or something
Yes,
like
yes.
that, and then you can make, because it's into the woods, so you
Yep.
can have different areas, or even, you know, that game that is called something with Mona, you know, and
Right.
you have got like the, you know, the one with the poly as well.
Oh, yeah, with
you
the
know.
poly as well.
Yeah, exactly. So you have got different streets and things like that. It would be amazing to create a quilt in which, and these colors would be like
They
different
would
areas.
absolutely would be superb.
Because
yes.
you know how the
Yes.
different areas
Yes.
are by color, and I think this would be amazing. And you could name it into woods instead of streets.
Yeah, but I mean, going back to your child's idea,
Yes.
I mean, children are going to love this because small children love bright colours.
Yes.
And you could have, you know, go in Teddy Bear's Picnic and things like that. So you've got the woods, you've got the trees, you've got the leaves, you've got the sand maybe, and you can do your little teddy bears on there and have them all creeping through. And I think you'll be a wonderful array of colours.
Okay, it would be as
Yes.
well. Yeah, I love this. I love the fact that it's patterns, but they are so well designed that they are not in your face, that they are very sophisticated versions of images from the woods. It's that elegant, that exuberance of nature, but without being, it's that kind of nature. And when you are into a wood, when it's just like that misty morning, or it's in the, you know, in sunset time, when there are, you know, the light is hitting through the branches and through the leaves, through the seasons. We are talking about autumn, of course, because we have got the rust and the ochres and the oranges, but we also are talking about the beautiful fresh greens of the spring, that kind of new green leaves, and then of course the summer rich greens in there as well, the reds, the pinks and the purples when the winter starts to come in as well, the kind of berries as well. And then, of course, the most kind of, you know, winter, the depth of winter with the snow falling in those misty mornings with the, you know, the dew hitting the leaves as well. I've got like eucalyptus leaves as well. We have got all sorts of gorgeous leaves coming through in, and even I see here is a leaf, but it could be a snowflake, a nice kind of icicle in there as well. I love the ways that they are multi-directional as well. 740,499. Now, of course, £53.96 is your price for all 16 fat quarters, but you have got a £10 saving, and also you have got a flexi-buy option. Now, that means that you can flexi-buy into interest-free payments of £26.98. Now, then once you open enough a flexi basket, then you can add other items. So now if you want to have the complete collection of Into the Woods by Katrinka, you can have them, because you can add these extra 8 pieces. So that means I will have a completely different 24 fat quarters. Now this, of course, you can see there, £31.98 for those 8 ones, and therefore you would have, I mean, this is, how tall is the book? Well, as tall as me, basically. You can see in here, that is the full collection. This is what you will get for, you know, all 24 fat quarters of this amazing collection in here. It's absolutely stunning. Look at that. I mean, I'm going to do it. Well, it's not quite as tall as me, or as short as me. Anyway. But it's fabulous, because you can see in here that you are going to get all those beautiful shades in there. So no repeat ones if you go for the one-day special, as well as the autumnal collection. So 24 fat quarters in total you would have if you go for both of them. And remember, you can flexify if you go for both of them. £31.98 is the price for the autumnal fat quarters. Then we have, of course, the Moda Bella solids. And these ones, of course, you have got a meter by 112 centimeters. And of course, £13.98 is your price. You have got different options, including the stone wash. And here we have got that gorgeous, very neutral color. So it's one of those ones that you may want to consider if you are not sure which one to go for. Then we have got the black, which of course is one of Jenny Tubbs' recommendation. The black, the white in here. And then we have got the darker brown. So I would say this is a kind of 70% chocolate. That's that deep color. And this one is maybe about 50% chocolate. And then, or maybe a coffee. Maybe that's a coffee with a little bit of milk in here. Or chocolate and coffee without milk. That would be more like that. And then we have got that gorgeous green, forest green. And then we have got this kind of lovely muted blue. It's more like a kind of almost like denim blue, but a little bit worn, you know. And then finally, I would go for this one because this one is the it's kind of it's not quite a cream. I would say it's a chalky. Well, it's a stone, but I would say this one etching stones. I think this is more like a sandstone color. It's just kind of it's a very. It's not cream. It's just. I think this one is perfect, especially if you have gone for, you know, different Moda fabrics in the past. That you want something a little bit more natural than just pure white. This would be perfect. £13.98 is your price. 185500 is your item number. And then we are. Well, this one is the biggest piece of fabric you can buy in the show. It's 80 inches by 108 inches wide. Yes, it's perfect for quilt backing, but it could be like Jenny was saying, the duvet covers. It could be for you know, dressmaking, because you are getting there about 2 meters of fabric, because about 50 inches, is it 50 inches? Anyway, I'm not going to even do the maths, but you can see that it's a larger piece of fabric, perfect for backing, perfect for the stock up as well. If you want essentials, this is perfect. You have got 5 different options. The red, we have got then the aqua, the blue, which is a denim blue, and then we have got the cream, which is the one that is the Moda grunge, that has got that sort of distress effect. This would be definitely my top pick. And then, of course, we have got the white, unless you want to bright white sheets, and this would be perfect for that. £22.50 is your price. You can flexify it, of course, that would be the first payment. 480698 is your item number.
We've done it in inches, but for those people who like meters, it's 2 meters by about 2.75 meters.
Wow.
So it's big, because the younger generation doesn't necessarily understand inches. I mean, okay, our slightly older people understand feet and inches, but if you're working in metric, you're buying a 2 meter by 2.7 meter size piece of fabric. So that's going to make either a lot of quilt backs, one super king size quilt back, or of course it could be used for your sheets, your clothing, your curtains, or anything else you happen to fancy.
Well, perfect. Now, well, you know what, if you know you're getting a good deal, so do check out your baskets. Right, Jenny, what's this going to be the next one?
Next I'm going to make you a phone case, but what I really also wanted to show was if you were to buy the blue option.
Yes.
And I did demonstrate this on the first show at 6 o'clock last night. This is actually an idea from the Sew Pieces book, and this uses the blue collection. So this is the 4 blue fat quarters that were in the collection. And I've used 2 of them on the front, 3rd one for the border, and a 4th one for the back. If you had the pink set, and apart from the fact that I have added a little bit of blue as the centre block of my log cabin, the pinks are going to give you this wonderful soft haze. So I could have used one of the pinks in the middle here. I just chose to add a bit of blue because I happen to have a bit knocking around. And then I used another pink on the back. And you got this fabulous, fabulous, great explosion of colour. And to line it with, rather than using fat quarters, I had a ½ meter of one of the colours just to line it, because it's rather nice to have a lining that's as pretty as the outside of the bag. So that's a little bit about if you want to buy your fabrics as just 4 flat quarters. Coming back to what's in front of me before I actually make Paula a phone case, is the design should have looked like this. All right, I have now corrected it. So you go brown, green, brown, green, brown, green, all the way around. And you'd sew the design as those two together, straight across the middle. And the nice thing about this particular effect is this edge is on the bias, so that's what's going to roll back to give you these arced edges. You've also got little pockets into which you could always tuck something if you happen to fancy. So that's the Catherine wheel from the Foldy Roly book, or if you'd wanted to, you could have turned it into Scrappy's Appy-Do and just made it wiggle all the way around. Right, let's put that to one side and out the way. Everybody had a phone case so far, because I was messing around, but I couldn't bear to waste these scraps, you see, so I needed a phone case, so a little phone case for that.
Perfect.
This is seriously quick to make, okay? You need 2 bits of wadding.
Yes.
And any old wadding will suffice.
Okay.
I would suggest you don't use the really thick ones. If you're using scraps of wadding, join them together with a wide zigzag on the sewing machine.
Yeah, and that's so rewarding, isn't it?
So you
By the way,
just do
we
one
have got
bit.
6 minutes left.
We've got 6 minutes. Oh, this will not take as long as that. So you want a piece of wadding that is going to be sufficient for the back of the phone and enough to make a flap. You then need sufficient wadding that will fit the front of the case. Now you can adapt this for anything you happen to fancy. Fabric. You need sufficient fabric to fit the larger piece of wadding. Now this could be made from 2 pieces, it could be just 1 piece. Sorry, that's complete and utter twaddle. You need to have it in 2 pieces, so let me cut it in 2. Got up too early this morning. You need 2 pieces of fabric.
Too early for a Sunday. Too early.
The same size as your wadding. You then need a piece of fabric for the front of it. Now this could be 2 pieces or it could be 1 piece folded. Okay, you can have this one folded. You know, I only thought of the design, you think I'd know how to make it. How the whole thing works is take the wadding, lay the wadding down, lay what's going to be the back of it there, put the pocket in the middle, okay.
Yeah.
The other piece you want to fold in half, and we're just going to round the edge off. I'm just going to round the edge off there. Fold
Just
it in
right.
half.
You don't even follow a template, you just
No,
go
just
for
round the
it.
edge off. Okie dokie. There. And pin it. So we've got a large sandwich.
Yeah, lots of different layers
In
there.
actual fact, I'm going to shorten yours slightly because I've got the selvage on the bottom there, so I'm just going to whack some of that off
Okay.
and just shorten it a bit. I don't think it'll matter terribly. Paola will have to stitch her own button on.
Oh, well.
Now it needs a tab.
Oh.
And what I've done to make the tab is I just took a load of embroidery silks, set my machine to do a zigzag, and I just zigzagged over it. Now when you do this, please make sure you have the regular presser foot on. That's the foot that will have a flat bottom. So the regular presser foot with a flat bottom. Because if you use the foot that doesn't have a flat bottom, it won't feed the yarn through. And literally all I did was I took the zigzag, and I doubt if you can see it on there. Oh, yes, you can. Oh, well done, cameramen. I just zigzagged over it, and that makes a very quick tab. Okay? So the tab wants to go in the top here, put it in the middle. Yeah. That's right. And I'll just pin it in place. I'm doing this speedily. I'd probably actually stitch it in place, but I'm just going to pin it in place for now. There we go. I'll put a couple of pins in the other ones. And we're going to sew all the way around the edges, but leave a gap at the bottom. Because this is from the Sew Pieces book, and you are welcome to use this idea. I don't mind you using it and selling it. If anyone asks you where the design came from, will you please say it was my idea?
It's Jenny Raymond's
It's a Jenny
original
Raymond
own.
special. Okay, underneath the sewing machine, lower your presser foot, and you're going to sew round using round about 1/4 inch seam allowance. So I left the bottom end open. I'm going to go up one side, all the way around that arc.
Okay.
Take the pin out where I've held them together.
Oh, I see now.
And to go across there. I'm just going to go
genius,
backwards
Jenny.
over there a couple of times. This is where I'm probably going to regret not sewing it in the first place.
No, of course, Jenny's demonstrations or Jenny's, well, any show here at the craft store is on the website for up to 60 days. So if you want to get your one-day special and then do this phone case, you can do that, watch it on rewind.
There's a donkey. Lost it. Never mind.
I
We'll do
love
without the
your way
donkey.
of quilting. I love the way that you just do things, you know, without much.
Slapdash, I think, Paolo, is probably more the way of saying it. Right, trim off any excess, remove the pins, and we're going to turn it through. And actually hope that we
You
got
are creating a phone case, right?
I'm creating a phone case. I think
but
I'm
it could
creating
be,
a phone
if
case.
you make it a little bit wider and taller, it could be a e-book
Yes.
reader or a
It could be,
tablet.
you could do the technique with anything.
Yeah.
I've not quite caught one of the sides in. I'm hoping it's not going to matter. All right, we're going to turn it through the once. And then I'm going to sew across the bottom here. And I've not caught this side in, but it's actually not going to matter. I rather suspected I'd miscut something. Right, so having turned it through the once, okay, there is the little tab in the middle.
Yeah.
This is the pocket. I'm going to sew across the opening in the bottom here.
Okay. That looks so cool. And it showcases as well the one-day special fabrics. Look how beautiful do they look, even into the smaller pieces. That beautiful grey and ochres, those fabrics are included in the one-day special. Or if you wanted to go for the smaller bundles, the set of 4, you go for the oranges, and then you will have those options there, which is, of course, these 4 in here, including that one. It's one of my favorites. I don't usually go for yellow, but that, of course, is, you know, one of...
This is what you've got.
Yeah.
Because I was using up my scraps. Then you turn it through again.
Okay.
All right, so we've turned it through twice. And I'm going to have to sew across the bottom again, which I'll do in a moment because I'm not quite caught the layers, and I'm going to do it right now because we've got time. We have
got about 60 seconds.
We've got 60
basically
seconds
minute,
left.
less
All right,
than a
I'm going
minute,
to sew
actually.
this very quickly across the bottom here. I'm going to lop a bit off the bottom of your phone case. Shouldn't do things quite so quickly. Right.
There we go.
Right, don't worry about the donkey. Chop a bit off the bottom, get rid of that, turn it right side out.
And
the time
you've done
is
it.
ticking
I mean,
away, the ticking, 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 ticking.
You are the fabric master sorcerer. That's what we could call you, the fabric sorcerer.
And there we go, there's her phone case.
Oh,
Right.
fabulous. You've done it. Incredible. Thank you so much, Jenny. Of course, we are back on, of course, at 12 o'clock with our Odile Leboeuf fabric. So it's a different focus. So it's not the one-day special. So make sure to check out your one-day special right now. Thank you, Jenny. We'll see you at 12. And stay tuned here because there is lots more after the break. Well, the fabric inspiration continues with quilting, with jewellery designs, with Hayley, of course. Then Karen will join me for Artwood Mixed Media at 10 and then at 11, Saturday Nutrition.
Hi, I'm Charmaine from Dolly Dimples, and I've been crafting since I was a little girl, and I have a massive passion for anything crafty related. Dolly Dimples is a fictional character in Dolly Dimples Town. There's whimsical characters, fantasy characters, mythical characters. There's so much going on, so much happening in Dolly Town, and it's a fun place to be in. We have decoupage, backing papers, we have templates for 3D objects, stencils in the mix, we have dies and lots of other things coming to you soon. Make sure you tune in for the Dolly Dimple shows and have some fun.
Did you know you can watch the Craft Store 24 hours a day, 7 days a week for free using our app on Roku? Just like your smartphone accesses an app store to add new applications, your Roku streaming player on Roku TV accesses the Roku channel store to add new channels. By downloading the Craft Store channel, you'll be able to access your favourite craft channel on your TV anytime you want to watch. Here's how you do it. Turn on your TV and connect your Roku device. Next, turn the power on and press the home button on your Roku remote. Scroll up or down to select settings. Select your network and select Set up Connection. Roku uses a wireless connection, so select your router name and add your password. This should be on the side or bottom of your router. If this is the first time using Roku, then you'll need to set up an account on the device or by going to the Roku website. That's it. Now it's time to add the Craft Store app. Simply press your home button on the Roku remote. Scroll up or down using the arrows on your remote to select streaming channels. Then open the Channel Store. At the top of the Channel Store, you'll find a list of featured, new and popular categories to explore. Enter the Craft Store into the search bar and this will take you to the Craft Store app. Now simply select Add Channel. When you see the Added Channel screen, press OK and return to the home page. Scroll down to the Craft Store app and press the Star button on your remote. You can use the arrow buttons to move the Craft Store to the top of the screen for quick and easy access. And that's it. You can watch, purchase and catch up with your favourite shows 24 hours a day, 7 days a week on your favourite TV whenever you feel crafty.
Hello there and welcome back. Well, as you can see, we are in one of my happy places. Lots of fabric around us, some wonderful kits, some amazing inspiration, and of course that comes by our lovely Julie and Jewellery Designs. Good morning, my dear.
Hello, how are you?
I'm very well. You had a show last night and you were very busy.
We were very busy, yes.
Everybody's living peacocks apparently at the moment.
Yes, I had to make some phone calls last night, do some text messages. So
well, I'm
yes,
glad
got
that
it
you have,
sorted.
because there's people that literally missed out on items last night because it was purely so busy. We have got some additional stock of some of the items which we'll go through as the hour progresses. You found a lot of them already, to be honest, bright and early this morning. And the peacock table runner, which is absolutely exquisite. This is what sold out in between shows last night. How amazing is this? Absolutely beautiful. The artistry, the artwork and the build-up of this, the way that you've put this pattern together, Julie, I just think it's absolutely amazing.
It just works really well, and it's not a difficult pattern to make. It's the fabric that makes it, to be honest,
Beautiful.
that we've used in that.
Isn't it gorgeous? And I love it because you've got so many other little colours in there that you can pick out. So if you like your purples, you like your teals, your navy blues, obviously you've got that backdrop of the black there as well. Absolutely beautiful throughout. So with this particular one, you have got the table run, kit details on your screen. It's now an extended delivery, so you're looking at an extra 7 days. It's worth every single moment of that wait though. And at £19.99, incredible value for money. So let's talk about what you're getting within the kit then, Julie.
So you get a long piece of fabric that you can see there. I think it's about 2.5 metres long.
Okay, let's open it up.
So rather than giving you a metre or a metre and a half, we've just cut it into one long strip because it works out better doing it that way. You get less wastage.
Fabulous.
And then you just cut it all the way along until you get all your pieces, and it's just flipping it around in different ways that you get the lovely circular shape.
And you're kind of getting a double, I'm making a very good job of this. It's a very long piece and I have very short arms, so they don't go together brilliantly. But absolutely beautiful. And like you say, I love the way that you've thought about how to bring this to us.
It's a nice, easy pattern. It's quick and easy, but it's very effective.
Absolutely beautiful. So you're going to get your gorgeous fabric. So after you've sat and looked at that for probably a couple of months, because it is so gorgeous, then you might delve into the pattern which comes alongside it. And of course, that's where you are creating that gorgeous table runner. So obviously you're going to need the additional bits and pieces, wadding, backing, the kind of things you'd expect.
You just need a bit of wadding and a bit of backing as well. But, you know, you could put a bit of calico on the back to keep the cost down.
Definitely.
If you wanted to make it heat-proof, you could put some insulated wadding in it.
That's a really good point, yeah.
So there's all sorts of options, but I just think it's lovely.
It's gorgeous. Now, we did see this, well, obviously being worked last night. We're going to continue with that with the demonstration with Julie. I better get a jog on now because it is flying out. So, yeah, if you're wanting yours, of the restocked stock, over 30% of the stock has gone. So please be quick. And believe me, this one, once it's gone, it's gone. So 842605, incredibly popular. And, of course, the details there on your screen. But if you like that theme and you're wanting to create more home decor pieces, we've got a lot of peacocks. I don't know what the collective noun is for a peacock. There's bound to be a word, isn't it? We'll look it up. We'll find out. Now, I have to say, this next set of strips, oh my word, this is beautiful. And this is good. A muster of, is that right? A muster of peacocks. Oh, that sounds interesting, doesn't it? I thought it was going to be a way more glamorous word than that. Anyway, this is a lovely one because you've got all your strips in this one, which of course you can utilise in whatever way you like. But to be honest, the quilt pattern that comes alongside this one, I think showcases these fabrics beautifully. You'll be able to see some of the elements that we saw within the pieces a few moments ago. Lots of foiling, lots of incredible colours going on with this one. Absolutely beautiful. And of course, so many colours that you can draw on from your stash to extend the usability of this one. Now, of course, I mentioned that there's a pattern. You can see the pattern here in front here, but what does it look like when it all comes together? Look at this. My word. Now, who'd have thought that you could use those strips along with some foundation fabrics? You'll have obviously your backdrop fabrics from your stash, but what a beautiful result using those strips. So if you like to get hold of this one, then please do so. You've got 40 strips within your roll. They're 44 inches long. You're just going to need an extra metre of your border for your sashing fabric, a couple of and a half metres for your background fabric, and then of course your fabric for your binding to go around the edge as well. Many of those things I'm sure you will have in your stash already. And of course a comprehensive pattern that is going to help you well on your way to create the most incredible kind of quilt that would work alongside the table runner. Beautiful. Over half the stock has gone of this one though. But we've got more peacocks to share with you before we get to demo. 175087 for that one. So I'd add both of those into your basket. 2 flexi buys with the quilt pattern means that you can actually spread the cost of anything else you're adding in there. So you might want to add in some of these additional panels, because the panels can showcase, they can be that centerpiece, that gorgeous kind of piece that everybody just draws their eye to and then sees the pieces around it. Now we have actually got this one featuring within the studio as well, but it is absolutely, I mean, this is one that you could just literally just look at.
Yes, you don't actually really need to do much for that. You could just frame it and put it on the wall.
Very much so. Now you can see obviously it is framed, it's got a little bit of a framework around there, which means that it's perfect for you to actually pop within the boundaries of other elements. Maybe you're taking the strip rolls that we saw a few moments ago, adding to it, extending it, making it into a panel. Beautiful wall hanging. I mean, look at that. And you've added a bit of sparkle to this one as well.
Yes, I love my sparkle.
It looks perfect, doesn't it?
And I just thought it was crying out for it.
Oh, yes.
You know, just to finish it off. So, and it's quite effective,
beautiful.
I think, you know.
Gorgeous. They are beautiful creatures, aren't they? Now look at the price for this one, just £12.49. So if you are on a budget and it's a case of that you're wanting to create something beautiful, then you can certainly start off with the panel here, utilising other elements that you've got within your stash. But as I say, do consider going for those jelly strips alongside it, because it will mean that you can get a really large size project coming together with that one. But you're loving this one. 588222, over 2/3 of the stock has gone of this one. So if you're liking the look of it, you need to be quick with anything that's peacock related, to be honest, during this time, because they are all flying out. But yeah, literally, as peacocks, well, do they fly? They kind of go little distances, and they're quite a big bird, so you'd have to have huge wings in order to take off completely, wouldn't they? Anyway, one more piece to share with you. Now, this is another piece that did sell out, another beautiful panel, again with lots of content in there. Sold out last night, it is now back on extended delivery, and you've got lots of square panels with this one. So instantly, if you want something simple, cushion covers, oh my goodness.
Covers. And with that, you do get a pattern on how to make some table mats. So that's what I did with it. But you could do it for anything, really. You could do cushions, you could do table mats, bags, put it as a centre of a bag.
Well, you could almost have the large panel that we just showed you and use these almost as huge cornerstones, really, couldn't you?
Oh, you
around?
could, absolutely, yes.
They'd be amazing. Look at this. Now, of course, within here, you're going to get a selection of those centre panels, and then, of course, supportive fabrics. If you're adding those in, you can use those around the edge. You are getting some kind of border strips with these as well. And, of course, you are going to get the pattern that will allow you to make your pattern. Oops, a daisy. Yeah, peacocks are running away. Let's bring them back in again. So those are the finished articles that you're going to be creating. You don't have to create them in that way. So if you're looking at these panels and they're speaking to you in a different way, maybe, as I said there, you could utilise that and really showcase them and use them as panels within a quilt. Absolutely beautiful. But look at the price again. My goodness, £12.49. Again, as I say, shopping on a budget, add this one into your basket. If you can stretch to the additional panel there, then please do go for it. And if you really want to extend it further, add in those strips. You can spread the cost over 2 payments, but you've kind of got all the components that you need to create something absolutely incredible. Again, with this one, was that 2/3 again? Approaching 40% of the stock. I do apologise, but it won't be long before we are telling you that way more has gone of that. Half the stock has gone. They're all flying out. They're literally just flying. They're going. So 977758, if you like, and look at that one, £12.49. Now I'm just going to show you a couple of other little items. We need to have a chat with Julie. for obvious reasons. So let me show you some Christmas themed things that you're going to love. Now these are kind of double widths called dessert strips or dessert rolls, and what you've got here, you've got double the width of your traditional jelly roll or your jelly strip roll. So rather than being 2.5 inches, they're actually 5 inches across. You can see you've got the most amazing fabrics in these, and they are absolutely gorgeous. Lots of foiling going on, obviously Christmas themed, so lots of gorgeous tones in here. It depends on the one that you go for, whether it's your silver or your gold. You might get those gorgeous foiling elements there around the candy canes in there. You've got Christmas baubles, you've got lots of red, silver, black tones featuring in there. Really, really nice design. Incidentally, with this one, we have got a fabulous wall hanging kit that you were just looking at there, which you can get hold of at the bottom of your screen if you're wanting that. So that one is your silver. So you can see lots of silver tones going on that one. I'm going to bring the gold in as well. Swap them around just a few moments. Oh, look at that. That foiling is absolutely incredible. It really illuminates the fabric, and it kind of outlines lots of the little elements in there. So this time we're looking at the wall hanging in a different configuration. This is where we're looking at that gold tone. So again, if you're liking the look of the wall hanging, then do look at the bottom of your screen, because we can help you with that. But of course, these rolls, these dessert rolls, are going to help you with things like your borders, or maybe if you're wanting to create your own designs, maybe you've got another plan in mind. Can stretch to both of them, then you can do. They're both on the same item number, so no additional post and packing. And of course, if you are taking them and you're simply creating a block like so, look at that. Simple half square triangles, simple little blocks using your squares there. But what a beautiful way of using those fabrics together. Aren't they incredible? Gorgeous. So those are your dessert rolls. Double your width of your standard charm packs. But can I just show you, we've got the kits at the back here with regards to the wall hangings, which I just showed you on the screen. So with these, again, you've got your same options. You've got your gold and your silver, and again, you've got all of those different fabrics in that there we've been talking about, and obviously featuring within your pattern there as well. Again, incredibly affordable, really good size with regards to that one as well. So this one is measuring around 38 inches by a little over 43 inches, so a really good size piece. And again, gorgeous fabrics in abundance. Gold theme with your green and your red there, and then of course your cooler tones with your silvers, featuring a lot of those blues and kind of, well, still red tones in there as well. I like the stripe in there. These are very popular as well, Julie.
Yeah, they're lovely. These are my favourite, one of my favourite fabrics at the moment, and because Robert Kaufman does the Christmas metallics
so well. Yeah,
you know, really does.
Beautiful. There you go. Two different options, and that's what you're going to be creating if you're following the pattern. But of course, you don't have to. You can create whatever you like when you've got all those gorgeous fabrics, and I know many of you do. Details on your screen there, and again, £49.99 spread over 2 payments. Means if you wanted to add in the dessert roll strip as well, you could do. So, what else can I tempt you with? This is so cute. Using little pieces of fabric. Now, if you've ever tried to cut your little squares, then you know how tricky it can be. That's where pre-cuts are just so brilliant to use. And this one, I think, is a fabulous one. I like the idea of this as a bit of a breakaway project. Maybe if you're working on a larger quilt.
It is. It's quite a quick and easy one to do as well. They're already pre-cut, and you just really, you can lay them out how you like. And you just need to add a bit of fabric around the outside and some lining.
Isn't it cute? Now, the little squares that you've got here, they are so cute. You've got 2 different styles. Your spring chicken, and who wouldn't want to be a spring chicken, eh? You've got the lovely little characters in there. Obviously, your paler tones with these, your lighter tones. So if that's the colouring that you like, then absolutely. Oh, we've got that little eggs feature in there. Little chicks. You can see all sorts of different little kind of essences of fabrics that come together so well. So there you go. That was a lovely one. That one's your spring chicken. Your cottage blue, that's the one that we've got the finished bag made out of. And again, I'm instantly thinking, if you're wearing jeans and things like that, then this is the colour pack that's going to look perfect, isn't it? And again, all of those pre-cut, ready for you to stitch straight away. The pattern is included, so as you can see, they're a very useful size bag, using those squares just as they are. And if I just drop that down there, you can see how beautiful that bag is. Oh, actually, it's upside down that way around. Everything will fall out your pocket. So turn it around the right way before you use it. Really good size bag.
It is. The idea behind it is just one of those, I call it a sort of a grab and go bag.
Yes.
You know, you just put your phone in there in your purse and that's it, off you go.
I love it as well. You're teaching us how to do a nice long strap on there so it can be crossbody if you want it to be as well. With this one, just bear in mind you're going to get the pattern, you're going to get your fabrics. You need to just add in your own findings and zips and things like that. And obviously if you do want to stabilise it with regard to a foam or a wadding, that you pop that in. But I'm sure you'll have those all in your stash already. If not, they're on the website somewhere. 727094. Now, fabric panels are sometimes the most economical way of getting a wonderful range of different pieces that can be slotted in to projects utilising things that you've got from your stash already. So very quickly I'm going to show you these because we haven't had the opportunity to show you them. And we've only got this show with Julie this morning to kind of show them. So we're going to be very quick with regards to these. So whole selection of these, all different item numbers as well. They're all available on the website. So this one, I love this one, Utter Chaos. Utter Chaos, what a brilliant concept. So this one, I love this. You kind of got that sketchy, arty look with these. And again, just love the essence of this one.
I love the colours in that.
Isn't it fun?
They just
Isn't it
work
fun?
really well. And they are, it is quite arty, isn't it?
Yes, very much. You nearly said the word, didn't you?
I did, didn't
you
I?
did. I just saw you stop. You stopped yourself. But I love this because if you've got, maybe you've got a country kitchen, or you wish you had a country kitchen, you want that look. This is kind of that traditional country look, but with a contemporary style, a much more modern look to it, modern twist.
That would look lovely in a kitchen if you could make some things out of that, couldn't you?
I love it. Absolutely amazing. Now, just £11.99 for that panel. And of course, it's kind of the ingredients ready for you to go on and create more because you're adding your own fabrics. So many different pieces with regards to those where you could pick out different colours. So that is your first one. That one is Utter Chaos. Next one that we have got... Oh, are we going to this one next? Sorry. Yeah. OK, sorry. Oh, I can see. Yes, Ben's handed in another one for me to share with you. Oh, look at these cuties. Oh, this one is adorable. Jungle Story. Oh,
really
this is make a
lovely,
fabulous
comical
kids' quilt.
faces, animal faces.
Oh, they're adorable,
and you
aren't
turn
they?
that into a lovely baby quilt or play mat, whatever, or a wall hanging as well. It's just beautiful, isn't it?
And it is absolutely adorable. The colours, again, beautiful. Lots of panels there, so perfect if you wanted to make things like a quillo or something like that. You could do
yes,
that.
absolutely.
Quite easy, can you, with a pocket for the books to go in. So lovely idea. Again, incredibly affordable at £11.99. So do pop that one into your basket. You have to excuse how I'm folding these, but I'm doing it very quickly because I want to get back to demo. Ben's going to come along and fix it up. He's brilliant. Now, oh my goodness, this is so pretty. Now, this one is called Birdsong. You're going to love this one. How amazing is that? Now, this one, obviously you've got your larger panel, which instantly I'm thinking to go in the centre of a quilt.
Yes.
But then you've got the smaller panels maybe to go on cushions. The gorgeous, I think it's called Morning Glory, isn't that gorgeous purple flower?
I think it might be a hydrangea. Oh, the purple one could be. Yes, I'm never sure.
Oh, that one's a hydrangea that we're looking at the moment. The border that you've got there, I think that they're like little trumpets, aren't they, those flowers? Absolutely beautiful. Now, the beauty of this one is not only have you got the panel available to you, you've got some additional fabrics. So I would suggest if you're going for that panel, do treat yourself to a full metre of the coordinating fabric because this will mean you can extend that panel. You're only paying £14.99 for this one alongside the panel, and it gives you a whole lot of scope with regards to working with those because you'll have your panels, you'll have your fabric, and you'll have loads of ideas to go with that, I'm sure. So that one is your gorgeous little birds with your little bird houses and everything on there as well. Now, the next one is one that I must admit I tuned into when I looked at it. I was like, oh, I like the look of this one because it's the theme. So the next one that we're looking at, the theme is sewing, and it's called Let's Stitch. What's not to love about it? Now, again, with this one, you've got a lot of scope with regards to the panels in there. So again, I mean, if you're looking at making something, a decorative wall hanging for your sewing room.
You could do. The other thing I thought you could do with the big panel is now people are going out to workshops, you could turn it into like a bag, couldn't you?
Oh, yes, of course.
So there's lots of little elements in it, but I just thought it was really lovely. I mean, if you love sewing, which obviously we do, I just thought it was perfect. And you're right, it would make a nice wall hanging, wouldn't
It's a really clever design. I love how the chimney is actually a roll of fabric.
Yes.
It's a really clever idea. Now, this one has got supportive fabric as well. So, again, £11.99 for the panel. If you can stretch to the additional fabric, kind of got a couple of choices with regards to these, I think. So, we've got two different fabrics featuring here. I think they're both on the same item number. I'm going to pop the details up. So, if you're wanting to concentrate on those, you can do. Got lots more other panels for you to consider, but rather than hold up the demonstration any longer, actually getting both of those for the price there, then jump onto the website. I'll perhaps show you some of those others a little later. Got some very Christmas themed ones there as well, beautiful advent calendar panels as well, so do have a little delve and a little look at those. Now we're very, very busy with regards to the peacocks, which is why we're cutting away from the panels. I'm going to go straight over to Julie because we don't want it to sell out before we get the chance to show you what you can do with it. You're loving this. Oh, now this is pretty. This is a panel where you're going to get all of these gorgeous pieces. They're just $19.99, so I might show you that one a little bit later on as well, but if you want it now, then those are the details. Oh my goodness, Julie was so busy. We better get into demo, haven't we?
Yes. Okay, so I just thought I'd show you how quick and easy this table runner is. So you get your long strip. Now, if you have got an equilateral ruler, then you can use that, but I do give a paper template that you can actually use to cut out of cardboard.
Okay.
And I would have cut a piece out this way, and then I would just flip it round, and I'd cut another piece that way. And you keep going right the way along until you've got all your pieces cut out. You then end up with all these triangles, and it's just the way. So you've got some with the black at the bottom and some with the white, and it's just the way we lay it out. So I've sewn one lot together, and then the second row would come along like this, and then I need my black pieces. Well, not that piece, where's that gone?
It's like a little jigsaw puzzle, isn't it? Putting it all together.
So then that would go there.
Oh, you can see that, the hex appearing in the centre.
You can just see it coming along now, can't you? And to be honest, you could actually make 2 separate circular table toppers if you didn't want a table runner.
Yeah.
Oh, wrong colour. And then this one would go down here.
Oh, I think this one over towards the left. I think you might need to swap that one out. You've already placed it down, but I think it might be in the wrong, the left-hand hexagon one. That one, that's the one.
That's it, sorry.
You're getting warmer, you're getting warmer.
I'm not very good with left and right.
Oh, see, oh, sorry.
I didn't tell you that, did I?
We got there, though.
Yeah. So, and then
look at
this out. And then we
See,
go.
that looks way more complicated than you're showing us there, Julie.
And then you just sew them together in pairs. And then I do one in one half and then the bottom half, and then put them together.
Wow.
And that's it.
My goodness. So all those people at home that look at things like these gorgeous table runners and think, oh, that's way too complicated for me to even attempt. Well, there you go. As Julie's just showed you, it's all about the cutting. Now, it's limited stock. If you're liking the look of this one and you're thinking, you know what, Julie's just explained it so well, so easy, then I'm going to give it a go. Well, you need to be quick because we're down to the last quantity of these, and it's one of those things that if you don't get it now, you could well miss out on it. It's on extended delivery because it did sell out overnight, so we are looking at an extra 7 days with regards to your delivery, but it's well worth it. And how quickly and easily is that going to come together? Naturally, you decide how you're going to finish that, but it is explained within the instructions. All the quantities, the dimensions that you need are all there, so you're not left on your own at all. But if you've got that one in your basket, please do check your basket out. You are not going to be disappointed with that one. Let Julie get herself ready for her next demonstration, and while I give you those details again, if you're wanting to get hold of this one, please be quick. 842605, down to single figures with regards to this one. This is your last opportunity to get hold of it. If you do not want to miss out on it, you need to be placing your order now. I can't emphasise that more. And you can see how quickly and easily that came together with that wonderful explanation from Julie. 19 inches by 45 inches, so it's going to make a fabulous table runner, but of course you can incorporate it into your home in whatever way you want to do it. It's technically sold out when you get to that situation, so if it's in your basket, good luck, good news, you've got it. And I say good luck because unless you check your basket out straight away, then potentially you could miss out on it. Now, another panel that I didn't manage to show you, this one. Oh my goodness, this is beautiful. Just going to show you a few little images of these ones rather than in the flesh. So if you're wanting to take advantage of your woodland church, then please do take advantage of it. You can see absolutely gorgeous. That's something that you're going going to want to bring out time and time again. So if you like that one, £14.49, 844599. Woodland Christmas, this is another one, a very traditional style, and again it's another one that you are going to love to bring out every year. Oh, look at that, imagine the free motion work you can do on that. £14.49, incredible value for money and a beautiful piece. This is on a quilt by the side of Julie, so when we go back to the demo you'll be able to see it. 889-661 if you want, and get £14.49. Now if you love that word moder, and you know it's going to bring you gorgeous fabrics, oh, this is beautiful. Violet Hill, it's got an inspirational booklet with it, and you can see there your beautiful fabrics all neatly wrapped up there by Moda. £42.99, and that's been a popular one as well. In fact, everything has been. Or on the Mill Creek, if you've not seen this range before, oh, treat yourself to this one. Always a popular one, a beautiful array of fabrics and a brilliant price as well. £42.99, 210023 as well. And oh, can I sneak one little bit in? Because this is relevant, because this is what we're going to see Julie working with. So this one is a fabulous one that I will certainly draw your attention to, because the beauty is that with this particular one, you can see that you've got all those gorgeous Christmas fabrics in there. And at £44.49, it's going to be one that you can take advantage of and create exactly as we're seeing Julie create as well. And it comes with a fabulous little pattern, so you can create your own bargello with this one. So yeah, two flexi buys are £22 and 25 pence. And of course, that is the making. I love that. That looks so striking, doesn't it?
Isn't it? Yeah. So the idea behind it is because it's quite traditionally Christmas, was that I thought, oh, if I do a bargello, you could make table mats and a table runner out of them. So that was my thinking behind it. So the first thing you need to do is to select your fabrics. And when I select for this table runner, I've used 9 strips.
Okay.
For the table mats, I think I just used 6. Yeah, I did just use 6. And I like to get this range of, so it starts off dark, goes to light.
Good advice, yes.
And then it comes back out again to the dark. And that way is, by doing it that way, that's how you get that lovely effect with the colours.
Lovely.
So once you've sewn your strips together, and when I sew mine together, I do like to go down one way and then back up the other way, so that you don't get any bowing of the fabric. And then, once you've got them all in the row that you want, we're going to just join them together, and I'm just going to sew, make sure it's straight. I'm just going to sew using a 1/4 inch seam, so we're actually making a tube. So.
Okay. So this is another one that looks way more complicated than it actually is,
but it's
isn't it?
not. I know. I think that's what I love about patchwork and quilting, because you know, people look at them and think, gosh, that's difficult. But actually, when you break it down into little sections, it's not.
This is the thing, yeah.
So when I'm sewing my strips together, because we are going to cut these up, I like to shorten my stitch length slightly to about 1.5, because otherwise, when we start cutting them, they'll start unravelling. So I don't want that. I'll just quickly, I won't go all the way down this, but because we don't need it all. That's probably enough just to show what we do. If I move this out of the way, here we go. So now we've got a tube, and you cut different widths. And by cutting all the different widths, you can see I've got one here. I think that's started off as 3 inches, and this one was 1 inch, and that's how you get that lovely flow.
Yes,
the different widths. Again, it's a lot easier than it looks, doesn't it? When you look at it, you think, gosh.
But it looks like you're working with tiny little rectangles, skinny rectangles, and you're not. Because, I mean, they would be really tricky to work with if you were cutting them as individual pieces.
So, I'm just going to cut. So I'm going to work, so I'm going to carry on this way here. So this one was 1 inch, this was 1.5, and that's 1.5. So now I'm going to go to 2 inches.
Okay. And this is all explained in the pamphlet or the booklet that comes with it, okay?
So go to 2 inches, and I need 2 of those. And then I'm going to go back up to 2.5. I'll do these, and then
so it's kind of, it goes from the centre outwards, doesn't it, almost, the way that those sizings go?
Yes, so you sort of start off, so I started off with this thin one and then worked my way out. So I've cut these two, so that'll probably just be okay just for now. And then I'm going to come this way along. So we have to actually break it open. So what I tend to do is turn them around the right way.
So it's still a kind of tube?
It's still a tube, yes, but you can actually see the colours, so you can see where you're going to work. So the next one up I can see is going to be this one here. So I like to just lay them out first before I open them up, and then it's that one. Can you see?
Oh yes, because you're kind of knocking it down
one by
row
one
you work.
step.
Yes.
So I'm just going to open this one here.
So that will be, so you've got a raw edge to line up with the top of the working piece that you've got already, yeah.
So then that will come there.
And look at that, like magic.
And then I'm going to open up this one.
So is this one of those quilts that you kind of cut it as you go, rather than cutting all the strips?
I would, because otherwise, if you've got lots of... I'd probably do them in sections, you know, so, I mean, you could cut them all, but label them, otherwise...
Yes, yeah.
If you're like me, you'd get into a muddle.
And also, if it's the first time that you've ever worked with Bargello, as I say, it's not complicated if you keep it kind of concise. That's why I would perhaps, when you're looking at the segment, you've almost got a segment that you're working on, then you work on your next segment and the segment after. So maybe just cut your pieces for the segment that you're working on.
Yes, so if you look, so this is one segment here, and then this is another segment. So that's what I would do, is I'd make them in segments like that, and then I'd add my final middle bit to join them. And I think that way you wouldn't get into a muddle.
That's a good advice. Beautiful, and of course it's the fabrics that make it all come together. So with this one, you're going to get obviously the inspiration to do your fabulous Bargello. Your skinny pieces there, which aren't as skinny when you're actually working with, because it's all into the cutting. And then of course you can see that it's coming out symmetrically from either side. Now these two pieces here would make fabulous kind of placemats or cushion covers, but what about if you actually join them together? You can imagine there you've got almost like a place runner coming together.
Wow.
So again,
that's very effective.
Doesn't that look good?
Yeah, that's
coming
lovely.
out from the centre there. So again, it's using that technique. It's all about moving the fabrics around before you commit to the stitches, really, because you can decide at that stage how you want it to be, and then it's the sewing together that obviously brings them together. And of course, the strip roll, you're going to get so many in here. All gorgeous fabrics with regards to these, with that fabulous foiling that's featuring on there as well, as you can see. 596806. Julie, was there any more that you wanted to show us with the Bargello?
I think that's because really then the next thing I would do is I cut another two 2.5-inch strips, and basically it's exactly the same process all the way along.
Going. Love it. Nice and simple. Thank you, Julie. Fabulous explanation there. And a quick one that shows you just how effective it is and how quickly you can do that yourself at home. So why not treat yourself to that strip roll? Don't forget, you could be going for that particular set and think you might have in your mind a different project for the fabrics, but maybe using some of the other fabrics we've shared with you, do your Bargello, because it's a pattern that you'll use over and over again. Now, something that's proven to be very popular, obviously we lost the table runner pattern and panel with regards to the peacocks, but you are still loving your strip roll. So this is, again, a strip roll bundle, which again, if you like that Bargello technique, you could replicate that with these and it would look absolutely incredible. But it does come with a very striking pattern that's going to enable you to create the most incredible quilt. Made up of 9 blocks, as you can see, beautiful design. And again, these are blocks where you're going to be learning how to do a different style of block, which you're going to be able to transfer those skills over to many more fabrics that you've got within your stash. Obviously, you can see your lighter tone there. That's going to come from your own stash. We've got plenty of plain fabrics on the website if you're wanting to incorporate those today. But the beauty of these, Julie, so many different colours within there. So you're going to have something in your stash.
Yes, yes. I mean, there's so many different colours you can pull out. There's teals, aren't there? There's dark greens, there's blues, there's navies, purples.
Gorgeous.
So you could just put whatever you like with it. And some people would like to pull out the purples, other people pull out the blues.
But you'd get a totally different look.
You would.
Yeah.
And I think that's what's so lovely, is that with these jelly rolls and all the colours all work together and you can just add your own fabrics into it and just make it look totally different to somebody else's.
absolutely gorgeous. Now, all created using those jelly strips. Of course, you don't have to use your strips in that format. If you've got another pattern, favourite block that you like creating, maybe you want to do something as simple as a log cabin. When you've got the beautiful fabrics, then it's going to look amazing, whichever block you choose to go for. And of course, you've got the inspiration of the pattern there. I do urge you, even if you're not the most novice of quilters, do consider this particular bundle, because the strip roll is a very economical way for you to create something that looks absolutely amazing. And as Julie's already shown us with Bargello, it's never as complicated as you might think. Break it down, work on each of those little blocks one by one. You've actually got repeats of some of those blocks as well, haven't you?
Yes,
so once you've done it once, you know what you're doing.
I think the nice thing about some of these Benetex strip pies is that you always tend to get 2 of each strip.
Yes, yeah.
Which sometimes, you know, with other manufacturers, you don't always.
That's true.
And I think that's why it works so well with this Bargello, because you've got enough to make duplicates, if you see what I'm saying.
Very much. They're absolutely gorgeous fabrics. They really are. Like those a lot. So rapidly approaching 60% of the stock. So if you like the look of that one, do not miss out. 175087. Now, of course, strip rolls are the perfect way for you to extend panels. Again, if you're a novice quilter, it can look incredibly effective and very quickly. But talking about being very quick, you'll need to be very quick if you like the look of this particular panel. Now, we're on immediate dispatch with regards to these. So if you're wanting yours as quick as it possibly can be, then you need to be placing your order straight away. £12.49 for this beautiful panel, and of course if you're adding in those strip rolls we were just looking at, then you can frame that to perfection. The fabulous design that you've got echoed throughout those strips, so it's going to make something beautiful. And here you can see how that panel has been showcased within this gorgeous wall hanging.
It's lovely, isn't it? So I have the table runner I've got in my hallway, and I also have that hanging up, so it is kind
amazing.
You know, it looks lovely when you
and
walk
especially
in.
when the sunlight comes through, or you've even got your artificial light, because you've got the sparkles in there as well.
It does look nice,
beautiful.
doesn't it?
It could be that you're putting hot fixed gems on there, or maybe you've got sequins or seed beads that you're wanting to attach to it, then you can do. But it's having the foundation, isn't it? Having that artwork to start with that is key. So that is that centre panel. So if you're wanting to work with that centre panel with those strips, then obviously you can spread the cost of this one over 2 payments as well. Only works out as an extra £6.25. So that, when you're going for the strip roll and you're thinking about spreading it over 2 payments, then it's almost nothing extra. I know it is still £12.49, but for the creativity, well worth that extra £6.25 on your flexi buys. In fact, if you can stretch to an extra £6.25, I would add this one in as well, because with the 3 components, you have got so much scope with regards to this one. Now, this one is also rapidly approaching a situation where we are going to be looking at extended delivery. So if you, we're on extended already with this one. Oh, and when it's gone, it's gone. My goodness, I can't keep up. Rapidly approaching limited stock. So this is potentially your last opportunity again to get hold of these panels. Again, they are beautiful just as they are. If you're wanting to cut those out, don't forget 1/4 inch border around those frames there. Straight away, you could add your strip rolls in. Instantly, you've got a gorgeous cushion cover. And again, beautiful colours, Julie.
They are, aren't they? You know, and you could make it fit in any room you want, really, by just adding different
very much
accent colours to it.
Definitely. Now, of course, when it comes to you are going to get your instruction sheets for you to create your fabulous table settings, placemats with these, which if you manage to get the table runner earlier on, you really do need to treat yourself to this one. And again, it's giving you the ideas and the inspiration where you can then go on and showcase other fabrics, other panels that you've got within your stash. But again, £12.49. You'd pay nearly £10 sometimes for a quilting pattern, wouldn't you? So it makes sense. And it is now limited in stock. So if you want it, it's going to go before the end of the hour. If you're watching on repeat, I have a feeling you will have missed out on it. But do consider some of the other fabric cuts we've got. Technically sold out. If it's in your basket, you need to be checking that basket out and finalising that order. I'd like to give you the item number, but there's not much point really because we haven't got any more of them at the moment. But we might see it back at some point. Thing is, you have to be quick with any of these because they are proving to be so popular. Get it into your basket and get them checked out. Now, the dessert rolls gives us an opportunity to have a little closer look at this one. And this is a beautiful, beautiful array of fabrics. Got choices with these, so it's whether a case of you like your silver tone at Christmas or you like your gold tone at Christmas. Both equally as gorgeous. With this particular one, maybe a little bit more contemporary with the style, I don't know. What would you say with this one, Julie?
I think that, yes, I think it is more, it's modern, isn't it? I think
Yes,
rather than,
yeah.
and the gold is more traditional, you
Yes,
know, with the
that's
greens
true.
and the reds. I quite like them both, to be honest.
It's definitely. So you've got your traditional poinsettias in there, but they've got a lovely twist with that silver tone on there. So the fabrics within these, I'm guessing they're very similar. They are, I think, they're the same,
are.
just different colour tones. They look so different.
I separated them out into like the gold metallics and the silver metallics. That's how I decided to do it, because some people like to have the silver bits and other people like to have the gold.
That's true,
or you
yeah.
could mix them all up. I mean,
You can indeed.
But the patterns are very, very similar.
Aren't they beautiful? Absolutely gorgeous. The foiling, exquisite on there. And again, you can take any patches that you've got or your cutting that you might already have in your stash, to be honest, and interweave them alongside these. Of course, when you've got that gorgeous foiling in there, you might just want to add a little accent of it. You might want to use it maybe as creating kind of like a strip border, sashing, maybe you're creating some fabulous binding to go around projects. And that little bit of foiling is perfect. Or you might want to go to town and add in loads of that foiling and give it a really glamorous look. Well, you can do. When you've got your strip roll there, your dessert roll, twice the width of your traditional strip rolls, means that you've got even more scope with regards to those. So £44.49, 2 flexi buys on those. And again, both of them, same item number, you decide on your colour tone. Don't forget, though, we have got that kit as well. So if you do want to go for the kit to work alongside it, then you can do. And, of course, it gives you the possibilities to kind of extend out that lovely wall hanging that we spoke of earlier on. So if you wanted to go for the wall hanging, 2 different ways of this obviously being created as well. You've got your gold, which obviously works with the gold dessert roll, and then of course you've got your silver tone as well. So those are welcome additions to add in alongside those strip rolls as well. 308145, and again you've got your 2 choices with those. Now the large peacock panel, just very, very quickly, that one has now gone. Oh, it's now gone, but it's on extended delivery. So it's still available at the moment. I say at the moment because it's possibly not going to hang around much longer. And again, £12.49, phenomenal price as well. 588222. Now, very quickly, the panels. Let me share some of those with you again. You've got fabulous Udder Chaos, where you've got those wonderful kind of modern style designs with regards to these ones, as you can see. So that one, £11.99, 732184 if you're wanting to get hold of that one. Your jungle story, this is where you've got all those fabulous characters all sitting around that little story area, as you can see there, and the lion's reading a story to them all. I think it's adorable. £11.99, 301671. Now the bird song, oh, this is so beautiful. And is a welcome kind of addition. And when you're looking at those grey mornings, this is something that's going to be a really happy fabric to work with. Don't forget you've got coordinating fabrics with this one, which I'll tell you about, but 313606 will get you the panel to start with. The coordinating fabric, which picks out those beautiful purple flowers that you'll see in the border, that's £14.99, and you're going to get a full metre of that one, so very usable. 422750. Now I've got another lovely panel to share with you here, and this one is your Let's Stitch, and this is brilliant because you've got all sorts of different panels in there, which could be for different projects. Maybe you're making things like needle cases. The large one in the centre there, perfect for your bag, and of course you have got coordinating fabrics with this one as well. So if you like the look of that one, pop it into your basket. You're going to get both of these and a ½ metre of each of them. So you can imagine the panel alongside these, you're going to have loads of things you can create. £19.99, 236844 for that one. Now your advent calendars, it's probably a good time to get started with those. And a panel is a brilliant way for you to do so. Don't look at the way we spelled calendar, because that wasn't down to us. But £11.99, you're saving £3.50 on this one. And it's a beautiful one to work with. Now there's a finishing kit to work alongside this, which will give you the additional fabrics in there, and this will mean that you've actually got all the elements there. So you've got your wadding, you've got your backing in there, you've got your fabulous fabrics to create things like your binding, or however you want to finish it off. But you can see there you've got your instructions as well to help you on your way. So 988110, do add that in alongside that panel. Now another beautiful one, which I don't think we've had a chance to share with you, this one. We did see it during the show last night at 5 o'clock, so do go back and rewind. It was a popular one, this one. £62.99,
£269. Those fabrics look gorgeous, don't they? 225, 268, and a really pretty design. This is the quilt that's actually sitting behind Julie as well, so you may well have spied this during her demonstration. So 225, 268 if you're wanting those. Now another strip pie that you might want to consider is this particular one, which is barley. Oh my goodness, I feel warmer already. I could almost dip my toes in the ocean. And again, we've got this quilt hanging in the studio just between myself and Julie, so if you have seen that one, this has been created for this set. £44.49 and 2 flexi buys. Lovely country Christmas. Perhaps this is the way that you're going to be working your Christmas this year, and this is a lovely one. This one has got all sorts of different projects in there, so it's kind of a case of you get your strip rolls and you decide how you're going to put those together. And again, a gorgeous array of fabrics there, and the instructions are just £39.99. Brilliant value for money. My goodness, we're cramming it all in this out. That's the barley fabric. Isn't that gorgeous? That one that I just showed you. Anyway, we're going to go back to Julie and see what Julie's up to. So what are we up to next?
Okay, so I just thought I'd show you how to make, you know, that little sample. You could use it as a cushion front. That one, that's it, yeah.
Yeah, lovely.
Or you could actually extend it into a quilt.
That's a good point,
but
yeah.
The thing that I like about these dessert rolls is that you can, as you said, you can cut them into jelly strips. So you can use any pattern for that. But also you can cut them into charm pack squares, so little 5-inch squares, which is what I did with that. So the first thing I did was I picked out like a fairly lightish one, and I've got a darker one here. I'll just put it right sides together, and I'm going to draw a line going across the centre, and I'm going to sew down each side. And I like to use a scant 1/4 inch, and then trim it to size. So down one side.
That's nice and simple as well then.
Pardon?
Nice and simple, just straight lines again.
Yeah. But I think that's what it is with quilting, isn't it? It is all straight lines most of the time. You can do curves.
So I grabbed a quick swig of my pop while you were chatting earlier on, and it went down the wrong way, so sorry if you heard me joking in the background.
There we go. So then we cut that in half down this line that we drew. And I always press towards the dark side. I love saying that, dark side. Actually, I will give it a quick press. And then we trim this, if I know where my square is. I don't. But then I would trim it down to 4.5 inches, and so we've got some here. And then for the little squares, I'm going to take another 5-inch square of the light and sort of the dark one. And I'm just going to sew down each side using a 1/4 inch seam.
Okay.
Okay.
Oh, I'm intrigued.
So you've got kind of a little tube, and then we're going to cut in half each way. So we're going to do it vertically, and then we're going to do it horizontally. And when you open it out, got our little squares, and I've done some in the other colour blue, and then we just sew them together.
Ah, I see. Gosh, that's easy, isn't it?
Yeah.
I wasn't sure where we were going with that, but I'd never seen that technique done, so what a clever idea.
It works though, doesn't it?
It does, yeah.
I bet you thought, what are you doing?
I was wondering what was going on. I said, OK, right, let's stick with this. Let's see this through to the end. And what a clever idea. Love it. There you go. It's a nice, easy way for you to create your squares. And, of course, those squares feature within these little areas, as you can see. So if I just show you that corner, so the way that Julie's just shown us, then obviously you kind of top and tail them.
Stitch them together, and there you go, you've got your corner pieces. Of course, Julie was showing us how to do the half square triangles prior to that, so very quickly she's shown us how you can create your two different areas, as you can see there, but then you're repeating those. So that little block, the patch that you created there is similar to the patches that you'll see here, and then kind of see that diagonal formation coming down into the centre and then back out again, and obviously you're interspersing those half square triangles that you're creating as you go as well. So again, it's kind of like myth busting you're doing today, Julie.
Sorry?
You're myth busting. So all these myths that quilting is complicated and difficult to do, you're showing us some fabulous techniques.
No, that was, you see, the other, that's make a nice cushion front. And I didn't use very much of the strips, to be honest.
Yes, that's true.
That. But I kept it quite, what's the word, coordinated with colours. But if you wanted to go larger, you could just mix and match them all in, because
That's
they
a good
are
point.
designed just to all mix in together.
And you've got that connective where you've got the pattern repeat, haven't you? So even if you're putting your silver and your gold together, you've still got the stars being that kind of connective between them. It doesn't have to be a colour connective. Love it. Fabulous. There you go. So if you fancy getting hold of those, then please do so. Details are on your screen. Now I'm going to show you that fabulous little bag, the Moda bag that is created with those fabulous little mini pieces. You are loving this. It's a really pretty little bag. It's been created using some pre-cuts that just save so much time. Means that you can create a project quickly and easily. So it might be something that you're creating in an afternoon if you're an accomplished sewer, maybe a weekend if you're just a novice sewer and you're taking your time. But please be quick. If you're liking the look of the colouring that we've got with the bag here, this one's your cottage blue, then 70% of the stock has gone. Now you're going to get your little pack with your your fabric in there. Of your two choices, you've got your fabulous little charms there, as you can see, with your the blue option, and then you've got your spring chicken option, as you can see, with your other choice. And you're making a little bag using the instructions that you've got here. You're just going to add in your additional bits and pieces, like your zips and different things that you'll need. You'll probably have those in your stash already. But what you're doing is you're creating a bag, a little crossbody bag, with a pocket in the side. And as Julie said, it was designed as one of those bags that you could literally have everything that you need to take with you, so you can just pick it up, grab it and go, and you can see there's a good area in there, so it could be your phones going in there, could be that you're putting a tablet in there, maybe if you've got one of those kind of the electronic book readers, things like that, you can be popping in there and knowing that you've got everything you need, so when you have to rush out the door, you could just pick it up and you're not leaving anything behind. 727094. If you like the look of getting hold of that one, then please do be quick. Now, we've filled the counter with some new things that we showed you pictures of earlier on, but they're always a little bit better, aren't they, when you see them in the flesh. So let me share these with you. So Violet Hill. Oh, this one is beautiful. Now, this one I think is Violet Hill, if I'm looking at it. It is indeed. She's got those gorgeous violet tones. Look at that. Oh, this is beautiful. Now you can see they've got an abundance of fabric within this particular strip roll, and you've got the most incredible Moda fabrics. This is a really pretty one, Julie.
Isn't it? I did make a bag out of a charm pack, but we've sold out of that, so we've taken that off the stand. But the purples and the greens, I love purples. That's one of my favourite colours.
And it's a gorgeous kind of, it's almost like a hand-sketched look with these fabrics as well.
Yes, I think that one's by a lady called Holly Taylor, and she's well known for her garden-y type fabrics
so
with
well.
the greens and the purples.
You can see a little bit more. And she does it absolutely beautifully. We've got gorgeous kind of purple pansies featuring in there. It's nice as well because you've got some fabrics as well that kind of got that lighter, creamier backdrop, which a nice kind of alternative to a solid plain, really,
yes,
isn't it? Yeah.
And it's quite warm, I think.
Yes, yeah. Lovely creaminess to the design.
And you've got some nice small designs in there. You've got some stripes. But you also got some quite big florally ones as well.
Absolutely loads, as you can see within here. A couple of repeats of some of those as you work your way through, and as you said, quite rightly, some larger prints in there. Gorgeous designs throughout, beautiful butterflies featuring there, and then you've kind of got your earthy tones with the greens there. Small repeats of these, which means perfect if you are thinking of using them for things like your binding to go around the edges of your quilts, but an absolutely beautiful array of fabric. So that particular one, if you're liking that one is called Violet Hill, the details of which are on your screen there, and of course, beautiful. I love that because you've got the photos there of the designer, and yeah, like that. Gives you that personal touch, doesn't it? 2 flexi buys, £21.50. Now I'm going to swap the details around because we've got another strip roll to share with you. So this particular one, or should I say jelly roll with this one, because we can call it official because it's modern. So with this one, again, this is going to work well. Now, although it's a different designer, these two would work well together.
They would, wouldn't they?
Yeah.
Actually, when I picked them up, I thought they were the same.
You can understand that, actually, yeah, because you can see, I mean, they would work beautifully.
They're very similar, aren't they?
Yeah. Very much. So if you are looking at working on a larger project and you wanted to go for both of them, then they wouldn't look out of place together.
They wouldn't, no.
No, certainly wouldn't. And again, if you're wanting this particular one, Mill Creek, it's a range that I've come across before. Absolutely beautiful designs as well. And of course, Jan being the designer behind this one. So there you go. All those gorgeous fabrics, and you can see if you put them side by side, you would naturally think that they'd come from the same collection when you look at them in profile. That's so if you're liking the look of your Mill Creek, then the details are on your screen there, 210023. Now, I didn't do the show last night. I had a little bit of show envy, I'm not going to lie, because when I saw these fabrics, they are absolutely beautiful. So this one, your Midnight Poppies. So look at the colours. My goodness, Julie, this is a brilliant one. I'm going to move the label out of the way just for a few moments. These are gorgeous.
They're lovely, aren't they? Again, you could tell that I like purples.
Yes, me too.
Purples and pinks are my favourite, and they're just. There's some lovely big designs in that, and I always think when you get large designs and then the slightly smaller designs but the same colours, it just works really well.
Doesn't it just? And this, as you can see, as we pull away with this, this is the one that we're seeing sitting behind Julie. And again, it's beautiful. Now, I'm looking closely at this one. I'm looking at half-square triangles again.
It is. I did demo it last night, actually. I don't know what I've done. Oh, it's down here. So I did demo it last night on how to make, because it's just blocks.
Oh, OK. Well, we've got a few moments. Do you want to just talk through quickly what you did last night? We can go back and watch on Rewind.
Yeah. So you need a black square and you cut your jelly rolls, and all the measurements are put in the instructions.
OK.
And you just actually start to sew them on, and then we'd put these little triangles on, and then we add another strip here.
So it's almost a bit like a log cabin formation.
Yeah, it is. I think, isn't it a bear paw?
Yes, it is, yes, yeah. That's true,
I think a bear paw has a strip down the centre and a little
do. Yeah.
But with this one, so it's the same block, but I've just joined them together. I was actually trying to make it look like flowers, but it didn't quite come out. But I still think it worked.
Yeah. It's got a very geometric look to it, which a lot of people do like being quite a contemporary style. But then you've kind of got the softness of the florals that kind of dilute that down.
Yes. I think because it was poppies, I added the black because I wanted it to sort of, it didn't come out looking like poppies, but I still liked it.
I think it looks fabulous, yeah. So there you go. If you like that one and you're wanting your strip rolls to work with that one, then we have got those there. Beautiful Midnight Poppies, and again, very affordable, £62.99. Now, the quilt alongside is that gorgeous barley strip design. This is beautiful. I love the gorgeous kind of barley prints that you've got, and these are beautiful. You can see there, obviously, with these ones, bright colours. This is going to work with any decor because you've got all the colours in there, but they're broken down with little elements of other colour featuring within there. So if you like the look of this one, 2 flexi buys. Again, if you look back at the show last night, you'll be able to see more from this particular one, but 090179. A couple of other quick things I just want to sneak in before we say goodbye to you, because we're only going to get this one opportunity to do so. So this one, we're looking at gorgeous Christmas fabrics again here. We haven't had a chance to have a look at this one properly, but this particular one has kind of got that very traditional kind of colour tone with your reds and green. Again, slightly muted.
It
almost
is
a vintage look.
It is. So that's called Country Christmas, and you can see why. It's kind of country-y, you know. So you've got your ice skates, your little snowmen.
Very cute.
Bit of holly, so it's quite a traditional one, isn't it?
I love it. Absolutely beautiful. £39.99 being your price with regards to that one. It comes with loads of ideas and inspiration, so not one project, and there's quite a few in there, so you can choose from those, whichever you're wanting to go for. Now, very quickly, we're down to the last 30 seconds. I'm going to bring this one in just to show you, because this has been a popular one, and we're just going to very quickly going to pop the details up. Julie, as I bring this out, thank you so much for all of your inspiration during the last, well, you here last last night when you said it's almost 12 hours.
Thank you.
Beautiful. Details on your screen for this fabulous panel. Do not miss out on it. I will see you a little later, right up to the wire again. I was determined to get that panel, but it's beautiful. Oakwood Mixed Media coming out. Lovely Karen is with us this morning. Then I am back with lovely Tricia before we look at some fabulous fabrics with Jenny at 12.
Hi everyone, I'm Phil Martin. I've been a paper crafter for well over 20 years now and a designer for just over 10 years. Sentimentally Yours is my multi-award winning brand of clear stamps, rubber stamps. I've now also introduced lots of craft dyes in there, designer papers. I have my mediums where we've introduced the Flawless Media brand into the Sentimentally Yours family. We aim to inspire you, to be educational and to teach you how to get the most from the products that we're bringing to you. The Sentimentally Yours family has grown to include my good friend Julia Watts and our new designer Trudy Howard. Hopefully we're all going to bring something different to the show, so you're going to be enriched with lots of different ideas and inspiration.
Hi, I'm Abs from AALL Create. I've been crafting for over 10 years now and I love stamping, stenciling, creating layers of colours, textures and creating depth and dimension. AALL Create was established in October 2016, collaborating with a group of designers and artists from all over the world, bringing different designs and products in different styles. We pride ourselves with high quality photopolymer clear stamp sets, dyes, stencils, washi tapes and acrylic blocks, all in different size and formats. I hope to bring you inspiration and different ways of using your craft products. Make sure you don't miss the AALL Create shows.
Hi, I'm Katrina from Rowan Dean. We're a small family business that design embroidery kits. Embroidery has always been my passion and I'd love to show you how to do some of the stitches and some of the kits. We're based in Derbyshire and I'm really inspired by the landscape and flora of Derbyshire and I think other people will be too. Don't forget to join me on my Rowan Dean shows.
Good morning. Well, we continue the day of inspiration. Now is the turn for a little bit of paper crafting, stamps, and of course stencils and dies as well. We have got and happy hours as well, and of course a happy guest as well because she finally is here. Karen, how are you?
I'm fine, thank you very much. Hi, good morning. If you're going out today, just have a look at the traffic.
Yeah. Oh, you had like an odyssey this morning, didn't you?
Oh, 3-hour journey this morning.
Oh, and usually how long does it take you?
It's about 1 hour and 3/4 from my house.
Oh, so it's almost twice as long.
Yes,
oh,
yes. Double the mileage. I went somewhere, went back, went round, and just went home and went down M1.
Well, anyway, you are here. You are all set. We are going to have great demos.
We're smiling, and we're here safe. That's all that matters.
And we have got also a brand new collection.
We have, yeah.
And it's a good one.
It's lovely, isn't it? It's called grunge, but it's not what you would think as grunge.
It's pretty grunge.
It's pretty grunge.
Lipstick grunge.
Yeah, I don't do.
Yeah, absolutely. But there is beautiful florals. There is, of course, the textures. Love those frames. There's some really love them, and then of course the words in there.
Yes, and they're there to go with the first set that we brought out.
So if we have got the previous one, this one will work with it.
Yes, if you haven't got the previous one, you can get the previous one. because we've got it on the show, but they all work together, so it's like making your own sayings. They're individual words. That's the part I love so much. You can spend so many hours writing words, writing sayings down.
Yes.
Absolutely. All in the same font, perhaps a little, some are bigger than others to give it that bit of, you know.
Kind of fluctuation between sizes, like
even got an
we all do.
hashtag in the new one, and an exclamation mark.
Hashtag stronger. Now, of course, you have got everywhere perfection, gorgeous, outstanding, determination. Well, basically, you are getting 72 stamps, and then you are getting 2 stencils in there, A5 inside with the natural texture stencils and the doodle borders stenciled. Love the borders.
I drew them.
You did?
I drew them. But they were a lot finer, and when they've gone to stencil, they've come out a lot thicker.
Yeah.
But I quite like them. I do quite like them, yes.
Yeah. And of course we have got the deal for you with a £10 saving. Now what it means also, if you're a Freedom member, you have got an extra saving as well. But let's have a look at what the saving it is. It's £15.99, and of course that is the delivered cost, which means that if you're not a Freedom member, become a Freedom member, because you will save more money by becoming one, which is £7.97 for a month, and of course that entitles you to that free P&P. But of course you can have Flexi Freedom as well. So as a Freedom member, £26.98 is your price for today, and of course you will pay the same amount next month. That is the delivered cost. There is no add-ons if you are a Freedom member. Now I love the way that those beautiful kind of triangles and diamonds frame the flower. This is one of my favorite samples.
That's from our Cheryl, that one. It's geometric shapes, but we've seen the geometric shapes that are very linear and dotted. This is more heavier.
Yeah.
But the chrysanthemums, couldn't even think of the word then, the chrysanthemums, they've been hand-drawn by the graphic designer, so all the flowers are hand-drawn.
I love that. It's a beautiful flower, the chrysanthemum,
it's
isn't it?
gorgeous, and it decoupages up beautifully as well.
Indeed it does. And of course you have got these, and this is the way that you can use the words as well in here.
That's as grungy as I get. That's one of mine, that one, but it's as grungy as I get.
Pretty grungy,
but
and I like it.
pretty colours grunge, isn't it?
And today and always, love that.
Now, you wouldn't think that you could get a Christmas tree or anything out of it, would you? But
you can,
definitely.
and of course the textures as well. This is fabulous for, I mean, it's just a little bit of the camera is having a little bit of a funny thing, but that is perfect for masculine cards as well.
Definitely, and pattern building, things like that, yeah. Even down to your little oak log. But it's not too big. They're nice, you can do them in dark colours and have them grungy, with all the little ladybirds, or you can have them. You can see on that pink one, just next to the strong. I've used the same stamp that you've used on the that's being used on the dark one, but you wouldn't think it was exactly the same depending on what colours you use.
And then the definition, the stamp that is within. I'm going to show it to you because it's also the stamp that is on the chrysanthemum. We have got here, and it's chrysanthemum, sometimes called numinton of chrysanths. Are flowering plants, and then of course it goes with the description. You can read it there. I mean, I'm just sideways. It's not a good way to read. I'm telling you. No, but look at these. Of course, you have got the different sizes, so we could create a bunch of chrysanthemums.
You can create your own bunch. You've got 3 different leaves there. You've got the one set, the one flower that you could just stamp and have nice simplistically. You've got 2 different heads that you can build up, but different leaves as well.
And then of course there's board. I love this kind of corners, the border, but also the layers. I just love geometric so much, and the kind of distressed look.
The distressed geometrics,
love this one.
yes.
So kind of you can frame them and then add the texture in here. So we have got those different textures in there.
These are your natural textures, so they've been taken from natural, photographs and enhanced from photographs.
And then all those words, and I love that like kind of an equal sign in there as well. We have got loving, you have got stunning, we have got tomorrow, imagination, strength, perfect, positivity, sending, and of course as I love sending love, so you could do sending you can say, so sending determination. I love it. Sending positivity, sending imagination. I like that one.
Stronger every day, everywhere.
Yeah. Oh, that.
Yeah, there's so many things, you know.
See hope.
Go with the other one. It's got two on it. Going to see you tomorrow.
Yeah, and also that's the thing. Of course, if you're thinking like I did, so oh, there's no you in here. If you go for the other side, you will have you in there, and then the two stencils as well. So love that. I'm gonna put in. That's also like kind of live love as well. Again, and you can see there here the stitching and the boxes as well, and then we have, of course, the textures as well in there, the kind of the snow falling and so much more. Right, if you want to go for your chrysanthemum collection and the natural textures, £59 and 95 pence is your price. However, if you're a Freedom member, the saving is bigger, £15 and 99 pence, and of course you're not paying P&P. One payment of £26 and 98 pence. That would be the delivered cost as a Freedom member if you flexi buy it today. Grab yours. 216572 is your item number. Then we have, oh, by the way, there we have got the set, the original set in as well. Here we have it in there. Oh, I should have. I'm going to kind of grab in here. I'm going to put this one in here so you can see it better, because then you can see there. Now, of course, you can see the beautiful stamps in there with the gorgeous gourds in there. So it mixes and matches with the one that you just
mixes
released.
and matches. The flowered stamp set is completely standalone if you want it to be standalone, definitely. However, that's a different way of colouring that one. The one that you can colour there is where you can stamp it and layer it up in different colours. So you've got the base colour, you've got the outline, you've got the shading as well. That's a totally different one. However, all the other three and the two stencils all match, all go together, and it's like building a range up that you can take to everything. It's not about it's stamp set that does just the stamp set.
Absolutely.
It's a range that's going to go in and move forward. I know myself and the DT team, it's one that we've now got on the side permanently, so that we can actually it goes in with anything else that we've got. So when I bring iCraft or Stampendous or anything like that, we can always be making backgrounds and everything else.
Absolutely gorgeous. I love those ones. And of course, I'm going to show you the board of this the beautiful flowers in here, the daffodil, because you can see the stepping elements in there as well, how they beautifully stamped. Photopolymer, right? So
the photopolymer, they're made in the UK. So everything that we've got is UK made, even down to the stencils and everything else.
Gorgeous.
It's the gladioli with the second set and the chrysanthemum with the set that we've got on today.
And then, of course, we have got the upside down, you know, of course, with those all amazing, fantastic and brilliant words that they are included in here. Now, of course, if you want to go for the first bundle, or this one, which is, of course, the mixed media textures, a set of 96 stamps and 12 stencils, you have got a £10 saving, £59 and 95 pence. And of course, you can flexify, so £29 and 98 pence. And I love how you can build very clean and simple cards.
You can do very clean and simple cards. The textures, if you do them in the nicest colours, the pretty colours, they don't have to be grungy. It's named grunge, but what can you name something that's got a mixture of everything in? It's pretty, it can be grungy, you can take it to the complete level that you want to take it to, and it's going to be something that you can just I don't mean throw together, but quickly put together backgrounds.
Okay, yeah, it's absolutely
it's quick backgrounds.
It is quick backgrounds.
It's a staple.
It is perfect for backgrounds, and you can see it here, the fine, like, you know, in a 12 by 12, perfect for those backgrounds as well. Right, grab yours. 982020 is your item number. We promised you with a happy hour, and indeed we have got one. Well, actually, it's a set of 4. It's 2 sets of dies, and of course 2 stamps as well in there, so you can see them both there. Now you can see that you are getting the Christmas tree, the Christmas bubbles as a dies, and then of course you are getting the beautiful star as stamp sets as well. So A6 sorry, in sizes, all of them 28 stamps and 31 dies in total. £23.97 is your price. Massive saving of £18, and of course that is a happy hour. So only for this hour only you are going to get that £18 saving. 326403 is your item number. Now, just so you have an idea of the size, even though they are A6, you can see that they are a sizable Christmas tree. So it's going to be perfect whether it's an A6 card, whether it's an A5 or an 8x8. And you can see the beautiful stamps as well and the bubbles. I love those three bows because they are all a little bit different. And of course, we have got the stars there. 326403 is your item number. Right, Karen? What are you going to do?
Well, we're going to start off with a little bit of fun. So we're going to do like grunge.
Okay.
But in different, not in grungy colours. As you can see, my stamp is well loved, well used. And then we're going to do like it's a twofer, so it's two in one sort of thing. We'll start off with the flower. We've got the chrysanthemum just as it is there, and I've got some super smooth. And I've got two lots of super smooth. Okay. So I've got two small ones. One is for one and one is for the other, but we're going to get a twofer from this one.
Oh, I
and then we're going to build it up. Now, I haven't decided what colours yet, so I think we'll go candied apple. Instead of going orangey, we'll go bitter reddy, and we are just going to make sure that it works. It looks like my candied apple wants
re-inking,
re-inking.
Need some more juice.
Some more juice in it, yes. That's not too bad. We've got quite a bit on there. And then I'm going to bring in two greens. And we're doing the Distress Oxide.
Okay.
I've got a little bit of crushed olive. So I'll put the lighter one on first. And then, shall we go Maude Lawn? Let's go Maude Lawn.
I love Maude Lawn. It's such a kind of fresh green. It's full of life.
It is. I've been building up my set of them, so it's like, whoa, you know, the world's my oyster sort of thing. Yeah. And then the first thing that we're going to do is we're going to get a little bit of a spritz. And we're only going to spritz very, very lightly.
Okay.
If I turn it on. Just nice and lightly. And that's going to be the smaller one. And I'm just going to pop it down and just hold it a second. And then that's going to start drying naturally. I might get the heat gun out on dry, but I've got a little bit more to do in between. So that's...
Oh, look at that. Just give it out, give it there.
Give it there, there.
Yeah, hold it there.
That's beautiful, hasn't it? And
Give Chris a chance to get it.
Yeah. I was looking at it so much myself.
Yeah,
it's better than the one that I did.
I love that. That's
but
it's
such a fine definition, even with a spritz from it, isn't it? You know. And then the next one, we're going to spritz a little bit more, quite a little spritz on there. And we're going to make this really, really watery. And I'm not worried how watery this one is. We're just going to pop it on, hold it on a second, and lift it up. Now that's,
I love that one as well.
I'm going to just keep that from above, if that's all right, because if not, it'll all run. Yeah? So we've got the two here, and if I compare them at the side of each other, you can see one is defined, one is not defined. There we go. And we're going to let them just dry a little bit. And then I'm going to go into the leaves, so I can take that one off. I'll pop that there. And I've got some watercolour here. And I think we'll go really, really green. No, we'll go Maude Lawn instead of pine needles. And all I'm going to start doing is making a background for the other one while all this is drying. And I'm not worried where I'm popping it. And it's giving nice, even though it's an oxide, you can see how nice the definition is on the stamp. It's really giving a nice definition.
It does. And of course, because you're using oxide, we could just bring a little bit of water and kind of put...
Yeah. We're going to put lots of water on it.
Yeah, a little bit of water.
We're going to put lots of water on it.
Loads, not just a little bit, just loads.
Loads. It's going to go for a swim, I think.
Oh, where in which waters are you going to go for a swim? I hope there are no muddy waters.
So we're just carrying on, and I know you don't normally take the stamp to the ink pad, but I'm not so worried that I'm doing it this way, because when I've put the water on it, you're not going to be able to see.
And even if like this, I like that kind of distressed look. It looks a little bit like a kind of almost like.
If I did it properly and did it that way, I wouldn't be missing any of the stamps. I wouldn't be missing any of it. As you can see, it gives a lovely impression, and I don't even have to hold it down that long, really. There we go. It's a lovely, to me, it's a lovely little realistic leaf.
It is. Yeah.
It's. I won't. It's very tricky to fussy cut out because it's got quite a lot of thin gaps. But what I have found is if you colour it and just go on the outside of the lines and then colour up to the white, it doesn't make it half as hard, half as difficult. But if you like fussy cutting, it's a good challenge for you, this one.
By the way, if you want to go just for the chrysanthemum stamp on its, in its own, 7 stamps in total. You can see them here. It's just £14.99 for them. 832046 is your item number. So there you have got the details on the screen and what you are going to get for £14.99. Back to you.
So here we go. This is the magic bait from above. And I'm putting
I love that.
Loads on. And I'm really letting it go. Now, when I did this at home, all I did was put it in the window.
The window, so let it naturally
And all
dry.
I'm just going to do, and it's taken it's taken loads off that.
Hello, how I love your expression. It was so disappointing.
Yeah, I was disappointed. It's taken loads off that.
Of course, you can use a heat gun to kind of heat set
normally
it.
you would wait, wouldn't you?
When you heat set that, can I give everybody a quick look at something that is everybody's favorite always, to store their dies, and of course it's perfect for this collection if you want to use your stamps in here as well as your dies and the happy hour. Now, of course, this one is the storage case, the A5. Actually, it's bigger than an A5. You have got the magnetic sheets in here, because an A5 would be a little bit more like that, so you are getting a little bit extra. So you can see in here that you are getting just under 8 inches and then 8 inches that way. So it's actually almost 8 inches in square, so it's larger than an A5. So the magnet is one-sided, so you can have the dies in one side and you're going to have the stamps in the other one, and of course you can see them flicking through it. You are getting 10 magnetic sheets in total, and of course you are getting the storage case as well for just £16.99 with a zipper all around it and a handle. It will sit nicely on your shelf. That one is £16.99. Of course, is the A5 version, although it is a little bit larger. Or you can go, if you like it larger, you can have it larger in here. This one, again, it's A4 plus, much larger than an A4. Just to demonstrate that, I'm going to just put an A4 in here so you can see the size of an A4 compared. Now, why it's called A4 is because the inside you have got an A4, so therefore you have got A4 sets in here of magnetic sheets, which actually are very thick as well. Perfect for having one side the stamps, and then of course you have got the other side the magnetic sheet with the wallets that has got that popper in here, so it's nice and close. And of course you are getting 3 magnetic storage wallets in there for £19.99. You get it is a £3 saving. 597314 is your item number. Now, if you want to add more into it, you can put about a couple more sets. You can go for the refills, which is a set of 3 for £9.99. Personally, even if your budget only allows to get you the wallet, don't think about the folder just now. Just get the folders, start storing them, and then get the folder to store them all. Start storing your dies and stamps in a way that you can find them and use them. Look after them, and then of course you will find them. 919662 is your item number. Now, if you want some tape runners as well from Outward, we have got those ones on the show. I use them and they're really cool. They're really good as well. 6 tape runners for £17.94 is your price. You are getting actually set of 6, £17.94. 652588 is your item number. Actually, it should have a special price. I will appear on the screen, so don't buy it just yet. Just wait a couple of seconds, and there it is. Now it's gonna come. There it is. You can see that. You have saving at £3, £14.94 is your price. Anyway, now of course, back to you, Karen.
Yes, I was disappointed with that. So what we're going to do now is I've brought the stamp back out. This is the one that was the second generation, and I'm bringing my Versaclair out. All I'm going to do is restamp it with a more of a defined ink pad.
Okay.
And we can go orange on top of here. It's not gonna matter what colour we go on top. And then if you just waver over it. You could do this in a stamping block. I'm not so worried if I'm slightly off or not, because this is our grungy little bit that we're doing. And then bob it down, and it's just going to bring it out and define it. I usually do this in a stamping block, but I'm getting more confidence without using a stamping block now.
You mean a stamping platform?
Yes, yeah.
Because you're using a block.
Yeah.
Oh, I like that. I mean, well, I think I have got this thing. Hayley Smith, they told me, it's like, my superpower is confusing people with words. So maybe that's contagious.
No. It's as soon as I get behind it, because I don't speak when I'm doing this at home.
Yeah.
And then I'm having to speak while I do it, and it's like my mouth doesn't work like my brain does. So that's that so far. And then we're going to go back to this one. That one's drying. This is the one that we did originally, and I've got my Mama Makes little sticky holder.
Journal.
Absolutely
she was
amazing.
Here yesterday.
I watched her yesterday.
I showed out of that sticker journal. Yeah.
It's very good. And I've popped that on. I've got some clarity, mask it, and then what we are going to do, we're going to get hold of the saying.
Okay. Yeah.
And I don't want to go too heavy, so I think we'll go. Well, we were going to go in a grey, but it's like where is the grey? We'll go black, but we'll do it very, very lightly. So what we'll do is we'll do second generation. We'll go black. And I have no spare paper, so the first thing I'm going to do is turn that over and do it on there, because nobody's going to see it. Make sure it's just in the centre, and then I've popped that one on there. Now I'm not going to fit both of those onto there. It's going to take it off, so I'm going to get some tape.
Oh, tape.
Going to get a bit of tape.
Low-tack tape, or
it's low-tack tape? Yes, it's the it's one that I can't find end of.
Well, find the ends.
It's one, and I'm going to put the tape over the bottom part of it, and to mask it. Yes, I want it to go to the top, but I don't want it to come right down from the bottom.
Yeah.
And so, second
so
generation.
You have one that can slither up.
You can slither, and what I can see is I need a little bit more tape, because I'm going to double stamp if not. And that's the beauty with when you go over the top. You know, when you hover.
Yes.
You can see things. Bobbing that one onto there, and then I can remove this tape, and I can remove.
Yeah.
She says.
Yeah. And you have got the tape as well there.
Yeah, I've got the tape on top of that.
Yeah.
And I've got dirty hands, and that's going to take that off. So we'll stick that back onto there.
Yeah.
Just for time
being.
Oh,
look at that. I do like that.
Yeah.
With the words in the back.
And I've got dirty hands.
Well, don't worry. We will not gonna,
It's going to be one of them days, Paula. Well, you know where you wish you'd gone back to bed and you haven't,
yes.
and you don't.
Every
morning, yes.
For the last 5 years, I think I have wished that.
Gone back to bed.
Go back to bed.
Every morning for the last 5 years.
5 years. Not it.
Yes. When you realise you should have never got up this morning. And then we're going to go, because we used a lot of Mon Lawn, we're going to do a little bit of highlighting around this one. And I think because we've made that dirty, we'll do a little bit there. I'm not doing much. And you know, when I was disappointed with that, we're going to do a little bit more on there. Because we're going to rescue it, yeah?
Yeah, absolutely.
We're going to rescue it. I will show you the original ones. Because I'll quite like them.
I like this one as well. You know, that you're doing a twofer as well. I like
I'm doing a twofer. And we're going to get rid of dirty marks there.
You can always put the stamp sentiment from the set that you're getting in the complete collection.
Well, if we've gone round with this, it's hiding it, definitely.
Yeah.
Oops.
It's adding texture, it's adding interest, as we say.
Well, it's not a butterfly, is it?
Hey, that's not a butterfly. It's words. Sometimes we should do that. It's like, instead of adding a butterfly or a flower, we could add words.
Oh, that's why I love these. I love these words for that.
Yeah.
I love them. I wanted some words because there are a lot of times I do stamp sets and they don't have words in it. And I wanted some that I could have. So they're going to go on one side and we're going to rescue this. And how are we going to rescue it? We're going to get a stencil.
Oh, and of course you're getting 2 in the set.
We're getting 2 in the set. So we've not got any. That's more leafy. Yeah. And we'll go with the mould lawn and the peel paint. And we'll alternate between them. So this is not the original demonstration. This is just rescuing myself.
Well, sometimes, but that shows how good this bundle it is, that you are getting the stamps, the stencils, and therefore you can
rescue yourself.
Exactly, rescue. Well, you know, it's funny you say that. One of my favourite philosophers is an ancient Roman emperor, Mark Aurelius, says, you know, just give over, like basically says, just rescue yourself. You know, just give up all hope, just rescue yourself.
We're just doing a little bit of rescuing. Exactly. And then we're going to bring another stamp over the top to do it. Absolutely. So I'm all right. I'm quite happy rescuing so far. Let's just
You're doing a great job. Mark Aurelius would be
proud. You can't see my little, you know, like little swan underwater. My little legs are going like.
Now you're doing good. I love it. But this is what
I'm
crafting
actually
is all
not
around.
panicking. You know, normally when things go wrong, I panic.
Well, the thing is,
I'm not today. We're just.
Good.
My stamp sets. So these stamp sets just allow for you to go in a totally opposite direction.
Indeed.
And then
that's the beauty of crafting. That's the beauty of a set like this that allows you to kind of change directions and get beautiful results. Even if you make a little bit of a creative detour.
That's it, creative detour. Oh, do I want that there? Let's go on back of there first. And you can see it's just, if you stamp it off, and then we're just getting a second texture. Now, I'm quite happy with that one. That's done me all right. I'm quite happy with that. Okay. It's only a background at end of the day.
Yeah, it is, absolutely.
So, this one is going to go on here. I will stick that one on. While that's drying, we will do the greeting on one of them, yeah? And as you can see, I've used back of my card to do all my stamping off. When I'm at home, I usually just get copy paper straight out at the computer. And I also forget to bring copy paper with me. I don't know why. It's stupid.
You should have asked. I'm sure Harry would have given you some.
I want to realise. Don't realise until I get going. Because there's no computer there.
Yeah, it's like you can't imagine if I'm feeding you paper now.
You're feeding me paper. Feed me. Yeah. That one's going to stick on there. We'll just do a little bit of sticking, and then we're going to do some nice words. And we're going to heat emboss the words. Show you how they heat emboss. And there we go. And I'm going to use my ruler to do that. That's going to fit on there. That one's going to fit on there.
So you're using the awkward glue as well?
Oh yes, definitely. You can see I'm not using too much either. I'm not pouring it on. Yeah. I'm just using it so that it touches as I go through, so that you're not using too much. If you put far too much glue on, you end up it doesn't stick, and it does stick, but it takes absolutely ages to stick.
Okay.
So we've got this bit here, and this bit is going to go onto here, but we want some words onto it. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to get some, what did I put on the last one?
Okay.
Sending loving thoughts every day. So I've got sending.
You could do something different, couldn't you?
Oh, we could. What should we call?
Sending you positivity, positivity, strength. It's a positivity and a strength. I like that.
Sending you
positivity and
so we've got the you from there.
Yeah.
We've got positivity here.
I mean, some people, people in my ear especially, would prefer a gift card or money, but positivity, I think he needs a little bit of positivity in his life. You know, that, and of course, that I'm not talking about our loving producer.
We've got an ampersand here.
Yeah.
Positivity.
She's positive enough.
And strength. Strength, there we go. I cannot put enough sentences together.
Yeah.
It's taken me ages to put all these sentences together, because there's so many that will go. Now that doesn't fit on my ruler like it did. So if you've only got 2 or 3, you can get, you know, one of these rulers, the awkward ruler, and you can line it up like that so it's straight.
Perfect, yeah.
But we're going to pop it onto a bigger block than that.
I always, when I look at these words, I'm starting to try to do like different words, like different sentences, and I'm thinking there is hope, but there is hoping, and then it goes close. You say can't as well. And
Can't,
today,
you don't get that very often, do you? You normally get can, not, cannot, but you don't often get can't. And I thought, well, there's a lot of people that will just say can't. And it's down to just simple everyday words. Again, what we're going to do is we're going to run it over with anti-static bag.
Yep.
And then just clear. This is probably not straight. It's as straight as it needs to be.
Okay.
Here we go. I'm just popping some embossing ink onto it. And I'm not going to push too hard, because if you push too hard, you can squash your stamps down. So nice and lightly, just hold them there. Brill.
And of course,
I've missed a little bit there, so I'm going to go
You
back
can go
over.
in with the full bundle, the brand new one, and then of course there is a FlexiBuy option. So then of course you open a FlexiBuy, which then you can bring in, if you don't have the original words, you can put that as an individual, £14.99 for the mixed media texture words, and then add that one into it, and then FlexiBuy. So that means that you would be paying £7.50 today for that one when you pay it with the full bundle of the brand new collection and FlexiBuy. Back to you, Karen.
So we've made another faux pas.
Well, don't worry.
And I've just missed the positivity. So what I have done, so I don't mix up anything else, I've taken off those stamps, and I'm going to re-stamp over with positivity. And it is, let's hope I get it right, it's just the itty on the end. That's near enough.
Yeah.
So we've managed to, that's 3 rescues we've got already.
Well, that shows that even professionals need a rescue
That's
sometimes.
3 today.
But you rescue yourself, and I love
that. Will show you how, oh, well, strength here, look, we've got a bit of strength that we've overstamped.
Well, it's a little bit wobbly, that is strength. Sometimes it is, but you, look at that. I like that. Because now you will have that sort of more grungy look, and which anyway the font has.
Yep, that's more grungy, but...
Exactly.
So when I finish this demo, I'm going off her head, because it's just a disaster.
Right, don't worry. Don't worry after it.
We're just showing how
It's
that,
not a
that's
disaster.
really grungy.
It's going to, well, actually, I remember paying good money for a font for mine, because I used to do a lot of graphic design. Well, I still do a little bit. And one that they had a shadow. So you have done the shadow stamping perfectly. It was very similar, actually. And I paid good money. So.
But you know what we're going to do, don't you?
Yeah.
And here's one I've done earlier.
Oh, sending you positivity.
Sending you positivity and strength. So that's the way that we put things together. This one had got some texture onto it, but let's bring those in and you will see where I was actually
you going, and it was a beautiful destination, as is the journey to get there. Sending loving thoughts every day. Those words are included, of course, in the bundle that you're seeing, and that gorgeous chrysanthemum and leaves as well. And then we have the perfection that is the second accompanying card as well.
The first one was perfection.
It was perfection. Thank you so much, Karen. You are brilliant at rescuing yourself. Now, of course, the beautiful chrysanthemum images and the stamps and the stencils are all part of this complete collection. It is the chrysanthemum and natural textures collection. Now, in this, you are going to get all 72 stamps individual. Of course, you are getting all the words in here. It's a fabulous way to kind of make sure that your messages that you send in your cards or in your art journaling or in your scrapbooking are absolutely relatable to the story you want to tell. I love that you have got words like imagination, stunning, stronger every day, everywhere, perfection. Like I say, you know, like you have got also that kind of hashtag element there, and of course you can say, you know, can't do that. Now keep strong as well. You can have got so many ways to spell words as well there. £29.98 could be all you're paying today with that £10 saving and using FlexiBuy. However, look at all the different elements you're going to get. It's worth becoming a Freedom member if you are not, because then instead of paying the £59.96, you will be paying £53.96. That is the delivered cost, and that means that you're saving it is £15.99. Now, of course, you can split the cost as a Freedom member as well, and you would be paying £26.98 today. Again, that is the delivered cost because you don't pay P&P. Look at that. You can do that perfect, beautiful chrysanthemum with the distress elements as well in there. And then great thoughts. Look at that, sending great thoughts in there as well. Perfect for, you know, kind of if you are doing a diary as well and you are special as well. Beautiful words. Looking strong as well, and then you have got I love that, onto craft card, which by the way we do have craft cards, so stamp and emboss with white embossing powder and then color them as well. Happy anniversary, and then we have got, oh, I need to show you this one because this one is quite different with the overlaying of those diamonds and of course triangle shapes. Today is perfect. 216-5172 is your item number, and remember, a Freedom member, you have got a bigger discount, such a big discount that it makes sense to become a Freedom member before you go for that kit. Right, now we have got also the original mixed media kit in here as well, the complete collection. In this case, you are getting 96 stamps and 12 stencils, and that means that you have got perfectly complementary shapes in there, complementary words that kind of expand the phrases that you can use, of course, and you can go for individuals. However, you have got a £10 saving when you go for the complete collection, and also you have got the FlexiBuy option. Now, if you want to go for the individuals, you have got the details at the bottom of the screen, and then you select whichever option you want. So, for instance, if you just wanted to go for the words, you can do that, and you just pay £14.99. However, obviously, when you go for the full collection, then is when you have that £10 saving. 982020 is your item number. Now, talking about dies and stamps, we have got them here as well for you, and of course, and stencils. This is the Rose Garden collection, so you are getting 2 stamp sets, 2 die sets, and 2 stencils. Again, with a £10 saving, you have got flowers in here that couldn't be more beautiful, like the rose. And you have got here the dies, you have got the outer line, and then you have got the, you can see in here that engraves that detail into the gorgeous flower as well as on the leaves. Oh, look at that. This one you have got like the buds itself, and of course you have got with the stem. So you create a bunch of flowers, and then of course you have got the stems themselves that kind of work beautifully as well for them. Now having both of them of course means that you can layer them up and create your own bunch, and of course you have got also the stencil for the bag in there. But it's not all about roses, it has got a foliage as well, so you can use them on there as well. And I love the sizes as well. That voice the soul of the soul, and then always take look at the scenic route, and then we have got gorgeous ways of using again the stencil for the background, but then in the foreground you have got this beautiful florals. Oh, I love that one as well. That's quite stunning, isn't it? Striking. 712119 is your item number, a £10 saving, and of course you have got a flexi buy option as well to spread the cost into interest fee of £24.98. Are you all right, Karen?
Yes, just one of my blocks.
Okay, that's all right then. As long as you're all right.
It wasn't me falling to pieces, just a block.
Okay. Now we're happy to hear that you're not falling into pieces. I mean, it might be me falling into pieces. You never know. Craft card in here, 40 sheets in total. So this is perfect to stamp on, and of course you can use your embossing powder, white embossing powders. I like that it's the same color and back and front. So there, of course, you have got that kind of, when you open it up, it's the same color. You can die cut this one as well. $11.96 is for 40 sheets in total, A4 in size. 539757 is your item number. Do you know what's the GSM? Is it 300 or?
I have no idea. I've not seen this one. It's brand new to me. I've actually just taken a piece, but it should be on the. Yeah,
I would say it's between 280 and 300. Yeah. So I would think that's construction weight. Definitely construction weight. Definitely. 539757 for 40 of them. And now, if you want something that definitely you wouldn't be able to put through the die cutting machine, because this is one of the thickest, grey board I have ever seen. This is 2,200 microns, and you are getting 12 sheets in total, A4. But this is fabulous if you are making construction boxes like the bookbinding or style, so you are using kind of proper glues as well. This will give you a very solid bottom, but also it's perfect for your bookbinding as well, and to create the fronts and the backs of your albums. 175207 is your item number. $9.99 is your price, and you will find it, of course, on the website, thecraftstore.com. Now, of course, today is Sunday, isn't it? So, of course, the 7-day savers have been launched. Now, you need to go for that kit. Sorry, the Sentimentally Yours 3 precision tweezers, set of 2 tool duos with a pocket tool. That is a must. Massive saving there. Please, that cannot recommend them enough. You know what, I'm gonna. I have got all the tools and I use them all the time. These tweezers are phenomenal. They are so fine and so pointy. They are just incredible. And they have got the flat tweezers as well, which if you are changing nibs with your alcohol markers especially, that is fabulous. Also, we have got the Studio Light, Janine's Mindful Art stamps. We have got craft embellishments. We have got the Woodland Fairy watercolor cards, the Mirror card collection, and so much more, like the Americana decor stencils as well. And of course, quilting book bundles as well. Now, this hour, not only we are featuring a brand new collection, but we are also having a happy hour, which means that you have got about, I would say, 13 minutes till the end of the show. No, actually, no, 30 minutes, no. That would be 50 minutes. 50 minutes. 50 minutes. Of course, making it until the end of the show, but it's until the end of the hour that you can check out your baskets for the happy hour, which is, of course, a set of 2 dice sets and 2 stamp sets there. 28 stamps and 31 dice in total, and you can see the gorgeous stars and elements, so you can decorate, die cut those bubbles and put them onto the tree. 326403 is your item number. £23.97 is your price, saving £18. That saving will disappear, of course, in about 15 minutes. 326403 is your item number. Now, of course, Karen, are you ready for the next demo? Are we going to give it? No, let's go. Get going then.
Never a dull moment, is there, when I'm around?
Well, so it's live TV as well.
It's live TV, yeah.
Always fun to have.
It's always the best, isn't it? You do all these practicing and you go and do it all at home and everything's perfect, and then as soon as you come on TV, it's like you just turn to jelly and everything goes.
Absolutely.
So all I'm going to do is just I'm going to do it sideways because it's a nice, quite a nice big stamp, and I'm just stamping out the chrysanthemum. I'm doing it in black VersaFine Clair because I'm going to be doing some watercolouring around it. So I'm going to do this part first. So that it has time to dry, and perhaps I might not just to get that disappointed face. There we go, and you can see how beautiful that stamps out. Now what I have done is I have die cut this, but if you can see the size that I want it, it doesn't fit. And if I was to die cut it, I'm going to end up cutting it off. So what I do is I will get my die cut, my die, and I'll mark it where I want it to go, and I want it to go round there. So that's where I'm going to put my die, but if you can see here, this is the bit that's going to get chopped off.
Right.
So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to take my scissors and I'm going to cut up there.
All right, yeah.
On both sides, and that's going into where my die is going to go.
I see.
So then when I come to cut it, I can lift that up, pop that under my die.
I see.
And put that there, stick it down, and when you come out, you end up, when you've die cut it, you end up with your little bit hanging,
I love that,
down. So just a nice little tip. I've got some Ecolines. I've got green still on here.
Yeah.
This is why I end up messy, because I just move on from one to the next. I've got, what colour is it? Oh, we're going to go golden ochre.
Oh. So
and do you like that sound?
I wouldn't say I like
I do
it
when
now.
it's a marker on that.
I don't this. I don't. It doesn't make my skin crawl, but you know, it's just.
Yeah. Drop a bit of water on it, and I'm just going to make it into a nice little watercolour. And all I'm going to go do is the negative space, isn't it? I'm doing the negative space. I've got quite a big brush, and I just want that to come out. So this is a Jelly Bean Super Smooth. It's a 240, and it takes this kind of colouring really nice.
And I like that, you know, I'm one of these people that I have got super smooth in the different weights, because I find that sometimes you want it, you know, the construction weight, sometimes you want it to be able to die cut or toppers. You don't want to 300 GSM all the time.
No, this cuts beautifully. This cuts, you know, when you fussy cutting, this cuts beautifully, whereas I can find that like 300 is just far too thick to fussy cut. And you end up with, like, it creases up. But yeah, there's cardstock, as you know, Paula, we've both been doing it many years. There's every single cardstock for every different thing that you want to do. And everyone has its own qualities. It all works all together. I wouldn't say that you just go and buy a basic standard white cardstock, because you'll not get the results that you need from just one cardstock.
And it's funny because I have got probably a room full of cards. I mean, my craft room is like full of cards, and it's still like, kind of, you still need different cards. Like, oh, I don't have enough, or I'm running out of the super smooth 240 GSM. So that's great to always have stock up. Of course, you can find them on the website. If you shop by brand Jelly Bean Crafts, you will find the super smooth 240 GSM.
So while I've got the pen, you see that's a 240 from Jelly Bean, and that's a 300 from Pink Frog. So the back of my card is doing a 300, and what I want to do is a 240 from Jelly Bean. So I want to highlight this. So all I'm doing is taking the pen, and it's not straight. I'm not worried. Because all I'm doing is I just want to take the whiteness away from it. I don't want a watercolour on this. But if you can see, wipe that up. This is where the black mat is going to go. So I'm coordinating a white cardstock into the same that's on the focal point on the main focal point.
Yeah.
Back down to black. And all I'm going to do is, I'm not doing any masking or anything.
Okay.
I'm just starting off, and I'm wanting to stamp off the page. I want it to be, I want to see the flower, but I don't want it to be, I want it to blend, but be part of it, part of the focal point of it. And I'm just going round.
Right, we have got now we have got something we want to highlight, that in the award stamps we have spotted that well, somebody has spotted that there is a spelling mistake. It's not positivity but positivity. You can see it there.
Oh, it is.
So it is spotted. So what we are going to do, let you know, we have spotted it. We have gonna we're gonna get in touch with Wood. I mean, to be fair, you know, you're getting 71 stamps like that. But we kind of going to try to find a solution for that as well. So, right. So there
So
it
are
is.
you calling Stuart?
Yeah, we are. Yeah, we are. So maybe, I mean, I would say one thing is, like, to be honest, it's just one word out of so many. But, you know, we will sort it out. There will be some sort of solution.
So just cut it off and have it as post.
Yeah, exactly. EVT.
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 I didn't notice that.
Yeah.
Of course, it's the graphic designers that do all the...
Well, you know what, when I design words in there or something like this, I just always need to have a proofreader.
I'm
you have
to have a proofreader. Yeah.
My spelling has been always, both in Spanish, Catalan and English, horrendous. So, well...
So I won't be using positivity.
Let's do it. Yeah.
I think there's positive on the first one.
Yeah.
Is there a positive on the first?
Positive.
I think so. Just have a look at the first one. Positivity, that's the second one, isn't it? The first one? No, the first one. Positive.
Positive, yeah, it is.
Yes.
Positive.
So it could be mixed in with both of them. Obviously, if you get in touch with Stuart.
Yeah.
I've looked at that and I've stamped that out lots of times and not seen it.
Well, you know what?
Sometimes you never see it, do you?
You know, our Eagle Eye director, who apparently has trained to teach English as a second language, he didn't even spot it. So.
Excuse my bad stamping here, because we've got one that's a lot better stamp. And then I'm going to get a black micron. I'm just going to highlight it back up by just going round with the highlights, and I'm making that quite grungy. That's really made me feel bad, that.
Oh, but it's not your fault at all.
I'm usually very good with words.
Oh, yeah.
I'm getting old, Paola. I'm missing things.
Well, let's blame the 3-hour journey that you came this
I'm
morning.
just, I'm just forgetting how to read.
Yeah, we have got about 3 minutes left.
We won't be 2 minutes doing this. And then we're going to stick that on, and then we'll just do some words. And what I will do is I can stamp them out, or what I have done, pop that onto there and hold that down. That's going to go on 3D foam there. Excuse the bad stamping. Now what I have got is I've been stamping them out. So rather than...
Oh, and you could then, even if you stamp them in an A4, then you can run it through a Xyron or something like that and make it a sticker maker or a double-sided adhesive sheet.
Definitely, yes. So what I have on here is you. So let's get the scissors. I'm not going to get my serrated one. Where are we? You
look.
What do you want? You look.
You look. Yeah, I like that. You look.
Look. Let's find look. We've got looking. Look, there, top, right above it. You didn't tell me that. It was straight above it.
You look super lovely today, or super stunning today.
You look... Where's super?
Super will be from the new set.
Super.
Super in the middle top.
In the middle top. No, that's the old set. Super in the middle, I've got that one, yeah.
Super lovely, or you could say super stunning, gorgeous, outstanding today. I love that.
Look super. We're not even doing them straight.
Oh, sorry, super. You know, whichever word you want. You look super. It could be super today.
Where was lovely?
Lovely.
Where was lovely?
Just above it, the super.
That's it.
The super. Super lovely. Sometimes I kind of go into
You're going to spend hours on these stamps.
I know.
On this stamp set, you're going to spend hours going
you
through.
You could do them, put them in magnetic sheets, attach them, and they're in the fridge.
I intended doing that, and I didn't get any magnetic. Yeah.
That would be so cool to have like the.
Yeah, you could, to help with the children, and for you could even put messages on the fridge.
Yeah, that would be so nice.
I love you, or have a fab day. So I'm just going to colour this one in as well with the same part.
Yeah.
The same. I'm not. You see, I didn't waste it.
No, you didn't waste any.
I didn't waste it.
No, not wasted at all.
I didn't waste it at all. And then what we're going to do is...
We have got seconds to go.
Oh, we're going to use these. Well, they'll go on to
the black card.
To the black card.
Now, think you can...
I'll show you the proper one.
Yeah, perfect. Look at that. Oh. Well, so you are back at 2 o'clock, right?
I'm back at 2 and I'll probably be a bit less stressed.
Well, you'll be more focused, more zen. Anyway, thank you so much, Karen. You have done brilliantly. And of course, as you at home, do check out your baskets. Do not miss out, and remember that you can flex divide, and of course, you get a bigger saving as a Freedom member. But stay tuned because, of course, Trish is back with Totally Trisha, and of course, Hayley. So Totally Trisha after the break, of course, and then Odile below fabrics, and then Blue Bear quilts at 1.
Hi, I'm Julie.
And I'm Paula.
And together we are Julie Hickey Designs. We formed our partnership after many years of friendship, after both of us being in the craft industry for well over 20 years. The thing I love to do most is to share my ideas, hints and tips with you, the viewers, so I can inspire you to pick up a stamp and get creating.
Hello, I'm Hayley. I've always been an avid crafter behind the scenes and have been given the opportunity to share some of my favourite products with you in a monthly show called Handmade by Hayley. I'll be covering lots of areas of soft crafts like quilting, dressmaking, sewing, knitting, even printing your own fabrics.
Hiya, I'm Hazel Eaton from Pink Frog. Pink Frog is an established company. You may have seen us in shows up and down the country. We have a wide range of designs and we're particularly known for our flower dies and flower stamps. On our shows, I hope to bring you many hints and tips and techniques to inspire you, the crafter, at home.
Hi, I'm Anthea. I'm from Quilting Antics. Quilting Antics started around 2011, 2012, I'm never really sure. We love wildlife and often our designs incorporate lots of British wildlife. We're really well known for that. At one point we nearly became the cushion company because we churned out so many different cushions. But we'll do bags, we'll do cushions, we do book covers, we'll do things for your sewing room, anything. If it pops into our head and we can physically make it, then we'll go for it. As I said, the buzzword is all about fun for us. On our shows, we always like to have lots of fun. There's always lots of laughter, and hopefully you'll learn a few things that you didn't know along the way. So don't miss the Quilting Antics shows.
and welcome back. Welcome back to what is Trisha's second hour. I know you're thinking, well, hang on a minute, it's only 11 o'clock. She was up with a lark this morning. She was here at 7 o'clock and had a phenomenally busy hour, but she's rejoining us at 11, which makes me very happy because it means I get to spend the whole hour with her. Good morning, Trish. How you doing?
Good morning, Hayley. I'm a bit weary, but I'm waking up now.
We're kind of pumping that caffeine through our systems,
absolutely
aren't we?
am.
Keeping us going. So it'll either go one way or another. It'll either be we fall asleep or we're just buzzing and raring to go. Now, I know you guys have been raring to go because you've been getting involved with lots of things that Trisha brought to us at 7 o'clock. So much so that we had sellouts, including this item that we've got here. So this is kind of the third dispatch because we had it. It sold out. We came back on extended delivery. It's sold out, and now it is back again. But we're having to put that delay back a little bit because, bless her, she's here, she's busy, she can't do anything about it. But she is going to be able to bring these to us. We're looking at the 30th with regards to dispatch of these. But once it's gone, it's gone. Now, lots of you found it already. You probably preempted that we'd be able to bring you a few more of these ones. So just to let you know that 10% of that potentially extended again stock has gone. Trisha, this little ruler's causing quite a stir.
Well, yes, I did. I've had a few in, and my ladies have tested them out, and they were amazed. And I thought, I've got to let everybody have a look and see. And I think it's because they are simple.
Yes.
There's not too many lines on there.
Yeah, that's what I love about a ruler, yeah.
Yeah, and it does the job.
I love it. Now, I know you're going to show us this again with your first demonstration, but, of course, lots of people have taken advantage. So, in a nutshell, what will this enable us to do?
This will enable you to get a perfect mitre, whether it be on your quilts, your large quilts, or your placemats, or your mug rugs. So whatever size binding you would like, and the backing fabric will come over from the back over to the top edge, giving you a mitered corner, and you will get a perfect mitre every time.
Fabulous. And that is something that, I mean, it gives the professional result, doesn't it? It shows you know what you mean when you're talking with regards to your sewing. So that's just one of the benefits for working with this. We will see lots more from this as the hour progresses, but for the time being, the details are there on your screen. 098085, but already rapidly approaching 20% now of the stock has gone. 12.99. This is going to be your last opportunity for a while to get hold of this one, so make sure you do take advantage while you've got the chance. Now, very quickly, I want to tell you about some other things. We need to get to the demo for that one, so very quickly, we've got some Moda fabrics to share with you. Oh my goodness, what's not to love about Moda? Loads of different selections for you. So the top row to start with, you've got 4 different selections with regards to these, and you've got these wonderful 4-inch strips. Now, you've cut these to 4 inches. Why have you cut them to 4 inches?
Well, they my Frenchies, which are the 4-inch squares, were available and still are in packs of 20, and you would get 3 packs of 20 in a bundle for $14.99. But I decided, as a suggestion from one of the people that loves them, my Lindsay, how about doing a whole strip?
Yes.
So instead, this is what I've done. I've called them Frenchy 10s because you get 10 different fabrics, and they are the width of fabric. Now, the hardest part about cutting a 4-inch square, if you like, is, I think, when you're cutting the width to get your long strips in that exact size. So the easy part is just cutting that down into 4-inch segments if you want to. But with having that whole width, it gives you a few more options in that you've got a fabric width for your borders on your quilts, for bag handles, for binding strips, for, you know, all sorts, a lot more. And you can do some and some. So you pick and choose, and you've got, if you are going to cut them all into Frenchies, you will get 100.
Wow.
So value for money, you've got a little bit more value there as well.
Well, very much. I mean, we don't mind putting a bit of elbow grease in it, just saving a few quid along the way, do we? So it makes sense to buy them this way, and then that way you can cut them into your squares if you want to, into your little Frenchies if you want to, make them into rectangles, use them in whatever way you're liking. Now, we've got 2 options that I've shared with you already. The first one there was your gorgeous cockatoo. Oh, cottage blue, I thought it was cockatoo. I was looking for cockatoos in there. I was thinking, I haven't seen anything in there.
Cottage blue.
Oh,
yes.
dear. We're all getting our words mixed up, aren't we, Molly? Next one that we've got here, what was this one? This is your boudoir. So there you go, your boudoir, if you're liking those nice neutral tones with that one. Like
yes,
it.
that's a basic grey collection. Really, really beautiful. And you've got your small prints and your larger ones as well.
Wonderful. There you go. So that's that one, the boudoir. The next one, oh, this is beautiful. You've been loving this one. Now, I will give you a little bit of a notice on this one, because this one, once it's gone, it's gone. And this one is your Be Grateful. And half of the stock has gone. Lots of connotations and references to bees, as you can see there. Beautiful fabrics throughout. And again, a nice range of colours with those. In fact, that goes quite nicely with the boudoir, especially with the little hexagons that we just saw in there as well. So, yeah, that's a nice little set. And then the last one that we've got, ooh, now I like these.
Yeah. This is fanciful forest.
Beautiful. And it is a bit of a fantasy forest as well, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. So to my mind, it's pastels, but deeper pastels.
Yes.
And, yeah, fantasy is exactly the word which describes it.
Love it, absolutely love it. And you can see, again, you're going to get your 10 strips with those. Now, the beauty is they are all on the same item number. So if you can't decide and you want to go for multiples and you're not a Freedom member, then you don't have to worry about your post and packing, because it's the same item number, so they're all going to be under the same post and packing, so no additional cost. Don't forget, the most vulnerable is the Be Grateful one. So if you're wanting that one, make sure you get that one in nice and early, 507119. But, oh, let me show you these others that we've got. We're talking Macawa with regards to these. 7 options on these, but again, cut to those 4-inch widths.
That's right, yes.
Where should we start? Let's start at the rainbow end then. You're very hungry caterpillar now.
Can you see him?
This is... I just heard Molly say in my ear, oh, it's the real one. Oh, we all remember with fondness, don't we, that story? The very hungry caterpillar. And, of course, gorgeous artwork. Was it Eric Scarl, I think it was his name? I'm not entirely sure.
It's lovely.
But, oh,
lovely.
So many kids, nieces, nephews that will be able to reference that, and, of course, right up to the current day as well. So a gorgeous array of fabrics. To be honest, there's only little tiny references, really, towards the caterpillar.
That's right,
feature,
yes.
You know? Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
So just on that one fabric, well, the two, the navy background and the white background, but,
beautiful.
You know, it needn't necessarily be very hungry caterpillar, but it's there for you to look at if you want to.
Definitely.
Yeah.
Absolutely gorgeous. So with that one, again, you're getting your 10 strips, that gorgeous rainbow, just a happy array of fabrics. You're going to love those ones. Nice solid navies will work with that one very, very well. And again, of course, your primaries featuring in there as well. Now, the next one, very much different. We're going very tranquil with the designs in this one. And this one, indeed, is called Tranquility. I love this. Nice little repeats of designs with this one, Tricia.
They are. I think that would be lovely for your English paper piecing.
Yes.
Hand patchwork, because they're lovely small prints.
Beautiful. And a nice little palette of colours there. I mean, you've got everything from those gorgeous bluey greys through to those gorgeous dusky pinks as well, and everything in between. And like you say, nice little repeats, very, very useful fabrics, those ones. So again, if you're wanting those ones, you can pop those in. I'm just going to move these ones to the side just so I can show you the others and we can get right in there. Now, this is a useful one. If you like your monochromes, then here, and I love this, it's almost like you've got that Bargello look, haven't you, there with the colours going through. Now, this one is your tonal ditzy. And this is your black grey. And again, the reference to that name, that tonal ditzy, you'll see that repeated in a few moments because we've got other colour groupings of these, which is nice because the connective with this one is the colour palette, obviously going through. But then the connective with the other options that we've got will be the repeats of the pattern. So you'll see these little repeated patterns coming through in different colourways. So it means that you could go for this one alongside the pink, alongside the blue that I'll show you in a few moments. And because they've got that same design, you'll see that they'll be able to work. So I'm going to leave that one just floating on the top there just for a few moments because you'll see that the connective between these two and indeed the pink is the same pattern. So you could, if you wanted to, quite easily go for all 3 of these and they would work well together. But this time we've got that blue. This is nice. Almost like a chambray look.
It is. Lovely. I love blues and beiges.
Gorgeous. Very forgiving as well. If you're making things like bags and you're wearing them with your jeans, your denim, then this colour palette is going to look absolutely beautiful. Do consider going for the pinks alongside this one, the pinks and the reds, because I think you could actually extend the usability of this one with this one supporting the next one and the next one supporting this one. So this one is your tonal ditzy in blue beige, going through to your beige tones there, and your tonal ditzy with your red green. So again, I mean, if you're thinking Christmas but you don't necessarily want to have holly featuring, then this is a lovely one. It's kind of almost like a winter season kind of fabric, isn't it?
Yes, yeah. Well, I love within those the deepest green, the darkest green there.
Beautiful.
But I also love the olivey green for Christmas as well, you see.
Yeah.
And you've got sort of 2 shades of that.
Gorgeous.
They all just work wonderfully.
And they're nice if you like to decorate your home. Maybe you like to get ready early with your Christmas decoration, but not necessarily Christmas themed. Kind of that nod to Christmas. Then those are the colour palettes. You could quite easily be bringing those out in kind of October, November time, without people thinking, "Oh my goodness, you're starting early on Christmas."
Yes, yes. Because they've got nothing Christmassy about them.
Exactly.
It's purely the colours and what's in our mind.
It is warm and cosy for winter. Now the next one is really pretty. All these florals, how amazing are these? Again, you've got your gorgeous roses, you've got daisies in there, tulips, all the flowers you could possibly wish for in one set of 10 strips there. Again, 4 inches wide, as is the case with all the other Frenchy 10s that we've been sharing with you. And again, a gorgeous array of fabrics. Now the next one that we've got, this one is your Bluebird. Now you're loving this one. Now I'm not surprised, to be honest, because that is a gorgeous palette. Absolutely beautiful. But over, what was that, sorry? Over a third, my goodness. I'm just looking across. Can I take this on a little bit of a walk? Well, not a walk. It's more of a stretch, really, because, yeah, don't want to move too far. Can I just show you those two together? Because I think those would work alongside each other as well, potentially. So if you have gone for your Bluebird, then, of course, you could go alongside. Now, at the bottom of the shrink, so this is going to correspond with the Bluebird quilt kit that we've got coming up. Oh, right.
It's 10 of the fabrics that are in the set. There's 27 in total.
Wow.
So it was very difficult to select just 10. But I think I've got some that work there, going through from the darker through to the cream.
I love it. And just behind you, we've actually got a quilt hanging up behind Tricia there that has got the Bluebird quilt. So that is the quilt that we're going to be referencing in a little while. And of course, those fabrics that we've just looked at would work with the kit that we've got available for this one as well. So that might be something worth popping into your basket. Details of this one are at the bottom of the screen. It was very, very popular earlier on. I know we're going to be referencing that during the course of the hour. So if you want to get in ahead of everybody else, might be worth getting those details at the bottom of your screen in your basket. But adding your additional Frenchy 10s, because they're going to be very useful with all those leftovers that you might have, that you can further extend and use those. So what an amazing array of fabrics. Just $18.99 for each one of those sets. And of course, you've got 10 strips, 4 inches wide, in whichever of those options you choose to go for. Now, we've got a fabulous kit to share with you. This is your woven flap bag. Now, we've got a variety of different options with regards to this one as well. Very, very clever design, this one, because you've got strips of fabrics that interweave to give you a huge amount of texture and interest. In fact, this is the bag here. Have a look at this. How amazing is this? Now, this is beautiful. This one is your purple option. So in here, you can see you've got that gorgeous kind of indigo blue with that purple coming through. This is a gorgeous design.
Yeah, it's very easy, to be honest. And I must admit, if you're watching the previous show, or the 8 o'clock, lovely Jenny Raymond.
Yes.
Probably taught me, I won't say how many years ago, she might not remember, but a long, long time ago, with her techniques.
Yes.
And it's been with me for years and years. I've done other things, but I just thought with my bag making, which I absolutely love, something came to me one day and I thought, you know what, that would be a beautiful bag flap.
So fabulous.
Along with using batiks, which I love batiks, I love fabrics full stop, but batiks I love, I just thought it might work.
And it does, absolutely beautifully. Now, we've got lots of different options with regards to this one. So, of course, you've got that gorgeous purples that I was just sharing with you there. You've got the beautiful aqua tones of this one. This one is gorgeous. Again, this is a new colour option. So this is a design that we've seen before, but new ways of doing it.
That's right, yes. We had I've brought the jade option back. This one is aqua, but I thought I will bring, because it was so popular across the board, I would bring back 2 new colours. And I didn't bring purple last time, which probably I should have done. But
and I love,
my favourite.
It's just such a clever concept where you're weaving those fabrics in to make that panel. And it's kind of reinforcing the panel as you go, isn't it? Because you've got the multiple layers on there.
And
a
it's
lovely
very simple.
bag.
Yes.
Lovely little bag, of course. The beauty of making your own bag is you can decide how long that handle needs to be, and the beauty is you get to choose the colours. So those are the 2 new options. We've got a couple of other options that we can share with you. So let me just grab hold of your jade. I've gone for a walk. I'll be back in a minute. Look at the pattern. I'll be there in a minute. Bear with. Hold the line, caller. Now, there, look. Now, these are ones that we've seen before. Well, we say we've seen them before. I've not seen them. So if they're new to me, they could well be new to you as well. So this one is your jade option. So if you're wanting to go for your jade, absolutely beautiful fabrics throughout. Again, the same bag with each of them. But doesn't it look different when you put it in the beige?
We'll go with anything, anything at all.
Yeah. Especially this time of year when lots of people are using taupes and chocolate browns and things like that. I think that is going to be a lovely one to wear with your outfit. So again, £21.99, spoilt for choice with regards to your colour designs. But don't forget, we have got brand new colour options with the aqua and, of course, your purples as well. So those are the new variations of it. If you want the pattern by itself, it is available. Details are now on your screen there, 834340. But don't forget that you have got a lot within your pattern. If you're going for the bundle, so do consider going for the bundle because you've got your fabrics ready to get started straight away. So lots more to share with you, but we're going to show you, oh, it's all falling down. Going to show you some bits and pieces as we head over to the demo, because it's me and Tricia, when we start chatting, time just flies away. Now, this is that gorgeous quilt that I was sharing with you just a few moments ago. So if you're wanting to go for this, you've got 27 long quarters. You've got a lot of fabric within this kit, and it was incredibly popular this morning at 7 o'clock. It's a beautiful design, but don't forget to add in those frinchy strips, those 10 4-inch strips alongside it, because you will really be able to maximise the usability of this one. But over a third of the stock has gone of it, and it is a beautiful one. I've got a pattern available by itself, but most of you are going for it as the kit, which strikes me is that you're liking those fabrics, and they are beautiful. They really are. Really good choice of fabrics with lots to choose from this range.
All 27 of them. That's why it was easier for me to say, OK, let's put them all together. Then there's no choosing.
That's a good point, actually. And look at these, absolutely gorgeous. Now, when they come together, you are going to be able to create the most striking quilt. With regards to quilting, when you look at a design, sometimes it can look over complex, but simplicity is key with this one.
Yes, it's just a beginner. If it could be somebody's very first quilt, they would be able to do this. It's basically just 4 patches. You can see those 4 little squares together that are bringing those vertical lines of squares, or diagonal lines rather, and half square triangle squares.
Beautiful.
It just looks more complicated than it is. But
That's
it's
the beauty, though,
the way
isn't it?
they're laid out, you've got that extra pattern within it.
You have
But
indeed.
my lovely friend Tracy made this because I didn't have the time. And it is beautiful, beautiful.
It's gorgeous. So again, that is the quilt that you're going to be able to create. So it's a good sized quilt there, absolutely beautiful. And it's kind of like a timeless classic style, isn't it? That gorgeous blue, nice gentle blue tones there. Look fabulous, whether it's going in a lounge, a conservatory, whether it's going to go in, on a bed. And of course, because of the size of it, you can actually turn it on point and have it diagonal. So even if it's going on something like a double bed along those sides, it's going to look fabulous as a placement there. So instructions come with it naturally, so of course you can be able to create that and go on and create more of these using your own fabrics as time goes on. But as I say, do add in those extra fabrics if you can. 271844, 2 flexi-buy payments of £50 each with regards to that one, so do make sure you're taking advantage because it has been a popular item. Loads and loads. Tricia was here at 7 o'clock this morning, incredibly busy, lots of sellouts, lots of things on extended delivery, but everything is on the website. So this is the key thing. If you want to see everything that Tricia has bought, she's got a whole range of fabulous patterns. She does back patterns so well. So make sure you check out the brand section as well before you check out your basket, because I'm sure you'll see something to tempt you there. But of course, she also has that knowledge and experience and that tuition. She teaches people, she shows you how to create things, and she comes up with some fabulous ideas. That's kind of where things like the rulers come from, and that's what we're going to be drawing our attention to next. This fabulous ruler, of which the extended stock, was that half the stock? Half the stock has gone, my goodness. And that's it for the time being. Bless her, she's got so much to do. So we will obviously see Tricia back in the future, but if you're wanting to get hold of it and you want to get hold of it now, you need to be placing your order, 098085. So, explain this fabulous device to us.
Explain, right. It is a very simple, basically a right-angled triangle. So half of a square, just cut diagonally, and with minimal markings, but just the ones we need. And the other thing about the ruler is that you can do other things with it as well. The square markings we have on here, I think, are ideal for when we're making our bags and we're cutting the corners out. I mean, quite often we'll pick a big ruler up just to get that 1 inch in the corner. But if this were my bag, I can just lay the square, whether it be, it goes down to 1 inch, right up to about 2.5. You just lay your ruler there and draw around and then cut your squares out. So that's just an offshoot of what it can be used for.
That's good for the bases of bags as well, isn't it, when you're having to do those corners, to do like your bottom of your bag?
Yes,
yeah.
That was the other thing. I didn't show that this morning, but if, I'll just run this together. So if you were making, what do we call them, paper bag corners, when we squash them flat. So I've just cut a small piece of fabric so it doesn't take very long to stitch down. But if we were making just a basic tote bag, which is, you know, just to go for shopping, and it's just 2 pieces of flat fabric, there's no gusset or base to them at all, and as I say, like a shopping, a carrier bag. And what we do to give it some depth, we do what are called the paper bag corners. So I put right sides together, and at these corners we then open them out and squash it. So we squash a corner like so, and we then have to line up that seam, and we cut a diagonal, or we measure with a ruler up the seam here, and then we draw it, or we cut, well, we don't cut it, we put a pin. But so much easier with the ruler as well, because we can squash it down like I've done there, and then you've got this centre line on the Amazing Miter ruler which lines up with the stitch line, and you can take the point here. This is your measurement, which you don't have to do with a ruler, a normal ruler. You can go down to one of the markings on here, so if you want a deeper one,
balanced, yeah.
and so that then you've got exactly the same when you come to do the other side. As I say, we just squash that one out, we just pull the edges apart so that we can get that seam running up the middle, and it just, the line down the centre lines up with that seam. And as I say, you can either just mark it then and pop a pin there and then do your stitching, but you know that you've got exactly the same distance from the point of the bag to where you're going to stitch, which when you've got a ruler, sometimes you can't quite squash it down properly. But that's just another little thing you can do with it as well.
When you get these home, you will find so many little ideas and uses. And of course, do share them with Trisha, because of course she always share them with everybody else, because this is the thing. Trisha's designed this with a purpose in mind, but of course when you start crafting with it, you start working with it, there's loads of ways you will find it sits within your kind of little area of sewing. It is literally flying out. So if you're wanting to get hold of yours, rapidly approaching 70% of the stock. Can't see this lasting much longer during the course of this ad. Don't forget, it's sold out twice already, and it is one of those situations you have to get it while you can. So very quickly, going to go back to Trisha so she can give us a few examples of how else you can use this within your sewing room.
So how it came about was, I did mention it this morning, in one of the little groups I have, we have a make to swap mug rug swap.
Okay.
So I demonstrate a different, just a small, like this. So it's just a small mug rug which will fit into a small envelope, so it doesn't cost much to post, and it's just a nice thing to do to build friendships throughout.
Nice idea, I like that.
And this
How do I get involved with that? I want to be in it.
Oh, well, you can come on to Facebook.
Okay.
And it's So Totally Trisha Make to Swap.
Oh, okay, I'll look that up.
So it's something for that doesn't need to cost much money. We can do it from scraps. We learn a new technique. There'll be something different each time I do one, and what you'll do, it's almost a mystery, because lovely Lindsay is the admin for it, and she organises, people sign up to doing it a particular month, and she will then give them a name to send to. So until that person receives it, or until a particular date, the 25th of the month, is when people can reveal who has made who. So they take a picture, and then somebody says, I made that for you.
It's like a secret Santa then.
Yes, yeah, and it's really, really lovely. And because when I started doing the mug rugs, I like to have the backing fabric coming over to the front, and therefore we do the mitered corner technique in whatever way, because there's plenty of ways to do it. And I used to do the folding one, which gave a bulky corner, but never mind, we can get away with that when it looks good. But I mean, here is the first one I did within this swapping, and as you can see, I have some reasonable miters there, but I have a poor one there, and also My miters, unless I'd gone in with my hand sewing needle,
Yes, yeah.
my mitre is open. Not that it'll pull open, but it's not perfect. And we all aim for perfection, even though we don't always achieve it. But you need to aim high. You know, aim for the, what do we say, the moon?
Aim for the
sun?
moon and you might hit the stars
That's
or something
right,
like
yes,
that.
yes, yeah. So it just came to me, what would I need to get this exactly right? So that's when this came to mind, and I just started drawing and thinking, what size shall I have it? Well, the other thing, it's got measurements down, just down this side, so you can use it as a ruler. And I thought, I'll have it 5 inches. Why? I had it 5 inches. I didn't want it too small and I didn't want it too big. But at 5 inches, it's ideal for cutting your charm squares in half as well, diagonally. So it's just another little thing you can do.
And then little things that are featured on there. I mean, as a sewer, I've noticed as well, you've got your 1/4 inch mark in there. So if you're making a template, maybe you're making your own little patch or a plique or whatever it is, and you need to add on a 1/4 inch, then all you need to do is line up the dotted line with your paper pattern and then draw or cut along the raw edge, and you're automatically adding on your 1/4 inch. You don't have to do the maths. It makes it nice and easy.
Perfect.
Now, over 80% of the stock has gone of this one. Now, somebody who's been loving this, and I think they've emailed in, they were saying, don't dilly-dally, get involved with this one. Lovely Judith, she's a big fan of the ruler there. But it's rapidly approaching limited stock now for the 2nd time. So if you're wanting yours, you need it in your basket, but more importantly, you need that basket checked out to ensure you're going to get hold of yours. It's only £12.99. It will become your quilting friend. Well, not just your quilting, but in a whole area of sewing. And it will be something that you will leave out, you'll be using it over and over again, taking advantage of that instant ruler that you've got down the side there. And of course you can see here your little squares that you can be able to create, as well as using that big angle that you've got there. Down to single figures with regards to these. Nice one to get for yourself. But can I make a suggestion? Because if I was your friend and you'd got one of these and I saw it, I'd want one too. And that price on your screen there is a very affordable Christmas gift price with regards to your friends as well. So if you want to get hold of it and know that you've got it, then now is the time to get hold of it. I know that we're going to see Tricia back before Christmas, but of course, if you've got it and you've already ordered it, you know that you've got it. As we expected, now technically sold out, so thank you to everybody that took advantage of those again. So 098085, very useful tool. So, what else can we chat about? Well, we're going to let Tricia get herself ready for her next demonstration. Well, I show you this incredibly useful tub kit. I love storage. Most people do. They enjoy kind of keeping things in their place, and you know where things are, don't you? And this is the thing. When you can get things organised, then you know where they are. You don't run the risk of buying another one, which we've all been guilty of if you've not been able to find the original one. And with this, it's a case of you've got everything kept in one place. I love these. I'm thinking we've got a motorhome and we've kind of got narrow cupboards in there where we need little storage bags. Something like this is going to be perfect because it's something that is going to be able to mould to whatever shape you need it to go, so whatever cupboard space you've got. Love the fact that you can kind of pick it up and take it with you. It could be a little project bag. Could be that you've got your knitting yarns in there, your crochet yarns in there, and you're wanting to work downstairs. Well, all you need to do is pick up the whole thing, take it with you, and you've got everything that you need. Now, you've got lots of options with regards to these. The details are on your screen, as you can see. 4 different options, beautiful fabrics. If you went for the little bees with regards to the fabrics earlier on, then you might want to go for some of these because they are absolutely gorgeous and loads of different colourways. So let's start you off with your grey. So the grey tone is the one that I've got here, which is more of a deeper grey, but a very, very pretty colour, as you can see there. Absolutely beautiful. Within your kit, now what we're going to get within our kits with these ones then, Tricia?
Everything.
Okay.
So everything cut to size. You get all the outer fabric, the lining fabric, the Styleville foam wadding, and the webbing for the handles.
Wonderful. So you don't have to go looking for anything else.
No.
All there, just a bit of thread and a bit of time, and you'll have loads of fun. It comes with a pattern as well. Now the grey, rapidly approaching 60% of the stock has gone, and once it's gone, it has gone. So bear that one in mind. Next one you've got your fabulous, fun little ivory bees. Now this one's a much lighter tone. I'm thinking this would look fabulous in a bathroom, wouldn't it?
I think that's the white one.
Tone.
That's the white one, yes.
Yeah. So this one's your white option. I do apologise,
right.
not your
No,
ivory. So, is the ivory this one over here?
No, that's silver.
That's silver.
Ivory's just your left, top.
Oh, there.
There, yes.
I don't know why I was looking for a different type of bee, but there you go. That one is your ivory. So again, nice option. Again, beautiful fabric. The lining fabric all included as well. And of course, these fabrics did feature, we saw in the strips earlier on. So if you're wanting to think about additional items, then do add those in alongside. So that's $15.99 for that particular set. Where are we going next? Let's drop down to the silver that we've got here. This one rapidly approaching half the stock has got a lovely contemporary style insert with this one. I love that. Isn't that fabulous, the little hexes?
Yes, yes. So that's from actually it's a little mixture there. Still Moda, Be Grateful, and the outer is from the Hello Sunshine range.
Ah, okay.
But yes.
Nice combination.
But they work well, yes.
They do indeed. So there you go, if you like that one. Don't forget Be Grateful, we've got those in those strips as well. And then if we go over the top here, so this one here, which is your white option that I tempted you with a little earlier, again, that is another of your 4 options. You need to be quick though if you're liking the look of these, especially if you're wanting the grey, you have to be quick. Now if you're wanting the pattern by itself, then we can give you that. We've got the details that are coming up on your screen. What you need, this is at the bottom of your screen, should I say. But bear in mind, can I just draw your attention to the 2 prices on your screen? So $9.99 is going to get you a pattern, but for an extra £6, you're getting all of the elements to make your first one. I know which way I'd be ordering this, because the moment this arrives, I don't want to be thinking about cutting out my fabrics and getting the right fabrics to work and going off and trying to find some webbing that's going to be suitable, that even coordinates. So that's why going for the kit itself will give you the opportunity to make your first one of these. And I say the first one because you'll be making loads of them as time goes on. But just choose, and don't forget, if it's the grey that you're going for, you need to choose quickly, because over 80% of the stock has gone. For that extra £6, it makes sense to go for the bundle, which are the details on your screen there, 241769. And I think this is what we're going to be drawing our attention to with regard to your demo.
We are. Trisha must have gone mad when she was thinking of those numbers.
I know, I said it quickly before you could change your mind.
Yes, that's right. It's all fun, isn't it? And I like everybody, or as many people as possible, to get into sewing and enjoy. Yeah, it really lifts the spirits.
And you do it so well, you teach so beautifully.
Oh, thank you. So, here is our little kit. I've done a little bit in advance because obviously I like to get through as much as I can, and I rarely finish anything, do I? But you will get everything cut to size. So you've got your front and back, your side panels, your base panel, all in the Styleville foam wadding, which is lovely because it can be scrunched up and it springs back into shape and it gives stability to your project. So we also have all the outer fabric pieces, which in this case is the white bee, and then all the lining pieces as well. And they're all cut to size so that you can start sewing straight away. Also, a couple of pieces of wadding for your webbing for the handles. So the first thing I always do when I'm using Styleville is, well, I use the fabric spray adhesive a lot of the time, but I never find it sticks as well as I'd like it to the foam wadding. Why, I don't know. So my belt and braces brain says I don't want to be unpicking at a later stage because there's a gap between the seams, because the wadding's showing, because it slipped a little bit. So I like to stitch the whole way around the edge. So pins if you like, or binding clips, but I'm going to stitch 1/8 of an inch the whole way around the edge just to hold all the layers together. Now if you want to, as I say, pop pins, you can do, but what I do is I line up one edge and I keep my hand on the rest, and as I get to the corner I've got the largest stitch possible as well, and I will just keep moving my fabric to make sure it's lined up at the edges. But you can see how quick, it doesn't take any time at all to do about 1/8 of an inch from the edge, because that's all going to be hidden in the seam. And if it goes wobbly, it doesn't matter, it goes off the edge, because again most of it is held down.
Well worth doing that, well worth doing. Very, very quickly, if I can just jump in, the silver bees, if you have gone for this one, sorry, the grey, should I say, the grey, this one has technically sold out, so this one is in your basket. Please make sure you do complete your order, because you could miss out on this one. Now the silver, which is the one that we've got down at the front there, with those funky little kind of character bees that you've got, that one is now limited in stock, so again, that one is vulnerable with regards to that one. Don't forget, moving up, if you missed out on the grey, we have got the ivory, so it's the same design of bee, but a different background fabric. And I'll just bring in the other one there to save us moving the camera, that you have got a white option again with those cute little bees that we saw a few moments ago. So the silver, the one down the front, technically that one has sold out as well.
Oh
so check out your basket. So you're only left with those two options now, if they're not already in your basket, of that wonderful, the white and of course the ivory there as well. Now, lots of you getting involved with the app, but loads of emails in as well. Trish, we'll be back in just a few moments. But who we had emailing in? Karen. Karen's emailed in as well.
Thank you,
Says she's sport for choice when it comes to Trish's designs, and that is so good. And she always sources such fabulous fabrics to work with those patterns as well. Cheeky Mama, do you know Cheeky Mama?
Cheeky Mama, I do. I think that's Angie.
Oh, is it Angie? I don't know, but she's just signed off as Cheeky Mama. She sounds like she could be cheeky. And she's loving the show as well, so it's good to have your company as well. Judith's loving watching you as well. You've got a huge little fan club. And I bet you're all swapping your little mug rugs and everything with social media and Trisha as well. So if you have just come across Trisha's designs, don't forget, check her out on social media as well. And Barbara is enjoying the show, loving the demonstrations that we're seeing, and all the clear instructions that you give us as well.
Oh, thank you.
And the mitered corners, light bulb moment, making it so simple for everybody, so thank you for that. And Josie's saying, how amazing are you, Trisha?
Yeah.
Oh, we're probably feeling all the love today for
Yes,
Trisha.
aren't
Lots of
I?
Trisha love today.
I know. Oh, they're lovely, lovely ladies. I thought as the years progress and you get older, there comes a time when, I think it comes to us all, we think, I want to be around lovely people all the time.
Yes.
I don't need negativity.
Yes.
And that has what has come to me.
Yeah, I think that's
suppose
good
I've given
advice.
out and yes, it's
Love it.
wonderful.
One final update quickly, just a few moments there of breath, but the ivory now, this one has technically gone as well, so we've only got the white available now, so that's going to narrow down your choices, but that one is now limited stock as well.
Oh my
so
goodness.
All of them have gone.
I shan't have anything to demo, shall I?
I know. We'll be knitting fog next, won't we? So yeah, be quick. That's the only thing I can say. And as I say, brilliant value for money. I think it's you realising that for that extra £6, you've got all the components there. Makes sense, doesn't it? But you've only got one choice left. So details on your screen. We'll let you carry on though, Tricia.
So the first thing we'll make is the divider. So you've got a long lining strip, which we're just going to put right sides together and align the raw edge, the short raw edge, and I'm going to use a short length of stitch. I'll do 2, and I'm just going to stitch across what will be the bottom. And then we're going to turn it to the right side. Don't really need to press at this point, but I'm just turning it so that I've got a tube. And then all I'm going to do is insert an individual piece of Styleville, which gives the... I've done these similar things before, and rather than just having a double layer of fabric, I wanted it to be a little bit more sturdy. So I thought we will put the foam wadding in the middle as well. So that just fits really, really nicely. And I will have the seam at the bottom edge, and then the top edge, I would normally do a decorative stitch or the triple stitch, which gives you a much more exaggerated straight stitch, and it looks really nice. But for time, I will just stitch straight across. But it just defines that top edge. You can see it almost looks as if it's a piped edge, but it isn't.
Beautiful.
So,
love it.
Yeah.
Oh, a bit of news on that white option. Well, I say white option, it's the only one that we've got now, so it's hardly what you call an option, is it? The white has technically sold out now for immediate dispatch. So this is the only one that we have been able to bring back to you on extended delivery, which is where we are now. So if you're placing your order from this moment on, yours is going to be delayed slightly. It's still worth the wait, though. It's only 7 days, though, to be honest. She's got a lot of cutting out and packing to do, hasn't she, Aunt Tricia? So, yeah, if you're liking the look of this one and the idea, then you can still get hold of it. You're just paying an extra £6 on the cost of the pattern to get all of your elements to create yours. And, of course, as soon as Trisha's able to, she will get this on its way to you. But, of course, giving her a week, she may even get them to you sooner than that, so don't be surprised if that situation does arise.
Yes.
But 241769 if you're liking the look of your multi-use divided tub. Fabulous. So, Trisha, what's next?
What's next? Right. So I've got all my pieces, my outer pieces, with the Styleville attached, and then I lay it out. So I've got my base piece in the middle, and then I've got my front and back, so the widest pieces on the two sides, and the opposite sides will have the side panels. And this is the easy way. I do a lot of things this way round because I never like making a whole outer and then having to put a base piece, a rectangle in the bottom.
Yeah.
It never fits properly. So by doing this and laying it out, you can't go wrong, she says. So we're going to put the front or the back, doesn't really matter what it's called, right sides together, and then I'm just going to stitch along this edge. And again, binding clips, pins if you would like. I am going, because I'm going through the foam wadding, I'm just going to have the standard default setting of about 2.5. Some machines will be 2.4, 2.5, 2.6. So, and we'll just stitch across from one end to the other.
Now, I've had a question come through, Tricia, asking about the kind of the wadding, the foam that you use, and it's Elizabeth. Very good question, Elizabeth. Asking whether it's fusible or whether it's a sewing style.
This one is a sewing style. There is Styleville Fix, which I do have that, but I haven't got kits with it in.
No,
so
I prefer the sewing because you don't. Sometimes you want to press, but you don't necessarily want to press and fix. That foam. You want to have a little bit of fluidity. So I must admit, I prefer working with the one that you're working with.
It does fix very well, but you do need to do it in the right way. And with that, a little bit of, not a load of steam, but you do need something damp, a little bit like when you're using Decaville Light.
Yes.
With that, no, I don't mean that. I mean H640.
Sorry, yes, me saying yes, and I'm just, of course it's the H640
Decaville Light
one,
don't. I've seen it being done with steam and it all comes away.
Yes.
So, but the H640, another Vilene wadding, that needs steam as well. So it's one of these things where you get a better fusion if you use a bit of steam. With the Styleville Fix, which is not this, you need a damp cloth on there just to give a little bit of dampness. Okay. But this, as you say, is sewing. So all I'm doing now, I'm going to the opposite side. I don't work my way round, but by going to opposite sides, you'll see in a moment when it comes to the next pieces, it gives you, without having to make any markings or measurements, you've got guidelines that are already there as to where it needs to go. So we'll put it back down where it came from. You can see it's already looking a little bit like a box, a flat one. And then we need to put the side panels on. So I think you can see already there, the length of the side panel just overlaps each of those seam lines, which is what we want because that's our seam allowance. So we will go right sides together there. And if we open out those seams or press the seams outwards, you'll be able to centre that on that edge and know that you're getting it exactly the right place. You've got a seam allowance there for when we pull the sides up and pop those together. So again, pins if you would like to pop them in. And then I'm actually going from one side right to the other. There are times when you can stop a 1/4 inch or so just before the end of the seam, but there are cases then where you may very well get a hole, a gap in the bottom. So this way, it makes it just a little bit more sturdy by going over. So I'm doing exactly the same again, just pushing those seams that we've already stitched outwards and lining up. I'll stitch from this way, it doesn't really matter. Lining up the seam and the edge of the side panels here at the bottom. So I've just stitched over that seam line there. Right, so we have a flattened box. What we need to do now, and it's automatically doing it actually, is bring the sides up, 2 adjacent sides, and we're going to do it on all 4 corners. And I line up the top edge, that's the most important. Line up the top edge, pop your finger down the side there, and just squash that bottom. And again, if you want to, pop a binding clip or something there just to hold it, and then stitch from the top with a little reverse down to the bottom. And I quite often reverse there as well.
Lovely. Now, Tricia, while you're stitching those side pieces in place, I'm going to make our viewers aware of something that you might not already know. 8 o'clock this morning, our brand new 7-day savers were launched, and there's some cracking deals to be had, including an incredible book bundle. Now, lots of you have been taking advantage of this. You found it under your own steam, and I must admit, when I had my email come through this morning, I thought that is a good buy. Look at those. £13.95. You are getting all 5 of those books. And of course, some of
of them are depicted as baby bright quilts and so on, but they don't have to be baby quilts. You can take inspiration from those. Quick and easy quilts, so if you are just getting started, if you're wanting to create your easy curves, then again, you've got all the books and all the tuition that will help you on its way. And I am self-taught from books with regards to my sewing, so I am a big advocate for learning from a book. You can pick it up, you can pop it down. I know we've got the internet now. We didn't have that luxury when I was getting started, but I still like a book because you can just take your time, and it's just easy to have an open book to the side of you when you're working, rather than to be online and then suddenly find you lose your connectivity and then it refreshes the page and as you're scrolling up and down. A good book is the perfect way for you to learn, and that's a brilliant bundle. You're saving £51 there. How long those will last for, I don't know, but at that price I can't imagine them being around too long. Now, something else that you might like to add in, especially if you are thinking about Halloween. Now, these have come from Make It Joe. I'm a little bit, I wonder where Make It Joe has bought these from, I have to say, but he has rustled up some amazing Halloween trimmings here. So you've got your gorgeous orange there, you've got that fabulous purple and gorgeous black there with your marabou feathers there, and you're getting 6 metres, so I'm guessing it's a couple of metres of each one of those for just £9.99. Oh, you'll have loads of fun with those. 724356, and since we're looking at our 7-day savers and we're talking about soft crafts, what about a little bit of knitting and sewing? Well, these are brilliant because you're going to get 6 of these 100-gram balls, and they're fabulous because they've got 20% wool content in there, so they're going to be beautifully soft, but of course the acrylic is going to keep the durability, meaning you can throw them in the washing machine. £20.99. Now you're going to get 6 of those. This particular one is your Mars option. Oh, I like that. We're going for a trip. We're going intergalactic. This is your Earth option, as you can see. Your Saturn with those gorgeous pinks and purples, and we're going Cosmos with the last one there. And again, you can go for multiples of those if you're wanting to. So check out your patterns. If you need 12 balls, and go for 2 sets, but know that for each of those 6 you're only paying £20.99. What good buys. Now, of course, those prices there are good until Sunday next week, as long as stock permits them to run that long. Doesn't always guarantee to work that way, so getting really quick. And I know we're very busy with regards to those books as well. Now, something I need to tell you about the quilt kit. Now, this is something that you may well have spied behind Tricia, a beautiful quilt kit, and it's a fabulously easy one for you to create if you are a novice quilter, maybe just getting started. You've got the most beautiful fabrics, such soft tones, beautiful blues, all coming together to create this wonderful size quilt here. And it's a very simplistic design, which means that even if you're the most novice of quilters, maybe your first ever quilt project, and I know that Tricia will be absolutely thrilled if you've taken inspiration from her design here to make your first ever quilt. So details are on your screen. You've got everything that you need with regards to your fabric sitting on the top, and you've got the entire range there of that Bluebird range. 27 different fabrics feature in there, and you've got a long quarter for each one of those. So of course a long quarter of your is it a metre that you're working with these? Quarter of your metre from selvage to selvage, so that complete width of fabric, but you've got all of those absolutely beautiful. So if you want to know, 271844, and that's going to make that fabulous quilt. Now, your Moda fringes, before we go into the Moda ones, can I just mention this one just to the side here? Because if you're going for your quilt kit, this particular fabric, as your 4-inch strips, 10 repeats of those, so taking some of those from the 27 strips we just looked at, these would be a welcome addition alongside it. Perfect way, if you're wanting to make your quilt that little bit larger, you can add these in, just simply run them down the edge of your quilts from length to length, and you are going to be able to create a much larger quilt, but just for the addition of $18.99, I think it's well worth mentioning those. And of course, because you've got Flexi Buy on your quilt at the bottom, the side of your screen, there, that one there, oh no, it's at the bottom of the screen now, where's my finger, there. Then you can spread the cost of this as well, which means that you're looking at just an extra £9.50, which would make sense because it will make that quilt that little bit larger if you're wanting to. So just wanted to get that in. So which one should we stick with, the Mode and the Macawa? We're going to stick with the Macawa. So down along here you've got a similar sort of situation with each one of these. So you've got 10-inch strips, 4 inches wide. So your Bluebell that we just looked at a few moments ago, Bluebird, that one there. Your Garden Delights is the one with all those gorgeous florals in there. You've got your tonal ditsies then. Now you've got your red green as an option. You've also got your blue beige as an option, and finally your black grey as an option as well. Then you've got that gorgeous Tranquil range from the Tranquility.
getting my teeth wrapped around my lips there. So that one, and then you've got your fabulous little hungry caterpillar with all those rainbow colours there, gorgeous designs in there. So 577-864 if you're wanting any one of those, just $18.99. Now, similar sort of setup with regards to the motor that we've got at the top here, but only 4 options of these ones. But again, they are gorgeous fabrics and you're going to love them. So you've got your fanciful forest, which is this gorgeous bright tone one that you've got here at the end there. It's almost like a watercolour effect with those, isn't it beautiful? Then you've got your Be Grateful. Now, we saw the Be Grateful featuring in some of the little bag kits that we saw that Trisha's working on. So if you've gone for one of those, I'd suggest you get that one in as well. Then you've got your boudoir. You can't just say boudoir, can you? You've got to say boudoir. You've got to put a bit of emphasis on there. And then finally, oh, this one is a beautiful one. This is your cottage blue. Really, really pretty. Do you know, earlier on, I'm sure we saw the cottage blue. It's the little tiny squares when we had the show earlier on.
Yes,
so
I saw, yes.
Yeah, Jewellery Designs.
Yes,
go and have a little
mini.
look. She did a fabulous bag with the little tiny pieces. Team it up with that one and then you can make something even larger.
And
so
I did a puff quilt the previous shows at the end of with a charm pack.
Oh, of course, yes,
Yes,
that work well, yeah.
I just
definitely.
love it, yes.
So there you go, all coming together, isn't it? 507119. Now we're going to head back over to Trisha for the last part of the show, but I need to show you that fabulous woven bag that she's designed. Now we've got 4 different options with regards to this one. 2 brand new ones with your purple and your aqua, but of course we have got the jade and the beige that you just saw there still available for you if you're wanting those ones. 525153 if you're wanting to get hold of them. Just $21.99. Includes your pattern as well, which your pattern you'd normally pay $9.99 for, so it's a really good bundle with that one. Now, something that I haven't had a chance to share with you, but I'm going to do it very quickly, your placemat sets here. Now, this one is a brilliant set because you're going to be able to create something. Look how wonderful this is. And this is very, very clever. Now, do you recognise the fabric? Yeah, it's those bluebirds. They're making another appearance. And this is beautiful. Now, this is very clever because the fabric that you've got in the middle there,
Yes.
that's how it comes to you.
That's right. There's, within the range, it's not included in the 27 long quarters, but there are 3 fabrics that have, one's got a star design and one's got the grandmother's garden design of patchwork. So it makes it look as if you've taken so much trouble in sewing lots of hexagons together for that centre panel. But in actual fact, it's the fabric that's been printed in the design.
Isn't that clever? So if you kind of want a quick version, then that is something you could be creating. You could even kind of top stitch that if you want to, and make a little theme so it does look as if you stitched it. But it's beautiful. A little bit of design interjection there from our fabulous Chris, who's our director, suggesting a bit of free motion work.
Oh,
there
a bit of,
as well.
yes.
So there you go.
Absolutely. Nice little, because if it wasn't exactly how you wanted it to be, it wouldn't matter. It would be hidden, wouldn't it?
Definitely.
But yes,
love it.
Give it a try.
So there you go. The other option that you've got with regards to this one is your Scandi. So naturally, if you want to have the best dressed table at Christmas, then have a look at those. Aren't they beautiful? Absolutely gorgeous.
And
love it.
they
your little pockets there.
Sorry, they coordinate with the urban Christmas table run I had in previous shows and the centrepiece as well. So you could have a totally Scandi Christmas table.
I love it. Oh, yeah. And don't forget the crackers as well. We've got those Scandi style crackers as well. So you might want to go for those. So 011289 if you're wanting those. Talking of crackers, let's get those in, show you those, because they're sat here and they look beautiful as well. So maybe add this festive cracker kits in. You've got 4 options with regards to these. So you've got your Scandi red, your Scandi grey. You've also got your dogs as well. Cutest fabric ever.
Every dog
and
needs
these, again, to make those fabulous crackers that you can use over and over again. Absolutely beautiful. You decide, but I know which one's my favourite. So if you're wanting yours, £21.99. That fabric is adorable. I need that. So 268819, whichever you choose, you've got a fabulous value bundle, and naturally you've got the pattern there that you can refer to time and time again. So probably got about 4 minutes or so.
4
I think.
minutes.
Did you say
well, we
4
won't
minutes
finish
or
it,
so?
but then the next part, most of it is similar to how we've created. So we've got the tub already finished and turned to the right side. So what you'll notice with the lining pieces, you're going to have 2 pieces which are your side panel lining, which are slightly smaller than what will form. You've got 2 of those. You'll have 4 which are going to form the lining for the side. Obviously, because it has a divider, it needs to be that little bit longer to take into account that there's going to be a seam in the middle. So we will take 2 pieces of the lining fabric, and along with the divider which we've already made, and we're going to place it we'll take one edge as the bottom, we'll take this edge as the bottom edge, and we're going to place it, making sure our top is at the top, so it's the one we top stitched, and about 1/4 inch from the bottom. So I will just pop a pin in there just to hold that in place, and then we're going to put the other piece on top, so we'll make a sandwich and line that up at the bottom. So it is about, and just roughly 1/4 inch. It just needs to be a little bit higher than the bottom edge so it doesn't get caught into the seam. So having got that sandwich like so, we're just going to stitch from the top, and again I'm going to turn my stitch length down because I want it to be a lovely secure seam there, and I reverse at the top just to really hold that, and then stitch. I know I'm going through the foam wadding now, but it's just a short seam there. So you can see that now. Oh, let's turn it that way so you can see as well, Hayley. That's a side.
Oh, I see, yes.
With the divider in between. So now we're going to work on this other side. So we're getting rid of the raw edges in here as well. And we're going to line that, and again 1/4 inch. So if you look at the other side and just do the bottom of the divider at the same level, and again we'll just pop a pin just there to hold it, and then we'll take the second piece, the second lining piece, and place that on the top.
Lovely. Now, Trisha's stitching out. I think I've found the piece that Trisha is working on. So she's making that divide there, and you can see she's sandwiched the edge of that divide between those two pieces of fabric that she's just been talking of. So it means that it all comes together. So you'll have that complete piece across the side there, complete piece across there, and of course, stitched into the middle. Very clever design. You've got that fabulous divider that you've got there as well. So really clever design. Sadly, this is the only option that we have left, but to be honest, it's a kind of cute one. I do like it. Of course, your kit is going to come with everything that you need. All you need to do is add in your thread. You've got your gorgeous white backdrop fabric with your little bumblebees on there, and you've got your lining fabric as well as your webbing, and of course you've got your foam there as well. So the moment it arrives, you can get cracking with it. If you want the pattern by itself, I hardly didn't want to give you the details, to be honest, because it's £9.99 for the pattern, so it's only an extra £6, and you've got everything there to make your first one. So it makes sense really to go for the kit, and that's the way that most of you have been doing that. 241769. How are you getting on over there,
We haven't
Tricia?
got long, I know. So I've got my pieces now. You can see that's the centre. So I've got my base lining underneath, and all I'm going to do is open that piece so that it is the side, and just like we did with the outer, we're going to align that edge. So I've got
Have we got a video of this online, Tricia? Can we see this the social media or something like that?
Yes, we have. It's on Trisha Time.
Fabulous. Trisha Time. We'll go and check that out.
On the So Totally Trisha page.
Fabulous.
Videos at the top. I have actually done a demonstration of it. So
Fabulous.
Yes.
Thank you, because it's run out of time
I forgot. Yes.
Oh,
Never
Tricia,
mind.
thank
never
you.
mind.
Back in October.
Yes, third Sunday, 7 and 11.
Lovely. We'll look out for that.
Something new. I've got something up my sleeve.
Ooh, exciting. Look forward to it. Very, very busy hour now. Normally be bringing you one day special. We've got a little bit of variety coming up though. Jenny's going to be back with Yana, so make sure you stay tuned. Then we're looking at Blue Bear quilts before we spend another hour with Karen.
Hi, I'm John Lockwood from John Next Door and Crafts 2. My crafting journey's taken me through all different types of crafting, from stamping and die cutting to colouring and inking, and loads of different things. I really find that this partnership is extremely strong and helps me bring out the best of my products and all the other products within the Crafts 2 stable and the ones that I design.
What is Flexi Order? When you place an item on FlexiBuy in your basket, you qualify for Flexi Order, which means any other items you add to your basket will also be included in your FlexiBuy payments. So you can spread the cost over multiple monthly payments. After your first payment is made, your entire order will be dispatched. When you add at least £60 worth of any items to your shopping basket, either online or on the phone, you'll qualify for our Flexi Order offer. This means you can spread the cost of your order over equal monthly Flexi-buy payments, offering you extra flexibility when you shop with us. Flexi Order, making your shopping experience with the craft store easier.
Hi, I'm Emma.
And I'm Pam.
And we're from Quilters Trading Post. We've been open since 2007, so we're coming up to 10 years now.
We've got lots of people who now come into the shop and tell us that they've seen us, and that they've enjoyed the demonstrations, and they've watched us over and over again.
Make sure you don't miss our shows.
Exciting news! For the 5th year in a row, the craft store has been awarded the top accolade of the Platinum Trusted Service Award from FIFO. These awards recognise businesses that deliver exceptional experiences as rated by you, our customers, and we are honoured to have been selected. The Trusted Service Award means you can shop with confidence based on the reviews from over 60,000 The Craft Store customer experiences. Thank you for your independent reviews. It means a lot to us.
Well, good afternoon, everybody, and a warm welcome. So we are really spoiling you this past day, and actually yesterday as well, with some gorgeous fabrics. I will be getting to this in a moment, but speaking of spoiling you, we have got the wonderful Jenny Raymond joining us again as well. Hello.
Nice to see you again. And what an array of colour we've got.
I can't believe how prolific you are every time I work with you. The amount you do with fabric is incredible, and also it's a diversity of projects as well.
Yes, well, you have to keep thinking of something different.
Yeah.
There's that lot out there that would email me and say, you're doing the same old thing again, you see.
We want new, we want something different.
We want something different, so I'm going to give you something different today, all right?
Jenny, you are, and I know I said this to you yesterday, but I'm genuinely mean this, right, hand on heart. You're exceptional in your, I know you have so much passion in sharing your education with everybody and getting people crafting in a different way. So please stick around. Jenny will be offering you some beautiful inspirations with some, I mean, this is gorgeous fabric.
It is so very different to what we did yesterday.
Yeah.
This is colour that's in your face. It's there, it's dynamic, it's vibrant, it's explosive. And what they've done is they've put 6 fabrics together, 5 pattern ones and a solid. So you've got a pack that you can use. They've all been carefully chosen, they fit together, they mix, they merge, they meld, and you've got that solid to add that little bit of the negative, the break, the emphasis to emphasise the beauty of the other fabrics. So I think it's a very good idea to put them together. It's an affordable bundle. It's something you can take and then you can do a creation with it.
I love your passion with it, and it is unashamedly just enveloped in colour, and it really does, I think, stand out from the crowd. It's interesting to see the amount of the team that have said they love these bundles. We have got 3 bundles for you, and we're going to start going through these. Now, the important bit is you're getting your sort of bright, vibrant pattern colours, and you're also getting that block as well, that solid, to give you that break and stand out the design. Now, I do want to point out, everything is on extended delivery. 6th of October. Now, apologies, I know that's slightly longer than we normally offer. It's 17 days extended delivery. The reason behind that, and I think so many people can appreciate now, just the world we live in, Jenny, it's getting stuff into the country.
And then getting it driven around the country.
Yeah.
So, you know, it arrives in the channel ports, and then trying to find somebody to actually transport it is getting harder and harder. And these fabrics they're designed by a French designer.
Yeah.
They've been made, they've been printed, and they've got to be shipped from their original source into the country, and they've got to go through customs, and da-dum-dum-dum-dum. So you're not just buying any old fabric, you're buying something that's a little bit special.
It is special. So we will get it to you as soon as possible. We are busy. I'm so pleased we are busy, because in chatting to Jenny before the show, and it's just her enthusiasm, and you'll see that throughout the hour. Let's start with the blues. So this is your first option. Love this. Straight off the bat, that is stunning. Now, these are US fat quarters. So there we got that beautiful, it's a bit like a geode.
Yes, it is, very much so. Or even sort of looking into wood. Or if you took a fabric roll, a roll of fabrics, and wrapped it up tight and then cut a slice through, that's what you've got.
Like rock candy.
Correct.
Yes. Love this. So you've got your reds going through. And we're saying these are blues, but there are so many colours nestled in to these fabrics.
And that, with that pink, I mean, that to me, it's not the, it's like the, in the sea, I'm trying to think of what the fish is, like a jellyfish.
Yeah.
It's like a jellyfish with its delicate tentacles coming out from this wonderful sort of pink dome of its head.
Nice, like an anemone.
Yes,
Yeah.
thank you.
And then here, look at that. That's nice.
Now there's your feature fabric, because that's got various bits you can extract and use as a centre panel. You've got the lady, you've got flowers, and you'll see from the couple of cushions that I've made and the design I'm going to make, you don't just have to have that girl. You could actually take out other parts. So if you're going to do some form of applique, perhaps broderie purse, which is where you'll cut the flowers out of that and put them somewhere else, that's an ideal fabric for that.
Beautiful. And then the solid that we were talking about too, and the virtues of the solid. Yesterday you showed a beautiful quilt that you made with our Into the Woods. By the way, we still do have the Into the Woods you can find on our website. But it's the around the sort of frame. Oh, there it is. Yeah, sorry, it is on set. So, I mean, the solid allows you to lift your pattern design, and it's important.
Yes, it is very important. It gives that rest in between. Then it gives the oomph, the dynamic flow to the rest of the design.
Like £19.99 is your price there. You are saving £4. 550978 your item number. Okay, now we're going to go on to our greens. I'm listening to the team, and it's lovely to hear them speak, because I know that Emily, producer, really liked the blues.
Right.
Holly's first thing she said with the greens, she's like, I love these greens.
Yes, the greens are absolutely cracking.
Yeah.
And there's one of them there, the second one in, is actually a fantastic border fabric.
Look at that.
Because you could fussy cut that. You might not want to cut it up and fussy cut it, but you could.
Absolutely.
And then you've got the floral design just rampant. They're just gloriously luscious all over it.
Now that's a nice fabric.
And there's again another one, slightly smaller print with the flowers just wandering. And that was such a useful fabric. That was almost one of my favourites. And when I was working with them on the floor, and various students came in to a class and wandered in, they all said, oh, you can't cut that up. That's such a useful fabric. It goes with so many different things.
Do you tend to find, I'm interested, so when you see a bundle, you might look at, so I love this one's going to be my favourite, but when you start working with the fabric, then suddenly a design that you didn't think you'd love as much suddenly becomes your favourite.
Correct, because in fact, strange enough, the end bundle, which we'll come to in a moment, is I am not a pink person, but when I came to use those fabrics, I just had to play with them. I would ordinarily have said, oh, I'm a green person, maybe a blue person. I'm not a pink person, but wow, those pinks.
Interesting. And I have to say, if I had to pick a favourite, I think I'd be... I love pink as a colour.
Well,
there we are.
wearing.
So yeah, lovely, lovely, lovely designs and colour tones.
We'll have to watch so those fabrics don't vanish, because they make an amazing... Now that fabric you've got your hand on now, that is an absolutely super border fabric.
Yeah, you can
and I've
see
used
that.
it on the cushion. I'll show you all in a minute.
Brilliant. And that's very classy too. You've still got the colour, but it's that rich, deep sort of burgundy background in there as well. How vibrant is that? Oh, I like it. I like it, Jenny.
It's really nice. And then you've got the purple that goes in with them. You've got your solid, you've got your break, you've got your rest. You've got the vibrancy of the patterns, and then that rest with the solid in between.
Do you know what's interesting? There is no clear front runner here. They are all busy, and that's I love hearing that, because it's showing a lot of people loving the blue, then the green or the pink. Or it could be a reflection that some viewers saying, I love it, the price is great, I'm going to go for all three.
Well, interestingly, one of my students emailed me this morning, because she saw me last night, and she just said, read today's show, sit back, Jenny, and let the fabrics speak for themselves. And yes, they do speak for themselves. They
really
are
do.
just... Pow.
Yeah, we like these, you like them. Details on your screen, 550978, your item number there. You might have noticed that I haven't read out the designer's name. We've been talking about this. I just don't know how to pronounce it right. So I thought, I could say if you're French and you know how to pronounce it, but you'd have to email in and sort of tell me phonetically how to pronounce it. And I want to apologise to the designer. I just didn't want to read your name out badly. So there, you can read it for yourselves.
Well, let's give her a Christian name. She's Odile.
Odile.
Okay, we'll be Odile.
Odile, okay,
yes.
Odile. Oh, we'll go with that. Okay, now we're going to move on. Half meters. Yesterday with Into the Woods.
Yes.
we work together at 8 o'clock. Really busy for our half meters there, and half meters gives you a lot of scope and possibilities. So maybe because you're picking any two, you've got two favourites, and you know these are the two that I really want to go for. If you want to pick them up in half meter, $13.98 for 2 half meters. How would you be approaching this, Jenny?
Well, again, my comment on border fabrics, the ones that I mentioned make absolutely fabulous borders, and because they're printed so well, you're going to be cutting them across the fabric. Keep going, it's there.
That was one.
So you've got the width of the fabric, and always your borders, in my opinion, should be cut with your strips across the fabric. So that's going to give you a fabulous, fabulous feature border without doing any sewing whatsoever. And then if you wanted the fabric to cut the ladies or the flowers out of the big motifs, you've got more. But of course, you're going to back something on a cushion. Well, if you have a half meter, you can use your fat quarter pack for the front, say for 2 cushions, because I got 2 cushions out of my fat quarter pack.
Nice.
And then I had a half meter for the back, which was dead simple because you can put a zip in it, you can do an envelope back, pillowcase back type thing, or whatever you want to do. We'll just stick a back on it. So half a meter is really useful.
And I also think I'm finding myself sort of gazing down. You don't need to stick with certain colour families, because I think having something that contrasts works
Correct.
just as well
Yes.
within this collection.
Yes.
So go a bit zany with your
Yeah, they
twist.
do, because you could put the greens with the blues and the blues with the pinks and the pinks with the purples. They would all go together. I mean, perhaps you've got a wedding coming up. Okay, I went to a wedding recently of that one of the people who work on the show, our Sasha, and waistcoats. Think of a waistcoat in those vibrant colours. You don't need much for the front. I bet you get 2 fronts out of a half metre. Okay, you might need 2 half metres, but you would be kapow.
Oh, wow. I would love this. Got to ask very quickly, how was it?
It was brilliant. It was
so pleased
absolute.
for her.
Sasha looked an absolute total treat. The venue was amazing. She looked lovely, except I had to laugh. She had these fabulously high heel shoes on, and the venue was on a grass overlooking the sea. Absolutely beautiful, this fort. But the shoes, sadly, on the grass, so she was sinking into it gracefully. So she took them off, and it's the only wedding I've ever been at where the bride was barefoot.
Amazing! I'm so pleased, because she had to postpone that 3 times.
So many times.
Tell you what we're going to do. We're going to go very quickly through the options for you, just to show you how easy they are. This is your first one. This is your mini geodes, and then we've got our aquatic. So there's a jellyfish that we were talking about earlier. Then we have the mini plumettes, the beautiful border. Jenny is a huge fan of this one. I'm going to say, if you're just looking for a lovely border fabric, you cannot go wrong.
Incidentally, to interject there, it works in about 4 inches.
Okay.
So the design repeats about 4 inches, so you know it's a good, easy border to cut out.
Good knowledge. I love your knowledge, Jenny. This is your Florophilis. Sounds like
oh, wow.
character on Sesame Street. Other shows are available. Then we've got our flower fairies.
And then you can see the flower fairy. She's in there somewhere. She's just
up there.
There she is,
There
the flower
she is. Beautiful. Very elegant. Next, we got our fronds in green. Then we've got our plumettes in rouge. Beautiful.
Yes.
Really like that.
I could cut those out and I could you applique them to something. You know, if you've got a T-shirt or a skirt that needs a uplift, cut them out, bond them onto the fabric, stitch around the outside edge, raw edge applique, and you're going to have a garment that either you've covered up the holes in it, the stains in it, or you've just given it some wow pizzazz.
Love that, Jenny. Next, we've got our gecko. There you go. There's a gecko. Then we've got our bells. Beautiful. I know bells is another one that you really like working with.
I find they're just such a useful fabric.
This is your ibis blue. Onto our geodes.
Yep.
That's your geodes in blue. I like that. That's another nice one.
Yes, I like that one too. And that also brings in slightly the more masculine tones.
Yeah.
You know, you've got the pink sort of flowery feminine ones. That's just going to be that. You put that with your blues and your greens and your blacks, and you've got something maybe just that little bit less feminine, less flowery.
That's a good point. Really good point, Jenny. This is your mini gecko. That's your mini aquatic, and I like the way the designer has actually altered the size, the volume of the print. That's
yes,
nice.
so they're all different. They've been altered in colourways, they've been altered in sizes, and that actually gives it, again, you just have to have them.
Yeah, it's that diversity. Here, this is the fronds in turquoise, and then this is your mini flower fairy. So those are your choices with your half meters. You're picking any two, $13.98 your price, and we are busy across the board there, which is fantastic. Now, very, very quickly, we have got the solids for you as well. Just having a look here. So if you do want to introduce some solids into your choices today as well, another pick and mix, we are picking any two for $9.99. Good price
Just have
on
the
them.
lot, everybody. You're going to need those solids. You want that pink, you want that red, you want that purple, that lime green, and then the appley green next door, and the tealy blue, and the white.
And if anyone knows, I know. If anyone knows, it's our Jenny, the value of the solids. So $9.99 your price. Picking any two, stock up on the ones you know you're going to use. 323-690 your item number there. We're going to jump onto the website as we venture forth towards Jenny. Now, the one-day special, and we did mention this, Into the Woods, one-day special, really busy for that. Beautiful designs from Katrinka, and she was saying she wanted to bring the outdoors indoors. She's South Carolina, surrounded by nature. This is an eco print, so it's actually using pigments from leaves and from flowers, introduce that into the fabric. So lovely, lovely fabrics. We've also got all of Jenny's books, and can we take a moment to just savor the 5-star reviews across the board for our Jenny. Jenny, now I don't want to be controversial.
Yes.
I wouldn't give you 5 stars.
You wouldn't give me 5 stars?
I'm sorry, I wouldn't give you 5 stars. I would give you 6 stars. You deserve 6 stars in my view. I think you're an absolute
Well, you better have an extra star hole put on there.
I have to find one.
Yes, you see.
I'll make one.
Have to have 5 plus.
5 plus plus. Right, we're going to start with play. What
Yes,
are we going to do,
Well,
Jen?
first of all, I'm going to show you the cushions I made with the pink bun.
Okay.
So having opened my box, I got these fat quarters all neatly packaged, and I thought, we've got to do something with it. No, I don't like pink. I don't do pink. Oh, no, look at the pink. So I've taken the flower fairy and used it in the centre here.
That is beautiful.
And then we have the geo round at the edge here. This one I can't remember the name of, but here's the border fabric I was waffling on about.
Yes.
And mitering it on the corners. If we bring this a little bit nearer so the camera over here can pick it up. If you look at the corner mitering, you see you really can fit the design together so it goes round the corner.
Seamless.
And that was absolutely super. There's nothing better than a decent border fabric which you can put together on a miter. So I made the cushion up and then simply sewed inside the edge to give it a padded outside to it. Very often I pipe cushions. Because I didn't want to use any of the fat quarters on the back, I had a ½ meter of the other fabric which I've used on the back. So that was one cushion.
Can you just show us the back? If we just turn it around so we have a good look at that. I mean, that just works.
Yes.
Jenny, that is a beautiful cushion.
I was very, very pleased with that.
Absolutely stunning.
And then, from the same pack of fat quarters, I only had one, I took, again, another part of the flower fairy fabric. Again, the same geo around the edge here, using the aquatic one round there, and the border one was, I didn't have enough of the other one left to miter it, and, you know, mitering is actually quite hard work.
Yeah.
And then, with the solid that came with it, I have piped it. And the remains of my ½ meter went on the back of that one there.
Lovely.
So it was a real, for me, coming out of my comfort zone, thinking, well, for goodness sake, girl, go with pink, because, you know, I'm orange, usually.
I love that. Now, I do need to say, Tony, our security guard, I know you're watching. Tony, we might need you at the end of the show, because there are a lot of eyes on those cushions. I'm hearing people already got their eyes on them, so Jenny might need an escort to try and get those cushions back home
Well,
with her.
they're not having them. I mean, think of how super they look on the sofa.
Yeah.
They are so grand, so gorgeous, and your friends will come in and say, wow.
Yeah.
Right, from the flower fairy fabric. Now, I've used my fat quarter, so here is the ½ meter. And you can see the bit that I cut out. So if I open it up, you could use the flower fairy herself.
Yeah.
And I chose to cut a 6.5 inch square, which just fitted very nicely on the flower fairy.
Perfect.
top tip is, because I wanted to make very certain she was in the middle,
Yeah.
I measured 3 1/4 inches either side of her face and cut that first, and then I just worked out where she was in relation to my 6 1/2 inch cut square before cutting off the top and cutting off the bottom. I did actually draw on the fabric using a chalk marker on the front because I wanted to make very certain. Usually I draw on the back, but you couldn't quite see the detail on the back, so use a chalk marker, work it out, draw it, and then think before you cut. So you could use that bit. I've used this bit. I've also used, and I'm going to be showing you now, the bit that's here, because although it hasn't got the flower fairy on, who's to know that that's part of the flower fairy skirt? It's a motif. So you could actually use an awful lot of this fabric as a centre panel.
Right, there's a beautiful piece of fabric, and opening it up and just seeing you explore it,
you see,
you start to
Are you
appreciate
going to really want to cut it up? This is the trouble. It's one of those bits of fabric you get out and you have to pat, and you think about it, and you'll fold it up and you put it back in your stash. But you could just take a panel of it and make a cushion.
Of course you could. Lovely.
Right, so I have cut from my fat quarter that I had left this particular part. So I've got the flower in the middle. You don't know, because I'm not going to tell you that that's a flower fairy skirt. Does it matter? No, it's a motif. This is a 6 1/2 inch square. What I put round it then was I put right angled triangles, and they have to be the right sort of right angled triangles. So round the middle of this one, we have right angled triangles. And being very careful about saying that, because these are not half square triangles. These have to be quarter square triangles because of the grain. The ones on the outside edge are different. They have to be half square triangles. So just bear that thought in mind.
Okay.
Coming back to how you're going to cut it out, this is a 6 1/2 inch square I have in the middle, which is 6 inches when finished, i.e. I've taken my 1/4 inch off all the way round. To work out the size of the square you will need to cut your quarter square triangles from, you add 1 1/4 inches to the finished measurement. So if 6 is the finished measurement and I add 1 1/4, I'm going to ask Yanis to do the very complicated maths and tell me how big a square. What is 6 plus 1 1/4?
Well, that's very hard. So we're going 7. 6 plus 1 1/4 will be 7 1/4.
That's exactly correct. So if you cut a 7 1/4 inch square and divide it into 4 sections, this will be the right sized triangles with the grain going in the right direction to fit that centre panel. So just lay it out there, cut it corner to corner. So you're cutting it 4 times. And why did she do that? Well, the reason why I did that is this square has straight sides to it. These quarter square triangles have a straight side here. That one's on the bias and that one's on the bias. So I will take my centre square, I'll put 1 quarter square triangle that side, stitch it on. I'll put 1 quarter square triangle that side, stitch it on. Now when you come to place it, rather than you watch me stitch, if you lay it on so the point is in the centre of the block, you could always iron this in centre, and it hangs out the same amount each side. It actually hangs out on the seam allowance. From there to where they cross over is your 1/4 inch seam allowance. So stitch 1 on one side, 1 on the other side. You can probably want to press your seams towards the outside edge. When you've done that, take the other 2 and 1 will go here, and the same thing will apply. It'll stick out a little bit either end. The point will be in the middle of the block. Stitch, open out. Stitch, open out. Well, I've now got a square that's technically on the squiff. It's on the diagonal. And all the sides of my centre block are on the bias. They're stretchy. So I now want to square it off, i.e. put the corners onto it.
Right.
And because these are stretchy, I happen to know that if I take a half square triangle, I will be able to have the stretchy, the hypotenuse, that's the long edge of the triangle, will go here, and that will give me nice firm corners to the rest of my block. So I chose to cut one that was a little bit bigger because I wanted to add a little bit of pink round the edge of it.
Okay.
So here are 8 1/2 inch squares, which I'm going to chop in half, corner to corner, making half square triangles.
Actually, now I've started. I had favourites when we first went down the counter, but watching you work with the fabrics, and this is a lovely one.
It's absolutely super on this one. So there is my middle, which you'll have all stitched together. And then these will go on the corners. One will go on this corner, and then his friend, the one on the other side will go on the opposite side, and that does mean that the pattern will at least keep going in much the same direction.
Yeah.
And notice this has a bias edge on the hypotenuse, the long side. These are straight edges, so when I've stitched them onto my block, I am going to have nice straight edges to my block, and you won't have a problem with bias edges. So one will go there and one will go there. And that was how I built up the cushions behind me. So centre square, quarter square triangles, half square triangles, nice straight edges. And then I was able to take the fabric and actually cut a strip out of it. And here is again, if you're going to buy a ½ metre and you want to do your borders, you just literally choose the bit you want, cut the strip out and use it as a mitre. In the pack that you'll get, which I of course no longer have because I've used it, they only allow me one. Complain. The remaining fabric that I haven't used, there it is, as I explained earlier, round the border. And the design worked as about 4 inches. So all I had to do was cut it carefully into 4-inch strips, and that fitted my centre panel a treat. And there was enough left over to mitre it round the edges. So you can see, Yanis, that the fabrics really do work well together. And then just buy a ½ metre to put it on the back. You could buy a solid if you wanted to, because it's a jolly good price, the solids, at $9.99 for 2 halves, 2½ metres.
Yeah.
So there you go. Are you happy with how to do that now?
I'm very happy.
Good. We get
with
questions
how to do
about this
that.
afterwards. You know, there'll be a quiz.
Okay. Glad I was paying attention. Jenny, I really could watch you all day. By the way, if you ever get a chance to go to any of Jenny's classes or talks, please do. Just search for Jenny Raymond on social media. It's well worth it.
Thank you.
Now, we have had a lovely email. So, firstly, we asked you, and you guys are so good. I love it when we do this and you get back in touch, because you were saying phonetically. Personally, I was struggling on how to pronounce the designer. And Rebecca has come to my rescue, and she was saying, so she emailed in, and phonetically it should be Bayeul. So that's how it should be pronounced. Thank you so much, Rebecca. I really appreciate that. And are we going with Odile Bayeul?
That's nice.
Odile Bayeul.
Yes, what a lovely name. No wonder she does such lovely fabrics.
Rebecca, thank you. I really mean that. You saved my blushes there. Now we had a picture from Jane. This is good. You're going to like this, Jenny.
Oh, superb.
Wow.
Well done, Jane. So we've got a chair. I always forget about chair seats, because I refuse to have chair seats in my house, because they get sort of coffee and chocolate, and the grandchildren put jam on them. But notice the bedside table. That's
clever.
There again. Hey, come on. And I think it picks up the wallpaper fabric she's got there. If you notice, it's reflected in the pattern on her cushion.
Very clever. And the team did point that out. That's one of the first things our producer Emily was saying. She loved Jane. My producer Emily loves your wallpaper. But lovely. And thank you so much for taking the time emailing in. By the way, Jane says you're magnifique.
Oh,
there we go. So thank you so
merci
much,
beaucoup.
Jane. And she loves these fabrics, which I know a lot of people do. We're going to go through the options. We will start with the blue. Watching Jenny work with the fabrics and seeing the finished cushions and the quilt behind as well, they are stunning. So there's our geode, that geode in blue. I mean, you've got these lovely, lovely designs. I like this one. Watching Jenny work with that, I was like, yes. And then the fronds, and then purple. You've got such, and you remember you do have that solid in there as well, and that's important because that just offers you a little break, a little relief from the design, which then acts as a staging to really spotlight how beautiful these fabrics are. $19.99 is your price there. If you want to go for the blue option, you are saving £4, or maybe you fancy a little bit of green in your life. With all of these options, whether say blue, green or pink, there are so many colours, a myriad of colours in here, because we've got blues, we've got greens, we've got reds, we've got purples and pinks going through. So it doesn't matter which option you go for. There is no bad choice here. As stunning as this.
We could always use the greens and the reds if you're a traditional Christmas person for your Christmas things.
That's a good idea.
I mean, Trish was doing Christmas crackers earlier.
Yeah.
Why not take that fabric and the red one underneath, the green one, the bronze one there. If you made your Christmas crackers, and indeed in the Material Magic book was reusable crackers, you could cut your fabric carefully so that the centre of the cracker had those flowers on them.
That's a good idea.
Why not?
Jenny, if you do, please post a picture. We'd love to see that. Just wanted to open one up to give you an indication of the size. They are American fat quarters. because they're coming from the States.
I mean, one very useful thing, actually, for the viewers to perhaps may not be aware of, down the side of the piece you just had, if you wouldn't mind opening it again,
of course,
there is a range of colours in the selvage. Can you see the colours in the selvage? Those are very useful because those are the colours that are being used in the design. So if you're worried about matching fabric and you can find that bit down the selvage, take it along, and any fabric that's got that colour in it, that's the same, will work with the material you've got in your hand.
Oh, that's a good
Because
idea.
people worry about these things, but you've actually got the colour palette there that you can take to your solids or take to maybe your ditzy prints and things and say, ah, yes, the blue is the same. It will work.
That's a really, really good tip there, Jenny. Love that. Very, very good tip. Okay, we will continue on our journey. Now, last option is the purple. And so this happens to be the most, since we saw the cushions, this is now the most popular. A third of the stock's gone, so you've got your little mini geodes in there. Yeah. Having this on the larger print and just watching the cushion and the block Jenny was making, love that design. But then you've got your borders in. If I had to choose now, I'm all about the purple. All about the purple.
Well, you can see why I went from the one I would have naturally gone for, had to have the purple.
Love that. Again, there just isn't any bad options here.
No.
I think you're going to have a huge smile on your face if you do go for the blue, the green, or the purple. Or, if your budget allows, if you do go for all three, and I know a lot of you are going for all three, because now, once you go for all three, you can really start to have some fun.
You can indeed. Yeah. And this is going to be just... We need some colour in our lives. We've had some very grey last 20 months. And we need some colour, and this is going to provide the colour.
Never a truer word said. Can we just take a moment to appreciate this beautiful quilt that you've made in the background?
Okay, behind us, we have... This was made from 2 half metres. So I had the half metres... from which I made that. And then round the edge, again, to give it the emphasis, to give it that rest, I've put 2 of the solids. Okay. The bag that's here came from the blue option. Notice it came from the green option. And I'm going to demonstrate this in a minute. This is a bag that came out of a book called Stitch Bits, which is only actually available on my website now because I'm low on stock. But this is a very special bag because when you're going shopping, you can say to your partner, I'm just off to do some shopping, darling. I've got a fairly small bag, so I won't be doing a lot of shopping. This bag is useful because inside it has a little clip that if you open the clip and just undo it, the bag gets considerably bigger. Game changer. You see? So you can fit many more things in it.
Mary Poppins bag.
It's a Mary Poppins bag.
That's hilarious.
Whether you use hook and loop fastener or whether you did, as I did, just sort of use 2 clips, you're just bringing the sides in. Now, I used that bundle, and you can see I've got the solid round the top here. These are 60-degree triangles, and I'll explain how you cut them in just a moment. In order not to waste any fabric, I use the remainders that come in the fat quarter pack on the inside. So I've got it on the inside. Now I was just using up some of the bits from where I cut the 60-degree triangles, you'll see in a moment. And I still had some fabric left over, which I could have made, and I was going to make a foam thing to go in it, but I just didn't get time.
You're so good with your inspirations, Jenny. I love that.
There you are,
should we start having... We'll continue with your demo. So
yes,
what would you like to show us next?
I'm going to demonstrate this bag.
Perfect.
I'd
like to see this one. Yeah, it's a clever bag.
Okay. So this is an idea, as I said, from the Stitch Bits. You know, if ever I had to do mastermind on my books, there are other TV programmes, I'd never win because I have to reread them because I've forgotten what I put in them.
It's because you've been such a prolific writer.
No, I know, yes. You're giving me far too much brain. I just write it and then it's gone, it's fled. To make the bag that you saw behind me, I had 12-inch 60-degree triangles. Now, they are not difficult to cut if you follow this advice. So from your fat quarter, you're going to cut a 60-degree strip. Now, I'm having to use a half metre because I haven't got a fat quarter anymore, but the same difference will apply. So cut a 12-inch strip. Open the fabric out. And on your rotary cutting ruler, you will find, and it's on just about every rotary cutting ruler I've come across, there is a 60-degree line. All right? It actually usually says 60. Sometimes it says 30, but it will say 60 here. It says 30 there. It's the same difference. You want that line. You do not want the 45.
Okay.
If you now place your ruler so that the line is on the top of the fabric, that is going to give you a 60-degree angle. Now, my ruler, fortuitously, has 2 lines, and because I'm right-handed, it's equally easy to put this line on the top there. which means that I can then cut in that direction. So my 60-degree line goes along the top of the fabric, cut up the edge of the ruler, flip the fabric completely round, replace the ruler. Now, you may well have to use the other end, your 60 degree, and if you've only got one of them, the answer is turn your ruler over. So you now want the 60-degree line running down that cut. 60 down the cut. I'll use the ruler this way up because some people don't have two lines. And you cut. And there is a 60-degree triangle. To cut the next one, flip your fabric back, replace the ruler. It can stay in the same plane, you don't have to move it. 60 degree goes down the side there, and cut again. You'll need 6 triangles, okay? And they can actually be any size you like. What happens? I'm not going to bother to cut any more because I've got it here in miniature. So move all those out of the way. So if you've got 6 60-degree triangles, they get stitched together to form a half hexagon. There is a but. I would like you to be a bit careful where the straight grain is. There is a straight grain that is not on the bias, but it's stretchy, and that is not on the bias. I would like you to have your straight grains on the outside edges. So feel the block. If you can't see it, there's the straight grain.
Okay.
And actually, I was going to have 2 of those. It doesn't really matter which ones I have. So you're going to sew these together to make technically a half hexagon, making sure straight grain, straight grain, straight grain, stretchy, stretchy on the sides, which is going to give you something like this. Right, repeat with the other 3 triangles. Remember I said you needed 6.
Yeah.
Whatever the size of this is, and I added on actually an extra strip. I'm not going to do so now, but you can increase the size of this by just adding on an extra strip. Cut 2 pieces of lining the same, and this is where your solids will be jolly good, or your half meters. Or again, you could make it up as I did, because I was using a fat quarter pack from the remains of the fat quarters. So you need 2 pieces the same size. So I've got 4 bits all the same. You'll then need a couple of straps upon which you could either put a D-ring, you could put a clip, you could put hook and loop fastener, etc., etc. So a couple of straps. How the bag goes together is take the outside pieces and you're going to stitch down the side, along the bottom, up the other side. Imagine it's a boat. So we're going to sew the bow, the base, and the bottom of the hull. So down here, it'd be very nice if your seams lined up. Remember the little trick I was using this morning of a small pair of scissors helps you to hold the seams together on the corners.
Oh, that's
Drop
a good
your needle
tip.
down there.
Yeah, that's a good tip.
Turn on that. Turn it round. Make sure you keep all the edges of the fabric together. Do be aware, please, that when I'm at home, I don't sew standing up, and I do take considerably more care. But, you know, you don't wish to see me struggling over being terribly careful. You want to see the how-to. Again, drop the needle down, turn the work. And we're going to do exactly the same thing with the lining, but on the lining, I'm going to leave a hole. So there we are, up that side. We'll just finish it off. Don't stop halfway, Jennifer. Right, take the lining, put the lining right sides together if it's got a right side, and I'm going to leave a hole in the bottom. You can pin it if you want. Keep your pins well away from the stitching line. So lining is sewn in exactly the same way. Now, with regard to the lining, what I tend to do on all my linings is have a bigger seam on the bottom. And the reason for that is the lining is going inside the bag, so it actually will be going a slightly shorter distance because it's within the bag. So I tend to have a larger seam on the bottom. So I'm going to jump, leave a hole, finish the seam off. About ½ an inch usually will make the lining lie nicely inside the bag. If you don't have the lining a bit smaller, it tends to be a little bit too large and it's baggy down the bottom, and you don't want a baggy bottom.
No.
Right, so having prepared the lining, I seem to have lost my little donkey. Let's have a donkey. Can't possibly not have a donkey. Everyone will shout, she's not using her donkey. It's a very little donkey. This one, it's a baby donkey.
Oh, just starting his training.
Yes, it will do. Okay. Right, take the outside, and you need to stitch the tabs to the 2 corners. So tab, tab with your D-ring on, or whatever you're going to put on there. I'm just going to put a tab on there. I stitch tab onto one corner, and I go backwards and forwards within the seam, but so you keep it nice and close to the edge. And the reason for going backwards and forwards is simply to reinforce the tab. You remember, if you're going to put a D-ring on, put the D-ring on before you stitch the tab in place. It's quite a good idea when you do put a D-ring on, is to stitch. You can imagine there's a D-ring here. It's to stitch close to the D-ring to stop it shifting. What I find then is using the zipper foot will allow me to get close to a D-ring to actually be able to stop it from moving around too much. So one tab, one end, one tab, the other end. There you go. I think I made you a little bag last night, didn't I, Alice?
You did?
Yes.
You did? Out
Yes.
nowhere?
And I whipped it away from you, wouldn't allow you to have it. Go backwards and forwards within the seam allowance. We've got our tabs with your hook and loop fastener or D-rings, or in my case, clips. I pinched off some, I think we've been given lanyards for something, so I borrowed the clips off the lanyards. Okay,
like a
having
true
done that, quite, is you're going to put one inside each other. Let's get this around the right way. So put right sides together. I'm going to drop the lining inside, line it all up here. It's very nice and very pleasing when the lining actually fits both sides. Technically, I'd have my seams pressed open and flat all where I can. And indeed, when you do sew the triangles together, please press the seams open and flat. And all I'm going to do is sew around the top. Now, this isn't a terribly big bag, but it's quite a good idea when you're at home to take the parts of the machine off and expose the free arm. Oh, I haven't added any handles. Oh, yeah, just I have to imagine I've added the handles. I've forgotten the handles. Stitch the handles into the sides. I can see everyone saying, she's forgotten the handles. Yes, she's forgotten the handles. All right, I'll put a handle in this side. Okay, so let's just pretend we've got a handle.
Yeah.
Okay, right. This is a handle. Right, so this is be a one-handled bag.
We can start making it a thing. We can start making that a feature, the one-handled bag.
One-handled bag, yes. Actually, I've always thought handles I find are an absolute pain. I think every handle in the world should be retractable. Because how many times, this won't happen to you, Yanis, but all the girls out there will know, is you throw your handbag into the well of the car and it catches around the gear stick. And, you know, you then whip it out of the car when you get to your destination because you're late and you're attached to the gear stick.
The team, all the girls in the gallery saying that they can feel your pain.
Yes, absolutely. Or the other thing is, it goes on the floor and you trip over the handle. So I think
these handles are a nuisance.
Handles are a nuisance. And the other thing is that on your coat, you should have a popper so you can hang your handle of your handbag on your coat. Because otherwise you just spend the entire time hitching it up on your shoulder as it slides gently off.
Jenny, these are good inventions. I think you need to come up with something here. The retractable handles and the popper on the coat.
Yes, I thought about, well, actually, we almost do it with a popper on the human body, which would be quite useful. I think that whoever designed the human body forgot the fact we could do with a flap on the shoulder that we could put the handle under.
Oh. Evolution, you never know.
Yes, it will happen. We're going to have a pocket for our phone in any case, somewhere on our body. Right, when you've done that, you need to turn everything through.
Next 200 years, the human race has evolved.
They will indeed. The child will be born. Oh, look, there's the pocket for his phone. Put the phone in. Actually, we'll have a chip, I'm afraid, somewhere on us. It'll be microchip like the dog. It'll be awful.
The future with Jenny Raymond.
Yes.
There you go.
Aren't you all excited about it?
You're like the crafty Nostradamus.
Yes. Okay. Right. I'm going to pin a handle to the other side because just so you can see it would have had two handles if I hadn't forgotten. You see, I'm too busy designing some amazing pocket on a human body.
Yeah.
Well, when you consider how much we've evolved, I mean, when you consider where we came from, the swamp, and we've developed legs and things.
Yeah,
so there you go.
Evolution is wonderful.
Absolutely. Right, so there is your shopping bag.
Now that's cool.
Massive. Yeah. And then when you wish to disguise the fact you're taking the massive shopping bag out, whatever you put in the middle will then clip together, stick together, do what you have like to get, and it then will appear to be considerably smaller.
Oh, that's nice. Now, you can tell me the truth.
What?
Did Paola put you up to making a bag her size so she could nab it after the show?
Oh, that's unfair.
That's perfect palette size.
Yes, it is.
I love a big palette. Now, just showing you what a clever design. And these fabrics, I think, inspire. And Jenny will know better than anybody. I mean, the amount of fabrics she gets to play with for shows and how inspired she's been. Beautiful cushions, wonderful quilts, incredible bags, all from this range. The more I see these fabrics, the more I love them, so I can only imagine how you're feeling about them at home. And there is so much to sink your teeth into. So a lot of diversity within the design, which then leads us down so many potential paths when we go on to create our crafting projects. So what are you thinking of? Beautiful quilts? Maybe wonderfully imagined bags, table runners. We had that beautiful picture in from Jane who was showing the seat cushion and the table cover. You've got so much scope. There is no bad option here. I've got to tell you, the purple option is the most popular. We are approaching half the stock with the purple option. If I had to... Jenny, could you just throw me over the cushions? Is that okay?
Throw over the cushion, of course I can do. Right, catch.
Thank you. Oh, I tell you what, you're a cricketer there. So just show you here. Look at this cushion with the purples and the pinks. So taking that feature fabric with the fairy there and then building up your design coming through. I mean, that is stunning. Absolutely stunning. If you do want, and we're going to get onto the half meters, and what Jenny has done is she's just backed the cushion with one of the half meters that I'm going to get onto there. So purple at the moment is the most popular, but blue and green not far behind. So again, no bad option here. We're going to continue down our journey. Onto the half meters. So say we mentioned the half meters. If there are a couple of designs that you have just fallen in love with, this is a great option. For me, in watching Jenny work, do you know, I think these
two... You can't make your mind up, can you?
Yeah, I'm actually I'm swaying now. I don't think I could pick two. I'd maybe have to get four. But the fairy here with the backing on that cushion, that's, yeah. Those two have got me. But it doesn't matter because you can contrast as well. I think that's a beautiful one. We'll go through, actually. Should we go through these? Yeah, should we do that? So we'll start with the mini geodes. Then we have the beautiful aquatic, love that. And this is the mini plumettes, which is another really good one, strong one for the borders. Jenny's actually used this one to create the borders around the cushion, and you can see seamless. The mitered corners are to perfection. How beautiful is that?
I won't tell you how long they took me. I should have had the tool. I think Trish had a tool this morning.
Oh, the mitered tool, yeah.
Yes.
But absolutely worth it, Jenny. You've done a great job there. This is your Fluoropolis. There we go. It's not easy to say at this time in the morning or afternoon. It's got 1:15. I just got up. Then we've got your flower fairy. This is your fronds in green. This is your plumette in rouge. And then you've got your gecko. Another one that Jenny really enjoyed working with here. This is your bells. That's a beautiful one. Then the ibis in blue, that's very classic, like that, yeah, very nice. Then you've got your geodes, the large geodes. The mini gecko, this is your mini aquatic, your fronds in turquoise, and then your mini flower fairy. Beautiful choices. Stunning fabrics. I think enough from me. We're going to head back to Jenny and try and squeeze in one last demonstration. Jenny, we've got about 10 minutes.
And I'm just laughing at myself because having made the quilt behind me, this one, and I spent ages because I cut the strips out at 3.5 inches. The flower fairy fitted a treat on every other strip, you see. So I spent ages getting her all the right way up, and I've hung it upside down. So all these poor flower fairies are all...
Oh, Jenny, that's very funny.
on their heads, you see, look. They're all going the wrong way. And I spent ages. So between now and the 4 o'clock show, I will switch it round the correct way. Because these poor girls are getting terrible headaches upside down.
Jenny, that's a very funny point. And I would imagine you worked very hard. I mean, that would have taken a long time to get them all lined up.
And I said, hey, it must go that way, must go that way. Because the design is very simple.
Yeah.
And I had to get them all... Anyway,
doing a bit of yoga, it's okay.
Yes, absolutely, totally. So to make the quilt behind, it is an extraordinarily simple design. It really is. I had a 3.5 inch strip in, say, the green. I had a 6.5 inch strip in a contrast colour. I repeated it again. You can either use the same green as I did on the quilt, or you could use a different green and another 6.5 inch strip. So I made up strips of 3.5 and 6.5 inch cut fabric. And all I did then, this is such a simple design, is I then cut it into 3.5 inch strips. And I was slightly fussy about getting the flower fairy in the right place. So I began my strips in a little bit. Just pinch the rotary cutter, there it is, so that the flower fairy was sort of in the middle, because the bit in between missed out on a flower fairy. So turn it around. Don't be too fussy about this. It's not going to matter. The colours absolutely sort of supersede everything else. Yeah. So 3.5 inch strips this way, and then this was a 3.5 inch strip that was minus. Well, I had the ruler up the right way. Be minus the flower fairy. There you see.
And it's worth noting Jenny's technique with the rotary cutter, because you're so good. You always practice what you preach. You cut blades covered straight after. Always cutting away from yourself.
I had a class the other day when somebody didn't have their rotary cutter sheathed, and I was a little bit cross. I tend to have their guts for garters if I keep on finding this happening. Because the problem is, you've only got to, at that moment, it's no good saying, OK, right, I'm going to reuse it in a minute. Because in that split second, the dog comes in, your husband comes in, the child comes in, and somebody pulls that rotary cutter with its blade exposed off the table. This particular cutter, some people I have found locking the blade open. The only time you would lock the blade if you're using this particular cutter is when you're going home. You lock the blade so that that handle won't go back. Yeah. But I'm afraid rotary cutting safety has to be a little bit like breathing. You know, the second you finish, you cover the cutter.
Yeah. Well, you've been cut at classes, you're saying, from
yes,
people in your class actually walking around without their... Oh, bless you.
Happened in America, and I was spouting blood all over the place. It was in my left arm, and I said, "Oh, it's not blue." And they didn't understand. They said, "No, it's red." I said, "No, I know but it's not blue."
Good joke. We appreciate the humour there, Jenny. I would imagine you deserve blue blood.
Thank you, blue blood. It's my queenly status. I used to live in Queen Street, see, so I have sort of right. And all the block is, the quilt is these two stitched together. And you literally take the blocks, and you didn't even have to match up a seam. So you sew one bit to that and one bit to that, and then the next block down would be, notice the fairy's going the right way up, would be exactly the same. And you just put those designs together. So I sewed it in sets of 2, sets of 2 into sets of 4, sets of 4 into sets of 8, etc., etc. We go back to the quilt again. Having sewed my pairs there into a 4, pair into a 4, pair into a 4, I would stitch this block to that block and put that one on the end, and then divide the quilt into probably 3 or possibly 2 halves. I can't quite remember. I think I did it into 3. So 2 bits together, and then put the last one on the end. And then when you come to add your border, you will measure it, won't you? Yes, miss. Because it's no good lopping. And what lopping is, just to return to this, is lopping is somebody who takes a strip of indeterminate length, lays it on, so this is your strip with indeterminate length, lays it on, lets a bit stick out one end, a bit stick out the other end, and lops it off. No, you will measure if you wouldn't mind the quilt. So there you go. So that's really, Yanis, how that quilt was made. It's extraordinarily simple, but try and keep your fairies the right way up.
Do try, and we'll rectify that at 4 o'clock. We kind of started the show, and one of your pupils said, "Let the fabric speak for itself."
Yes.
And it is the kind of fabric that does speak for itself. So however you translate it into a quilt, into a cushion, into a bag, it sings.
Yes.
Really is nice.
It does. And it's just such wonderful, vibrant, you know, beautiful colours. And I like the designs because the designs are quirky, they're very different. It reminds me of in the days when one could do foreign travel.
Yeah.
Going down to Provence, and in the French markets, the wonderful Provence fabrics. Yeah. And I wonder whether Adele comes from that neck of the woods, and that's what's inspired her sense of colour, the heat, the warmth, the sunlight, glancing off the rocks, the water in the Mediterranean, and again on the north, the Atlantic coast, but in that part of the world. Yes, I think could well
You
come
paint
from that.
a beautiful picture, and now you get me thinking, it is that kind of fabric that does enchant you, and it starts bringing up connotations of different settings and scenes. So just going to have a look of oh, by the way, Jenny, as I'm going through this, if
Yes.
you could maybe get the bag and we'll just have a look at the finished bag.
The
if that's
bag
okay,
indeed.
because I know a lot of people have asked questions there. So
Right.
options, this is your blue. Then you've got your green over here, so that's your green option, and then we have the purple. At the moment, purple is in the lead, and I'm not surprised, but I do not want to detract from how beautiful the green and blue are. It's just the purple. Seeing Jenny, once you've made the cushions, we were all sold. But the bag as well, and you've had a lot of people who've been enjoying your bag.
Yes, exactly. Okay, so just a quick for you, if you missed it and have forgotten, it's in the Stitch Bits book, but here it is now, is you take 60-degree triangles. It works
Yeah.
with 60-degree triangles. Stitch them together to make a half hexagon. You need 2 bits like that.
Yeah.
You then need lining, which could be made up out again of more 60-degree triangles, or it could just be one single piece, as I have on my mini sample. It's a good idea to make up 2 handles as well as 2 tabs that go on the other end. And then basically what will happen is when you've sewn these 3 triangles together, you'll repeat for the other side. You stitch the outside of the bag together, adding the tabs at the end and the handles in the middle. And it's a really good top tip is when you put the handle onto one side of your bag is to make sure the handle is on the other side of the bag in the same place, because otherwise it's rather strange to carry it. And of course the handles can be as long as you like. So let's return to mine, which were made up in exactly the same way. I used 12-inch 60-degree triangles here. And this all came from fat quarters. I didn't have any half meters in here at all. So that was 1 fat quarter, which I chopped into my 60-degree triangles, and there were 2 pieces left over. You can perhaps visualize it, the bit there and the bit there, which I have in fact utilized on the inside. I know I didn't on this one, I kept those, but the fabrics on this side I've utilized, sorry.
Okay.
These ones I utilized the bits on the corners, and you can see they are inside here in the lining. I did the same with the bits there, and they are also inside on the lining. So the lining was made up of a patchwork of the bits left over and more fat quarters. It only came from 1 fat quarter pack. I added an extra strip round the edge because I wanted it bigger. And then the way that the bag works is, there it is open. To fold it up, you simply take the clips either side, which could be hook and loop fastener. It could be whatever you happen to put there. These just came off a lanyard I was given. I've given several lanyards, actually. I probably whipped them from somewhere. And link them together in the middle, and there is your bag with the sides pulled in. It's a principle, but it works with 60-degree triangles, and, you know, one of my slightly better ideas.
It's a genius idea. I
Thank
think
you.
very, very clever. Jenny, I always enjoy working with you. So we have got one more live hour with Jenny at 4 o'clock. Please make sure to tune back in. Jenny has got so many more inspirations that she's going to be showing during that hour. As it is for this hour, been busy across the board. So the first time that we featured, because obviously this is part of the one-day special and the one-day special hours, first time we featured these beautiful fabrics from Odell, and they are stunning. Now the purple, over half the stock has gone. Green and blue, a third on both. So green and blue still very, very popular. We had a lot of stock here. Purple, though, just out in the lead. I've got to remind you all, because these are coming from America, and just the state of play with everything at the moment, there is an extended delivery on this. Now, slightly longer than we would normally offer. It's going to be the 6th of October. I'm sorry for the wait. It is 17 days. But it is worth the wait. Can you imagine when this finally arrives on your doorstep? What are you going to be doing with it? So are you thinking about tackling a quilt? Are you going to maybe try and recreate this cushion? If you can, come on, what a beautiful cushion to recreate. And it just shows you why this fabric has been so popular. That was using one of the half meters, and then this is obviously using the fat quarters in there. We have got details at the bottom of your screen. If you do want to stock up on your half meters, pick a mix, any two. Can I just say a huge thank you to the inspirational Jenny? Thank you so much.
Thank you to you too. It's been fabulous.
I love working. I genuinely love working with you because I always feel like I come away, I've learned something. So thank you. I say, if you ever get a chance to work with Jenny, go to any of her talks or her workshops live, do it. Please do it. So I know we've only got 20 seconds left, but aren't you and Sasha doing something?
I'm teaching Sasha. She's got to do as she's told.
Yeah, good.
Yes.
All right. Thank you so much for your company. I really hope you've enjoyed it. We've got plenty more, though, coming up here at the craft store. So do not go anywhere. There is something for everybody. Grab yourself a brew. We'll see you in 2. we've got Blue Bear quilts coming up next. That should be a very interesting hour. After that, it's Oakwood mixed media and then some festive stamps for you. So lots to enjoy here at the craft store. We'll see you back here in a mo.
Hi, my name's Mel and I'm from Crafty Devils down in Devon. We are a family-run business and we've been established for about 16 years now. All of our MDF products are produced in Devon, in the UK, and we have a wide variety of products to inspire you.
Did you know you can continue watching the craft store 24 hours a day, 7 days a week for free using your smart TV? It's just like watching us on your computer or tablet, only now we'll be on your large screen smart TV. Follow these easy steps to get your smart TV set up. Firstly, make sure your smart TV is connected to the internet, either through a wireless connection if your TV supports it, or via the Ethernet port on the back of your TV. If it's not already connected, use your remote control and select network settings through your TV's menu and follow the instructions to set this up. Remember, you will need your router's password at hand, whether you are on a wired or a wireless connection. This should be on the side or bottom of your router. You can always refer to your TV's help menu or instruction booklet for more information. Once you are set up, press the Smart Hub dedicated button on your remote. This will vary between brands, but it's usually located at the centre of the remote. This is where you'll find your internet web browser app. Select this to open and then type thecraftstore.com into the search bar, and this will take you to our website homepage, which includes our live broadcasts and access to previous shows. Now you can watch, purchase and catch up with your favourite TV shows 24 hours a day, 7 days a week on your TV whenever you feel crafty.
Julia Pink is a fabric designer, a quilter and an author. She works closely with Free Spirit Fabrics to develop multiple fabric collections every year and is best known for her dark sense of humour, a flair for hiding animals within her designs and her bold, unique use of colour and pattern. I will be bringing you a wide selection of wonderful fabrics at fantastic prices.
Good afternoon. Well, here at the craft store, we pride ourselves on finding amazing designers and amazing companies across the planet, really across the planet. And we love to bring them to you. And we, of course, that means that... Jenny, I shouldn't have said anything. Jenny Raymond. Jenny was about to walk. You should come in and say hello because she's just like, it's all right, it's all right. She's like, oh, she's coming, she's coming. Anyway, this is what happens in life and TV. Anyway, new suppliers. We have got Blue Bear quilts. Now, of course, Blue Bear quilts, well, we are very excited because it is based in the USA of America. And Reed is going to join us via Skype. Hello, how are you?
I'm doing great. How are you doing, Paula?
It's great. I'm great, really excited to have you here in the craft store because it is absolutely brilliant to have your company and bring in your designs to the craft store. Now, can you tell us a little bit more about how you got into quilting?
Sure. I was an attorney for about 30 years, and I started quilting as a hobby to reduce my stress levels. And one of the things that I really enjoyed doing was designing quilts. And I enjoyed it so much that about 5 years ago, I decided to quit being a lawyer and full-time become a quilt designer. Okay. And so since then, I've designed patterns for several fabric companies, I've designed patterns for a fabric die cutting company, and I've had quilts that have been featured in numerous magazines.
And it's an incredible, you know, this is incredible. Somebody who has turned their hobby, their passion into their job, and now you are a celebrated quilt designer. That is an incredible story. And those patterns are some of the ones that we have got here for you. Now we have got to pick a mix. You're picking any two of the patterns, the quilt patterns. Now you have got two different options to go to buy. You can go for the paper ones, or of course you can go for the downloads, the kind of the printable downloads. The papers, they will be dispatched from the 29th of September. And of course, if you go for the downloads, it will be an immediate download. So that's the two different ways. Now you are choosing any two. Now we are going to go into detail about those designs, and of course with Reed. Now let's start with the first one, the Golden Gate Park table runner. Reed, could you talk us through about the idea behind this pattern?
Sure. The Golden Gate table runner is a very colorful table runner, and if you've ever been to San Francisco and the Golden Gate Park, you will see that they have lovely flower gardens throughout the park. There's a conservatory where they have many, many beautiful gardens. And then there's also an area where they have some beautiful windmills. And so there are two blocks that are in that Golden Gate table runner. One is the flower block, representing the flowers in the park, and then the other one is a windmill block that represents the windmills in the park.
Oh, I see. That's gorgeous. I love that. I love the kind of, it feels very, I know that kind of quilting always tends to be geometric, but this is kind of a broken down version, but it does have that flow, and I can see still the windmills, but also flowers in there as well. Is there a particular type of kind of pattern fabric that you recommend for this quilt?
I think any type of a basically a solid looking fabric would be good. Even like a mottled fabric or a grunge fabric would probably be good. Yeah. And it's the white and the black pieces that really offset the colors. So bright colors being offset by those white and black pieces are what really make that quilt sing.
It does indeed. Now, of course, there is all the instructions. Sorry, kind of losing one of them. You can see on the back, you have got the sort, like what you will need as well. So therefore, we kind of just, you know, kind of take note of everything that we need, and then, of course, source it out either from our stash or from the shop. Right, of course, that is the Golden Gate Park, option. Then we are looking at the gorgeous marble. Look at that. Now, I have to say, the One Day Special fabrics would work so beautifully with this. This is kind of almost like optical effect, optical illusions, Reed.
It is a little bit of an optical illusion. Yes, absolutely.
And I love the way. So what was the inspiration behind this pattern?
Are you talking about the marble merger now?
Yes, yes, I am, yeah.
Okay. The marble merger involves beautiful swirled fabrics that kind of look like marble. And it came in 3 different variations. There was a light, a medium, and a dark version.
I see.
And by taking what are called quarter square triangles and putting them in a certain order, it creates that sort of abstract look that you see in the quilt. And since it still has that marbled look, I called it marble merger. And I would think that any type of fabrics that have kind of a marbly, swirly pattern to them, a mottled fabric, the grunge would probably work well, especially if it comes in several different tones. Like if you can have like a light, medium, and dark fabric, that works really well with that pattern.
It does. And of course, we have got some fabrics featured today that would work beautifully, like Into the Woods by Katrinka. Would work absolutely amazing, because you have got certain tones and tones that they are similar but quite different. I love that. I love the way that you kind of look at it, and you have got the kind of half square triangles there, or the quarter square triangles. It's just like, I know a little bit about quilting, not much, but I'm trying to figure it out. And it's one of those ones that is quite mysterious when you look at it, but that's hence why you need the pattern to go. And of course, you know, Bluebear quilts was started as well to help the beginner, wasn't it?
Yes, that's the amazing thing about these patterns is that they're bold and they're stylish, and they're something that you would be proud to have in your home or give as a gift, but they're not complicated. And so that's what I really strive to do, is come up with a really bold, inspiring quilt that's easy enough for a beginner or an advanced beginner to be able to accomplish.
And could we, that's really good. And I was thinking as well, as a beginner, I think I see this quilt and I love it, but I'm kind of thinking, could I just do, for instance, say 4 blocks of it and do like a little mat?
Yes, you absolutely could. You could do 4, like say one of those rows, and that would create a runner. Or if you did 4 of them, that might create a baby quilt.
Absolutely, that would be such a gorgeous starting point. And of course, that is the marble merger. That's one of the options. And then we are talking about Tiffany's Garden. That is a table runner in itself. The finished size would be 18 by 43 inches. And again, the instructions are here, including the block assembly. Again, could you talk us, Reed, could you talk us through the inspiration behind the table runner, the Tiffany's Garden?
Yes. Tiffany's Garden reminds me of the beautiful Tiffany's lamps.
Of course.
And so that particular fabric happened to be a line featuring sort of stained glass looking fabric. But really any beautiful floral fabrics would work. And you can see how those beautiful floral fabrics are offset by the black, and then the other colors like the pink and the turquoise and the blue. And so it really accents those beautiful floral fabrics. And so any floral fabric would really work. And when you offset it with those black frames, it's going to give it that Tiffany's stained glass look.
Fabulous. And I love the way, what is this? I was looking at it in the screen, but you can see it there. Is that perfect stained glass? But of course, if we use different fabrics, we will get a completely different effect as well. And I love the kind of almost like echo of those, kind of the squares or the diagonals kind of coming in there as well. Now, of course, if you want to go for this is one of the options in the pick and mix. Remember, you can choose the digital patterns, which are details on the left-hand side of the screen. And of course, it doesn't have PNP, and of course use 2 for £16.99. And the final option, of course, is the ribbon runner. And now this one is, I love that. It feels very kind of also like a ladder, like a staircase as well. What was the inspiration again for the ribbon runner, Reed?
Well, for the ribbon runner, I wanted to create a pattern that was easy to work with. Again, several different tones. You have light, dark, and medium in that quilt, and it was also showcasing a beautiful floral fabric. Some of that same Tiffany's fabric is put into that ribbon runner. So again, any beautiful floral fabric would work, accent by a light and a medium fabric. Yeah. And by the way the blocks are arranged, it creates that spiral pattern that looks like a ribbon that's basically twisting around.
It is, and I love that. I love the way that, because also I kind of see it as a table runner, but if you do it a little bit longer, would it work as a, maybe a bed runner at the bottom of the bed as well? Like kind of look really beautiful.
Yes, absolutely. You could take that as it's designed in the pattern, it basically has 5 blocks, but you could certainly make more. And you could make a bed runner by adding more blocks to it, or you could perhaps do 2 rows of the ribbon and create a wider bed runner that way, or you could even continue into multiple rows and create a whole quilt in that same pattern.
I love those ones. I love the kind of, this is, I think, my favorite. Well, I love them all, but this is one of my favorites. I think this is my favorite. Well, I know, Rich. I would go for, go for the pick and mix, and I would go for the marble merger and the ribbon runner. I think those two would be my favorites. And that way I have got a proper, a full-on quills pattern. And then, of course, I have got the runner. I love those. But, of course, this is what I would do. What would you do at home? It's your choice. And remember, these are digital downloads, the details on the screen. If you want to print out, of course, we can do that for you. Details at the bottom of the screen. Personally, I would go for the digital download because it's so much quick and easy and instant as well. 431222 is your item number. Remember, these ones are designed by Reed Johnson, who is joining us via Skype from Florida, I believe. It is Florida, isn't it, Reed?
It is Florida, and I wish it was a nice and bright sunny day today, but it's more like England today. It's very rainy and overcast.
Well, it is. If it will make you feel any better, it is rainy here as well. It is a classic English autumn day. But I am from Spain originally, and I love the rain. I love the grey of England. So anyway, but hopefully you will get sunshine very soon, tomorrow maybe, right, in Florida?
I hope so, yes.
Oh, okay. Right, now we have got getting back to quilts. I'm so excited that I'm talking to Reed because he's in Florida designing these beautiful quilts. Now we have got the Blue Bear Quilts Celebrity Squares paper quilting pattern, and this one is $11.99. This is not an option. You are getting the actual design here as well. Now, if you want to go for the paper version, which is the one the details on the screen, $11.99, and of course it will be dispatched from the 29th of September. If you prefer to go for the digital, which is what I would go for because then it's instant, here you go, $9.99, just $9.99. 057327 is your item number. Now, could you talk us through, Reed, and the inspiration behind the Celebrity Squares quilt pattern?
Yes, that particular fabric line from Timeless Treasures is called Celebrity fabric. And in the United States here, we had a program that was called Celebrity Squares. I don't know if you've had that show over in England, Hollywood Squares. And there would be a star in each one of these different blocks. And I think there were like a total of 9 blocks. And they were all, it was like a big box on stage, and some were up high on the top row and some were in the middle row. And so that was the inspiration of Hollywood Squares and the block design. And so that particular pattern involves, it's a modified churn dash pattern. And by the way the fabrics are arranged and combined, it creates that very colorful block pattern.
It is absolutely stunning. It's just quite striking. And to me, it looks also a little bit kind of almost tribal. It has got that strength, that kind of primitive. I love that. It's just really cool. And also it could be a play mat as well for, for children to kind of have in the floor and then maybe do a little, kind of knots and crosses, obviously not onto the quilt itself. But I just think there is that sort of playfulness about it. But at the same time, I could see these with maybe, I don't know, some decoration in a very striking lounge as well. Fabulous design. Now, Reed, we are going to let you reset for your demo. So, of course, and we know that we have to change the camera and things like that. And I will give everybody, so we will rejoin you and talk to you in a second when you are ready. But, of course, we are going to give a reminder of what you can get from Reed for Blue Bear Quilts. Remember, this is a company that started to facilitate the beginner, the enthusiastic beginner, to create quilts that appear to be, incredibly complicated, but there is actually a very simple pattern to it. So having the pattern printed or, as a download, a digital download, you will have a perfect guidance on how to achieve those results. Now, you might be a very experienced quilter and just fall in love with these designs, and of course, if that's the case, by all means, check out your baskets. Don't think that it's just for beginners, but if you're a beginner, be confident that the pattern will help you. And then, of course, we have got more inspiration, so here it is. course, it's gorgeous patterns, gorgeous quilts that you can achieve if you go for the patterns. Now, not only we have got the Blue Bear quilts and the show, but we also have got lots more on the website, thecraftstore.com. You have got the So Crafty fabrics, including, of course, the block of 22.5-inch strip rolls as well. We have got different colors. Also, we have got the 5 square inch fabric packs, as well as other ones. So you can go for the Grey Pop, Rising Sun, those beautiful reds and yellows, the Pretty Peach with the pinks and reds. We have got the Peaceful Light with those beautiful neutrals, Raging Sea, and the rainbow as well. Lots of options for the 5-inch, beautiful pieces of fabric. Or of course you can go for the blocks, which are the rolls of 2.5 inches. Now that would be perfect for some of, for instance, the leather. Probably it's a little bit, maybe you need a little bit thicker, wider fabric. But there's lots of different possibilities. Remember, you can use them for the sashing, for the marble merger as well. And there is also, we have got a pick and mix of the batik, the glitter effect batik from So Crafty, which is a cotton pick and mix. If you want a little bit of hot pink, burnt orange, light grey, royal gold, aqua, and then of course we have got the batiks, which would look, those ones would look amazing on the marble merger if you go for two kind of different colors that kind of coordinate well within. For instance, the deep purple black batik and the aubergine gold batik. Those two could be for one block, so that would work really well for that marble merger. Right, now of course those ones that you can find on the website. Let's rejoin Reed in Florida via Skype. So what are you going to show us, Reed?
So for my first demonstration, I'm going to show you how to make the blocks, how to cut and lay out the blocks in the Golden Gate Park table runner.
Perfect.
And so as we were talking about before, there are 2 blocks. So this one that I'm showing you right now is the windmill block.
Okay, yes.
And the other one is the flower block. And the flower block has the colors next to the yellow square.
Perfect. Yeah.
So in order to get started, there's one thing that you need, and it's the Creative Grids Scrap Crazy 6-inch ruler. And these are a set of templates that basically make a crazy quilt like this. But I'm only going to be using one of the templates from the set, and it will be template C.
Ah, right.
And then you need to sew 2 strips of fabric together in order to get that white and black section. And then you need to take with your rotary cutter and a regular ruler and cut off a section that would be 4.5 by 5.5 inches. And you're going to cut multiples of those. So you'll be sewing several of these strips together and cutting multiples of these.
Okay. And of course, the pattern will give us the amount of numbers that we need, how many we need, and everything like that, right?
Exactly.
Perfect.
And so then once you have it cut to this size, you're going to take the C template from the Scrap Crazy 6 ruler, and you can see there's a line right here in the middle of the template, and you're going to put that right on the line between the white and the black. Yep. And then you're going to line up the straight edge of this ruler on the right-hand side with the right edge of the fabric, and you want the top to be lined up with the white up here at the top and the bottom to be lined up here with the black. And then you're going to take your rotary cutter and you're going to go back at first and then go forward. Take that off, and then you'll notice that there's a little notch right over here, and you also want to take that notch off. And so when you've done that, you end up with a piece that looks like this.
Right.
Now we also need to have the color fabrics cut out as well, and they're going to be cut in that same shape. And so to do that, we take 2 strips of fabric and we lay them on top of each other, both right sides up. And then again, we're going to use this template, template C, and we're going to line it up with the right edge of the fabric. And by the way, I'm left-handed, so if you happen to be right-handed, you're going to do everything the exact opposite of how I'm doing. So you basically would put, if you're right-handed, you would put it over on this side straight edge and cut it this way.
Perfect.
But since I'm left-handed, I'm going to do it like this.
That's a good, reminder to do it the opposite way if we are right-handed. Yeah.
Right. So then again, I'm going to go backwards at first, and then I'm going to go forward. Then I'm just going to slide that away. And again, I need to cut off the little notch.
Yeah.
So that creates two of that piece.
Perfect.
And then we take and we flip the ruler around like this. And now we want to line up the angled edge with the angle that we just cut. And again, line it up with the top of the fabric and the bottom of the fabric. And we're going to take and cut off this edge over here. And that's how we end up with the 4 pieces that we need in each block. And you use the same pieces whether you're making the flower block or you're making the windmill block.
Yeah.
It's just a matter of how they're laid out. So in order to create the sections that make up the block, you place one of the color fabrics like this next to the black and the white fabric like this.
Right.
And then you can lay it on top of each other.
I see it now. I couldn't see it, and now I see it. That's perfect. Then we can see it.
So when you line it up, you'll notice that when we cut that notch off, it makes it line up perfectly with the edge of that fabric. And it's also lined up perfectly on this end as well. And you're basically going to sew from this point right here, all the 1/4 inch, all the way up like this. And what this does by doing that little notch is you don't have to trim up any dog ears when you're done. So now you can see that I've sewn it. I've started sewing right there at that point, 1/4 inch all the way along. And then I'm going to take and set the seam by just pressing the fabric like this. And then I'm going to take and finger press it open. And then gently, without stretching the fabric, press it in place. And so that is the unit that goes into making the block, and you need 4 of those. And so now I'm going to show you how you lay out the different blocks.
That is so clever. I mean, I would have never guessed that. That, of course, when you break it down, it's very easily to understand. But, of course, you need the pattern to know exactly how many pieces you need to, and, of course, how to assemble it all. Right, back to you, Reed.
So you start off with a yellow square in the middle. And then in order to make the flower block, you take and you place the colored squares next to the yellow. And you do that all the way around.
Okay.
So that is the layout for the flower block.
Yes.
And then if you want to make the windmill block, you basically take and reverse this. So now we put the white and the black next to the yellow.
Right. It's the white. I see. Such a little change and such a big visual change, if you know what I mean.
And what I'm going to show you in the next demonstration is how to sew the partial seam that's involved in this, because normally when you sew a quilt block together, there'll be like straight lines, you know, as the pieces go across, and you can see that no matter which direction you go here, there's going to be one of these pieces, you're not going to be able to sew it because it's not even across. And so there's a partial seam that's involved. And I'm going to show you that in the next demonstration.
Perfect. Thank you so much, Reed. We will rejoin you for the next demonstration in a couple of minutes, if that's okay. I will give everybody at home a reminder of how you can get your Blue Bear quilts, Reed's designs. And there's 2 different ways. There is the paper print version, which has got a different item number, which is, of course, 752503, and it will be dispatched from the 29th of September. However, there is another version, which is a digital download. The digital 12 patterns that you can download straight away, which means that you don't have to wait, and also you have to pay less than the previous set. Now it has a different item number, 431222. That is the item number for the digital download pick and mix. You have got 4 different options. Whichever one you are going for, you have got the same options. It's just a question of how it comes to you. Personally, I don't like to wait. I think everything straight away. So digital download would be the way. So let's go to break it down, which options you have got. Now we have got the Golden Gate, which is, of course, the one that Reed has been demonstrating, which is a table runner that the finished size is 29 inches by 75 inches. Now, that is the full quilt or the full project, but how Reed was explaining, you can see that there are blocks. Each of the flower or the windmill is a block. So if you want to take that and make a full-on quilt, you could. You can just make it maybe about 3 times or 4 times, even if you had a super king size bed. Then, of course, there's the choice of fabrics that will come down to you. But of course, here there is a full color illustration of Reed's finished project. So you would have more or less an idea of how many colors he's used. Now you have got cutting instructions, you have got the block assembly, like for little tiny details as well, and even it tells you exactly what Creative Reed's ruler he is used, so you have got that perfect placement as well. I love kind of clear instructions, 1, 2, 3, exactly how to put them in here as well. And of course there is Blue Bear Quilts videos on illustrating and how to put the things together as well, education aside. The layout, of course, you can see it here, the flower, the windmill, how to put it, and of course you could change the colors if you wish to. If you have got, you're using the scrap fabrics and you have got leftovers, you could do that as well. And then on the back, of course, it is the requirements, the things that you may need, including, of course, the fabric. It tells you that you could start using fat quarters. And this is really important because sometimes it does tell you, well, you need, I don't know, maybe a piece of, maybe saying a quarter, I don't know, maybe a quarter of a yard. But you don't know that a fat quarter would be enough for it. I love that way because that way you know exactly what you need. And of course, if you are thinking in metric, well, if you think that half a yard is slightly smaller than half a meter, that would have sold you out as well. That is, of course, the gorgeous Golden Gate Park runner. Then we have got the Marble Merger quilts. Now this one, if you follow Reed's instructions, you will end up with a quilt that is 61 by 61 inches in size. So a rather large one. I think it's beautiful. It is gorgeous. I love that pattern so much. And of course, it comes in with cutting instructions, the materials that you were going to need, and of course, it tells you as well for sashing, for all those different things, and of course, the block assembly as well, how to assemble it. And it is full color instructions as well as each of those blocks would be. Now, of course, if you have gone for the one-day special, this pattern would be an absolute perfect complement, especially if you have gone for the one-day special plus the additional 8 fat quarters, because then you could do each of those blocks into those mysterious, into the woodlands, into the woods kind of patterns. So I think this is a phenomenal pattern for that. And remember, you don't have to do the full quilt. You could do just a set of 4 as a runner, or you could do as placemats and put 2 together. There's so many possibilities, but it's all about that gorgeous pattern that is kind of almost like an optical illusion. It's a very mysterious optical illusion there. Now, of course, this is one of the options. Remember, you are choosing 2 patterns for £16.99 as a digital download. Remember, there are different item numbers, whether you want to go for the digital patterns or the print out paper patterns that will be dispatched to you. Now, the third option that we have got here is the Tiffany's Garden. This is a table runner. It's a quilt that will be 18 inches by 43 and inspired by the Tiffany lamps, that beautiful kind of stained glass fabric. Well, no, stained glass lamps, but then, of course, into fabric. But this is one thing. You may know fabrics that you have got in your stash that would work even, like kind of you would work as well as those stained glass fabrics. Maybe Moda fabrics, maybe you have got, we had got the beautiful, I remember at 4 o'clock we will have some Odile beautiful fabrics. So I think these would work really well because they are vibrant and just full of life patterns. This also would work really well because I like the square in the center. If you have got those possibilities of printing out a picture, so maybe you could do as a family quilt, so you have got members of the family in each of the square, if that's your sort of thing, of course. And then we have got the fourth and final option for the pick and mix. And this is one of my favorites because this one is the ribbon runner. Now, again, you have got the finish size 12 inches by 36 inches. And you have got here two colorways as well. I love this one because it has, I don't know, it has got a way of being that this is the quilt block. I love how clear it is when you look at the instructions because you have got the quilt block, but then of course you have got again the materials, the cutting instructions. Here you have got the templates as well. So if you do not have the right grids, the right rulers, you can use the templates to cut even with their seam allowance. And of course you have got the step-by-step pictures, and then of course you have got the finish elements as well, and you have got what you need on the back. And this will be the finished result. Remember that you have got two different options, the paper patterns, mix, pick and mix, or the digital downloads. The paper patterns, the item number is 752503. That is the item number. And remember, today is the first time that we welcome Blue Bear Quilts, and of course, read here at the craft store. If you want the digital downloads, details at the bottom of the screen. You save £3 for your digital downloads. I think I would do that. Anyway, we're going to read. You are going to show us the next step, aren't you?
Yes.
Perfect.
So now we have the block for the Golden Gate table runner laid out in the flower pattern, and we're going to sew the first piece together.
Okay, perfect.
So the first thing that happens is you take the yellow square and you fold it down like this. And this is the first one where we're going to do this partial seam. So normally you would start and you would sew all the way across at 1/4 inch, but we're not going to do that. We're only going to start about here, about 2/3 of the way, and go to the end of the fabric like that. And that's going to be a partial seam.
Oh.
And so here you see I've sewn that.
Right.
I've started right about and sewn to there.
And
then
see.
you see how it's not sewn there. And so then you would take and you would set the seam, once you've sewn this. And then you want to press towards the black and white piece. So in order to do that, you put the black and white piece on top and you press. And then you're going to finger press it this way and then press again. And so that's the first stage of making this block, is that partial seam. And then what we need to do is we need to add the next piece after this. And so it's going to go right here like this. And we're going to fold that on there. And now this seam is going to be a complete seam.
Okay.
So here you can see that I've sewn this piece the entire length. And so again, you would set this seam with the iron. We want to press again towards the black and white. So you're going to put it on top, press it, then finger press it, and then press it with your iron. And so that's how the second piece would be attached. And that one is a complete seam at this point. And then you're going to add the next piece up here at the top.
Yes.
Like that. And it's going to get folded over. And it's also going to be a complete seam all the way across. And I'll show you how that looks.
Perfect. I love your step-by-step, perfectly ready to show us.
Thank you.
It makes it so much easier.
So here we go. We've got that seam. You can see how it's sewn all the way across. And we're going to then press it this direction, press towards the white and the black, and finger press it, and then press it with the iron. And now we're 3/4 of the way around. And sometimes people might have trouble getting the piece of fabric to go all the way up to this yellow if, perhaps your 1/4 inch isn't perfect right here. And it's not that crucial that it make it all the way up. In fact, on one of these, I'll show you where it didn't quite make it. But one of the things you can do is kind of ease it in, where you take and you pin, you know, at this end where it matches, and then you just kind of get the two things together, and then you pin over at this end. And then for the fabric in between, it just kind of gets eased in as you sew it together in order to make those two ends match. And so then after that, we're going to add the next piece, which is going to go right here. And now if we had sewn this, like if this was sewn here, how would we get this piece on?
Absolutely, now I understand it.
Because the 1/4 inch would already be taken up in this piece, and we wouldn't be able to match this up. But the fact that this has been a partial seam, we still have that corner of the yellow fabric available. So when we flip this piece on, it's going to match up with that.
Yeah.
So you can see you're able to go the whole length, and now we're going to sew along this.
Okay. And then
And I didn't have enough blue fabric, so I had to switch to another color. So we have this lovely purple.
Yeah.
And you can see that I have sewn all the way along there. And here's what I was talking about. Notice how that didn't quite meet there. And that's perfectly fine. It will be okay, because you'll be able to take that up in the next 1/4 inch that you're going to sew. So again, we would take and we would press this seam. You know, and pressing the seam is just putting the iron basically on top. It's setting the stitches is what it's doing. You know, you're basically setting those stitches. And then we're going to finger press it open and then gently press it one more time. And so now you're going, well, now how do we get it together? We've got this piece that's just flapping, and this piece is flapping.
All right.
So now we have to take and fold it like this. And we line up this one right here. And you can see here's where our partial seam started right here. And so then we're going to sew from here down to this end. And when we do that, it's complete.
Oh, and it's just that top tip of leaving the first partial seam. That's the most important thing, isn't it?
That is the most important thing, yeah. And people think that doing a partial seam is really complicated, but it really isn't. It's like once you get the concept, it's not difficult at all. And so this is something that not a lot of quilters have done, and yet it really makes some beautiful blocks. So it definitely is a good technique that's worth learning and having in your arsenal of you know, ways to make blocks.
Perfect. I love that. Thank you so much, Reed. We will be rejoining you in a couple of minutes. I'll give a reminder to everybody of the different patterns now. And of course, this one is, well, we have got the details on the left-hand side of the screen for the paper patterns. Remember, it's a pick and mix. You're choosing any two. I love that. Yes, you are getting the pattern for the table runner, but there is a lot of ways of customization. And also there is lots of ways of top tips, like, of course, Reed was explaining that partial seam that you will learn with this table runner, and then you can take on for different projects. Also, you can expand them or reduce them, because they are all based into blocks. So then once you learn the block, you learn how to build it, how to cut it, how to sew it together, and of course build those quilts. Now there is 4 different options. And remember, those 4 different options, you're choosing 2, whether you go for the paper patterns, which the item number is 752503, and it's £19.99. It will be dispatched from the 29th of September. Or you can go for the same option, but instead of paper print, into a digital download. So you don't have to wait. Also, you don't pay P&P, and also you are saving £3. For me, I know which one I would go for. I would go for the marble merger, and I would go for the ribbon runner in a digital patterns, and the pick and mix. £16.99 is your price, 43122. But remember, it's not my choice, it's your choice for whatever ones you want to go for. Now we have got another option, which is the celebrity squares, and this one is just one single pattern for just $11.99. Again, you have got both options of going for the actual pattern printed. There you can see it finished, and of course that is $11.99. It will be printed, dispatched to you from the 29th of September. 692693 is your item number. Or again, if you prefer it like me, instantly you're going to download. So there you have it, $9.99. You're saving on postage. You don't have to wait. Makes sense, doesn't it? 057327 is your item number. Remember that, of course, it's a different item number whether you are going for the digital downloads or the print out patterns. Now, on the website, thecraftstore.com, you will find also other items in the show, including, of course, the rotary cutters. Then you have as well the, oh, look at that Alpha Aqua Premium quilting kit. Of course, includes the 45 mil rotary cutter, the 6x6 quilt ruler, and the cutting mat. A perfect starter kit for £39.99, and of course that is a flexi by option, so you can spread the cost. Now, if you want some Gutermann thread, we have got them in a very nostalgic vintage box in there, with, of course, you are getting 8 beautiful colors, 8 usable colors as well, because we have got the black, the white, the cream, those browns, and you're getting 100 meters. Oh, there's classic. There is options. You can go for the classic shades. That would be my choice because it has got black and red. And then, or you can go for the pastel shades. That probably would be our Charlotte's option because she likes, well, I think she likes the softer colors. And of course, we have got a set of 30 that comes in the nostalgic 1930s sort of box. So if you cannot decide between pastels or classics, well, here it is. You are getting all of them. You're getting how many? 30, actually more than all of them. And of course, they are 100 meters of the Gutermann nostalgic. Now, of course, we have got also books on the show. So if you want some books about miniature quilts and sole layer cakes and so much more, you will find them on the website, including one of my favorites, Knits from the Northern Lands book by Jenny Fennell. And of course, you will find a 7-day savers. Of course, 7-day savers are launched on a Sunday, and today is Sunday, so they have been a weekend from the website a few hours ago. So there you have it. You have got those ones. It includes 5 quilting books. So have a look on the website. You will find all of that there at thecraftstore.com. Back to you, Reed. You are going to be doing one of my favorites, aren't you?
Yes, it's the ribbon.
Heavy.
I'm going to show you how to do the paper piece block. And so I have a different sample than what you have in the studio there. This one's made out of the pink fabric. And this is the block right here. And one of the advantages of paper piecing is that you get these nice sharp points. That's really the advantage of paper piecing. And if you don't like to paper piece, I have included templates in the pattern so that you can actually sew it the old-fashioned way as well.
Fabulous.
Now you need some supplies to do paper piecing. So you need some postcards.
Yeah.
And you need the add-a-quarter ruler. So this is the 6-inch add-a-quarter ruler. And this is the 12-inch add-a-quarter ruler. I don't know if you can see the words on there, add-a-quarter. But they're very helpful in paper piecing. And then, of course, you need the pattern. And the pattern is in your booklet. And you'll notice that the sections are color-coded for the different fabrics, and they're numbered. It's A1, A2, A3, A4, and you basically are going to go in the order of those numbers.
Okay.
And the first thing that you need to do is you need to crease all of the lines that are on the pattern. So I'm going to take this postcard and basically put it right on the line, and then I'm just going to take and crease the line. And it doesn't matter what order you do them in. Now I'm going to do this line. I'm going to crease it, and then I'm going to take and come over here and do this one.
Oh, I have never seen this technique, so I'm really excited.
And then I'm going to do the last line and crease it here. And what this does is it just makes it easier later on when you're working with it. So now that I've done that, you can see that we kind of have the format of, what the shape of the block is, and it's going to make it easier to put the fabrics on the piece. So you also need to know what size pieces to put over these things. So in other words, how much fabric are you going to put over that? So the pattern tells you how to cut out the various pieces. So this one goes over that center diamond, and then these squares go over these little triangles, and then these wedges go on these corner pieces.
Okay.
And the pattern will tell you how to cut those pieces out.
Right.
So the first one that we have to cover is this center diamond, and you can see that I have the fabric over it.
Yeah.
And for this first piece, we want it, the fabric facing right side up.
Okay.
And then I just take and pin it so that it'll be held in place. But you also want to make sure that there's a 1/4 inch of fabric all the way around. So you can hold that sheet up to a light and see if you've done it, or if you have a light box, you can do like this. And then you see that there is at least a 1/4 inch of fabric all the way around the block.
Oh, I see.
All the way around the particular diamond. Can you see that?
Yeah, perfectly.
Okay, so now that we've done that, we want to create an edge to sew with. So the first one we're going to sew is on the line between A1 and A2. So there's A1 and A2, and we're going to sew on this line to begin with. So we're going to make an edge. So we're going to take our postcard and the small add a 1/4 ruler, we fold this back, and there's a lip on these rulers, and so the lip goes right up against the edge of the fabric. See how it stops as I do that?
Yes, perfectly.
And then we're going to trim this off, this extra piece of fabric right here. And when we do that, you can see that we now have a straight line.
Yeah.
And we're going to look at our light table again, and we now need this piece of fabric to cover that triangle, because this is A2.
Right.
So we want that to cover, so we're going to fold this back and put it right there, and then we're going to be sewing on this line. And so I'll show you that next.
Yeah.
So here we go. I have sewn on the line, and you actually start outside of the seam allowance, and you sew into this little section here. So you extend beyond the line a little bit, and you don't have to back stitch, and it doesn't matter that you're going beyond the line. So I've sewn that one, then you would press it and finger press it, and then that one is in place. Now we need this one to be done on the other side, so I'm going to do the exact same thing. Again, I'm going to take and put the postcard, fold it over, put the add a 1/4 ruler, and trim off this extra piece.
Okay.
Then I've got my line right there to line up the fabric. And I'm going to line it up like this. And I'm going to put a pin in place. And then I'm going to stitch on this line between A1 and A3. And you're probably not going to be able to see me, but you'll hear me sewing over here. And on my sewing machine, I have a foot that has a little V, and so I'm basically lining the line up with that V, and I'm just starting to sew across. And unfortunately, I lost my thread, but you'll get the idea. So I will have sewn from here to here.
Yeah. So
And
we sew through the paper. We sew through the paper.
You would sew through the paper, exactly. You're going to sew right through the paper. And then you would press this, and then we have 2 pieces. So we have this many pieces done at this point. So then the next one is going to be to put these corner pieces on.
And then
So here, you can see that I've trimmed this. So what I did was I took the larger postcard, and I put it on the line, and I folded it back, and then I trimmed up the edge. So I have that nice edge to line up the fabric with. And then I lined up this wedge of the floral fabric along that line, and then I put pins in, and for this larger piece, you probably need to put like a couple pins. And then I basically sewed, and I started out here outside the seam allowance and finished down here outside the seam allowance. So I went the entire length and sewed right on the paper. The other thing that's important to know is that you want like a shorter stitch length. You want really tight stitches, and the reason for that is it makes it easier to remove the paper when you're done.
Oh, that makes
And in
sense.
the I tell you what the stitch length is, and I think it's like 1.5 or 18 stitches to the inch, something like that. So then once it's been sewn, you press it like that. And so now we have the block almost completed. We just need to put this section on over here. So again, we would take our postcard, we would put it on the line we're now doing between A1 and A5. And we're going to fold it back. And you notice how the fabric is kind of, it's stitched right here where we went through the lines. And so you just need to give that like a gentle tug, like that, which will lay that flat. And now I'm going to use the larger add a quarter ruler. And again, line it up at the edge of the paper. And I'm going to trim this off. And so you can see I've got that nice trimmed edge there. A nice straight edge there. And so then I'm going to take and lay this, you know, position it again and like put it on the light box and make sure that it's going to cover this section that needs to be covered. And it looks like it will there. So then you flip it back and you're going to line it up with that line. And because this is the larger piece, I'm going to put 2 pins in, and you want to be sure that you put the pins far enough away so that you're not going to sew on them. See how I've got that all lined up and pinned? Perfect. Now I'm going to go to the sewing machine, and I basically will take and sew outside of the seam allowance here, sew along this entire line, and sew past the seam allowance there.
Yeah.
And once I've done that, I'm going to come in with my iron, I'm going to set the seam.
Yeah.
I'll take out the pins, press it open.
And there you would have.
And there you have an almost finished block. But notice how it's like bigger than the block. And if I had this sewed, you can see that the fabric is going beyond the paper.
Yeah.
So what you need to do for that is you need a regular ruler that has a 1/4 inch line on it. And so where you're going to put that 1/4 inch line is right here on the inside. So I'm going to line up that ruler right there like that. And then I would take and I would trim this piece off. And then I would take and put my ruler up here and trim this one off. And you would do that around all 4 sides. And when you've done that, you end up with your block that looks like this. It's all trimmed up.
Perfect.
And when you flip it over,
Look
voila,
at
there's
that.
a beautiful block.
That's perfect.
So you see how you have those nice
points,
what you get with paper piecing. And oftentimes people don't like to do paper piecing because they don't want to tear the paper out. Well, there really isn't that much paper to be torn out of this particular block. There's just 3-5 pieces. And there's one other advantage of leaving the paper in at this point is that when you want to sew 2 of these blocks together, you would put them right sides together, and then you could sew right on this line.
Yeah.
And then once you've sewn all of those together, then you could start removing the paper. And to remove the paper, you basically just fold it back and forth a couple times and start ripping it just like that.
It tears away so easily.
It tears away so easy, and that's because you use that shorter stitch length. So see how it tears away, and I'm not even having to pick out pieces of fabric.
Yeah, that is amazing.
So it really is a very nice technique for making a very well-pieced block.
Thank you so much. Reed, would it be possible for you to reset your camera so we can say goodbye and looking at your lovely face? It was an amazing demonstration, so we enjoy, well, all the demonstrations have been incredible. Thank you so much, Reed. Now, of course, at you at home, you can see if you go for one of the options, of course, which is the ribbon runner, it will have that template. If it's a digital download, it will be so easy to print out as many as you need for the blocks as well. So remember, you have got 2 different options. You can go for the paper patterns. Details on the screen is a different item number, 7525. 503, and it will be dispatched from the 29th of September. However, if you go for the digital downloads, you are saving £3 and you are not paying P&P, and you, of course, remember that you will be immediate dispatch. 752503 is your item number. Now you also have the Celebrities Squares pattern, which of course that is just another item number, and again you have got both options, the digital download or the paper pattern, and of course 692693 is your item number for the paper one, digital for Celebrity Squares at the bottom of the screen. Reed, I believe we can see your lovely face. Well, thank you so much for joining us. It's been an absolute pleasure to have you here.
Oh, thank you so much. I've really enjoyed sharing this time with you and your viewers, and giving the demonstrations and showing you our beautiful patterns. It's really been a lot of fun. Thank you so much.
Thank you. We hope to see you very soon, whether it's through Skype or maybe here in the studio one day. Reed, it's been an absolute pleasure. Now, of course, to you at home, do make sure you check out your baskets. Isn't Reed an amazing guy? And of course, there is amazing patterns that he has designed. You have got the patterns, the instructions, what you will need, even the cutting instructions on how to do it. We hopefully, Reed will be back with us very soon, because I think the way that he explains everything is so clear and makes it so nice to know that you can create amazing quilts, whether you are a beginner or an amazing quilter extraordinaire. Blue Bear Quilts makes it easy for everyone and affordable as well, because you can go for the digital downloads, which you can have instantly and save some money. Digital at the bottom, paper on the side. Now, of course, stay tuned here at the craft store, because we have got more inspiration in the form of stamps and papers and dies after the break. Karen and Haley are ready for Oddwood Mixed Media. Then Leon is back with Lysia Cigars, that festive stamping, and then Odile Belol Fabrics at 4.
Hi, I'm Abs from AALL Create. I've been crafting for over 10 years now, and I love stamping, stenciling, creating layers of colors, textures, and creating depth and dimension. AALL Create was established in October 2016, collaborating with a group of designers and artists from all over the world, bringing different designs and products in different styles. We pride ourselves with high-quality photopolymer clear stamp sets, dies, stencils, washi tapes and acrylic blocks, all in different size and formats. I hope to bring you inspiration and different ways of using your craft products. Make sure you don't miss the AALL Create shows.
Have you heard of Freedom? Did you know that as a Freedom member, you could be making savings on every order you place? For just £7.97 a month, you will benefit from selected Freedom member discounts and complimentary standard delivery on every order you place. You will also receive our exclusive Freedom members badge, giveaways and crafty updates. If you shop with the craft store more than twice a month, then Freedom is for you. Don't forget, your Freedom membership is flexible, so you can pause if you're going away, or you can cancel at any time you decide. So what are you waiting for? Give us a call or go to our website, quoting the item number 88888, and join Freedom today.
I'm Trisha from Sew Totally Trisha. I've been sewing since I was about 8 years old. I carried on through my teens, and when I had children, I've sewn for them. My kits use quality fabrics and are normally cut to size so that it makes everything easy for the beginner sewer and the more advanced stitcher to be able to make beautiful designs. All the fabric I use is 100% cotton and top quality. On my shows, I hope that you can learn from my hints and tips, and every one of my kits is like a workshop in a kit. Make sure you don't miss the Sew Totally Trisha shows.
hello there and welcome back. Well, here we are, back again with Oakwood Art Show. We've got fabulous Karen rejoining us for this hour. And you were here early on this morning.
I was here. Yes, I was here earlier this morning.
Very early. We're avoiding bright and early because I don't think any of us were bright this morning.
It was a bit of a disaster this morning.
Oh, not at all.
Mind you, I didn't panic. You know, like something when usually something goes wrong, I panicked, and I just thought, I've just carried on. So I've reached a milestone.
Yeah,
I've reached a personal milestone that if something goes wrong, I can just say, well, let's fix it.
Well,
and I'm quite happy
and
about that.
And it was all down to, just to fill you in, all down to those pesky roadworks that are out and about very early on a Sunday morning causing havoc on your journey in. But anyway, we digress. We had a fabulous hour when we were here. Well, it wasn't myself, it was lovely Paola. And we've got a fabulous bundle that we're sharing with you. But before I tell you about this, can you see those words on the screen there? Happy hour. We do like a happy hour, don't we? And this is a lovely set because you've got all sorts of different elements, very much Christmas related. So you've got your 2 sheets of your MDF. So as you can see it, loads and loads of elements featuring in there, lots of fine detail. Wonderful baubles as well, baubles galore. And then you are also getting 2 stencils as well. And you're saving a whopping great £10 on that bundle for this hour and this hour only. So normally you'd be paying £29.97 for everything, but of course you are paying that lower price of just £19.98. I'm going to twist this round, whoops days, because I think I showed you the wrong way round. Got all the etching on there, look at that. A lot of detail with these, Karen.
There's a lot of detail. You'll be able to do a lot of painting onto them and then painting in or just highlighting it with a pencil and bringing it forward, definitely.
Love it.
Really delicate. Not delicate, really...
well, they're delicate in design, but they're quite substantial in the way that they are. They're not delicate as in they may break or they may kind of crumble away or anything like that. But
so a delicate
got a lot of
design,
detail,
detailed.
Yeah. Detailed indeed. So that is your one set, and you can see you've got lots and lots of baubles featuring on there, which is brilliant. The other set that you have got, this time we're looking at Christmas trees and presents and decoration and bunting and all sorts, Karen.
Yes, and then the bunting that goes across, all the little bits come out of the holes, and like, you know, well thought out and well detailed.
Exactly.
Not delicate, detailed. That's the better word.
Also, I don't know if you spied there with the Christmas tree, you've actually got a little stand for it. So this is a 3-dimensional project as well. So it means you could be using it as, maybe you are limited on space. My mum's got a little flat, there's not enough room for a Christmas tree, but she's got a windowsill. Something like that, she could quite easily pop on the windowsill, put a few little tea lights around it, and that's almost her Christmas decoration. Now, it doesn't stop there, though. You are going to get additional pieces. You're going to get your stencils. Now, your stencils, of course, you're going to use all year round. I mean, especially the stars, you can utilise those in so many different ways. And also the snowflakes, sometimes when you build snowflakes up, they almost look like petals, so give that one a little bit of an experiment, but there's a lot of detail in these as well.
There is, very, very detailed, and the stars are cascading. No,
they are,
is that the right word?
Kind of, you can see there, well, it depends which way you go. So you've got your larger elements at the top. It's almost like a snowfall, isn't it, where you've got that heavier intensity at the top, and it kind of goes a little bit lighter towards the bottom, or it could be the other way around if you're wanting it to. It's entirely up to you, but either way, you've got 2 brilliant stencils there. And again, all you need to do is place your order using the item number on your screen there, 001287. But it's for this hour and this hour only that you'll be paying $19.97. So be quick. Now, we have got brand new things to share with you. Oh, these are amazing. But over half the stock has gone. And this is kind of like a nature's collection, which I think is fabulous because you've got all sorts of different elements featuring here. Stencils, as you can see with these, and 4 stamp sets as well, giving you a whole host of different opportunities. Now, we've got individuals available for you as well. So the chrysanthemums that you're looking at there, you can get hold of those by themselves. And it's beautiful because you've got the large floral heads there, you've got the stem, you've got the leaves, you've also got that kind of little backdrop of text there. That one's a brilliant stamp in its own right, $14.99. Now, some of you have been choosing to order this way, and half the stock has gone of that one. So 832046 if you're wanting that one. Then let's talk about textures. The next stamp set that we've got for you, you've got oodles of them.
These are going to be so useful. I mean, textures, we use them all the time, don't we, Karen?
These are natural textures, so they've been extracted from photographs and proper natural textures, yes. But you can make the bark, if you do it, depending what colour you put it in.
Fair point,
it can be a natural texture or just a texture that you keep building up and building up.
Definitely.
But always something that you've, it's not stylised or anything, it's just a nice background stamp.
So different variations.
Yes.
These are the kind of stamps that you gave them to 1,000 crafters, you get 1,000 different results, wouldn't you?
And you can never get two the same.
Exactly. At £14.99 if you wanted that one by itself. Don't forget they are in the larger bundle, but if you prefer to shop individually, then these are the details you'll need. 203719. Now, the next one that we've got for you, now this is quite a kind of geometric style, which I think is a very interesting one to have in your collection. You've got 7 stamps, and this has been a popular one by itself. So much so 60% of the stock has gone, and again, it's a nice one with those boundaries, but not kind of hard boundaries. It's kind of distressed look around them.
Yes, yes. So we've seen quite a lot of geometric shapes about, and they've been very, very thin.
Yes.
And very, very precise. This is a distress one, so it's got thicker lines, thinner lines, bits missing, and it just gives you that little bit more distress, but still the geometric shape. But it's not just for backgrounds.
Oh, gosh, no.
If you start thinking along the lines of building blocks and stuff like
Sure,
that,
yeah.
you can make some
nice
beautiful
little frames,
patterns.
nice little spotlights. You'll use those in loads of ways. Again, if you want it by itself, £14.99, very affordable, 791276. But if words are your thing, well, you're getting a lot of words within this particular set here. So you can see you've got all different phrases featuring in there. Now, this is the grunge word set number 2, so you might already have set number 1 as well. And this particular stamp set, you are going to get 50 stamps in total, all sorts of different words, all sorts of different ways of putting these together, and the same font as grunge words number 1, so it will work alongside it. Now, those eagle-eyed of you there may well spot a little bit of a spelling mistake on that one. Incredibly sorry about that. Sadly, it's only just been caught. We've only just found out about this one, so there's nothing we can do with regard to that. But you have got, on the positive side of things, you've got 49 fabulous stamps there that you can be utilising at £14.99 being your price, and I'm sure you will find a way of working with that little mischievous, that little pesky stamp that's making a little bit of mess within that set. But there we go. 580407 if you are wanting those. But it doesn't stop there. We've got the stencils. Now, stencils, you will know, are incredibly useful, very, very versatile. And with these, you've got loads of them. So the 2 of them are coming together for just £9.99, and you can see you've got borders, you've got textures in there, lots of interest. I love the stitch detail. I love the cross stitch there as well, and the little wiggly, squiggly lines. These are going to be incredibly useful to work with, and a very affordable one too. £9.99, 680039. But if you take all of those together, put them in a big pot together, then we've got the details that are popping up on your screen. Now, you'll notice with these details, you've got a £10 saving, which means, in effect, the stencils are coming to you as a bonus. That's one way of looking at it. Or it could be that one of those sets of stamps, instead of paying £14.99, you're paying around a £5 for them. Whichever way you choose to apply that saving, then obviously you will see the benefits of that. Now, if you were a Freedom member, you're actually saving even more. So you're saving £15.99, which is more than the equivalent of buying one of those stamp sets. So you can see where that saving comes into play. Now, of course, the benefit is you can spread the cost over 2 payments as well, which means if you're a Freedom member, then you're paying just £26.98 to get hold of everything. So if you were thinking about getting a couple of sets of those stamps, well, you'd be looking at close to £30 to buy those. So why not take the whole bundle and spread the cost over 2 payments, because you're actually paying less than you were planning. You'll have another payment to make in a month's time, but you'll have everything together, which means you can utilise them in so many different ways, which is what the design team have done with these. So here, I love this. I love where that board has been created on this. I mean, Cheryl's caught that really, really well.
Yeah, it's simplicity, but yet elegant, yet
gorgeous.
Gorgeous, and that's using 2 elements.
Isn't it? And you imagine you've got over 70 elements within this particular set. This is a nice one as well, because if you look closely, you don't always notice what's going on in the background, but you'll notice that you've got those elements. It's almost like a large fingerprint that you've got there. Obviously, you can add your own little squiggly lines if you want. Might take inspiration from the stencil as well if you want, but like that one.
Thank you, that's mine.
Is it? Oh, it's nice. Nice the colours with those.
Oh, you've made my day.
Oh, no, it is. I like it. I love that zestiness that you've got with it. This is a pretty one as well. Cheryl, what she's done here is just utilise one of those stamps, and I love this because it's almost like a definition stamp, and I do like definitions which work well with the corresponding subject, which you can see there. And again, Cheryl's taken the exact same stamp, but she's made it look as if it's way longer by putting it together, but you can't really see where the join is there, can you?
No. We did what we did this morning, where I put two together and just taped it off, so she's done some masking and everything else there.
Very effective, isn't it? Again, you've got the whole chrysanthemum if you want it that way, or it might be the bloom, just the head, that you're making up your own background, as you can see there. So very effective again. Like that idea. This one's a nice one as well, taking little elements that you've got, again, the words, might be just you're taking single elements, popping those in, building up, and I love that effect that you've got there. But can I show you? A little super happy chappy. Oh, he's living his best life, isn't he? Yeah.
He certainly is, yeah, but that's the natural texture. So our Sam's used one stamp, but brought her dyes into it. So she's bought all the other dyes that she's got. She has a vaster range of dyes, does our Sam.
I love this. Now, I didn't notice, when you're looking at that stamp that we've got there, it looked like a big thumbprint, big fingerprint, but when you actually look, it's like a log slice.
It's a log slice, but if you do it in the darker colours, it looks like a log slice, but do it in a different colour, you can make it look like a fingerprint or whatever you want to do, using the stencil there, bringing the words in, and just a bit of die cutting elements on top.
Aren't they fabulous? I love it. And of course the beauty is you've got those little frames, so the frames will work alongside other things that you've got within your stash, adding a fabulous little frame like you can see with that one there. So you can see just how versatile they are. Very popular they are too, of course, as a bundle, because that's where you're making that saving. And Freedom members, you're making a saving that is what we call a why not deal, because you are paying for your membership, but you're still saving on top of that. So it's kind of you recouping your membership with just one purchase. 216-572 if you're liking the look of that particular one. Now, of course, we referred to the previous release, so we've got those available for you as well. So if you're wanting to go for the previous release, you've got 96 stamps within this one and 12 stencils, and this is a brilliant bundle. It's a bumper bundle. You're getting a lot within this one. So as you can see here, even more creativity, stretching obviously the possibilities you've got with the first set, but giving you even more. So again, fabulous stencils again. Again, these are available individually, so if you're going for the complete set, you might want to go for different elements. Now, the stamps on this occasion are all under one item number, so you're choosing. You've got lots of options with regards to these, and this is where you kind of pick out exactly what you want. And we've got them all down at the front there, as you can see. So this time, rather than the triangles, we've got the circles and the hexagons there. You've got more textures featuring with these, and of course, you've got more stamps. So they're all more stamps, should I say more words? Obviously, there's more stamps because we're looking at them. Now, 721-913, that will get you your set. Obviously, the variety of different numbers dependent on which ones you're going for, but you can see they're really good value for money. And again, it's a nice way to get kind of even more out of the last bundle we were looking at.
We do a lot of stamping for other companies as Oakwood as a distributor, and I've often said to Stuart, you know, something for backgrounds, and these are, there is one more set coming out with some more words and a build onto this, but these are going to be the staple ones. We did a stamp end, and all the backgrounds, the girls used all the backgrounds. Thank you to the design team, they've done a great job. Yeah, it's one that I'm going to have on the side all the time.
I think that's exactly as you said there, because these are the kind of stamps that are so useful that you never actually want to put them away.
No, you never. They're always going to be there. They're going to be my go-to stamps with different words. And also, as time goes on, when I find more sayings, I am going to be writing them down and putting them on Facebook.
That's a good point,
It'll be on the Friends of Oakwood Facebook. We're going to put a little album in, and I'm going to... I've got quite a few sayings added together, but as I start getting them and building them up, when I've got one, I'm going to take a photograph and put it on in an album, and it's called Friends of Oakwood, which is our social site.
Fabulous. That's a good idea, isn't it? Because, of course, with the individual words, they're only individual words when they come to you, but, of course, you put them together in their pairings and their little phrases. This is a gorgeous feel, isn't it? Incidentally, as well, the bundle that we've been talking about, you've got stencils with these as well. I forgot to mention those, didn't I? These are available by themselves as well. So if you're wanting those, again, $9.99. Lots more textures, lots more interests as well with regards to these as well. So 442-852. But, again, as you'd naturally expect, we've got a large bundle where you are getting getting everything, and this is where you've got that saving. £10 saving, bring the price down to £59.95, and you get everything. So if you go for this bundle alongside the last bundle, which of course they both are available on FlexiBuy, you can spread the cost, you'll get everything to date, and that's the beauty of this one. I love this piece here. This is fabulous. Is this your journal?
It is, yeah.
Those colours.
Yeah, I'm a pinky purple person, and I tried a journal with blue, and I had a panic attack because blue wasn't mine. But
You're just out of your comfort zone.
Blue was out of my comfort zone, definitely. But yeah,
it's just a little hint of that pink and purple, just to give you that that sense.
That's it.
Sometimes it's good to push yourself, isn't it? But not too far. You don't want to scare yourself.
Well, don't push yourself when you're on live TV.
Oh yeah, that's probably
when you shouldn't push yourself.
That's probably not the best time to experiment. I love this though, the textures that you've got, giving you the ability to do things like your brick walls.
Yes,
clever.
Yeah, it's really good. They are beautiful stamps. The ones that are I'm going to be bringing back. I do a live on Facebook under the Oakwood Direct Facebook. However, I've been having such problems with connectivity. From Friday, it's going to be on the Friends of Oakwood.
Fair enough.
I think it's maybe because that one's his business site. I'm not sure. And my phone.
Social media is funny. Some things you can do, some things you can't. I don't understand it, to be honest.
I've got a new phone, and I'm going to be able to do it.
I love it. Love these corners, aren't they? Gorgeous.
Yes.
So if you fancy getting hold of this bundle on 982020, you're going to be in very good company. Lots of people are taking advantage of that one, and of course it might be the first time you've seen them, so you'll need those details. Now we're moving on to another set. This particular one, again, this is the Garden Complete collection. So here you've got gorgeous roses featuring with this one. I don't know if I've seen this one before, to be honest. Is it a new one?
It's fairly new, but it's only been out about once or twice. I think it was out on Thursday as part of the ODS, but it's not had many outings.
I missed out on the one-day special when you were here, so that's why I haven't seen it.
Yeah.
Now, this is a nice set because you've got all things rose-related, and we love our roses, don't we? Beautiful blooms, as you can see here, tea-style flowers, as you can see here, and then you've got your buds in there, you've got your foliage as well. And these are your stencils. If you want to go for your stencils by yourself, then naturally you can do, breaking it down to just £9.99 for those 2 stencils. But then if we have a little look at the dies and the stamps, well, this is a nice little combination. Now, if you're wanting the dies by themselves, then you can get hold of this particular one, which is just the roses by itself there at £12.99. So if you're liking the look of that particular one, you've got lots of elements in there. You've got obviously the stem there, which is going to create, I'm looking at that, thinking embossed detail with that one.
Yes. So you've got your embossed detail. You'll cut your inner out, which will emboss without having to use an embossing mat or anything. That'll cut straight out. And then you've got an outer edge to that rose that will do a mat for you as well.
There you go. So if you like the look of that particular die, £12.99. Now, there's actually a stamp set that will work alongside it, so you could add this in alongside it in your basket, and it gives you the ability then to stamp, and of course the outside edges that you've got are going to correspond with those stamps there, so it means you don't have to cut them out by hand. The die will do it for you. And then it's a similar sort of situation with the next 2 items, the first of which being the stamp. So the stamp, if you're wanting by itself, 6 stamps there for £11.99, and naturally, as you can see to the side of it, you've got the corresponding die. So again, it gives you the possibilities that you can cut out and get some really fine details. So there you go. You can see there is that die that works alongside it. Again, the bundle, it'll give you everything. So if you missed out on this previously and you like the look of it, what's not to like? You've got £10 saving, giving you a price of £49.95. And naturally, you can spread the cost as well if you so choose, adding in anything else along the way as you go. And this illustrates how you can use the stamps and the dies together, because can you imagine cutting? I wouldn't even bother. I wouldn't attempt to cut that out with a craft knife or a pair of scissors, because it'd end up looking like I'd done a real pruning session in the garden. There'd be the flower head in one pile, the leaves would be in another, but with the die, it allows you to do it.
Very intricate, isn't it? Yeah, very, very intricate.
And equally so, if you don't consider yourself to be a stamper, then it might be that you're just using the dies as they are, because you've got that embossed detail, as you can see, coming forward, utilising things like the stencils that will work alongside, and of course the intricacy that you've got from the stamp means that you can even add your embossing powders and get those wonderful results there too. £49.95. Again, a bumper bundle, brilliant value for money, and all things rose related within this one, so why not treat yourself to it? In fact, why not jump onto the website? You'll be able to find all sorts of goodies there. So not only the sets that we've been speaking about, but additional things that Oakwood bring to us here. So this is the thing, go and have a little look on the website. They bring us all sorts of things. We regularly see things like your craft card appearing, your grey borders, you can see there. Storage for your stamps and dies, you'll be able to find that on there. And of course, if you do need your adhesives, they can help you along with those as well. In fact, there is a huge bronze section on our website for Oakwood, so you don't have to wait for Karen to come and join us. We'd love to have her here permanently, but we can't. So you don't have to wait for those shows. You can just have a little look on our bronze section and have a little delve at any time. But you won't always find happy hour deals. This is the current happy hour that we've got on the screen now. So only up until the top of the hour at 3 o'clock, you are getting that discounted price, bringing it down to just £19.97. Now, Karen's only got this show with us today. Obviously, she's going to be back in the future. So if you've got any questions, any requests for things for her to show us, then now is the time for you to do so. So get in touch, studio@thecraftstore.com. And incidentally, if you've already got any of these items now, these are brand new ones, so you won't have anything to share with us on those, then any of the others, I'd love to see what you've been creating as well. Let's share them with the group, so to speak. Studio@thecraftstore.com. Details are on your screen with regards to the bundle that we've started off with. So again, if you're wanting this one, 216572, and add anything else in there and spread the cost if you choose. So, Callum, what are we up to?
Well, we're going to do something with the shapes.
Oh, okay.
We're just going to work with the shapes. Now, earlier on, previously at home, and I've not actually finished it, but I was playing with the shapes, and that's just using one of the triangles.
Oh, I like that.
Yeah, shall I bring it up? And I haven't decided what I'm going to do with it yet. But
it's kind of like doodling with stamps, really,
It's doodling
isn't it?
with stamps, yeah, and then I just did a bit of watercolouring.
Well, you could kind of do that and then kind of do little doodles, like Zen doodling.
Zen doodling in each one, definitely,
yeah.
or you could do that with gel pens, different colours. But that was just when the stamps came, I thought, I got stamp out and I went bum, 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 and that's what I ended up with. I haven't decided what I'm going to do with it yet, but I thought that was quite... I quite like that one. So I've got some 300 super smooth. Do you fancy any colours? Different colours?
Oh, I don't mind. You fill your boots. You enjoy yourself. What colours? I'm going to set you a challenge, actually.
You're not going to tell me I can't use purple.
Yeah, you can use any colours you like, but you can't use purple.
I can't use purple.
You can use your pink, because I'm not taking your safety wings away completely.
I'm not worried about them safety wings. Let's go in.
Let's go
for it. So we're going to go our yellow.
Oh, good choice. Nice, happy colour.
Rusty Inge, that's a bit orangey, isn't it? But not too
It
orangey.
is, yeah. The ready oranges, they work quite well, don't they, with that yellow? But it's entirely up to you.
I've got a candied apple.
Oh, that might work.
Do you think that might work? He's searching for him that I've got the
bless you.
We've got a carved pumpkin and we've got a spice marmalade.
Oh, those will go well.
Those will go well. And see,
But
I'm
this is what it's
experimenting
about.
already.
But this is what it's about, isn't it? It's one of those situations that do push yourself, do give yourself those little challenges, because you'll be surprised what you do achieve. Sometimes it'll work, sometimes it won't work. I mean, we see our lovely Leonie experimenting sometimes, and she'll just literally come out and say, I don't like that.
And I'm winging it.
and you can adapt it, you can change it, you can incorporate things that will make you like it and will make you enjoy it. So, don't be too frightened. At the end of the day, it's a bit of card, isn't it?
That's it. It's a bit of card, and it can also go over your shoulder and get in bin, can't it?
Oh, look at that yellow.
Oh,
love
yellow. Yeah, I did tell a bit of a fib to you, though, Hayley.
Oh, right.
Because I like an orange and a yellow.
Oh, you little tinker. I feel like I've been hustled.
Yeah. So that's my second go-to colour, but not my blues and greens. I just don't know what it is. They just don't do anything for me.
Perhaps you've just not found your way with them
I've
yet.
not found my way. Probably because they're cold colours.
Yeah,
and
that's
I'm
true.
not a coldy type of person.
It doesn't kind of draw to
It doesn't draw to me.
Okay, that's all right.
I was saying that, you know, when you walk around with your masks on, you can always see people that are smiling through the mask, can't you?
Yes, yeah.
And it's nice.
Schmizing, apparently it's called. Smiling with your eyes.
Schmizing.
Yeah, schmizing
I didn't know that.
Yeah, apparently so.
Yeah, this mask that we're in business has done awful for my my wrinkles.
Because of all the smiling.
Because of all the smiling that you have to do, you know, where you normally can nod. So we're going to try this red one. Let's try candied apple.
I like what you've done so far.
I'm quite liking that so
That's
far.
a good tip. You're using a little piece of black card there to stop your fingers getting on the card.
It's
That's
about
a
time
good
I learn from my mistakes.
That's a really good tip, though, because it's something that, of course, if you've got inks that are slower drying, you can find that you get fingerprints everywhere.
I am shocking, and especially shocking with black ink as well.
Okay.
I don't know why. I just tend to... I just think I'm clumsy with inks and forget
I'm definitely clumsy with everything.
I'm so intent on getting everything done, I forget to dry my hands, you know, and wipe my hands. Now, I'm not so worried about that in the middle being done. You would work it a little bit more. I think my candied apple's on its way out, but let's do a little bit on there.
Oh, that's a nice combination of colours. That looks good, doesn't it?
It does. So I'm half in my comfort zone.
You got one foot in the shallow end.
1 foot in the shallow end, yeah. Yeah, 1 foot in the shallow end. There we go. And what we'll do is we'll get lids on those, and we'll get that dried off.
Now, don't forget, if you're wanting to work with the colours, I mean, these are perfect colours for chrysanthemums, aren't they, those reds and oranges? Then we have got that collection, which, of course, we're going to see in action with Karen. She's just laying down those base colours to start with. So,
yeah.
Oh, what are you up to now?
I'm going to do a bit of...
Oh, OK. You're making it rain.
I make it rain. If I sprayed, it just goes all over, so, you know, it just gives it I don't want that even look.
And of course, it's distress oxide. Oh, look at that.
That's
nice.
I think we'll do a little bit of textures as well.
Oh, OK, fabulous.
We'll do a little bit of textures. Nothing vast, so we'll do the dots.
Now, of course, the different textures that you've got featuring with any one of the sets, to be honest, you could be going to. But we have got them with regards to the set that we've been chatting about with your latest collection with the chrysanthemums. So, again, details are on your screen. If you're wanting to go for those by themselves, then you can do. They are all available individually, and the stencils are available as a pair. Now, you are loving your words as well, and what's not to love? I mean, there's so many different opportunities with these ones. Beauty is you can chop into these if you want to. I love that kind of almost like a word search effect where you have some going horizontally, you chop into some of them, make the individual letters, make them vertical as well. And at $14.99, I'm sure you'll agree, you're getting a lot for your money with regards to that one. So do consider adding that one into your basket. But of course, it is part of the larger bundle as well. And also, did you say something to me about cardstock there, Molly? I missed it. Oh, 7-day savers. Check out the 7-day savers as well, because we have got some fabulous deals with regards to those as well. So if you like the idea of a rainbow card pack, not necessarily making your own rainbow card, then we have got a 7-day saver. Of course, they were launched at 8 o'clock this morning. So this is a nice little set here where you've got all sorts of different colours as 12 by 12. So fabulous for creating your own backgrounds with as well. I like those. So
now we're going into the triangles. Now there's two ways we can do this. Do you want me to mask it off, or do you just want me to put it on top of each other?
I don't mind, my darling. It's your hour. You can do whatever you feel.
It's entirely up to you.
Oh, I don't know. What were the options again? To mask or not?
To either mask it off or to just lay it on, to do it on top of each other, balancing.
Let's do the masking technique, because I think the masking technique is always one that we do like to see. And obviously, if you've got new viewers, it's a new technique that you might not come across.
So we've got 3 here. We've got 3 triangles, and they're not exactly the same. You will see that they are not. It's not one triangle that's been made smaller.
Okay.
The distress lines are done differently.
Lovely.
And we're not actually going to mask out with masking tape. We're going to do it with, because we've got straight sides.
Of course.
We don't particularly need to use... I've not got any mask cut anyway, so we're just doing it, you know, off the cuff.
But this is nice, because if we've got people that are just getting started, we always reference all these different things, don't we? And it takes time to build them up. So rather than it being daunting and thinking, right, OK, I've got to get this and I've got to get that, it's these little hints and tips that help us until we build up all that range.
You can always use your low-tack tape to mask off. So what we're going to start off with, we're going to start off with the top of the tree.
Okay.
Oh, I've spoiled it.
I didn't hear you.
I did.
I didn't hear you say anything
I
at all.
did. And I'm just going to use some paper just to take it off, because that's where I end up getting bits over. What I want to do is I'm going to just pop the tape just over there.
Okay.
Because the next size down wherever I've put it. That's that one. I'm going to do that one as well. Now, the plastic tape, if you use the Scotch tape, it's a plastic tape and you will smudge it.
Okay.
So I'm going to pop that one just over where my bits are.
So it's just like a little intersection.
It's just a little intersection. And take your tape off and get... I'm gonna be wasteful.
Look.
I wouldn't normally, but I'm gonna be
That's
wasteful.
okay. Sometimes
because
it's easier just to...
Just, yeah. Or you could put a piece of copy paper over it. We'll do the second one like that. And I'll show you that way as well.
Okay.
So rather than using tape, make sure that you blot it off. I was telling Paula this morning that normally I just get a copy paper out of my computer and I always forget to bring it.
Oh, we've always got a copy
Always
paper.
forget
You've
to
only got
bring
ask
it.
them, dear. Don't,
Yeah.
don't ever go without. If we can help you out here when you arrive, we will help.
Bless. So we're going to use this piece of card that's going to be for words, and we're just going to mask it off.
So you're just making sure that you're kind of covering
up
and it's not
what I don't want
you can
it to
see just a
stamp on.
tiny edge there, I suppose, because you don't want there to be a gap either.
You don't want there to be a gap. If I put that down there and did it, we would have a gap.
Right.
So here, what we are doing is we're making sure that it blends well into it. Now, you will need to press a little bit harder on this one
Okay.
because that's a cardstock, it's not a
Of
paper.
course, yes.
You may get, you know, like when you go over a
like the
speed
ramp.
hump, you go over a speed hump, and one part of your wheel goes over and one doesn't, and you've got to, you know, you've got to get them exactly right to get over without going boom, that kind of thing.
Or going airborne.
Yeah, and there we go. So
Look
we've
at that.
missed it. We've missed a little bit there. But
Okay.
hey-ho.
I can't see it, but
Yeah.
okay.
I was too busy talking.
Okay.
And the
Oh, but
it
that's
dried.
easily rectified.
But
isn't
easily
it?
rectified. It's just been a show of easily rectifiable.
Well, it's useful to see these little hints and tips because we all encounter them during our journey, and it's knowing how to deal with them. So thank you for that.
Yeah. Making best of a bad judgment.
Not at
bad
all.
job.
Not at all.
I always laugh when I make a mistake. It's what it is. And then we've got this one here.
Okay.
So I'm going to take the triangle off and I'm going to wipe my fingers because this is where I get dirty. And this one, like, reminds me of a shape.
Oh, yes.
So I'm going to pop that one into there. And I'm going to do it either that way or the other way. So this is a Christmas tree on run. Can you see how fast it's going? When I take this off, you'll see what I mean. It's like speed bumps. It's like speed.
That is fabulous.
Yeah. And then what we did is I just got the words.
Okay.
And did let's go. Shall we go ready colour?
Okay.
We'll go ready colour. And just popped a few of the words round.
And that's nice because you've got quite a big stamp there that you can just kind of flex and dab in where you need it.
Yes, yeah, loving doing the flexing part. I've always put them on blocks and I'm just not just learning, but just appreciating that you don't have to stamp everything out. And I've stamped for lots of years, but I've always stamped
You never
everything
stop
out.
learning though, do you?
Never.
You never know it all.
Never, ever, ever. There's always a day where something is
and we learn so many times from our fabulous guests.
You learn something. I
you'll
learn
learn
from
from your
everybody.
customers.
Definitely, new customers, people email in, people write to you and send you messages and said, "Have you thought of doing this?" And there are things that you've never thought of doing. So this is coming from the first set.
Okay.
And I'm quite liking not using a block.
Now, how is that attached to your fingers there? Have you got very sweaty palms? Is that
No!
what it is?
I've got a sticky stamp that's very nice and sticky.
That's worth it. I was thinking, gosh, it's like magic.
I hope it's not sweaty palms. I've never been asked that one before.
I wasn't sure if you doubled over the tape, you know, like when you loop it
round.
round.
When you do with a rubber stamp.
Yes, yeah.
No, it's just...
It came out so wrong.
It's just nice and sticky.
I do apologise.
I'll go down in history. Karen's the one with sweaty palms.
It's not a bad thing.
It's not a bad thing.
You've always got warm hands.
That's it. Cold heart, warm hands. Right, I think what we'll do is we'll colour in, we'll do a bit of watercolouring in red, shall we?
Lovely.
And we're not going to do it really deep. We're going to pop a bit of the candied apple on, pop a bit of water into it. See if we can get that going a little bit.
And again, utilising the same colours, so
utilising everything the same
nice,
colours.
yeah.
Just drying that off because I want some water. I want it to blend
Do you need
out.
a pot of water? Or,
I've got. Do you know? I've got a pot. I'm that organised. I've got a pot.
Oh, that's all right then.
I just forget at the end of the day to bring it forward. So we're putting a little bit of shading on here.
Oh, we've got a celebrity viewer.
Oh.
Celebrity viewer, one of the Cool Cat girls.
Oh.
Who's watching? Maggie, the lovely Maggie.
Oh.
It's good to have your company. She's enjoying the show.
Thank you, Maggie. I'll pay you tomorrow when I come see you.
I haven't seen the Cool Cats ladies for a
They
long
are
time.
back soon. They're
are
back
they?
soon. Maggie, tell us, is it the 10? They're back soon, 10
right.
spots.
I think it's just because we've got two different shift patterns here. And I think they
Yeah.
either request the other shifts. So they
No,
avoid
no,
it.
no, they had
no, I think it's just the way that it falls.
They had some time off because the dyes were not right for them.
Oh,
so
yes.
rather than
Gotta
bring
make it
something,
right.
they made it right. Yeah,
Lovely.
yeah. Always perfectionists as our Maggie and Kay. Then I'm going to do a little bit of green. I'm not doing
Yes,
much
I love
green.
this design.
It's really.
And it's nice because there's not a Christmas tree in sight within this set, but you're kind of making your own shapes. I mean, the beauty is with regards to the triangles, they tessellate so well, and you can use them in so many different ways. I mean, triangles within quilting, we know how versatile they are. So similar sort
definitely.
of scenario when you're looking at your paper crafting. Of course, don't forget you've got all those other elements in there. Just as Karen's adding a little bit more colour, can I show you some of my favourites within the stamps? Because I love these. Now, I know look at it and it's like a backdrop, but I'm just thinking of the versatility of this lovely kind of little, it's like a little, almost like spangles that you've got in the background. You could use that maybe with your glittering embossing powders and giving your cardstock almost like a foiled look with those, because of course you can still see your background colour coming through, or your background paper. And that's a similar sort of idea that has been done by Sam here, because she's utilising the triangles as we saw, but then adding those additional bits and pieces in there as well. Love it. And again, using your geometrics, using those lines alongside the roses that we saw earlier on. And of course, the stencil gives you lots of different opportunities with regards to adding detail on and adding more interest. And of course, it's all coming from that chrysanthemum range. So naturally, you've got the chrysanthemums, and of course, you've got your text and your writing that we saw Karen using within her her fabulous demonstration, which she's going. You've got the stencils out
I've
now.
got the stencil out now, and I'm using. I'm not using an oxide ink because that doesn't dry as quickly as the VersaFine Clair. So I'm going straight to an ink that's going to dry better and not smudge as much.
Maggie's been back in touch. They're back in on Thursday.
That's it. I knew I'd seen it. Yep.
11 a.m. So, and apparently there's going to be a sneaky peek of something that's coming up in October.
That's where we're getting October mixed up.
That's okay.
Yeah, that's where we're getting October mixed up.
Now, this is a nice detail that you're adding around the edge.
It's just a little one. I did the drawings for this one, and I did them really, really fine, you know, with a micron pen.
Okay.
And they've put them into a stencil and made them quite chunky. And I thought, you know, really, they're quite nice.
They are.
It's a nice, chunky border.
Yeah.
So it's given us an outer edge going round.
Lovely.
And then all we're going to do is that is going to go on there.
Oh, that's fabulous.
And it brings it into shot. And then, here we go.
Bit
I
of
made this
darker
one
card there as well.
a darker card there. And
Oh,
then all
that's
we've got to
fab.
do is get some words.
Ah, there you go.
And for words, do you want me to stamp some out?
Let's go for it.
I've got
Because the
this
stamp
bit.
with all the words in is proving to be one of the most popular ones individually as well. Obviously, it's in the group, which lots of you have been going for. But if you want the words just by themselves, then you've got that lovely typeface. And it's the same typeface that we've seen from the previous collection as well. So if it's the first time that you've seen these, you might want to consider going for both sets together. So the one that we're featuring within the bundle is the one that you're looking at the moment there. So you can see lots of different possibilities with the individual words that are featuring in there. In fact, you've got 50 words featuring on that particular set, as you can see there, and lots of different combinations. As Karen was saying, lots of the viewers have been watching and making up their own little combinations with the different words previously, so I think we'll see a lot more of that coming forward. And of course you can extend the usability, get even more words and phrases together if you add in the set at the bottom of your screen with regards to these as well. So the beauty is you have got a lovely range of words there, all sorts of different scenarios. So whether you're using them for your cards, whether you're using them with regards to things like your journals as well, some very arty words in there. Now this is the set that came from the previous release, so again you might well have missed this one, but again you've got lots of words featuring in here. So this is a nice one to add in alongside, and as I say, it's the same font that you've got, the same typeface, which means that for $14.99 again you are further extending your range. You've got 53 stamps in this particular set, so it's going to give you well over 100 with regards to going for the two sets together. And again, we may well see more from this particular typeface as time goes on. 721913 being that all-important item number. Now, very quickly, just while Karen's stamping up those sentiments and those phrases, can I tell you about some of our 7-day savers that launched at 8 o'clock this morning? I won't keep you too long because I know you want to get over to the demo, but let me show you some of the things that we've got. We've got some beautiful papers, and these papers are beautiful. They're 6x6 papers, as you can see with these, and they've got that lovely kind of natural tone with regards to them. And you've got multiple sheets in there. Now, they're 200 GSM, so a really good weight. Calling them neutrals, so of course they're going to work with anything that you're working with. And the beauty is you can add some additional colours or papers to these, add additional detail. They've got a little glossiness to them, but you are still going to be able to stamp on these. And you can see there you've got some lovely neutral tones there working your way through. Absolutely beautiful with these. So they're funky fossil, so you know their quality. And you know what? It doesn't stop there. You've got your paper pad, but you're also getting some fabulous washi tape. So the washi tape that you've got, obviously you can utilise those. And as you can see on your screen there, you've got those fabulous papers, those 3 different styles, or widths, should I say, of washi tape there, giving you a lot of versatility as well. Now, the rainbow card that we've got to share with you as well, this is brilliant because it's 12 by 12 in size, so really good sizes. And you can see that you've got a whole array of those different colours featuring there. So you've got 50 sheets in total. Guess what? You are only paying $9.99. I need some of this. This is going to be brilliant for my silhouette machine. I've got my cameo show coming up next Saturday, so I wonder if I order it, if it'll come through in time. I'll have to try that. 050707 £9.99 for all of those, 235 GSM, so perfect for your electronic die cutting machines. So of course I'm not here by myself, got fabulous Karen. I can hear her snipping away, so I know she's been stamping up those sentiments. How do you get on, Karen?
I'm fine. So I've used loving and great determination from number 2.
Oh, those
and
are
then
good
in
phrases.
number 1 you've got your, which in number 1 you've got your with you. Trying to. Your, as in belonging to you.
Oh, I see. You are. Yeah. So
not
you've got
you are.
Your, as in
your.
Yours and ours.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, it belongs to you. It belongs to you.
I'm thinking to myself, if you've got a magnetic sheet, maybe one of those ones that's got a white backing on, you could stamp these on, cut them out, and then play around with different combinations.
Stand there in front of the fridge, and you can make as many combinations as you possibly can. What we are going to start doing, is getting them onto the Friends of Oakwood as I'm building up. There may be little Yorkshire sayings, expressions, because obviously I'm from Yorkshire, so I would appreciate anybody who's got a different dialect that can steer me in the right direction, because I've only got my typical Yorkshire dog.
I love Yorkshire. We're heading up in that direction in November.
Oh yeah, are you going anywhere nice?
Well, there's a quilting show that's around the 24th, 25th of November,
Harrogate.
so we're going up to Harrogate and we're going to stop in York as well. So yeah, I love that area.
Beautiful.
I digress. Sorry, I'm being told information and I'm completely ignoring it. We're getting very, very busy for that main collection, so I'm not surprised, to be honest. You're getting a lot within there. Freedom members, you've got that $15.99 saving, which of course we've established equates to more than the cost of one of those stamp sets, and you are getting 4 stamp sets. So you've got your textures, you've got those fabulous geometric frames there. They're kind of distressed frames as well, which gives them a lot of interest. Then you've got the stencils, lots of different textures within there, and of course Karen got involved with the design of one of those as well, so it's nice that we've got a little bit of her design touch
featuring within this bundle. 216572, very affordable, £59.95. Everybody's saving at least a tenner. But of course, Freedom members, you are saving that little bit more. Lovely set. How are you getting on over there?
I'm loving this. It's a lot of play in this set for me. It's a lot of...
It's kind of mindful crafting, isn't it?
Playing.
And you're not,
yes.
not structured, not following instructions, just going with the flow.
There's so much you can do with it without even putting a chrysanthemum on, but there is a beautiful chrysanthemum there to use as the focal point if you'd wanted to. But I love putting words together, loving your great determination. And then on the other one is, and all I've done is just edged it as you would edge it. And to me, that's not even about Christmas or anything.
Not at all.
But
it's just a nice tree.
Put them onto magnets. Get the kids making things.
Yeah, very much.
And it's involving your children into crafting.
It's getting them to explore their creativity and think about what they're doing as well. So you can see there are two different versions. The blue version there, Loving Your Imagination, which is the one that Karen created before she got to the show. And there, again, one created live there on screen. I love it. So many fabulous phrases in there.
Another thing to do, put them all onto magnets or onto cardboard. And, you know, like when you play pick-up sticks, throw them up. And then you just pick 3 up and see what you can put together with 3 or 4 together. Yeah. And you'd be surprised. It's not any particular, it's no particular saying, it's just words that are blending together.
Yeah. That's really good advice. Brilliant idea. So, of course, those words, a couple of different ways you can get hold of them. Part of the main collection, the details of which are on your screen, and of course you can get hold of them by themselves. But of course, with your saving that you're getting with your bundle that you've got here, that saving as a Freedom member is pretty much covering the cost of those words as well. So that's something worth considering, because everybody's saving at least a tenner, but if you're a Freedom member, you're saving £15.99, and you'd normally be paying £14.99 for each one of those stamp sets down at the front there, and a further £9.99 for the stencils. They're all available individually. The stencils are available as a pairing if you want to go down that route, but please do check out on the website or speak to our call operators. We're running out of time, so rather than us go through those again, we're going to show you some other things that you might like to add into your basket. You might well have missed out on the previous set. So the previous set, oh, I've got those here, haven't I? I stole them temporarily. There you go, I'm putting them back again. So with this one, you've got obviously the words that I've just popped back in place, and again, they're available individually if you want them, but they are available in the set where you're getting all 4 of those stamp sets, as you can see, 96 individual stamps in total. You've also got your 12 stencils with these as well, and again, a brilliant saving, bringing the price down to £59.95. So many different possibilities of working with these. You kind of got those textures, those sketchy details, and this is one of my favourites here. I didn't get the chance to show you it earlier on, but it's just building up that design and adding a little flower into the centre. It doesn't need to be any more complicated than that, and just a simple word, imagine, there. If you're liking this set, then the details are there on your screen, 982020, and of course you can take advantage of those in your flexi order alongside with the original bundle we were looking at. So more to share with you, but we're talking roses. We're coming up smelling of roses with this particular set, and it's a brilliant combination because you've got stamps, you've got dies within here, and of course you've got the fabulous stencils that are going to support them as well. So again, if you want the individual components, go off and find those on the website. Speak to the call operators, they'll be able to help you with those. But in this particular collection, you've got your 2 stencils, normally £9.99. It's like that saving on your screen is throwing those in as a bit of a bonus, isn't it? And you're only paying for the stamps. You're getting a lot of stamps in here, all very much kind of rose related, but you don't have to worry about cutting them out because you've got the dies working alongside them. So that's where the fussy cutting is done for you, which I love. Again, it gives you lots of possibilities. It might be that you're using stencils because the stencils correspond with the stamps, and of course they correspond with the dies as well, which means you could stencil through your design and just cut it out if you wanted to, or maybe stencil through your design and leave it as a backdrop, then maybe stamp out some of the flowers and die cut them, or just use them as one single layer there. Or maybe you're going to use some of those techniques, those masking techniques that we learnt from Karen earlier on, and building up your design, so on. Absolutely beautiful. Love this design, very, very useful set, and I know you'll get a lot of scope and a lot of use out of this one when you invest in it. 2 flexi buys, £24.98 if you like in the look of that one. 712119. Whoops, dropped one there. What else can I tell you about? Oh, the craft card. And lots of you found this. This is a really nice set because you're getting 40 sheets here. It's A4 in size. When you look at the image there, it almost looks like it's 12 by 12, but it is A4 in size. I think they're just I think it's just the way that the photo has been taken. It might be the way that they're fanned out. Not entirely sure, but they are A4. 40 sheets, £11.96 being your price on that one. We've got your grey board. Now, your grey board, this particular time you are going to get 12 of those sheets. Again, looking at those, they are A4 in size. They're a good weighty grey board there because you're looking at 2020 micron, which means they are perfect for things like your memory album covers. What did I say? 2020. 2,200. That's what I meant to say. Do apologise. So if you're wanting those, do pop those into your basket as well. And what about storing your dies? Well, we can help you with this one. This is a nice little A5 pack. You've got all those pockets. I love it when you've got pockets for your dies because if they do accidentally fall off the magnetic sheets, which can happen when you're flicking through them, you don't lose them, which is all important when you've got those little itsy-bitsy ones. £16.99 if you're wanting your A5 version. Again, we have got a larger version being your A4. So if you want to go for these, then you are going to be able to go for this one with these details, and this time you have got your larger sheets, as you can see there, and you've got your folders. We've got refills available for both of those, which you can find on the website. Now, of course, how are you going to stick it all together? Well, tape runners are not a bad way of doing it, and here you've got 6 of those coming to you just £14.94. So do make sure you are taking advantage of those while you've got the opportunity. Talking about taking advantage while you've got the opportunity, that's what you've got with a happy hour. You have to get hold of it while you've got the chance. And we've got a lovely one here, which sadly is going to go up in price when we get to 3 o'clock, which is only about 10 minutes away. So be as quick as you can. We don't have the luxury of 10 minutes. We've got about 7 minutes left on the show. And you're going to get your 2 boards, as you can see here, all cut and etched with your detail on there, and your 2 stencils for just £19.97. 001 287 if you're wanting to get hold of that one. So, back over to our Karen, who's been busy creating with colour again.
I've just been colouring, yes. I thought rather than you sit here and stand here and watch me do the colouring, I've got some 240 Super Smooth from Jelly Bean, and I've just done some orange and yellow, which I've done carved pumpkin and mustard seed.
Lovely.
And then I've used
nice.
2 parts of the stencils to just go around. Now, I've not done the middle. I'm not so worried because on the middle that's going to go onto it. So I'm not wasting any cardstock or anything else. I'm not going to waste any of my ink putting it in the middle when I don't need it in the middle.
It's almost like a confetti design.
It is. It just gives it that little bit of brightness, doesn't it? And then I've got a piece of Super Smooth 240. I'm going to sneeze.
You're going to sneeze? Oh, bless you. Before you start, get your eyes open. It stops. It works every time.
Yeah, it does, doesn't
it? Keep your eyes open. If you do keep your eyes open, it's good for yawning as well.
Is it?
If you
Keeping your
feel a
eyes
yawn
open?
coming and you don't want to see the person in front of you to know that you're yawning, you keep your eyes open. It stops you.
Masks are good for one thing, though, aren't they?
That's it, yeah.
So here we go. I'm going to get some alcohol markers out and colour. I might not get it all coloured in because this is going to still be wet, but
you've got a finished one you can share with us.
I've got a
as well,
finished one
so
that I can share, definitely. So I'm using Memento and not using a stamping platform. I'm getting very brave with a block. I've not brought my stamping platform out at all today. That's not like me.
No, there you go. Inner confidence coming through, which is fabulous.
Yeah, either that or I just don't like wearing a parachute. So there we go, we've got
look at that.
And
That
it's
is
really
beautiful.
fine. And as you were saying about cutting it out, I've cut a mask out for this one.
Well, that's a good idea, especially some of the stamps, the set that we were looking at with the roses. If you were replicating this with the rose, you've got the die that will allow you to cut out your mask. But the beauty is, even if you're having to cut it out by hand, because you can use the mask several times, the beauty is you only really need to cut it out that once, don't you? And you'll probably find it's good for half a dozen times at least. Yeah. Incidentally, if you do want your mask sheets, we have got those available. Do check out brand sections on the website. I think we do see them from Oakwood, do we?
No, we don't see them from Oakwood. No,
Oh,
I've
if you
got,
go into the search field, you'll find
I've got
some.
clarity ones. I find that these are more easily more reusable, and I've also got
Good advice, thank you.
Lottie's sticker book.
Oh, that's brilliant, isn't it, Lottie's?
Yeah, love it.
Clever idea.
We're going back to the first set of shapes, or we could do... No, let's mix it up. We'll get the...
Oh, is this from the previous set?
From previous set, so this is the hexagon.
Got your circles and your hexagons in this one.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8. It's octagon.
Oh, is it 8 sides?
It's 8.
Oh, I'm glad somebody knows their shapes.
8-sided. It's definitely 8-sided. It looked a bit strange to be 6, and I don't know why I was saying 6 when I know it's 8.
That's okay.
This one I'm going to do in Versaclear because I'm not actually going to be putting any inks near to it. And what I'm wanting to do is just level this up somewhere that I find, is it called aesthetically pleasing?
Oh, that sounds good to me.
I think we'll pop it there. And we're just going to pop it there and just hold it in a little bit to make sure that the ink goes into the cardstock.
Wonderful. Just to give you a bit of a time check, Karen, we've got a couple of minutes left.
Right.
But we will stick with you, so don't worry.
Lovely.
That's a nice design.
It's lovely, isn't it? Absolutely lovely. Lovely. So I'm just going to get a couple of pens, a couple of pens, and do a little bit of
Does it matter whether they're alcohol markers or watercolour?
These are alcohol markers.
Look at those.
I've done
Nice bright
these.
colours.
I've done those as alcohol markers. This is an attempt at watercolour through. Just with inks.
Oh yes, like we just kind of decanted and worked from that.
Inks and I was practising.
But you know that's what we need to do.
That's what have you got to do.
Yeah.
I keep saying I can't watercolour, but unless I actually sit there and watercolour and practice, I'm never going to get any better.
That's it.
I'm never going to get any better. But that one would go onto there, so you can put the top onto there.
Nice.
And then you get a nice little word, and I've not left a big word, but lovely. Lovely. Let's put lovely in.
I love it. Now, Karen, when are you due back to visit us again?
Next Sunday.
Oh, I say, okay.
Yes, I've
Lovely.
got Stampendous next Sunday.
Oh, that'll be worth looking out for, won't it?
Comes out over the edge, just there. Well, I will be using these stamps as my backgrounds.
I don't blame you, they're fabulous.
This is the original. This is the background that we were going to stamp.
So that'll all come together. Oh,
and that'll all come together. I actually like this background better than I do this one. I was trying to make a border out of it, and I didn't do it right to edge enough.
I still kind of like it though.
Yeah,
I don't think it's an
and
issue
then
with
gone
it.
round it with ink Tens pencil.
Nice.
I could never do that, and I've practiced, and I think I'm not doing a bad job
You're
doing that.
a sterling job, and it's lovely because we're kind of following your journey as well. And you're giving a lot of people confidence.
I'm doing totally different crafting to what I'm used to. I've always been a construction crafter, and past year I've had to but adapt to
Teach
different.
yourself.
Yeah.
I love it. Karen, thank you. Inspirational as
lovely.
always. Do make sure you follow Karen on social media and look out for her. She's here next Sunday. You don't want to miss that show, do you? I'll see you later. So we've got a little bit of festive stamping coming up. Oh, I'm not going to attempt that name. It's very interesting. Looking forward to that one. Then we're back with our fabulous Jenny, and then I'm back with the Loaf Soup Company.
Hi everyone, I'm Phil Martin. I've been a paper crafter for well over 20 years now and a designer for just over 10 years. Sentimentally Yours is my multi-award winning brand of clear stamps, rubber stamps. I've now also introduced lots of craft dyes in there, designer papers. I have my mediums where we've introduced the Flawless Media brand into the Sentimentally Yours family. We aim to inspire you, to be educational and to teach you how to get the most from the products that we're bringing to you. The Sentimentally Yours family has grown to include my good friend Julia Watt and our new designer Trudy Howard. Hopefully we're all going to bring something different to the show, so you're going to be enriched with lots of different ideas and inspiration.
Hi, I'm Leslie from Chocolate Baroque, and we design and manufacture our own rubber stamps right here in the northeast of England. We have a wonderful in-house designer called Sue, who hand draws all the images, which we then transfer into rubber stamps. We have very, very elaborate designs. We have everything from steampunk right through to beautiful florals, and then we have scenic, and we have words. Our stamps are beautifully elaborate, very, very detailed, exquisitely etched, and the quality is next to none. So good that if you look after your stamps, we guarantee them for a lifetime. Whether it's stamping, mixed media, or art journeying, join us for our journey into everything creative and messy, and see what you can create with our stamps.
Hi, I'm Katrina from Rowan Dean. We're a small family business that design embroidery kits. Embroidery has always been my passion, and I'd love to show you how to do some of the stitches and some of the kits. We're based in Derbyshire, and I'm really inspired by the landscape and flora of Derbyshire, and I think other people will be too. Don't forget to join me on my Rowan Dean shows.
Hello and welcome. Lovely to have your company. You are, of course, tuned into the craft store. My name's Leonie. Our Yanis is over there.
Whoop, whoop.
Whoop, whoop. Maddie's over there. Yay! We've got the team. And we've got Holly and our Emily and Mied. Whoop, whoop. It is wonderful to have your company. It's funny. I mean, we've got a whole Christmas counter, and when I was prepping for this one, it doesn't feel, you know how sometimes it feels really wrong making Christmas cards, but actually I just really enjoyed myself because I was colouring in and, you know, doing loads of stamping. It was just blissful. One of the reasons it was blissful, of course, is because we're talking Leslie Zagada. We've had Leslie around quite a few times now at the craft store, and I'm so pleased because it's one of those brands you're not going to see everywhere. Really, really special, and her artwork is just adorable. It's about the detail, her colouring in. I mean, when you see Leslie's finished samples, out of this world. And please check her out. I always say please check her out on Instagram, because I know she does do tutorials, so you can go and see how to colour in like Leslie. Now, it is really busy already. It was busy before the show, so we have got a big old counter. We are going to show you everything because everything has already been busy. So first things first, we've got this gorgeous, gorgeous little stamp, and they are, and this is something I love about Leslie's stamps. They're really sweet. You know, they're not huge stamps, and I love that because it's just the detail that she crams in there. This is adorable. So she's got all those gorgeous little houses all tucked into that envelope. And I must admit, I mean, Leslie's finished sample. Oh, we're going, look at that, look at that. Her colouring in is divine. I mean, it looks 3D, it isn't. That is absolutely flat. Isn't that just beautiful? Absolutely gorgeous. And that is one of those stamps, it's really different, you know, for Christmas, really, really different from our house to yours. I think that would make a really nice little tag as well. Now, only £11.99, tons of detail there, 471013. They are going to be sent out from the 28th of September because obviously they do need shipping. So just to give it a little bit of time. Now, my favourite, this is my favourite of the hour, because they're just adorable. You've got all your little socks now. Not only have you got all your little Christmas stockings, but there is a teeny little peg. No way! I know, how cute is that? Talk about attention to detail. I love that. I just think that is so super cute. So you've got all your lovely little Christmas stockings, but then you've got your gorgeous little festive lights. And I think they're beautiful. Now, that doesn't need to be just Christmas either. I mean, literally, you could use that whenever. And that, if you've got any fairy stamps, you know, sort of like magical stamps, enchanted stamps, that will really go. I tell you what else that I'll go with. You know, the art inspirations, the Brijon art.
that would go lovely with his, you know, all his wonderful, all the lovely houses and stuff. That'd look well cool with them, especially the trees. Anyway, that's where I'm seeing those. Only £9.99. Now, the one that Leslie has sent in for this, which is so cute, and I love that. That is just a little bag that's been stamped with those, but that could be wrapping paper. It might be your envelope. You know, you could do anything with that. Or, of course, it could be a background. Really cute. Now, all of those stamps and all of those lovely little Christmas stockings are single stamps. So you've got tons of stamps there. Only £9.99, and it is a busy one, is that one. Oh, favourite. OK, next we've got for you, and I will be as quick as I can, however. We're doing well, yay. Now, these are lovely. The beautiful houses. The gorgeous. I mean, how doesn't that just remind you going on holidays? It's just fabulous. Your Amsterdam house and your house set, really gorgeous. Again, I love the detail. I love all the detail in the windows, and it's one of those beautiful for colouring in. Isn't that just pretty? It makes you want to go away. Only £11.99. So you're getting the lovely block of houses, and then of course you're getting the other two little houses there, or maybe that is actually a full house. That would be a bit nice. Only £11.99. Stunning. Absolutely stunning. 1, 2, 4, 4, 2, 6. And again, they don't have to be Christmassy. I like that they are in with the Christmassy ones because they do look beautiful, like Leslie's card when they are made Christmassy, but they don't have to be. OK, next we've got for you, and this is a really handy little set. For starters, the little houses are super cute. These are the kind of ones, the teeny tinies, these are the kind of ones that you can use for all sorts. And they're just, I mean, they look like little toy houses. They're absolutely amazing. You've then got the other houses now. These again look like you're, you know, like you're abroad. They look like your Amsterdam houses, or they look like they're up, you know, up in the Alps somewhere, don't they? Absolutely stunning. They're the same houses that you get in the envelope, but of course we are at the envelope, so it allows you to do whatever you want with those. I love that one. See, that one looks like it's up in the mountains somewhere, doesn't it? Oh, stunning. Only £9.99 as well. Absolutely beautiful. And I'll pop that one in as well because she's done loads of little bags. I like that we got loads of little gift bags this time. 829982 is your item number. Brilliant for upcycling as well. You know, if you have got little, you know, little bags that you've made or received, you can do your stamping all over those. Now, this is my other favourite because, well, it's because of the camper van. I love that. I think that is uber sweet. Just ridiculously cute. Christmas is here. So you've got the lovely little camper van with the Christmas tree on. And then, of course, you've got the other car, which is just beautiful, isn't it? The parcels on the top there, the wonderful Christmas tree on the top as well of the car, and it all snowy. I mean, it is one of those, isn't it? It's that picture perfect kind of. It's the one that you love seeing. It looks really pretty. You'd hate to be that person. But it's lovely to see because it's like, you're joking, mate. I've just gone and got me a Christmas tree and now it's snowing. But it's absolutely, I love that image. And again, a colouring in is ridiculous. I'll show you that because look, and this is a lovely idea. It's stamped on brown paper, but that could be wrapping paper. And with something like that, it looks really effective, but dead easy to do. If you do like the little trees, now these are cracking. Have a look when you're checking out your basket. It's called End of Call. And basically it'll say, hey, would you like any of these? And there's some really nice stamps as you're checking out your baskets. So please do have a perusal of those as well. 860326 is your item number. Next, we have got for you another favourite, and this is the mousse. Now, oh, am I on my mousse yet? No, I'm not. I'm jumping ahead of myself. The reeds. Oh, I love these as well. Love reeds. I've always loved reeds because you can do so much with them, and these are beautiful. So, first of all, you've got the kind of plain wreath, if you will. So that's just made out of, like, branches. That one is cracking because you can decorate that in so many ways. I mean, you could put flowers on that. You could put little berries on it. You could do anything with that. I really like that one. And then the other one, now that doesn't have to be Christmas at all. It's a really, really pretty wreath, is that one. Yeah, I love these ones. And again, when they're actually coloured in, they just, I mean, look at that. That looks beautiful. Really, really pretty. £16.99 for both of those. Absolutely exquisite. 818347 is your item number. Now we've got the mousse. Yay! Okay, the mousse is very popular. This is so cool and different and just amazingly detailed. Leslie is good at her animals. She's done some amazing animal stamps in the past, and this mousse is absolutely up there. In fact, we're already approaching 20%. Isn't he fabulous and different? How many other mousse stamps have you seen with gorgeous fairy lights on their antlers? How amazing. And I love it because, again, it's one of those that, depending how you colour it in, you need nothing else on that card. I mean, she has put some of the foliage, which we've got coming up, but I just adore that. Only $10.99 for your fabulous little mousse with all his lovely Christmas foliage, all his lighting. 777398 is your item number. Next we have got for you, you're doing really well, it's only 8 minutes past. 9 minutes past. Now, next one, I never do this, just shut up, Leonie, otherwise you'll get excited and take 10 more minutes just being excited. So now this is a cracker because I love the little snowflakes. I think they're such nice stamps. And now 20% of stock has already gone with this one. Love the snowflakes, but I also love the Christmas baubles. I keep knocking that over, don't I? The Christmas baubles are real nice because it's got like foliage on it. So they look like, you know, lovely little twigs. And I like that because it's a bit different again. You know, we've seen loads of Christmas baubles, but I think that just makes it, yeah, that little bit unique. And you can see with the way she's colouring, again, look at her colouring in. I love it. I love how she even gets the light on there. So good, very shiny baubles. And again, that is bringing in the foliage that we have got on the short. Beautiful. Really, really cool. And those snowflakes are wonderful. And again, just stamping them on the little bag there looks really good. Gorgeous, aren't they? £11.99 is your price for those. You're getting your baubles, and then you are getting your 4 little snowflakes. 647184 is your item number. Now, next. Now, these have been super busy before the show as well. So you have got your gorgeous holly light bulb, and this is another one that's different. So you've got that lovely sprig of holly there, approaching a quarter already, that light bulb. And I like that you've got the strings separately. So it allows you to decorate this however you want and have it dangling. But you'll use that for other ones as well, like within the collection. You've also got the candle, and I love the candle. It's got your orange on there, it's got the cinnamon on there, so it's a proper Christmas candle is that one. And again, Lessia's samples are just amazing. Look at her colouring in. Isn't that just ridiculous? It's just glowing, absolutely stunning. She does her colouring in all with pencil. That's what she uses. She always uses pencil crayon, and she gets such depth. That candle is phenomenal, isn't it, the way she's done that? She's so good. 828468 is your item number. I promise on this show I won't be colouring in like that, sorry. But I'll do my best at doing my version. But, oh man, she's just amazing. Now, these are essentials. Because it's your Christmas trees, and it's your pine and your pine cone. These you'll use again and again and again, and I like it because they fill, you know, we've seen quite a few now cards with these already on because they fill your space, they build up your scene. I do like what Leslie has done again here with the wrapping paper idea, and that is super quick and super easy. And it's one of those that, honestly, if you just get, and I've done this in the past, where you just get a roll of brown paper, and you can easily decorate your own brown paper, and it looks really good, and you feel really good when you've done it as well. Now, if you do want these, really just essentials, only £12.99, and yeah, if I bring that in, wrong one, if I bring that in, you can see the foliage behind there, the beautiful pine, the pine leaves behind. Isn't it beautiful? Your branch of pine, that's what it is, Leonie. Are having trouble with that. 505555 is your item number. Please check your baskets out with these. Everything is super busy, and it is Arlesia, that's why. Okay, now next, this is lovely as well, because that Christmas, it's a really beautiful font, but then Christmas, all I want is you, or Christmas, Merry Christmas, or for Christmas, all I want is you. So you can mix and match it up, which is all I want is Christmas. Which a lot of people do, don't they, constantly. Absolutely love it. So it's a really nice stamp, is that, and then of course you've got that beautiful sledge with the Christmas tree on, and that, all I want is Chris, yeah. And I love that because it, well, the way she's coloured it in, doesn't that look 3D? That is absolutely phenomenal. You've also got on that one, you've got the little houses and you've got the trees. So the trees, when you start checking out your baskets, those trees will be one of those. But yeah, I love, and that old-fashioned sledge, that's so nice. £11.99, 754768 is your item number. Yay! Done it. Last but not least, now we have added this on before and it was super busy, so I'm warning you now, this and this is gorgeous, your background trees. So when you look at that, instantly you think silver birch. It's just got that really gorgeous silver birch look to it. I really like this one because it's interesting. It doesn't have to be Christmas, obviously, but when you do it as Christmas, look at that. How cool does that look? I mean, it's such a beautiful image. And something like that, it just, I don't know, it makes it atmospheric as well. I love that. That camper van is so ridiculously cute, isn't it? Oh, maybe not on your camper van, but you might if you're delivering your little Christmas tree somewhere. You won't put it on your roof as part of your decoration, but you could always stand it up if you were parked. Anyway, 308708 is your item number. Love it, absolutely love it. Now, you know how we're babbling on about when you check your baskets out? These are your end of calls, and we've got quite a few for you to choose from. And they're lovely. Really like the tree one. That is my favourite with those ones. However, because look at it. And honestly, really handy. They're really cute little stamps. So they are and I think this is another thing I love about Lesia. You know, the really dainty little stamps, which I adore. So they are an essential, and only less than a £5, £4.50. What can you get for that? You can't even get a cup of coffee. So please make sure you check your baskets out with that. The wreath one's nice as well because it's a little bit different, that snowflake wreath. It looks really interesting. See, it's interesting that, isn't it? You have a look at that way, I have a sip of coffee. You can take that in, I like that. I like those silent moments where you can just take it in. Only $3.99 as well. And it's lovely, is that? Really, really different. If you do want any of those, please check your baskets out. Oh, our basket's about to expire. Check it out. Oh, I'm demoing, not standing there. Right then. Sorry, for some reason I've got it all confused where I were. Okay, so what I'm going to start with, I have got something prepped, but I just want to play for a little bit just to show you a few different things that you can do. So first of all, I have got, oh, and I didn't dig my stamper. Oh, I love it when I think I'm organised. Me and being organised, I can never quite nail that organisation malarkey. So what I'm going to start with, I'm going to dig my foliage out in all my beautiful stamps. Bear with. And I'm going to use my, I know, have I put it in this one? So organised. Oh, are you organised, Leonie? Yeah, well organised, me. Well organised. I've nailed it this time. Probably left it at home. Talk amongst yourselves. La 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 la. I'm really busy. Please check out your baskets. There it is. Okay. So the lovely pine tree one. This is such a good stamp, and it is very, very popular indeed. It's one of those, because it's such a handy stamp to have. It's you'll go to it again and again and again. So obviously clear stamps. And I'm going to build this up first of all. Now, this is just me playing, this isn't the demo. I just want to show a few different ways of using this one. When you're actually stamping this one as well, use a few different colours, because you can build up the depth of it with the colours that you're using. So I might use a little bit of forest moss. I might use a little bit of peeled paint. And then I can introduce brown into it afterwards. So, for instance, I could stamp it a couple of times. Now, when you stamp it a couple of times, can you see already it becomes thicker? I'll show you. Because if I only stamp it once, you get it like, I'm just going to spin my card. So if I stamp it once, it's like that. But then just go off centre slightly. stamp it again, and you already get it bushier, you know. And it's nice as that, because you don't need to do anything to actually make it a thicker pine tree, if you will. So just doing a couple of these, building it up. So stamping twice every time. I'm hardly lifting the stamp up, and just stamping twice like that. So it just gives it a little bit of depth. Nice and quick. And as I said, this isn't really my demo, this is me just playing. Okay, and then another little bit round there. It's a handy little stamp, isn't it? And then go in with your darker colour. So that's your first colour, and stamp with your darker colour. Of course, I'm not cleaning the stamp, because that'd be crazy. And you don't need to over stamp. You can go completely off if you want to. Oh, I love it though, because again now it really starts giving that depth to the actual image. Doesn't it look nice? And it's one of those, it's just such a handy little stamp to have in your stash. You know, one of those that you'll go to again and again. So I can stamp that one there. That's going there. You don't have to do all of it, but now this stamp set, already 40% of stock has gone. It is super, super busy, is this one. I'm not surprised. It's a really handy little stamp, is this one. So do like that, and then just like that. There we go. And I love it because it doesn't need to be perfect, but it looks good. Now on there, I have got quite a bit of ink still. So as ever, if you spritz your water, move your finger, spritz a little bit of water on there, and then just get your scrap piece of card and do a couple of little stamps with it. Like so. And that I love, because it's just got that beautiful watery finish. So never just clean your stamp off, always just spritz it. You'll get a really, really nice stamp. And that actually looks, it's funny, isn't it? Because it's like, oh, I prefer that one. But this is the thing, you'll get some really, really nice prints from it. It's a very handy stamp to have in your stash. So that's my first stamp set. If you do want that, those stamps, yeah, super busy on those ones. Do not miss out on those. You do need to be quick with these. And I presume, is it a once it's gone, do we know? We're not 100% sure on that, but we think. I don't think there is going to be, but anyway, just check your baskets out and then you know it's yours. So, with something like this, see, this is why I love this stamp, because you can then come in and you can get your little Christmas stockings. Let me get my tiny block now, so I've got a teeny tiny block. I love these. They're so super cute. And I'm actually going to stamp these in brown rather than black. Oopsie daisy. So I've got my first little Christmas stocking. Oh yeah, I suppose I could do pink and they'd match everybody here at work. We've all got the same socks at work. It's a really weird thing when you see someone and you think, they've got my socks on. It's like, no, we've all got the same socks. It does spin you out a bit. It's like, that's weird. At least it's just socks. Could have been worse. Look, aren't they cute? I just think these are super cute. I mean, again, if you've got fairy stamps or little mice stamps, do you know what I mean? Yeah, we love in you. It would look lovely. Or, you know, if you've got tiny little mice, you can, you know, to have them popping out the top of socks or something like that. You could do so much with these. I just think they're utterly adorable. Utterly adorable. So I'm doing my gorgeous little... This still isn't my demo. This is just me just playing. And then if I get my pen... I'll just take my lovely pen. So I've got my Staedtler. I love this set of pens. Can you tell it's battered? It's me there. And I might just do, so from there, just do a little string, like so. And that's hanging my little socks up. Oh, I should have done it a bit lower so I could have put my peg. But I didn't. But you can do that with them, which looks lovely. And then you'd come on and you could put your little Christmas stamp on there. Like that, or like that, and that at the top. So that's one way of using them, with your little Christmas stockings, because it's absolutely adorable. That's me playing. The other way that they work really well is with, bear with, it's with, I love it. This is just me annoying myself really badly. Where did I put now my other bauble? There it is. I've got a thingy for this one. Look, because this one works beautiful with bauble. And that's a lovely thing as well, because if you've stamped it twice, you've already got another one to work with. Oh no, now I've got loads of open stamps. Look, see, you've got that beautiful bauble. And then come in with this one and just stamp that gorgeous bauble out. So again, I'm going to do this in, do you know what, I'm going to do this in a lighter colour as well. I'm going to do this in gathered twigs, because this is really soft, and I'm not finishing these off, I just want to show you how well they work together. But because that's soft, you don't want that to be too heavy, and I'm actually going to have it coming in about there, like so. But see, isn't that pretty? And then when you coloured that in, because I've done it really soft, it's one of those that you could actually, depending how you colour it in, you could actually almost make that line disappear. Do you know what I mean? Because it's a really nice soft ink, so you could actually work it so you can get that line to disappear. Really, really, really like that. I think that's beautiful. Anyway, that's that branch. That's a couple of ways you can use that. Now I'll go on to my demo. Halfway through it, Sean Leon is just faffing about and having a lovely time. Okay, so the demo. What I actually wanted to do in this first hour was this one. So that's your beautiful Christmas wreath. Now this is such a pretty little stamp, which again for some bizarre reason I didn't get out. Oh man, I do apologise. I know, I'm so organised, but not. So this is such a pretty stamp, and with this one, you see, again, it's one of those, you can do so many things with it. It's also one of those that can be anything. You know, it doesn't have to be for Christmas. And also try stamping these on papers that are already decorative. Like, for instance, if I stamped it on this gorgeous green, so this is just scrap card. Love stamping these on scrap card because they look so effective. That one I've stamped in black. But if I just stamp this one in brown, because again, it'll look, the ink that you use really does soften it. It softens the image, so depending what you want to use with it. But look, so elegant, and it's how delicate these are. Look, isn't that pretty? Such a pretty stamp. Really, really, really like that. So I've already stamped it, and then I've cut this the centre of it out. So you can see here, I've got the centre out. Now, before I actually do anything with this one, I actually wanted to bring in just a couple of my lovely little Christmas stockings. Yeah, I really, really like these. I just think they're adorable. They're just adorable. So a couple of my little Christmas stockings. I'll have one there and one there, like so. Now, over 40% of the little Christmas stockings have gone. The other one, I would have actually used my Christmas lights on that one, but I couldn't find that either, so I thought, no, don't faff too much. So a couple of little Christmas stockings there. One more maybe for good measure. And another little one here. This one, that one's my favourite. The little Harlequin one. I mean, you could colour these in beautifully as well. So popping that one about there, like that. And then, look, the little peg. I mean, that's ridiculous. Whoop, don't over ink that. So, little peg. That's so cool. Oh, I love it. Things like that just make me happy. And yeah, put that back straight away. Because that's the kind of one that put it back and put it back in its plastic or wherever you're storing it, but get it out your way straight away. Because that is one that, yes, you would absolutely lose with no shadow of a doubt. And then I'll just pop a little, so they're on the little things, dangling off your little wreath. Because I thought that were really sweet and different. So, the little Christmas wreath. Now, what I'm going to do is, obviously I've got ink all over this, but that's kind of normal. What I'll do, before I actually glue it down, let's do a little bit of antique linen around the edges. So, taking this, I'm just working around the outside. Now, I am going to get a bit of scrap card, because I'm going to try not to mess this one up. with my dirty fingerprints, because it really irritates me when I get my dirty fingerprints absolutely everywhere. I want a warm sort of glow on this one. I don't want it too heavy, the colour. I just want it, you know how you've got with Christmas, you get those lovely sort of, you want it warm, don't you? You want those warm colour tones. Either really chilly and icy and frosty, or really warm and loving. That's what you want for your Christmassy colours, isn't it? So I'm going to go for that really nice warm tone there. Your antique linen, which I absolutely adore. It's such a nice colour. I'm going to do a little bit of tea dye, because that works so well with the antique linen. Because again, it's really soft and warm, and it just gives you that sort of almost a caramel sort of look to that one, which is lovely. I'm not going to colour these in, again, just because of time, but you'll just have to, obviously, just imagine how even more beautiful they'd be. That's a terrible sentence. How beautiful it'll be when it's coloured in. There we go. Okay, look how warm that looks. Doesn't that just look pretty? So, I'm going to just take, on the back, I've already put some double-sided tape. So got my double-sided tape, like so. And then I'm going to pop a little bit of acetate. I'm actually going to try and make a shaker card. It's normally, I know, right? And actually, before I do it, I'm not going to put Christmas on there, because I won't be able to fit it on there now. And then put some double-sided tape, which I also had ready. Boom. So put a little bit of double-sided. I've cut that too short. I don't know what I'm going to do with that. All the bits would definitely drop out of that one. You don't want that, do you? Butt it right up. Ooh, a bit close. That one, butt that right up, so no bits fall out. I'm funny with shaker cards. I am a bit like, oh, it'll be right. I'm a bit slapdash. You know, it's like, as long as there's no bits, you're fine. Okay, now, this is going to be sticking onto my card. This is a bit I'm really, really, really bad at, because obviously, one of the things I used to do was put it here and then try and do that. No good at that. So try and decide where it's actually going to sit, because if I try and do it the other way, I fail. Oh, I'll tell you what, I'll use that there. Like this. Okay, so what I'm going to do is get rid of the top of this first of all, so it's ready to go, like so. These are the boring bits, I do apologise, but it didn't take too long. And then, so it's going to be sitting on the card like this, so obviously it needs to be there. Does my glittery stuff, so I'm going to put my glittery stuff there. Doesn't matter if I put too much in. I normally put too little in, so when you come to shake it, you can't actually see a thing. I'm really tight with my glittery shaky stuff. And then see. So when you put it down, boom. That's the way I have to do it, because the other way for me, yeah, that wouldn't work. But then look, it actually did shake for once. I did it. I am going to, as ever, give it a splash with the old water, because it'll just give you that lovely texture. And that'll break that ink up. Oh my gosh, I adore that image. And this, imagine when that's coloured in. That will look absolutely adorable. I was going to colour all these in at home, but I didn't get time because of the dogs. But isn't that just ridiculously pretty? And if I just put a tiny bit of colour on that, because have a look at this. When you've got a tiny bit of colour on there, that is just going to look absolutely gorgeous. Pop in a little bit of colour, like so, and another bit of colour there. I mean, look, as soon as you start putting colour on, aren't they just going to look absolutely gorgeous? It's such a good image. Do not miss out on this one. It's one of those that you'll use again and again and again. And I was going to put on a little strip of a card there, because my original plan was to put Christmas at the bottom and then a little thing in the centre saying all I want. But I hung my stockings too low down, so my Christmas won't fit.
It's
a rookie mistake.
Too low down with my stockings.
There you go.
But it doesn't matter.
I've heard the rumours.
Aye, yeah, me and my stockings. Oof, my low stockings. It's a false rumour, I tell you. Anyway, shall I just faff about colouring in and pass over to you?
Okay.
That'd be lovely.
I can imagine Leonie with the Victorian style of flirting. She had a little bit of ankle and that's it there. Now, I've got to give you a little bit of an update. Just going to show you here, really busy for this. 3/4 of the stock, $12.99 your price. So if you do want to go for the pine and the spruce cone stamp set, both for $12.99, your item number 505555. Very busy for everything. Lesia is such a good designer, and it's interesting seeing how even before we went live, everything was selling. That to me shows there's a lot of fans out there who are highly anticipating the show. So I will be quick so we can get back to Leonie. Starting here, we've got our Christmas mail. It's clever, and actually, this is the first time I can honestly say I've seen this kind of design where, because obviously we send a lot of cards at Christmas, but having the design sort of coming out of the envelope, I think that's very clever. Beautiful sort of chalets, very traditional, and this is an idea of where you could be taking it. That is a stunning inspiration. $11.99 your price. For such a clever design at 30, we are approaching 30% of the stock. Sorry, we are at 30% of the stock here. 471013 item number. Very, very pretty. And that's kind of the theme, really, that you get with Lesia. Moving on, we've got a duo for you. So stocks, and you've also, I say the stocks.
In the stocks.
In the stocks. No, you've got the beautiful lights in here and those socks. So if you want to get a hold of those, work very well. And this is what Leonie used actually in her demonstration, sort of dangling those. $9.99 is your price. 626033 item number. Half the stock has gone there. Now we've got Amsterdam for you. Taking a little look. Yeah, this is Amsterdam. I have to say, Amsterdam is beautiful. The architecture in Amsterdam is stunning. And this really has captured that. $11.99 is your price if you do want to get hold of these. 124426 your item number. And that gives you an idea of what you could do. Real classic sort of buildings. If you're fortunate enough to have been to Amsterdam, or you do go, just look around. I mean, the architecture really is stunning. Okay, now, got more for you. This is your winter village. So winter village, capturing that special, you know, that magical essence. Imagine the scene here, snow-capped roofs, but then you've got the cute little stamps down here too. So it's a nice little mix. $9.99 for both. 829982 your item number, and this would work well if you wanted to build on the design and the first stamp set with the envelope. We are approaching a quarter of the stock. Leonie's done something very clever here. Thinking about packaging and wrapping paper. That's cute. So turning an ordinary brown bag, eco-friendly, but then when you start stamping it, suddenly that is a luxury bag. That's very, very pretty. I take it you did this, Leonie?
No, Leslie's sent all these.
I am so sorry.
That's all right.
Lesia. I did it. Well, I was spent ages on it. Lesia, that's a very clever idea. It works very well. Okay, so now we're going to move on. We've got a car and camper for you. Oh, I love this. Yeah. This, to me, really does epitomise Christmas. The tree on top of the car, you got the presents, going to go visit somebody or going back home. And I love the camper van too. Really nice set. So Christmas is here. $15.99 is your price. And just having a look at an inspiration. Once again, a quarter of the stock has gone. Classic, classic. I like that. It's a nod to the past, the nostalgia that you're getting in this set. But with the camper van, something like that. Wrapping paper. Come on, make your own wrap. When you've got wrapping paper that looks as good as that, I mean, there's no right way to have this, but yeah. Well, actually, there is a right way. It's that way. $15.99 is your price. 860326, your item number. Okay, now we're going to talk about wreaths for you. So wreaths, you're getting 2 of these beautiful wreaths together. And one thing I want to point out, and in a meeting, Leonie picks up on this, the detail you get with the wreaths. Lovely, lovely detail in there. $16.99 your price, 818347 your item number there. Okay, now we've got his favourite, the moose. Everybody, that is a moose. He's a character. That's a kind of moose. If you're going to go out for a Christmas drink, you want to go out with this moose. $10.99 is. He looks like someone you could have a good chin wag with. Just me. 777398, your item number. That is a genius inspiration, but I love the colouring on that, illuminating the bulbs. Busy for this one. A third of the stock has gone for our moose. I love the moose. I love the moose. Leonie, we need to name this moose. Should we throw it out to the people?
Are we having it as a Marcus?
Marcus the moose. That's strong.
And Marcus the Moose.
That is strong.
If anybody can think,
If you can beat Marcus the Moose, and that's going some, but if you can beat Marcus the Moose, we'll see. But see if we can find a beater. Okay, now we've got more here. This is nice. You've got your baubles and your snowflakes together. Nice companions and real worker stamps, because you can do a lot with these for $11.99. 647184, your item number there. We're approaching 40% of the stock. And do you know what I love about Lesia? She brings us gorgeous designs, but we are not breaking the bank. $11.99 will not break the bank. Okay, now we are back to our... Oh, this is good. This is your holly light bulb. And again, it is the scope of where we can take the design. So very imaginative, beautifully designed. $12.99 your price, and we've got some inspirations above. Very, very pretty. Isn't it incredible how by introducing some colour, I mean, the illumination that you get, it looks like they've been plugged in. $12.99 your price there, 828468 your item number. Okay, now we're just going to move on. We've got two beautiful little stamps that I think work well with a lot of other stamps that we have on the show. So this is our pine, it's our branch of pine and our spruce cone. 80% of the stock, it will not last the hour, okay? We've worked it out, we've done the maths, trust me, it's not going to last the hour. Just showing you here, just as a simplest form, bit of wrapping, but how great does that look? $12.99 your price, 505 your item number. Jane, you've made the team laugh. Hello, naming the moose, and Jay's gone, Chris. It's an ordinary name.
We need to know why.
Yeah. It's Christmas.
Oh, Christmas! Get it!
Oh.
I didn't get that. I thought she knew someone who reminded her of moose.
I didn't get that at all either. I just thought it was Chris the Moose. Chris Moose.
Chris Moose.
Now,
oh,
Jane,
that's genius.
It was Jane who sent that, right? Jane, that is incredibly intelligent. Far too intelligent for Leon and myself. I just thought, you know how Dave the dog? It's
exactly. It's like that kind of thing. Yeah. It's like, well, yeah, Chris.
You like it. You like it when pets are named like given people.
Yeah,
names,
I do.
Rather than like Lucky or Rusty.
yeah, like you're
very
Tracy.
Clever. Very clever, Jane. You're very clever, and you've highlighted that Leonie and I are not. Okay, now let's move on. We've got more Christmas. That's very funny. She deserved a bigger lot. I was very slow on the uptake. Okay, so now here we got Christmas on the sleigh and Christmas stamp sets for $11.99 your price. I like this. Good size stamps too, these. And you can see here, just that image with the tree on the sleigh and then a lovely Christmas, which you can play around with as well. Christmas. $11.99 your price, 754-768 your item number. We're never going to say Christmas without thinking of Christmas now. It's burnt into my psyche. Okay, final one for you. This is your background trees. Nice, like that, actually, really, really nice. $10.99 your price, 308-708 your item number. Enough from me, because I know you've tuned in to see the pooge. Just as we head back to Leonie, we're going to tell you a little bit about Flexi, and then the fun will continue.
What is Flexi Order? When you place an item on FlexiBuy in your basket, you qualify for Flexi Order, which means any other items you add to your basket will also be included in your FlexiBuy payments. So you can spread the cost over multiple monthly payments. After your first payment is made, your entire order will be dispatched. When you add at least £60 worth of any items to your shopping basket, either online or on the phone, you'll qualify for our Flexi Order offer. This means you can spread the cost of your order over equal monthly FlexiBuy payments, offering you extra flexibility when you shop with us. Flexi Order, making your shopping experience with the craft store easier.
Yay! Okay, ready. So, I've actually die cut a card. Granted, it's gone a little bit skew with, but I thought, you know what, it'd be right. You can't really tell. If I hold it like this, you can't tell. So, I've got my little skew with card, which is okay. And what I'm going to do is decorate the front of the card first of all. So, just coming in with a little bit of, I was going to go for, and actually I really fancied, well I shouldn't really because I'm faffing now, but I really wanted to go with one of my little powders, and I have got, just for a change actually, so I'm going to go with, I'm hoping this one ain't too dark because I've not used these in yonks, a teal one. Let's have a little see what it looks like. If it's too dark then I'll wish I hadn't done this, but a little bit dark, but it's okay, I'll lift some of the colour off. But I just wanted a little bit of powder because I wanted it to be a bit different, and I wanted it to be a bit speckled. So I am going to lift some of it off just because it is a little bit intense, but that's okay because it gives you that really beautiful, that really nice, you know, that lovely little sort of speckle finish. I like that. I think that's pretty. The background, I've still got powder on there. I'm going to be really naughty this time and actually clean that just for speed because I actually want to finish this one. Okay, and then going on with a couple of inks. So I'm going to do some stamping just with a couple of inks on that background. So I've got my speckled egg and weathered wood, and I'm going to use the beautiful snowflakes. I like these, they're really different because when you look at those they look like branches, you know what I mean? It doesn't look like your normal kind of snowflake, and I think that's really pretty because this is the thing, isn't it? If you're anything like me, how many snowflakes have you got? Because they are quite addictive buying snowflakes. So it's nice when you get something a little bit different. Although I'll still dig out all my old ones as well. I love snowflake stamps. I think they're fab. So I'm using this one first of all. And the weathered wood is kind of a greyish tone. So I'm just do a few with that one. And then change. So I've got quite a few different snowflakes. I'm attempting not to get too carried away because I know what I'm like. When I'm doing snowflake stamps, I only mean to do a few, and then before I know it, it's covered. It's a blizzard. So I'm trying not to go blizzard. I'm trying to just go a light snow, a light snowfall, as opposed to, oh my gosh. Yeah, it's a flurry as opposed to, what? Yeah, more of a scattering as opposed to, oh my gosh, we can't see my car and it's only been snowing 5 minutes. Yeah, one of them. That's pretty. I like that. That's pretty. Walk away from the snowflakes. So really pretty snowflakes, those. And yeah, definitely the kind that you'll be able to use again and again and again. I'm then going to take my ink and just gently, so I need to go for quite a light one, because this is with the speckled egg, and I want to just move that and go around the outside. So just gently, just to give it a little bit of border around the outside. Card's slightly wet, but that's okay for the minute. It's textured card is this one. I'm just rummaging through my stash, so it's got kind of a lovely mottled finish on it anyway. As you can see, I didn't use a bone folder on the top, which is very lazy. And then the actual aperture, so just going around the inside of the aperture with your ink as well, and that'll just give you a kind of it just finishes the aperture off. Good moose names. Wow. So there's actually a blog about moose names. Well, fancy that. Who knew? I tell you what, I bet that wasn't even, I bet that was pre-lockdown as well that someone did that. I bet. I mean, we all, you know, when you think about the things we spend our time doing, you know, it's like, wow. I mean, wow, male and female names. Well, I suppose that's fine. Should be, really. I've gone too heavy there. So I'm going to try and lift a little bit off. Well, the card I've used might not lift, and the fact that it were a bit wet. But that's okay. So then, what I've already done is stamped this one. Now, this little village is absolutely gorgeous, and I should really stamp it again, but this, oh yeah, I have got it. And when you look, I just think this is adorable. The detail on this is incredible, and also it is the size of the stamps. I kind of like that they're not really big stamps. Just ease it off. Don't just rip them off. Just ease them off your background, off your off the whatever it's called, your acetate. Yeah, thank you, Emily. Your thing. My brain were already, rather than finishing sentence, my brain were already going, where did you put your block? That's what my brain were doing, so it couldn't be bothered with the sentence. Do you get like that? It's like, yeah, I've moved on. Your brain's moved on, but it's like, yeah, but I haven't finished the sentence yet. But your brain's already gone and it's not there anymore. Disappeared onto finding acrylic blocks. But look at that. It's such a pretty stamp, and it is different. Isn't that sweet? Really, really different. And I just love the detail in there. Really beautiful. Remember, we have got the other one as well. So if you don't want the one with the envelope, you have got the other choice. And I like that you do get a choice. So you could go for the other one, or you might be going for both of them. So I've already stamped that. I stamped it twice. So one of them I've kept it with the envelope. The other one I've cut the envelope out. And I'm just going to pop a little bit of colour on the envelope. So I'm just using pencil crayon. As I say, you can tell already I don't colour in like Lesia. I'm using the watercolour crayons. These, and I do absolutely adore these actually. I use these a lot. They're my Staedtler ones, and they're always on my trolley, are these. So just going on with a little bit of colour, getting my water brush. And this one is actually a bit heavy. Is this? Let me see if I've got my lighter water brush. There we go. So take your water brush, and this just gives you a little bit of colour on the envelope. If you've got, I tell you what would be nice as well, the cream cardstock I used yesterday, the Dolly Dimples cream cardstock, that would be nice for this, because it's already got that nice shade of cream. Or of course craft card would be lovely for your envelopes. But if you take your colour and you push it out, and then as you're working round like this, so it means you're easily colouring it in, but you're getting a bit of tone. Now that one, I need to push that back out again. Do you see what I mean? So it's lighter in the centre. Because it is an envelope, it doesn't have to be perfect. So don't aim for it. You know, I want it to look a little bit kind of weathered. I want it to look a little bit almost vintage. But pushing the colour out to the edges, and this is the way I colour in, and that just gives me that lovely tone. I'm going up to the line. I'm allowing a little bit of colour to come into the centre. If I did it the other way, if I push the colour into the centre, it'd be heavy in the centre then, and I'd lose that intensity around the edges where I want it. So it's just a really quick and easy way of working, but it's effective, and it is dead easy, is that. So what I'm doing is, my little village is going to go inside the card, and I am going to pop a bit of colour on this in a few moments time. I am going to just dry this off if you don't mind, just because it's doing me head in. Where did I put my heat gun? Do check your baskets out, don't miss out. We have got another show coming up at 7 o'clock, so by then I will have done 2 dog walks. So yeah, please check your baskets out. We will have whatever we've got left. We will be back with you at 7 o'clock. And I'd love to see pictures at 7 as well of what you've already done with your Lesia, because we've had so many super busy Lesia shows. I mean, super busy. So I'd love to see what you've done. And we've had Christmas Lesia shows before, and honestly, we have had some beautiful stamps on in the past. The little villagers, if anyone knows what I mean, sorry, that's really irritating me. The little villagers that she does, the Christmas villagers, oh my gosh. Has anyone had those in the past? I'd love to see what you've created with them. Okay, so let's just take this one, get that ink again, and just go gently around the outside. And this, of course, will just soften it, but you don't want it too white, so you want a little bit of colour just around the outside, like so. And once it's coloured in, that'll look fabulous. And I'll show you. I'll do a tiny bit of colouring on this, because I know we haven't got loads of time. Okay, popping it onto a matten layer. So I've got a little bit of vellum there. parchment. It is one of the Clarity. And then popping this inside. So popping it in the aperture, and you want it so the envelope, you see in the envelope, but of course you also want it so it's going to be even inside. So make sure you check inside before you actually glue it down. So that's going to go on like this, and then on the front of the card we've just got the little envelope. That's quite cute, doesn't it? Like that. And I'm hoping I haven't got glue where I don't want it. There. So then that's my little envelope like this, which is really sweet. And then what we're going to do is get my other sentiment stamp. Now the sentiment stamp is actually on the camper van, which is adorable. I'm absolutely demonstrating the camper van in the next hour without a shadow of a doubt, because I love that one. Get my little block, and then I'll just do this one. And look, I'm going to get a little bit of can you see you can bend it slightly? No, just go straightly on it, don't faff. Like so. But you can bend it if you want to, yeah. I'm not going to faff. There we go. Oh, I need to do it in black because I've stamped in black. There. And then, I was going to put it on the envelope, but, oh, decisions. Yeah, I am going to, because it looks cute. Yeah, that's perfect. Absolutely perfect. So you've got your little sentiment. Christmas is here. And then I'm obviously going to cover this in glitter glue, but then colouring in inside. I mean, again, this is such a beautiful image. You've got your little envelope there, so don't miss the lovely little envelope at the top there. And I'm just going to colour that in exactly the same way. Just making sure. And I mean, I love this because look, it's just scribbling that colour. Kinda, you would take more time because look, I've gone out the line. Even that's not a big deal when you're using pencil crayons, because you can just get it back in again, or just add water and it'll disappear when you blot it back out again. So you've got your little envelope there. Just make sure you haven't got too much water. And if you introduce too much water to it, you'll basically just flood the image. So it needs to be controlled. So if you've got a water brush that kind of runs away with itself, don't use that. I wanted to colour in some of the little houses. And the little houses, I mean, it's up to you what colour you use. You know, I kind of want to go all multicoloured and stuff with these. You know, get them all arty and fabulous. But it's completely up to you. But isn't that just adorable? Let's colour in how many minutes I've got. Minute 45. So look, with your pencil crayons now, I might go in, I want some old blues, I think, because I think that'll be really pretty. So then inside there, I'd probably use my pens actually for this, because that's nice and small. So my lovely little my lovely pens, the fine, you know, your fine liners, they'd be beautiful for this. So something like that lovely set, they'd be lovely. However, I like the main body of it to be light, and the pencil crayon will give you that really nice soft look. So if I go in with pencil crayon first for the sort of main body of it, but then where I need it to be more intense or just for the detail, then I'd go in with my fine liners, or I'd actually find my pencil sharpener and sharpen my pencils, because I tell you what, that makes a right difference. But look, as soon as you start colouring them in, I'm gutted that I'm going to run out of time. 45 seconds. See, look how pretty it's going to look, isn't it? And then obviously with your glitter glue that I of course got ready, I did see a little bit of glitter glue, got me good old stickers because it's my favourite, and then just going round with a little bit of glitter glue just to add a bit of sparkle on there as well. Oh, love it. Yay! I've got loads of finishing off to do, haven't I? See how that goes. Please check your baskets out. Thank you ever so much. I will be back up with you at 7 o'clock, so don't miss out on that one. And of course, I'd love for you to share your photographs at 7. That would be very nice. Thanks, Janice.
Thank you. So So, coming up next, we've got those beautiful fabrics back with Jenny. After that, the Soap Loaf Company. Ooh, and then Elizabeth Craft Designs will be here with all her beautiful things.
Hiya, I'm Hazel Eaton from Pink Frog. Pink Frog is an established company. You may have seen us in shows up and down the country. We have a wide range of designs and we're particularly known for our flower dies and flower stamps. On our shows, I hope to bring you many hints and tips and techniques to inspire you, the crafter, at home.
Exciting news! For the 5th year in a row, the craft store has been awarded the top accolade of the Platinum Trusted Service Award from FIFO. These awards recognise businesses that deliver exceptional experiences as rated by you, our customers, and we are honoured to have been selected. The Trusted Service Award means you can shop with confidence based on the reviews from over 60,000 The Craft Store customer experiences. Thank you for your independent reviews. It means a lot to us.
Hi, I'm Emma.
And I'm Pam.
And we're from Quilters Trading Post. We've been open since 2007, so we're coming up to 10 years now.
We've got lots of people who now come into the shop and tell us that they've seen us, and that they've enjoyed the demonstrations, and they've watched us over and over again.
Make sure you don't miss our shows.
Hi, I'm Anthea. I'm from Quilting Antics. Quilting Antics started around 2011, 2012, I'm never really sure. We love wildlife and often our designs incorporate lots of British wildlife. We're really well known for that. At one point we nearly became the cushion company because we churned out so many different cushions. But we'll do bags, we'll do cushions, we do book covers, we'll do things for your sewing room, anything. If it pops into our head and we can physically make it, then we'll go for it. As I said, the buzzword is all about fun for us. On our shows, we always like to have lots of fun. There's always lots of laughter, and hopefully you'll learn a few things that you didn't know along the way. So don't miss the Quilting Antics shows.
Hello, good afternoon. I was going to say good morning because it feels always that it's a bright, shiny morning here at the craft store. But of course, it is Sunday, 4 p.m. and we have got beautiful fabrics for you from, well, I hope I pronounce it correctly, Odile Belu. Will you? Well, probably I don't pronounce it correctly, but you know, well, we ask the genius and the inspirational woman who is next to me, our Jenny Raymond. How are you?
I'm very well, thank you. Nice to be back with you again.
It is. It's always a treat for us.
And we've got something very different to bring them this afternoon.
We did, because of course the one-day special is still available, and of course you can purchase that. And if you want to go for the one-day special, the details are at the bottom of the screen. Now, but we have got this amazing, beautiful fabric full of colors as well.
Full, I think full is an understatement. These are crammed, these are exuberant, these are explosive. These are pieces of fabric that are immersed in colour.
Yes, absolutely. This is kind of when you know a day that is grey and dull, and you want to like shine through, and you kind of want to kind of almost like kind of have a new zest for life.
Yes.
This delivers that.
That will do it. I mean, these are happy fabrics. These are fabrics that you're going to look at and you cannot be downcast. There's no grey. There's no sadness. This is pizzazz.
Yeah.
Pow.
Yeah.
It's there.
Well, not only you have got that pizzazz of color, but you also have got 3 color options for you. Now, of course, you can choose the purple and pinks, which was, I believe, the most popular one. It is over 60% of the stock has gone. And of course, we are talking about beautiful fabrics manufactured by Free Spirit, so they have got that beautiful quality that we know and love, the vibrancy of this colors.
So they're designed by a French lady who's just taken and obviously thoroughly enjoyed playing with colour, shape and form. And the whole thing just speaks jollity. I mean, the jellyfish that we've just looked at, superb. Now, the one that Paola was about to go to now, this one makes an absolutely cracking border print. So if you want to have a border to your cushion, to your quilt, that looks fantastic, and you actually did nothing more than cut a strip out, that is your one. Just look at the possibilities. The repeats about every 4 inches, but no, that will give you a, and I'll show you a cushion in a minute where I've used that and mitered it round the edge, and it looks cracking.
Look at that. I love the intense, beautiful teals. They are teals with hints of green. I mean, the colors are just so deeply vibrant. I love this. It just makes me happy. And look at is this your fairy, a forest fairy? Oh, look,
it's a flower fairy. And that could be used as a feature in the centre of something. In actual fact, even with your fat quarter, because of the way the design is spaced, you can use the flower fairy, you can use some of the flowers out of it, you could use it for applique, it could be your feature fabric in the centre of a block. You could just cut it out and just use it purely and utterly as a cushion.
I absolutely adore this colorway. And then, of course, we are getting also a fat quarter, a solid one. And now, of course, we are talking about fat quarters, American base, which are based on a yard, not on a meter like we do here in Europe. So if you want to go for the purple option is, of course, the same item number that you can see on the left-hand side of the screen. 550-9478 is your item number. This is as good as I'm going to do a fold. Now, of course, 60% of the purple option has gone. £19.99 is your price. You're saving £4. Then we have got the green, and it's not just green. Again, we have got a little bit of red in here.
Red in there, you've got a bit of blue in there, so you've got the whole gamut of the colour spectrum.
I love those feathers.
Yes. Oh, they are absolutely super. And again, another fabric that makes an absolutely superb border. You know, just cut the strip out and intersperse it with your plain, and you look as though you did applique forever, when actually all you've done is cut a strip of fabric out.
And you know, one of the things I look at it, and this is like the kaleidoscopes. Do you know those ones that you look in there into the light and you see? This is how it feels, full of shape and color there. And then, of course, look at this. Look at these gorgeous greens and leaves in here with a beautiful. And then we have this one with, look at this, is it salamanders in here?
Yes, they're geckos, I believe.
Yeah, look, you can see them here. And then you have got the flowers, and you have got gorgeous elements in there as well, with a gorgeous chameleon and there as well. Then we have, I like that you are getting a little bit of a smaller print as well.
Yes, and that's an absolutely delightful design of the little, what they are, I do not know. Somebody will email in and tell us they're such and such, but they're just meandering over that very pretty patterned background.
Absolutely.
And the blue is wonderful.
It's absolutely wonderful. I love the birds as well, the cranes or swans flying out. And then we have got the green leaves in here as well. And then, of course, we have got the solid as well. So we have got in here 5 pattern fat quarters and 1 solid in there. And of course, if you want to go for the green option, it's the same item number 550978, and of course you're saving £4. And then the final option, of course, is the blue option in here that we can see. And of course, again, you have got 5 printed ones plus the solid one. I love this one. It's like the kind of it could be either wood
grain, yes,
or agate, or
yes, agate, or even I saw somebody actually roll up plasticine or some form of polymer clay, lots of colours, and then chop slices out of it. And that looked like that. Candy rock.
Candy rock as well. Yeah, that could be work as well. And then we have, of course, those gorgeous flowers as well. I love this kind of kaleidoscope of flowers.
It is a kaleidoscope. You can see it. Can't you remember looking down the tube and twisting the end? And there you've got your aquatic one again, I believe, with the jellyfish on. Now, the nice thing about these, Paola, is that all of the 15 different coloured fabrics are none of them are the same. They might have a similar design, but it's either in miniature or it's enlarged, because the pink version of that, in the pink collection, the jellyfish are much bigger. So none of them are exactly the same.
So if you want to go for all 4 options, by all means you can, and then you can open a flexi basket and spread the cost into interest-free payments. That would work as well. I love as well, again, that you have got the same motifs, but in a different color
and in a different size. So everything has been carefully planned, that you've got the lusciousness of the shapes and the designs and the colours, but nothing is quite the same.
Look at this. Sorry, I need to take this one out because you have got the lady here, but it's ring down. This is the Paula size.
Yes, this is the Paula size. This is the small flower lady.
Oh, look at that. How amazing is that image? How it's just like, it both reminds me of the Mexican Cinco de Mayo celebrations, that kind of that gorgeous flower celebrations. But also it's the kind of almost like the, well, Carmen Miranda too, the kind of flowers.
Very much so. Well, if she comes from the south of France, I mean, I remember going down to south of France, when we were allowed to travel, and looking at the fabrics in the Camargue and Provençal and all the way down there, and the same sort of colours and the vibrancy of design are there.
Absolutely.
And if you've got a little girl, how about
But it
doing
also
something?
reminds me a little bit of, you know, the traditional, is it Bulgarian kind of stitch detail embroidery as well, those beautiful flowers
They did, and indeed the Swedes do it as well.
As well.
A Swedish friend of mine's got these lovely embroideries, very similar to that.
It's absolutely gorgeous. Blue is approaching half the stock. If you want yours, £19.99 is your price. 550978 is your item number. Now, of course, these ones will be dispatched from the 6th of October. So it's a couple of weeks to wait for, but they are worth it. Can you imagine when you are going to get the pack, you know, the box, and then full of beautiful fabrics? It's so beautiful. Anyway, we have got a pick and mix half meters. Color makes me so happy, and looking at these half meter pieces makes me even happier. Jenny, there is a lot to be said for half meter pieces because there's quite a lot more projects we can do, right?
I did, and in fact, when you worked your way through those and shown everyone the luscious colours and things, I worked with a fat quarter pack, but to put on the back of my cushions, I had a half meter. And if you're going to make, say, a border and you want that print with the border design, half meter is going to give you considerably longer in the length of the border you can attach. So I would be inclined, if I wanted to perhaps have a pack of the 4 fat quarters, well, the 6 fat quarters, and then add in a couple of half meters, maybe in something that tones with it, or maybe in a contrast, because you can use it on the back, or you can use it for borders or for binding, or just for some form of lining, or even to make, say, a waistcoat or something out of.
Absolutely. That would be absolutely gorgeous. And of course, you have got all these different options on the website, the craft store. You will be able to select exactly whichever two you want, and you will get a half meter pieces there. £13.98 is your price. 850583 is your item number for this one. To complement this beautiful palette of gorgeous vibrant colors, we have got Bella Solids, Moda Bella Solids in here, and these ones are different from the ones featured at 8 a.m. But they are selected to work perfectly across those beautiful magic country from Odile. These ones are again half meter pieces, and you pick and choose any two for just $9.99. Of course, having a £3 saving. Even just display like this, I just want them all.
And they just work so well. That pink just zings, and it goes so well with the pink. In fact, you'll see, because I'm using it in a minute or two. The red goes very well with the designs that have got the red in it. The purple we've already seen goes very well together. That lime green just bursts with flavour. It really does, if something can burst with flavour. And then you've got that very pretty, more apple-y shade of green, followed by the blue. Now that's sort of sky blue. Imagine lying on the beach looking up at the sky. Yes, it is that colour. Yes, it was that colour. It will be that colour again soon when the spring comes. And then you've got the white on the end. And, of course, the inevitable, so useful black.
Indeed, I love. Give me a little bit of black and red. It's absolutely gorgeous. 323690 is your item number. $9.99 is your price. You are saving £3. We also have the one-day special as well, which you can see over my shoulder. But also, we will see them exactly what you are getting in a picture. So here it is. Now you are getting 16-piece fat quarter bundle. Of course, American fat quarters, but based on a yard, not in a meter. Now, of course, it will be available with that £10 saving, hopefully until 6 o'clock. So make sure that if you have been thinking about it, make sure to check out your baskets for it. You can flexify it if you wish to, so that that means that you can split the cost in 2 interest-free payments of £26.98. 740499 is your item number. Remember, that is the one, especially there is a lot. There is another collection from Into the Woods by Katrinka that kind of complements it, and of course that is 8 pieces of fat quarters that are different fabrics, and you will find it on the website. And then if you go for both of them, you will have 24 different fabrics from Into the Woods collection. Right, but that is on the website. But right now, Jenny, take it away.
Right, well, I'm going to show the viewers what I made with one fat quarter pack.
Right.
I had the purple one.
Oh.
So what I did was I used the feature fabric with the fairy on it to cut a panel out for the centre. I then used the geometric one to go around the outside edge, followed it up with a further fat quarter, and then I used the one I've been rabbiting on about, the border print, to go down the sides. It's presented like that. And you can see it came in 4-inch strips, so I cut 4-inch strips, bordered my panel in the centre. And it looks like I've done something amazing, and I haven't. I just cut a strip and stitched it round. Mitered the corners for best effect. And on the back, because I wanted to use the rest of my fat quarter pack for another cushion, I simply had a ½ metre, and I backed both cushions with ½ metre. Useful to buy a ½ metre for backing.
Wow.
The other little cushion.
I mean, it's just, the backing looks as beautiful as the front. I have to say, it's just one of those ones that is stunning fabric.
On the other cushion, again, the same fat quarter that gave me the flower lady on the front of the other one gave me this flower. And once more, I've got the geometric one round here, and then I've got the jellyfish round there, and the border in the final fat quarter. And there is the rest of my ½ metre on the back. So both these cushion fronts, and indeed there were some scraps left over, came from the same fat quarter pack. So how did I build the design? And the reason for showing you this is it's important to be aware of the triangles I've got on the front of the cushion, because I got the panel in the middle surrounded by 4 triangles. Now, you will all see that these are right-angled triangles, but you need to do the right sort of right-angled triangle. A quarter square triangle and a half square triangle are both right-angled triangles, but they behave very differently. So when you come to add your triangles round this one to frame the centre, you need to cut out quarter square triangles, and there's a reason for that. So let me just show you the panel I've cut out now. So from the same fat quarter, I've got another featured panel. And yes, I know this is part of the skirt of the fairy, but you won't know that, because only you and I know it, because I've told you. So I've cut out a 6.5-inch square. From the geometric fabric, I've cut a 7.25-inch square. And this I'm going to divide into 4, making quarter square triangles. And the reason for that I will explain in a moment. Why is that 7.25? Well, the reason for that is this is 6.5 raw edge to raw edge. It's 6 inches when finished, i.e. when I've taken a quarter of an inch off all the sides. So you take the finished measurement of 6, and to that measurement, to get the right size quarter square triangles, you add 1.25 inches. So the square you cut out will be 6 plus 1.25 inches, which makes, Paola?
I'm not sure.
7.25 inches. 7.25.
But that's...
Okay, so that's the magic measurement.
Maths and me.
7.25. Add on 1.25 inches. Well, being fair, she probably works in metric.
They're laughing at me in my ears, so like, oh, they cannot believe that my sister is a scientist. Basically, they're saying that.
Hey,
I cannot even add
right.
the most basic.
Right. So why did I cut quarter square triangles? Okay, there's a reason for that. That's because on a quarter square triangle, that edge, the long edge, is on the straight grain. My square has straight grain sides, so I'm putting straight grain to straight grain. And you'll put one on one side, centering it so the point of the triangle is in the middle of the block. You could always press this if you wish to find the very centre. And there'll be the same amount hanging out either side of the block. And you'd use your quarter of an inch down there, stitch it down, open it out. I'd probably have my seams going towards the outside. You put another triangle on the other side, same way, stitch, open out. You then take the remaining 2 triangles, and one will go on here, right sides together, and it will hang out by much the same amount either side. Stitch, open out. And finally, we put one last one there. So I have now bordered my centre feature square. The triangles I've added on have bias edges. That's a bias on the diagonal, stretchy sides. Therefore, when I come to square it off, the sort of triangles I need to put there have to be half square triangles. And the reason for that is a half square triangle has the long side stretchy and two other sides, the shorter ones, are on the straight grain. And if I cut, say for instance, an 8.5 inch square, bisect it into two, I can put one triangle this side, one triangle on the other side, another one goes here, and one goes there. And what I have achieved in doing is I've now got a block with nice straight grain edges. And this is where it is very important to understand the difference between a quarter square triangle and a half square triangle.
Yeah.
So if I just take the two to one side and put them together, they are exactly the same shape. I know they're not the same size, but they are right-angle triangles.
Yes.
But this one has the longest edge on the straight grain, and the two short sides are on the bias.
Oh, I never realized that. That's
And this one has the longest side on the bias, and the two other sides are on the straight grain. Consequently, if you were to do it the way I've just explained, you will end up with a block that has nice straight sides. And if you'd done it the other way around, by accident, you would have ended up with the outside edge of your block would have been on the bias. So
I see.
This is why it's so important, and you'll be amazed as to how many people do not appreciate the importance of the difference between a half square and a quarter square triangle in how they actually behave.
And of course, if you sew bias edge to a bias edge, it's much easier.
Correct, because they all happily
kind of
lie
the
together.
same
Now,
stretch,
and actually, it's an interesting point you brought there. Some people used to say that you sew a straight grain to a bias to keep it together. No, we used to sew a straight to a bias if we wanted something to bell out.
Exactly, yeah.
So you did it because it distorted. And in an ideal world, you want to get your warps and your wefts, but we'll save that for another day. Something completely different there. But think about it. And whenever you're doing a pattern, consider your triangles and think about how they're going to be in the design. Because some patterns do not tell you whether it's a half or a quarter square triangle. They won't put a grain line in. And it makes a huge difference to end up with a block on the straight or have your block with edges like that. If you do have a block with edges like that, stay stitched round the outside before you go any further. So there you go. That's how you could create the center panel for this particular piece. And all of these still came from the same set of fat quarters. So I even had enough left over to make a third cushion front from my one pack of 5 fat quarters and 1 solid.
That is fabulous. Now, of course, that I love that explanation because it explains it how it looks so nice and neat.
Yes,
And,
yes.
of course, that's what all we want. We want our patchwork to be perfect, on point. And now, the purple option that, of course, that Jenny has been using, 3/4 of the stock has gone. Remember, this is the gorgeous Magic Country collection from Odile. I'm not going to even attempt to pronounce her surname, but it's absolutely a beautiful collection of fabrics with the beautiful, either whether it's a kind of the rock kind of cut in half, whether it's the agate, whether it's the wood gray, like the trunk of a tree. It's kind of that mysterious, mesmerizing. It could be also the, you know what, you know, oh, a well, you're looking into the well and you see the water ripples, the ripples of the water. That is just gorgeous, isn't it? And that has got that kind of magical spell kind of element to it. And then, of course, we have got the gorgeous jellyfish. Now, jellyfish are absolutely magical creatures. Some of them are almost ancient creatures, and they have got these abilities to do all sorts of things that we don't.
Go through the water in such an elegant, ethereal,
just when they come
fairy-like
too
way.
close that they kind of sting.
Correct.
And especially if you have them in fabric, they cannot sting you.
No, they can't.
No.
You can actually put your fingers right up from
Right
in the
in it,
tentacles
and tickle
nothing.
them. And nothing is going to happen. Look, and tickle them, and nothing happens. Anyway, then we have, of course, the border. that you know, Jenny was talking. I'm not going to show you because it's just absolutely stunning, this border. And like very well Jenny was mentioning, you can take it strips of it and create sashing or even binding as well. And you have got flowers in there, you have got feathers, and I love how the patterns are repeated across the collections, but changing the colors, the highlights, and also changing the scale, which means that they are relating to each other, but they are not repetitive in any way. Look at that. Look how gorgeous does it look, this one.
That is absolutely superb. I mean, just cutting strips of that, you cut strips of that and intersperse them with some of the other colours, and people would think you've done an incredible job of applique until they looked a little bit closer. You know, so why not pull the wool over people's eyes?
Absolutely. Then, of course, it has to go. I mean, I was doing very well with the folding until that minute. And then we have got here. This one is the backing that you were using,
yes,
of course, in the half meters. But this is just phenomenal fabric. I think this for home decor is just
It's rich, it's luxurious, isn't it? It will go on any sofa, any settee.
Can you imagine this, a cushion, a simple cushion, and then a little border of kind of a velvet or the pom-pom kind of edges as well?
Or some really rather nice of that cord piping that you put down in the shiny, silky stuff.
Absolutely.
With tassels on the corners.
Oh, tassels. I mean, we are going full on now. And of course, with the tassels, they will really look absolutely amazing. And then, of course, we have the feature fabric. It has to be shown in its full glory, because of course you are going to get one of the ladies in there, but also you are going to get the beautiful florals in there. I love these flowers so much. I think for fussy cutting and doing a little bit of applique will be absolutely phenomenal. And then, of course, you are getting the matching solid in that deep aubergine purple, which I have to say, I'm not necessarily a purple person, but definitely this is my favorite color way, because I think this purple is so rich. It has the warmth into it.
It is very funny you should say that, because when I opened the box of fabrics, my instinct would have been to go for the green, because I love green, and then I looked at the blue and thought, no, I prefer the blue. No, I'm not a pink person. And then I got them out, and which ones did I work with? I worked with the pink, because there's something about those pinks that just speak to one.
They are luminous.
Yes, they are.
They are full of life, because sometimes pinks can be a little bit soft and wishy-washy. These ones are, and even the purple, it's a warm purple, it's not a cool purple, so it's the passion inside.
So much so. And indeed, a lass called Deb Barnsley emailed me this morning to say, for goodness sake, Jennifer, keep your demos to a minimum, let the fabric speak for itself. And, she was quite right. Let the fabric speak for itself. Just look at the fabric. All right? You don't need a demo.
Well, you know what? We could be staring at these fabrics as well, but we love your demos. So I have to say, no, your demos I love. So you will. And then, of course, we have got the green. By the way, if you want the purple option, please make sure to check out your basket. It's very busy. 3/4 of the stock has gone. But then we have got the greens, which I also think this is when, when you need that, like vitamin C in fabric.
Yes. Yes. That wake-up call.
Here's your
fabric.
In the morning.
Let it wake you up.
Absolutely. And then you have got this gorgeous kaleidoscope, but in a bigger scale.
Yes. And you could just cut the flowers out of that, and you could use them in your scrapbooking. You could use them in your the window cards, so, the cards with a hole in, and you could use that as a border. Now, if you really like that, may I respectfully suggest buy a ½ metre of it. Then your next quilt, because you're going to get the full width of the ½ metre of fabric with that border pattern.
I mean, look at that. I mean, when you fold it in different ways, how it looks so differently from the other one. So if I turn it over, suddenly it's almost like a different fabric, isn't it? Because of that border quality that it has. Then we have got the green with those beautiful leaves. Then we have got, of course, the one with the salamanders in there and the flowers. I love that hidden detail.
Yes, it's just there. It's just sort of poking out there. I think Odile must have a very good sense of humour, because she's just got these little things that come poking out.
Or she likes a lot of animals that kind of popping out.
Well, she has the French style, doesn't she? The French finesse. Je ne sais quoi.
And of course we have the beautiful, gorgeous, is it cranes or swans flying out? I don't know exactly, but no, it's not a swan.
I think they're probably cranes.
Cranes, yeah.
Yes, I think so. Not seen pink cranes or pink swans.
Everybody's saying, Paula, stop trying to find out what animal they are, because obviously they're definitely not swans.
They're definitely not swans. They're not robins either.
And then these are, you know, leaves, flowers, you know, the kind of. I really stopped one day, you know, pretty much naming the wrong thing. And then, of course, we have got the green, now, of course, then we have got the final option. Again, remember 5 quarters printed, plus the one with the solid one. So the blue option, again, we have got that kind of agate, drug, kind of ripples of water. I love that. I really think this is ripples. Like when you put a wish into a wish.
That's right, and it goes. Yes, and all the ripples come out.
Yeah, I love that. I think that's kind of quite magical, isn't it? And since this is the Magic Country collection, I think it's perfect. And then we have got this bunches of flowers, a smaller scale again. I love this one again for English paper piecing. These would be
brilliant.
excellent.
You could fussy cut that so well. You've got that little blue flower in the middle and the little white one. Yes, wasn't it? Do you know, I didn't think about English paper piecing. It sort of escapes me, but you're so right.
I think these fabrics would work. And then, of course, we have got the jellyfish, the little ones, which, by the way, in real life, the little ones are really,
they're not very nice.
Oh, they're not very nice. They get inside your swimming costume.
Really?
And think, oh, yeah.
Oh,
that was
horrid.
painful. That was very painful. Anyway, we have got in here as well the leaves as well, kind of that. I love how they kind of go into it. And then we have got the lady, the magical lady here into the smaller scale. Again, very beautiful. Rich. Oh, and, you know, a pencil case. With this, that would work so beautifully.
I mean, it's just an ideal thing for a little girl. Yes. You know, they're going off to school, make her a little bag with the flower fairy.
Oh, that would be so, and you can tell a story about it, and you can name her, and then, of course, you can be like kind of, she's kind of bringing flowers and happiness to people. Now, of course, we have got 5 quarters that are beautifully printed, and then, of course, the solid blue in here. So 6 quarters American, which is based on the yard, and, of course, £19.99 is your price. You're saving £4. 550978 is your item number. Very busy for the half meters. You can see them here. Now you have got every single option that we have been seeing on the 5 quarters, but we have got, of course, oh, actually, not everyone, because one of them has sold out. This one.
Has it gone?
Yeah, the one that you use in the photo. That one has gone, so I'm not going to tease you with it because you cannot get it. But look at all the others. You know, you're picking and choosing two for just, that cannot be £13.98. Oh, that's a fabulous price, isn't it? Sometimes I look at numbers, but, you know, it's just... That's phenomenal. That's a meter for £13.98 of free spirit fabrics with a beautiful print design from Odell. Personally, I definitely would go for one of the borders because look at this. It's just that, can you imagine doing some binding with those borders and every time it changes slightly the border here? Or this one has to be one of the favorites, hasn't it? The lady, the larger lady with that beautiful aubergine, you know, kind of color in there, that rich purple, or maybe a little bit of green. I mean, these two work beautifully. So if you're thinking about a bag, you would have the green and the deep purple combining there very well. Or maybe you want the border, but in the larger scale with the red undertones, with the blues. Or maybe you want this is just feisty and colorful, and this is full of life, and oh, I love this so much. These fabrics are making me smile so much. I'm so happy. It's
I'm
just
so
like
glad.
It's exactly what I
a Sunday afternoon. Let's make Paola happy.
Absolutely. And then you have got this one with the badly named swans. They're cranes, actually. Cranes, we will think that, and then of course there's beautiful florals and as well. And I think this is like kind of looks very much like a passion flower. I think they look
it could well be, yes.
Yeah.
Well, there you are. You see, you've got passion as well as being happy.
Absolutely. Passion and flight as well, you know, free spirits as well. And then, of course, we have got the ripple kind of fabric. Then we have got the smaller print of the florals here with those beautiful purple undertones and reds. Then we have got the jellyfish. I see jelly plates everywhere. A jellyfish with the pink and, of course, the blue and the background. And then we have got the kind of leaves and branches. I love this tree one. And then the lady in the smaller size. Now, this one is limited stock. If this one was the one that you wanted to go for, please make sure to check out your baskets. 850583 is your item number, and then you can choose any two of them. Now, if you wanted to have to go for the matching Moda solids, Vela solids, we have had some sellouts, so let me just tell you that.
Oh no, the lime's gone.
The lime is gone, the purple is gone, and the blue sky blue is gone. Which are the ones, look at that.
I mean, they go so well together in any case. If you bought all three, that is absolutely a lovely, lovely colour blend going together.
I mean, I'm kind of very well pointed by the director, Chris, that of course there we have got, it's the colours of the craft store.
Yes.
You can still get the pink if you wanted to, which is the one that is missing from the logo. Now, of course, if you want to go for these beautiful Bella models, 323690 is your item number. Do check out your baskets because, as you can see, sellouts are happening, so some options are not available anymore. So you don't want to miss out. $9.99 for 2.5 meters. Now, Jenny, what is the next?
Well, I'm awfully sorry. I'm afraid I chose those two colours.
Well, you go with the popular choices.
Yes, I'm going with the popular choices. Right. What I wanted to show you, and you will find the books on the website, is in Material Magic, there's a design that uses circles. And you can do it with just 2 fabrics, or you can do it with 3 fabrics. And this is your folding circle. So this is purely and utterly circles. And I was thinking of doing something that was a little bit different that I haven't showed you before. The same arrangement of fabric that does this also does that. It's just whichever way you happen to have it up. How do you do it? Well, I used in the book 7-inch squares of fabric. So I've cut out 7-inch squares of fabric in the geometric one. And then from the blue, the tealy colour blue, and the lime green, I cut 3 3/4 inch strips, which I sewed together to make a striped band. I then cut that into approximately 7-inch squares. You will need a plate, or you get the template out your book. So I raided the kitchen cupboard and found a plate. Now, what I needed to know on the plate was where the middle of the plate was. Well, if I broke the plate in half, that would be really rather silly. So
Yes,
to find the middle of the plate, I drew round it onto a piece of paper, folded the piece of paper in half, and then I simply marked the plate with where the middle of the plate was. I've used a permanent marker, so somebody's going to be a little bit puzzled as to why on the underside of the plate there are 2 small black lines. But the reason for that is you then need to place the plate onto the back of the fabrics, the ones that are the 2 stitched together, aligning the marks with the seam. You draw around the plate. Okay, got it so far?
Yeah.
You then sew all the way round on the drawn line, but leave a hole to turn it through. Once you've sewn all the way round on the drawn line, trim back the excess fabric pretty close to the stitching line.
You're not being that careful, are you?
No, I'm not being that careful because this actually doesn't matter. If it mattered, I'd be careful.
Oh.
The only time, or the only place I'm leaving a bit more fabric is at the gap, which will just allow me to turn the edge of the circle through a little better. When you've done that, if you cut it too close, it's just really hard to turn. Turn the circle right side out, so stuff it through the hole. And the smaller the opening means the less you've got to stitch up afterwards. When you've pressed it through the hole, you will need to repeat this exercise 5 more times. We want 6 circles. In order to get the edges of the fabric out, I'm going to use one of the bamboo pointers, which you can sort of stick up the inside of the circle and just poke it out. And then I'll use the pokey end to really get the edge of my circle out. So basically I've now got a circle that's got the geometric fabric on one side and the solid on the other. This needs a press, and while you're pressing it, turn in the excess fabric on the outside edge, and ideally slip stitch it in place by hand. I'm not going to fuss about that, I'm just going to give it a quick press.
Okay.
When you've given it a quick press, you need to then iron all of the pieces in half, and I'll just do it now, and then you can see the next stage. So we get a crease down the middle. So having pressed it, I'm now going to fold it in half, lining up that seam and pressed it this way. You will want a 60-degree triangle. Now, this you can actually cut with your ruler. It is not difficult to cut a 60-degree triangle with a ruler. And allow me to show you on a piece of fabric. So you want a triangle that's approximately 4.5 inches. So from a bit of fabric or your paper, just cut yourself 4.5-inch strip. I'll just do it on this bit of fabric here.
Okay.
You would do it in paper, I'm just doing it in fabric. We'll just cut a big enough piece, then I'll chop that bit off there. It hurts to cut into fabric like this. Right, you do not need anything more complex than your rotary cutting ruler. On your rotary cutting ruler, one end, and indeed sometimes on the other end, will be a line that might say 30 and might say 60. It'll be a 60-degree line. Just ignore the 30 on this one.
Right.
It'll say 60. To make a 60-degree triangle, lay that 60-degree line down the edge of the fabric. Cut up the edge of the ruler.
Yeah.
So having got a 60-degree cut, if you now turn the fabric round, and I'm working from the right-hand side, I'm a right-handed person, bring that 60-degree line in until it's realigned with the edge you just cut, and cut again. So there is my 60-degree triangle underneath. Okie dokie. You need to do it in paper. So there it is in paper. When it's in paper, it will pay you to find the center line, which is seriously simple, and fold it in half. And I draw a line down the middle. Now you need only mark 3 of these circles. So I've already done 2. There's 1 there and number 2. I need to place the triangle so the center crease that I did with the iron is aligned with the center crease on my template. Using any pen or pencil, it really matters not, because you're going to stitch on these lines. We're going to draw a line either side of the triangle. Okay, I've just done that one the wrong way up, which was a bit silly because I had the one in front of me. Why did I do it in a biro? Think before you actually do this.
All right. It's a friction...
A friction pen would have been ideal, right? So just imagine those lines aren't there.
Yeah. Okay.
It's in the book.
Oh, it's in the book.
Right. What I'm going to do now is I take the 3, these 2 are marked correctly, and put them right sides with another one. You need only draw on 3 of them. Don't draw on all of them. It's a complete and utter waste of time. I'm going to sew the right-hand side of that triangle, just down those lines. So needle will go in the middle, start on the very point of the triangle, and stitch down the pencil line. Ideally, you want to get your seams all lined up in the middle there. Stitch down the pencil line. When you get to the bottom, it will pay you to go backwards and forwards just to tie the stitches off. Right, let's take the next one. Let's see if we can get this one the right way round. Blue to blue, blue to blue. If I get the one the right way round. No one can have to undo that one. Paola, why don't you talk when I sort myself out?
I'll talk. I will give a reminder of the different options we have got, because the purple, it's now limited stock. If you wanted to go for this collection, you need to check out your baskets now. Of course, it is £19.99. Well, 6 fat quarters in total, 5 of them printed, and then of course the plain solid in here, which you know, is hanging on by a thread, literally, as the collection is as well. So if you want yours, do check out your baskets. The purple is approaching limited stock. Oh, no, it's a limited stock out there. Then, of course, we have got the green option that is still available. Of course, it is with those beautiful, beautiful prints as well. If you want something really vibrant and kind of wakes you up in the morning, this is, I mean, can you imagine a quilt or a wall hanging with these colors right when you wake up and you have got that beautiful vibrancy in there, or cushions in the house as well. You don't have to use that much of fabric. Yes, of course.
Give you this bag, throw that bag to you.
Yes, thank you.
Because that bag was made with that collection of fat quarters.
That is lovely. I love that.
Now, if you open the bag out,
yes,
and open that, you'll see it expands and becomes a much bigger bag.
And I like that. I like a bag that becomes bigger, because then you can put more stuff. We can put more books. You can put more, useless stuff that we used to carry around, like makeup and things like that. And food, of course. Look at that. It's such a clever idea. I love this. Love this one.
If people would like to know, I demonstrated it on the 12 o'clock show. It comes from a book called Stitch Bits.
Stitch Bits.
Which you have to say very carefully.
Yeah. Oh, right. Now, that is fabulous. That is absolutely fabulous. I love this. Can I stand here and play with this bag? Because it's just like
but it came from that bundle. That's all I had. I just had those fat quarters and did that.
I'll not stand here, but I will stand over there and play with this bag. That's what I will do. Anyway, if you want the beautiful fabrics from the Odile, make sure to check out your baskets. And of course, the blue option is the last option that you have got available. Remember, the purple is limited stock, and the blue one also very popular with these beautiful reds. Well, reds and purples coming through, but of course the undertones of the blues with a solid fat portrait of blue. Now it will be dispatched from the 5th of October. 550-978 is your item number. We have got about 15 minutes.
It won't take very long. Right, I have now stitched my circles together in 3 sets of 2 down one side and one side only, being a tad careful to get the blue and the blue and the green together. Okay, so just watch it. It is Sunday afternoon. I have been here for seemingly days.
Oh, it's like us all. You know?
Having joined them down one side, then take the other side and stitch that. This is why you only need draw down 1 triangle rather than 3 triangles, and stitch it to another one. So I'm going to stitch this line now to his friend, which doesn't have a mark on it. And this time I'll go from the outside to the inside. It's easier than starting on a thick wodge in the middle. So trying to keep the seams all nicely lined up. Proceed up the pencil line or the drawn line or whatever medium you use to put it there. Go to the center and pull it out. There's no real point in using a donkey at this stage. There we go. And just cut your threads off. Right, so I've now joined 4 of the circles together.
Okay. Oh, look at that.
Okay, let's just cut a couple of threads. So I'm just going to join the last 2 seams, and then you'll see what happens. That's where I sewed the wrong colours together, so let's pull the threads out. So now take this one.
Yeah.
Take his friend there, and I'm going to stitch down that drawn line, remembering to get the colours in the right order. It is a while since I did this. This is a book I wrote when lockdown started.
And this, of course, is in your Material Magic.
It's in the Material Magic
which you
book.
can find on the website, or you can find details here. So, well, actually, it's going to appear at the bottom of the screen. It's just $9.99, and of course, it's by our Jenny Raymond.
Well, you get it as a deal as well. You get Creative Tucks and Textures and the Material Magic if you want
You
it.
can get them for together. Of course, you can. Oh, I didn't know that.
Which is quite a good saving.
Well, this one, of course, Creative Tucks and Textures by Jenny, and of course, Material Magic. Both of them with a £6 saving, £18.94 would be what you were paying for both of them. And of course, the Creative Tucks and Textures is some of the techniques that you always wear as well.
I wear, yeah. It's me waistcoat came from the ideas in that book.
Fabulous.
Right, I'm just doing the last seam now. So again, starting on the outside edge and sewing up towards the middle. You might want to go backwards and forwards at the beginning. Be a bit careful when you go backwards and forwards. You actually do go backwards and forwards in the same place. If you've got a lock stitch on your sewing machine, that'll be a little stitch that looks a bit like a bullseye. It's very often worth using that and just locking the stitch. Right.
By the way, the purple option, I believe, is a technical sellout. So if you have it in your baskets and you check out right now, you will get it. Otherwise, you will miss out. This is a reminder to check out your baskets. If you have it in your baskets, you know they're out to refresh every 10 minutes. So make sure that you check out and you still will get it. They're gorgeous.
Right.
Back
now,
to you, Jenny.
If I take, I've got all these little flaps here. So if I take these flaps and open the flaps out, I can actually catch them down here and there with a small stitch by hand, maybe?
Ooh, yeah, maybe. Oh, by hand.
By hand, or I would actually do it on the machine using a very short stitch length, put an open toe on. I know it's the wrong foot, but it would give me vision, and I literally just sew across the gap. So you can now see we've got the second flower happening with the lime background, the little flower happening in the middle here, and there'll be something else that will occur in just a second. So anchor these down exactly where they touch, where I'm putting the pin in here, through all of the layers. You don't be wussy with it, stitch the whole thing down. And then when you stitch the whole thing down there, you will be able to then open out the other little bits, and that will reveal the other colour, the teal, will appear in the little holes here.
Oh.
And that's what happens when you go round, because you can open those bits, and that's how we get the effect we have there.
I see.
Because when you've done these little bits, you can also open the middly bits, and that brings you back to the geometric colour at the same time.
That is phenomenal. That is
So
just such-
it just literally is play. This has
It's
not been
play.
done as well as I'd like it to, because I need really a steam iron will be better. But it gives you the idea of, hey, come on, mix your solids, play with the patchwork. Circles are great. You can do all sorts of things. And then when you've had it with 60 degrees, there's no reason why you can't do exactly the same thing with 8 sections and have an 8-petaled flower.
Fabulous.
Alrighty?
That's incredible.
So, idea from Material Magic.
Well, grab the Material Magic if you want to. Of course, you have got a deal with a £6 saving when you go with Material Magic and Creative Tugs and Textures by Jenny. Details bottom of the screen. Remember now, the purple option now has gone from the Magic Country by Odile. Now we still have got the green and the blue options available. 5 fab courses that are beautiful, printed into the collection designed by Odile, and then the extra fat quarters, so making it 6 with the solid color that matches beautifully. Remember that they are dispatched from the 6th of October, but also they are American fat quarters. Now, I'm going to take in the bag with me because they are just gorgeous, aren't they? Now, of course, if you have missed out on the purple option, you still can get some of the fabrics onto the half meters. So maybe you have said, well, you really wanted those big borders in the pinks and purples. You have got those options available here. It is an amazing price. I'm such a bad presenter when I didn't even look at the price. I read it, but without going in sometimes. And then when I realized that it's actually 2 half-meter pieces, you say the price, you just, but then you're like, what? £13.98 for a meter of beautiful free spirit fabrics? That's amazing. And of course, it's 2 half meters that you are choosing, making it the full meter. That's my thinking. Now, of course, you have got not all the options because one has sold out from the purple collection, but you have got most of them available from the other collections as well. So then, of course, you can choose. Maybe you are thinking, I like maybe one from the purple and one from the blue collection. You can then create your own. £13.98 is your price. 850583 is your item number. Now, Jenny, we have got 9 minutes.
Right,
what are you going to show us?
I can show you that bag very quickly.
Yes.
Okay, right. To see the cutting out, look at the previous show. But that bag is made out of 6 60-degree hexagons. Sorry, 6 60-degree triangles. You take 3 of them and lay them out like a half hexagon, but be a bit careful to make certain that you've got the straight edge on the outside. Sew 3 together to make a half hexagon, as I have here. We have 3 together. Repeat with the other 3 half triangles, making a second half hexagon. And of course, you can reverse the colours. You can do what you like with the colours. These originally came on the bag that Paola has from a 12-inch strip. Once you've made up the outsides of the bag, the lining is exactly the same size. So simply lay it on a half metre of the solid and cut round the lining, or you could use a half metre of one of the prints. The way you make up the bag is you will need 2 bag handles. This bag can have handles, unlike the one on the previous show. And you'll want 2 tabs, because the bag has this magical way of reducing itself because of the tabs you add on the inside. So taking these 2 sections, put them right sides together, you sew round down this side, cross the bottom, up the other side. So to the sewing machine, down one side and back up the other. This is speed sewing because we've only got 9 minutes. It'd be quite nice if you match the seams up as you come down. I live in hope sometimes.
We have got 7 minutes left.
We've got 7 minutes, that's all right. All the way along the bottom here. Well, if I fail, it is on the previous show. Right along here. So speed sewing, right up the other side. So I'm sewing my 2 half hexagons together along all 3 sides, not the long edge. Right, when you've done that, take the lining, do the same thing to the lining, but leave a hole in the bottom of the lining. Top tip with the lining is to bring the seam at the bottom in by a small amount, because the lining's got to go inside the bag. So I would take the seam on the bottom of my lining, really sort of bigger than, a good 1/4 inch, 1/2 inch bigger than the outside fabric. Jump and leave a hole up the other side. Right, when you've done that, you'll need to make a couple of handles and 2 tabs. Let's go up there. Right, so we've got our lining and our bag. The lining's got a hole in down the bottom to turn it through. There we go. Handles. Turn the bag to the right side. Oh, I missed a bit there. Let's just do that little bit. Shouldn't more speed, less haste, or whatever it is. More haste, less speed. It is Sunday afternoon. You're all sitting there in front of the telly, I think, just watching it, enjoying a cup of tea.
Exactly.
Oh,
yeah.
for a cup of tea.
Feet up, you know, having a lovely
That's
time.
right. Turn it right side out. Take the handles, add one handle to one side, one handle to the other side. And you want to put the handles at about 2/3 or thirds along. One in the middle of these triangles would work quite well. So let's put a handle on. One handle on one side. Just keep on sewing all the way round. This is easy. Take the other end of the handle. Make sure you get the right sides of the handle to the right side of the bag. In addition to adding the handles, I'm putting a tab on the corners. So a little tab on the corner, and the tab goes on the outside. These are enormous tabs for the relative size of the bag. Your tabs need to be big enough to either have a D-ring or something of that nature, or some hook and loop fastener on it. Another handle here. Another handle there. It's also quite a good idea if your handles are at the same placement on either side of the bag. Feels a bit funny, and also the same length. Having been known to make bags with handles not quite the same length, does feel a bit strange in the hand. There we go. And
They do sometimes.
That's it. Okay, right, send the tab on, send the handles on. Take that. So we've got handles, tabs, outside of bag, inside of bag.
Well, we have got 5 minutes, so I think you're going to do it.
I can slow down.
Oh,
dear.
You are like such a magician with
Yes, but
fabric.
I'm not doing it terribly well.
Well, sometimes doing it is better than doing terribly well.
Yes, right. So, okay, drop it into the lining and line up the lining on the corners of the bag. And ideally, you want your seams pressed open and flat. And ditto around the other side. It's always quite nice when the lining fits. It's a bit of a pain when it doesn't. And then all I need to do then is to sew round the top of the bag, because in case you've forgotten, the hole for turning it through is in the bottom of the lining. Okay. Right, underneath the presser foot. When you come to sew around the top of the bag, always do a slightly bigger seam than the seam you took when you stitched the handles in. Particularly if you stitched your handles in really firmly and you've gone backwards and forwards several times. That's it, over the lumpy bumpy bit there. And of course, if you make it bigger, it's slightly easier to sew. But I haven't got much of these fabrics left, and I just like using them. Right, up to the next corner, we're nearly there.
We're nearly there. We have got about less than 3 minutes about.
Fancy. You know, she cracks the whip, this lass. She might not be enormously tall, but boy, does she crack the whip.
Yes.
Get a move on, Raymond, she says.
Come on, oh
Get
yes.
a move on, come
I'm
on,
a
woman.
hard smash
Right,
there.
turn it through the hole in the lining, which of course you will stitch up at some point in time. I'd rather hazard a guess that the bag that Paola had hasn't got the lining hole stitched up.
Oh.
I leave it there.
The size. I mean, this is the normal size. This is the Paola size that Jenny is making. But you can see the beautiful fabrics they sing in this fabric. They absolutely
They really do sing.
They really do sing.
That's
and
it.
Oh, I love that bag. That's just, you know, I could wear a weekend clothes for that.
Yes, you could do.
Absolutely.
Yes. Okay, so basically it's half a hexagon. Now, the bits on the sides here will then pull in to pull the bag inwards, and that's what gives it its distinctive shape.
Cutest thing ever. I love that. But could I, if you put it, leave it here, can I just put it beside it? Because this is one of the reasons I think this collection is so great, is because the prints, yes, they sink in the larger size, but look how beautifully they look into the smaller size.
Yes. Not a problem.
It's just fine for me. That's just like, I can have a change of clothes here. I can put my phone, and I can put my credit card.
That's right.
My lipstick, my mascara.
Yes. And all you need to do is put some form of connection between those two tabs. You could put a bit of hook and loop fastener on it. Get your words out straight, Jennifer. What it does need is a jolly good press and top stitching around the bag. But if you wouldn't mind, would you mind looking in the bottom of mine and seeing whether I did stitch the bottom up? I suspect I didn't.
Yeah, you did not.
I didn't. No, you see, I often give bags away and say you have to do your own homework and sew your bottom up.
But that's nice. But that's nice to do a little bit of homework, because that means that then we get to practice what you teach, and that is very important to learn.
Too idle to sew the bottom up.
Exactly. Thank you so much, Jenny. It's always not only a pleasure, but it's actually an experience to have you here. It's just so wonderful. It brings so much excitement, so much knowledge, and so many different techniques that is well second to none, and it is a pleasure, as I mentioned. When are you next?
I'm here on Thursday. I've got two completely different shows. I have some Christmas fabric in the morning, and the fabric has yet to arrive at my house, and I'm not going home till Tuesday night. So Wednesday is going to be head down sewing.
All right.
And also
What
got
time?
templates. I think I'm 7 and 10 and 2 and 5.
I think I'm at 7 a.m. I think it's me.
We're back again.
I hope it is me. If not, I will push whoever is presenting that hour.
No, because I like you all, you see.
Oh, I thought that
you
was
could
your
all
favorite.
come and present.
You tell Jenny, you told me I was your favorite.
Oh, well, I was probably just buttering you up.
Oh, indeed you were. I mean, that's me told. I love you, Jenny. Anyway, do check out your basket. Jenny is phenomenal, but also the fabrics are phenomenal. They are full of life, like Jenny herself. And if you want a piece of those fabulous fabrics to kind of bring light and color and vibrancy and shape, do make sure to check out your baskets. And don't forget, the one-day special is still available, that Into the Woods by Katrinka. The details are at the bottom of the screen if you want to go that for those ones. And remember, it's 16 fat courses in there. Right, remember to check out your baskets. I'll leave you in the capable hands of Hayley, and I'll see you Wednesday bright and early, but stay tuned. We have got the Soap Loaf Company after the break. Keep tuned. Oh, it smells beautifully. And then a brand new one-day special. Else is back. Elizabeth Craft Designs, brand new and then day special.
Hello, my name's Stuart and I'm the Managing Director of Oakwood Archer. Oakwood Archer is a family-run business, and my son and my daughter work very hard with me to bring the best craft items to you in the UK. We specialise in high-quality items brought into the UK from all over the world, including brands like Kaisercraft, Stampendous and Impression Obsession. Our products include stamps, dies, papers, buttons, trimmings, ribbons and album making kits. Just about everything you need to be a good crafter.
Hi, I'm John Lockwood from John Next Door and Crafts 2. My crafting journey's taken me through all different types of crafting, from stamping and die cutting to colouring and inking, and loads of different things. I really find that this partnership is extremely strong and helps me bring out the best of my products and all the other products within the Crafts 2 stable and the ones that I design.
William Morris is best known as the 19th century's most celebrated designer and a key figure in the arts and crafts movement. I will be bringing you a wide selection of printed fabrics from the archives of William Morris at fantastic prices.
Hi, I'm Julie. And I'm Paula. And together we are Julie Hickey Designs. We formed our partnership after many years of friendship, after both of us being in the craft industry for well over 20 years. The thing I love to do most is to share my ideas, hints and tips with you, the viewers, so I can inspire you to pick up a stamp and get creating.
and welcome back. Oh my goodness, I am really looking forward to this hour because we've got a type of craft that it's kind of sort of watched from afar. I've seen a kind of creating your own soaps and your own cosmetics, but never actually delved into it. So I'm certainly going to be enjoying this hour and hopefully learning a lot. And we've got fabulous Natasha joining me from the Soap Loaf Company. Natasha, welcome.
Hello, thank you. Great to be back.
I say welcome, but you've already been with us for a show towards the end of August.
Yes.
But for myself, it's first time working with you, and I know some of our viewers may not have come across you before. So would you mind telling us a little bit about you and your company?
Yeah, sure. Well, the Soap Loaf Company was founded originally quite a few years ago, back in 2012. And that was simply just a part-time, on-the-side kind of business that was a hobby,
Fabulous.
if you like. It was a strong interest in soap crafting and where soap comes from and how to make it. So I learnt more about it by becoming a soap reseller, and then decided 5 years ago, officially, to go all in with and expand the business and full time.
And you've gone from strength to strength.
Yes, we got our first shop in Sheffield, lovely little soap shop in Sheffield, 5 years ago now, just over 5 years ago, and it's really grown really well.
And multi-award winning. I've got some fabulous. I don't know if you can see our little display that we've got in the corner here. Some wonderful awards already for 2021. And you've heard recently that you're in the finals for another one, I believe.
Yes, it was only announced on Friday, but I'm officially a finalist for the Women in Business Awards for this year as well, so that's been really encouraging. So fingers crossed, we'll find out in November if we actually win it.
Well, the best of luck from us all here at the craft store. Now, I have to say, we have got the most incredible array of different products to share with you. Things that I didn't even know you could make yourself. Now, making them yourselves, I suppose you've got more control about what goes into these and kind of creating things that are best for you.
Yes. People are a lot more interested in what goes into their products, just as well as people are a lot more wanting to be more aware of what goes into their food. It's exactly the same with cosmetics and skincare as well. This is a way of allowing you to create your own products, because you can't always find the right shades that you want of things, the right consistencies, the right content you want of a specific cosmetic or toiletry product. So this gives you an opportunity to be able to create your unique personal product.
I love it. And talk about personalisation. Who'd have ever thought that you could make your own lipstick? Now, this is a deluxe kit. So you have got so many beautiful things that you're going to be able to create with you. I can't wait to show you this. You've got an instructional workshop with this one. If you're wanting to go for this one, then your details are on your screen. If you'd rather work alone and not get involved in, and it is an interactive workshop, so it's something that's done over the internet, and you will connect with Natasha, spend a whole hour with her, and she will take you through not only creating your fabulous lipstick, but also lots of knowledge, lots of interest, and lots of questions if you've got them to ask. That's the perfect way to do it. Now, you've got two different styles with regard to how your canister will come. If that's, I don't even know what it's called.
Just a lipstick container.
It's brilliant because what you've got, these are so beautiful. I mean, the lipstick container is such an elegant look. I mean, look at this. You're looking at something that looks like it's come from a high-end department store. So you've got your navy, you've also got your pink, and basically you've got your lipstick there. So you're going to get one or the other, a bit of a lucky dip, and then of course you've got your lipstick there, which operates in the same way as a lipstick works. But this one is missing something. But you've got your mould within your kit that will enable you to make your own unique lipstick. Doesn't that look stylish? Absolutely beautiful. All comes beautifully packaged, so if you are thinking of giving it as a gift for somebody, then that is absolutely perfect. And you've got all the elements in here. So what sort of things have we got in here, Natasha?
Okay, so you'll get a selection of different colourings. So these are iron oxide mica powders.
Oh, they're down at the front, yes.
Yep, this is what goes into every wax or oil or butter-based product, because water-based colourings won't blend, so it has to be a powder-based colour.
Okay.
So iron oxide minerals, and don't be alarmed by the selection of pretty crazy colours that are in there to start off with, but these will form the base of making up those little tweaks that you're going to build that shade that you want for your final finished product.
I don't think I've worn green lipstick since the 80s, I have to say. So, yes, you're going to get a nice little mix with regards to these that you're going to be working with. That blue you can see featuring in here as well. So, nice little mix of colours there. Then you've got your pipette. You've also got these little bottles here as well. So, the little bots that we've got here, what are these little bottles that we've got?
So, these are your main base ingredients.
Okay.
So, you've got your little packet of your candelilla wax. So, most of these products are usually Carnauba wax or beeswax based, usually beeswax based.
Okay.
And we are a completely vegan friendly company.
the variation,
We use the plant-based option, which is the candelilla wax, which is the next nearest texture you can get to replace the beeswax. And being a vegan-friendly company, it also reinforces that cruelty-free ethos that a lot of customers kind of need that reassurance and support with sometimes when they're looking for the right cosmetic products. So you use your base for candelilla wax, and then the different oils here are used then to soften the texture of that wax down, melt it all together, pop your colours into your chosen shade, and then pour it into your mould, wait for it to set. It's really that easy.
I love it. I can't wait to see it in action. Now, we are going to see a demonstration with this kit. It takes around 15 minutes or so for it to set. So I'm going to give you all the details again, and we'll have another little chat, and then we'll get this demonstration so you can see exactly what goes on. Now, everything comes in a fabulous box. So the box, again's got the signage. Oh, dear me. There's me clutter fingers knocking everything over. You've got everything within your kit, obviously, when you're working with this one. So the beauty is everything is there ready for you to work with. So you've got it all there. You've got your tuition, which is included obviously within your kit, as you can see there, £32.99. It does actually come with an instruction leaflet as well. So if you do want to go it alone, you can do. So the details on your screen are for the exact same kit with all the different components in there, but this time you've not got the interactive workshop alongside it. So 217-262 if you're wanting to get hold of yours. I just need to retrieve what I've knocked over. But there you go. You've got the navy version there of that fabulous lipstick holder there, and absolutely beautiful it is too as well. So while we reset everything here that I've knocked over, they should have warned you about me, Natasha. I'm a bit klutzy when it comes to working with these things. Now, non-workshop option with regards to solid deodorant, which is the next kit that I'm going to share with you. And again, this is something that you can create from scratch, creating it to your own personal taste, and again, a very clever idea. I didn't even know that this was something that you could do.
Yes, well, we have actually won one of the awards for this particular product.
Oh, okay.
For the Global Green Beauty Awards for the most innovative green product. And we have been the first working workshop in the UK to introduce the completely biodegradable paper containers there as well.
It's kind of this container that is a really clever idea, because obviously it's going to operate in a similar sort of way. You've got obviously your recess there where your deodorant is going to go. It's kind of like a push-up idea with regards to that, your little cap on the top there. So that is what you're going to be creating. Obviously it's going to go into the content there. But again, the ingredients, very important.
Yes, and of course, when you have finished using your product, with that being a biodegradable container, it's no carbon footprint. It's waste-free. It's a waste-free product. So that's been the thought behind that. But again, you've got your candelilla wax base because there's no beeswax. Then you've got your other active ingredients in there that are used for, particular functions like odoritors. Of course, you need a bit of that in deodorant.
Oh, definitely.
And moisture, for absorbing moisture blockers. Yes. Obviously, that's the main function of a deodorant. So, and something to keep that skin soft and form those extra moisture barriers as well without staining the skin. Now, most of these particular ready-made products that you can get on the market contain what's called a sodium bicarbonate.
Okay.
And that it is quite a useful ingredient. However, it can give a little bit of yellowing or staining to the skin. And a lot of people don't mind that because it's the area of skin under the arm. However, to avoid that, we use a much more gentle but still just as effective combination of ingredients, which are the magnesium flakes with the kaolin clay.
Right.
Okay. And when the body comes into contact with higher levels of magnesium, it has a more relaxing effect as well. So it's a win-win.
I love it. There you go. So if you fancy getting hold of your kit, I told you she knew her stuff, didn't I? And you're going to be able to learn all of this, of course, if you go for one of these kits that's got that interactive tuition as well. So this particular one is available with or without. So we're bringing the details up now for that instructional workshop. It's interactive. It's a time when you'll be able to sit with the lovely Natasha and work through creating your own deodorant stick, which I think is a fabulous idea. And this might be something that might be nice if you're wanting to create maybe a lipstick, you're thinking maybe for certain members of your family, and maybe deodorants for other. I think this is a brilliant idea, and the details are on your screen, so if you're wanting to get involved, then you can do. Pop that one into your basket. It's 969 857 if you're wanting to get hold of that one. Now, what about bath fizzers? Oh, now this is a really good idea, because this is kind of giving you that whole experience where you can really kind of relax and enjoy, and that's what we've got with this kit. And it's kind of reinventing the bath bomb, I guess, with this one.
Yes, what a lot of people don't seem to understand is when you get a bath bomb that hasn't got any extra nasties in it, when it's nice and natural, just nice and plain, you don't have to just use it in the bath.
Okay.
You can just simply fizz it up in any warm water.
Okay.
So you can throw it in the shower and use that as a spa type experience for all the fragrance that's infused into the steam as you're in there.
Yeah.
Even as a toilet freshener in emergencies.
Oh, okay.
Or simply if you've run out of room spray and you've got guests coming over and right, I'll just grab one of those, chuck it in the sink, and it'll make the whole room smell lovely.
So fabulous idea. So there you go. Again, within this kit, very comprehensive kit, very affordable at $14.99 as well. So what do we get in here?
Okay, so this has actually been one of the longest kits to properly perfect in development. That's because there are, as you may know, other bath bomb kits out there on the market. Right. But what we found within our research, consumer research, whilst developing this, was a lot of those particular kits that you get, just on the high street, they don't tend to have great end results.
Okay.
Because with the instructions, everybody interprets instructions differently.
Fair point.
Don't they? Mm-hmm. They read things with just slightly different meanings, little tweaks here and there, and it doesn't always have the absolute bang-on result that you're looking for at the end.
Right.
Okay? So with this particular kit, you've got the flexible moulds, nice and easy,
which are brilliant because you've got different shapes of those. You've got your heart, you've got your flower, and that fabulous little square case. They almost look like little cupcakes, but are they made of silicone?
Yes, they are. So they're completely reusable. You can hang on to these as well, and get some refill packs and just keep using them, keep making.
Talking of refill kits, we have got some refill kits available. So if you did see the show previously, you'll find those on the website. So you've got those there. We've got all these fabulous bottles lined up. What are these?
Okay, so you've got a selection of different fragrances and colours in there, so your choice of fragrance that you can also blend if you want to. So take the lids off the top, smell them together. If you like the sound of blackberry jam and vanilla together, like blackberry jam pudding and custard, but in a bath bomb, then you can create that. So you'll get a selection of lots of different ones. It will be a lucky dip of which ones you get, but they're all always of really good quality and really interesting and fun fragrances that you'll get.
I love it. So you're going to get those included as well. Naturally, you're going to get the elements that are going to all come together. Obviously, we've touched on some of those previously, but the larger packets, what have we got in these?
Okay, so that forms the main base of the bath bomb.
Okay.
So everything that goes into a bath bomb that fizz and floats is a sodium bicarbonate, as we know, and a citric acid. So we use a 50-50 blend of those two, so that it has a nice fizzing action and a nice floating action as well. So that if you do put colouring in there, then it disperses the colour on the surface where you can see it, instead of sinking right to the bottom, dropping like a stone, and then you can't see it.
Getting the right formulation of
That's
everything
right.
to come together, very important. £14.99 for all of that. That is amazing. So the contents that we've got in here, could you estimate how many different bath fizzers we could make with these?
3.
Oh, okay.
That's
So
why you've
one
got
of
3
each of
moulds.
those.
Yeah, that's why you've got 3 moulds. As long as you're weighing out the 2 halves of the main ingredients, half and half, exactly 50-50, then you can make them one at a time with different colours, different fragrances for each. Or you can just chuck both packs straight in, put all your colouring, all your fragrances in, and make all the 3 at once.
But then, of course, don't forget you've got the moulds that you can go and use when you actually add in an additional pack of these. So if you fancy getting hold of this one, then the details are there, 899-425. Do pop that one into your basket. That is almost a nice little one to treat yourself to. So if any of the others you're buying as kits, why not pop a little treat in for yourself as well? Now, we have got even more to share with you with regards to working with the bath bombs, and this is huge. You have got the most incredible kit. So as we're walking over and have a little look at this particular set here, you have got lots of content in here. This looks like a real good fun kit.
Yeah, so this is a bath bomb experience set. So it's a bath bomb gift set with a real difference. And the basis of around cosmetic craft is to furnish the customer with lots of information, where things come from, and again, what's going into your product. But if you don't fancy having a go at making them, then you can get the ready-made ones, as you can see over there.
Amazing.
And there's information cards in there to tell you what everything is, where the contents of most of the ingredients comes from, what they are, what they do and why. And even better solution to that, they are actually on little stickers.
Oh,
so you can then peel those little information cards off, put them in your project books, put them in your scrapbooks, recipe books, whatever you're working with at the time, and keep them forever.
I love that. And you've got all sorts in here. So information card about your shower steamers you've got with that particular one there. You've got information about candula, as you can see with this particular one. And on this one, it's all about your marbles, your bath marbles. Lots of information, which is lovely if you are kind of putting these as little gifts and you've got your stickers there as well. You could separate them up. Or like you say, if you're putting them into like a little journal or something like that. Brilliant idea. Beautifully boxed up as well, so if you're giving it as a gift as well. And it kind of gives that natural feel, the way that you've chosen the packaging that you have chosen, I have to say. You can see you've got your smaller marbles there, as you can see. You've also got, toffee apple, I believe, in there. Fabulous. Yes. That sounds like a good one to use, doesn't it? And then obviously you've got your larger bath bombs, your circular ones there, and your cubes as well. And those are your steamers as well. So of course the beauty is that with regards to all of these different elements, you're going to be able to create a beautiful sensation, and again at a very affordable price, just £29.99 if you're liking the look of this one. 918874. Now just a couple of little items that I need to share with you before we start making that lipstick, because we need to make sure we've got time for it to set. So very quickly, let me share some more items with you as well. So the details are already up on the screen. So this is if you're wanting to create your soaps. Now you may well have come across this kit previously, because this kit is one of the kits that we saw the last time that Natasha was here, and it is a brilliant one because you've got those fragrances of lavender. I mean, lavender, straight away I start relaxing when I hear the word lavender, because that's one of the essences, isn't it, that kind of gives you that relaxation sensation.
Yes, it's always been, it's one of the old traditional favourites for being well known as a relaxant, calming, and so it's really, really popular. For the first loaf kit that we were going to develop was going to be one of the favourites that everyone was going to want to use.
I love it. So there you go. Again, you're going to be able to create your 600 kilograms, 600 grams. That would be a big loaf, wouldn't it? 600 kilograms. You'd be lucky to get that one in the bath. You can see, obviously, you've got your boxes there with regards to making these. We've got 2 of those included within the kit.
Well, it's actually, you can just use 1 if you're feeling really brave, but we put 2 in order, because we're looking for things that have the lowest carbon footprints, and these are disposable ones to keep the cost down. Because if you have your huge silicone moulds or big plastic moulds for this one, then it's going to be really expensive to have that size mould included. So we've got the most eco-friendly and cost-friendly solution. So 2 there, just to give that extra little bit of reinforcement to make sure that it's definitely going to hold properly. But we do know that 1 does work okay, but it's just to have that reassurance.
Belts and braces, as they say.
Yes.
Just to be sure. So if you fancy that kit, then the details are there on your screen. But at the bottom of your screen, you have got the ability for you to get your refill kits. So these are where you are going to be able to get your bases. So with regards to these, we've got 2 different options. You've got your clear or your opaque. Depends on that final result that you're looking at. These are pretty weighty. 800 grams in each one of these. They're both on the same item number, so you could quite easily go for both of them if you wanted to, with no additional post and packing. Very affordable at £9.99. And 629921 is that all-important item number should you want to take advantage. But I don't know about you, but I'm intrigued. How do we create our own lipstick? Over to you, Natasha.
Right then, so the best place to start is with the all-important colour, isn't it? So we're going to have a little look at the colourings that we've got here with these mica powders, so iron oxide mineral powders. So we've got a brown, we've got a dark pink and a lighter, sort of more fuchsia type pink, a little bit of gold and a green colour there. So it's always better to start off light, and then you can always tone it down and make the colour brighter and stronger as you're developing the shade.
Fabulous.
Okay, so we're going to start off with a pale pink, just as a base there. So these are all reseal packs as well, and it tells you on the front of each one what exactly they are. Now you've got your little wooden mixing sticks, again eco-friendly, as waste-free as possible.
Go looking for them.
So it's always best to mix this on a separate little, little tray or plate or something, so that you can see the colour nice and clearly of what's going to go into your lipstick. So we're going to have this pink based.
Fabulous.
Okay, so you see that's quite a nice flamingo pink there to start with. So we're going to tone that down a little bit. I'm looking for a more of a nude kind of colour. Okay, we're coming into the more autumn and colder months now, the autumn season. So I'm going to take a pinch of the brown. The brown is very, very dark and very strong, so it's always best to just build it up a little bit at a time of adding very, very small amounts.
Okay.
So I'm just going to take just a small amount of that.
So any information with regards to how to get that colour right? For anybody that's not sure about kind of how colours work together and the result that you get when you mix two together?
Okay, well, if you just remember, start light and just add tiny amounts at a time, build it up slowly.
Okay, fabulous, good advice.
So we're just going to give that a little mix together, because I'm looking for a kind of a nude colour, like a browny pink. So we'll see, you can see that that's toned it down.
It has,
very, very
hasn't it?
quickly.
Gosh, yeah. Surprising how quick it's changed from that quite a bold pink.
So, and I just want to take that down a little bit more, because it's not quite dark enough for what I'm looking for.
So again, just use the little spatulas again.
Yeah, whoops.
It's fascinating, isn't it? I love it. Now, don't forget, with this particular kit, obviously you've got your two different ways of getting hold of this one. You can go for your kit as it is, with the details on your screen, or you have got the ability to get your kind of tuition, your class, your whole experience as part of that kit as well. Details of which are at the bottom of the screen. That's where you've got your interactive kind of possibilities of doing your workshop. And don't forget, when you're actually getting your kit, you will get your little lipstick canister. Very, very stylish, two different styles. So you've got your navy one that I've got here, and you can see that gorgeous gold tone in there, or it might be the beautiful pink one that we've got on our little display here. They come with fabulous little tassels as well, so it depends on which one you get, it depends on the style of tassel, but to be honest, whichever, they are absolutely gorgeous, and they are a sign of quality with these, very classy. People will be intrigued when they see you actually putting this lipstick on from this little canister here, as to where you got it from, and to be able to turn around and actually say, well, it's actually lipstick that I made is going to be fabulous, isn't it? Oh, look at this colour.
Okay, so I've actually added a very small amount of the gold now, okay, just because I want to warm it through now. So I don't want that really bold, bright pink that we started with, if you remember how bright and garish that was.
Yeah.
Then we just wanted to warm that through and give it a nice golden tone. Okay. So that's what that one's got now. Okay, so that would be enough now to give you a shiny, glossy, smooth, silky with a tint.
Ooh, okay.
For that amount. So I've used, you know, about a quarter from what's in each pack.
Okay.
So if you want more of a full-on, solid matte effect, but still just a silky to be able to apply, then you then pick out your three colours that you've just discovered that work together nicely, that you want, and add it all.
Lovely. So the whole of the pack?
Yes.
Okay,
yes.
that makes it nice and easy.
Okay, so just going to make it a little bit stronger.
If you want it more translucent, you don't use the entire pack, but if you wanted to use it as more of a solid colour, then go in full with those
That's
those
right,
packs.
yes.
Brilliant. That's easy enough, isn't it?
Okay, so that's the finished colour and the amount that we've got there.
Fabulous.
So I'm just going to put that to one side for a moment while we then make the base.
Okay.
Okay, so got a nice little trendy wooden bowl there. So we've got all our candelilla wax to start with, so you need to add all of that. So that's gone straight in there.
Wonderful.
And then we've got our 3 oils. So the first one is a castor oil.
Okay.
So that is simply to soften the wax.
Okay,
so
lovely.
for when it's all melted down together.
And do you need to consider the type of bowl that you're working with? You've got a wooden bowl, could you use plastic, could you use glass?
I wouldn't recommend using plastic.
Okay.
Something that's heat resistant, or a little, even like, you know, those little ramekin things that you use for the oven.
Right.
They're really useful, or a cup, a mug.
Could you utilise perhaps one of the little silicone cups that you've got from the, was it the soap kit that we were looking at earlier on?
Oh, right, yes. Well, don't forget that this is going to be going into the microwave and heating up quite heavily.
Right.
Okay, so bear in mind, use a container that's going to be able to withstand that heat in the
Fair
microwave.
enough.
Okay, so just for speed and convenience, we use these wooden ones so that it keeps everything melted for longer.
Okay.
Basically.
Yeah, wood can retain the heat, can't it? So
That's
it kind of
right.
gives you a bit of a longer working time.
So, because waxes, and when you're melting waxes down, then some of you, obviously you'll know that if you make candles,
Yes.
when you're melting waxes down, it tends to want to set very quickly as soon as you take it away from the heat.
Yeah.
So again, that's why we personally use these wooden bowls.
Fabulous, good advice.
Okay, so I think we've got all the... castor oil is really gloopy, isn't it? It can take a little while to get everything out there.
This is where I always get mixed up with my viscous and non-viscous, because one's thick and kind of gloopy, isn't it? One isn't. But either way, so you're going to use the whole of that little bottle?
Yes, I've got all of that there. I've got the rest of that now. Brilliant.
Wonderful.
Right. So now we have two really important ingredients and oils that you will find in real premium lipsticks that you get on High Street. Okay, so if you like, your top brand names in your department stores kind of lipsticks, then you might be familiar with something called jojoba oil.
Oh, I've heard of that, yeah.
Okay, so jojoba oil is really, really good for balancing patchy skin, super good at moisturising, keeps the lips nice and plumped as well, and a little bit anti-aging as well, so it stops those lines forming as well. Yeah. So you can choose to add that to your lipstick if you want to.
Okay.
It'll also make it nice and glossy and have a nice smooth application when you use it.
Wonderful.
Okay, so if you want that to be super silky, then again, use the whole bottle.
Okay.
I'm going to go for sort of a mid-range kind of effect for this one. I don't want it too thin. 8, 9, 10.
Wonderful.
So, yep. Just going to go for 2 mils of that. So that's half of the bottle.
Okay.
For that one. And again, if you've got some left over, you can always save it to use on your face on another, another time.
Yeah, don't throw anything away.
There we go, you've got your own little facial oil there as well then, if you've got some left over. So right, the almond oil, that's very, very similar in what it does, but it's not so good at balancing out patchy skin. That's what the jojoba is really good at, okay? So this gives a nice glossy finish, basically, an extra moisturisation. It's full of vitamins A and E as well, which are good for repairing the skin and keeping it nice and strong.
Wonderful.
So I'm going to go for most of that one, I think.
And that one's almond oil.
Yes,
Lovely.
that's an almond oil. Again, if you know that you're no good with almond oil and you like to stay away from it, like with allergies or anything like that,
yeah, of course, yeah.
then you can just choose to use all of the jojoba oil and all of the castor oil. That will do the job just as well.
So you don't necessarily need to put it in.
No, it's just deciding, and everything's explained on the instructions as well, but it's just deciding what you want your product to do.
Yes, that's complete control, isn't it?
There we go. I'll do that. Okay, so now we've got this, we need to get the colouring in there now.
So again, adding in that personally blended colour to your own specification. Again, don't forget everything that Natasha's working with, the obviously the exclusion of the plate and also the bowl. You have got all that you need. So you've got your spatula, you've got all the different little oils, the mica powders in there, giving you the ability to personally mix your own colour. And then, of course, you've got your holder. So the holder is going to allow you to put your kind of, I think they call it like a lipstick bullet, don't they, the actual shape of it. But you have got a little silicone mould that I'm guessing, as it progresses, will actually be put into there. But what a gorgeous colour already.
Okay, so now it's all blended together. We can now see. Now, be aware that once that wax and everything has been melted down, the colour is going to dilute slightly.
Okay.
Because the wax is then going to, obviously, become part of the mixture.
Yes.
Okay. So it'll dilute slightly, so be prepared to let it fade off.
Okay.
So maybe go for something a little bit stronger,
Yes.
colour-wise, if you're looking for that really solid colour.
Right. That's good. Again, brilliant advice.
Okay, so now this will be ready to put into the microwave, but before that we need to make sure that the mould is set up correctly, okay, so that it can go straight into the mould to set.
So you need to have everything ready, because as you said, as soon as you take it out to take the heat source away, I guess it will start setting, so you don't want it to start that process.
That's right. So these again are the properly professional lipstick moulds as well for individual products. So you've got your stand there. And the mould, again, all this is reusable. So once you know how to make it, then you can keep it forever and keep using it forever.
Oh wow!
Right. So then the ring goes on the top of the mould like that, and then it all goes.
I thought that was a little stand for your lipstick to sit in.
No, it all goes in the stand like that. Now the trick to the ring on top of the mould is that you fill it up right to the top of the ring, you see, which you'll see in a moment.
Okay.
And that'll allow us to be able to take the lipstick once it's set out of the mould a lot easier.
Okay.
So I'm going to pop that into the microwave now and melt that down.
So the bullet that you've got from a lipstick, is that pretty much a standard size? I'm just thinking, if you've got lipsticks that you perhaps want to recycle the packaging, could you actually use a lipstick holder that you've already got as well?
Yes, you can.
Ooh, okay.
You can do that in our workshops as well. We can do lipstick refill, where once you've used all your favourite lipstick up, but you know maybe it's going to hit you hard in the pocket a little bit. You've had a lot of bills to pay lately, and you're not going to buy it just yet. You're not going to treat yourself just yet, but you want to try and keep hold of it. Then you can bring it down to our workshop down in Sheffield, or send it across to us, and we'll do an interactive workshop with you.
Oh, right.
Yes, to be able to make a refill, so you can then match the colour that you've already got as well,
that's brilliant
and
to
keep
do.
your favourite brand lipstick container.
I love it. And that's it really useful, because quite often when you are working with it, you've got a lipstick, you kind of get to the point where you've got still some left in there, but you can't quite get to it. So I love that idea.
Right. So let's have a little check on this. So we need to make sure that all those. That's it. Will give me a microwave that's got a really loud ping on it, won't you?
Yes.
Okay, so that's had. Only about 15 seconds, so it heats up really quickly.
Gosh,
the
it doesn't
oils
take long,
then
no.
allow it to do that, and because it's extra hot with this particularly wooden bowl, you'll see that it's even bubbling because it's retaining that heat.
Yes.
It's not cooling down yet because it's a wooden bowl.
So be mindful that you're working with a hot liquid at this stage.
Yes. Okay. So you've got 2 pipettes. Now, the reason for that is a mistake that some people make is they press it down really hard into the bottom of the mixing bowl, the mixing container that they're using, and end up melting the end.
Oh yes, of course.
Okay,
yeah.
it is possible. It is possible. So you just need to be gentle with it.
Okay.
And not fill it all the way to the top, because if you fill it right to the top, then it's going to cool down really fast and set and get stuck.
Okay.
So quickly and carefully, with halfway up. Fill up the container.
Don't try to fill it up in one go. Just take little bits and keep topping it up.
That's right.
It looks like a gorgeous colour, and you can see it actually in the silicone mould just underneath the holder there where it's sitting, and as it's filling up. Oh, there
right
you go.
To the top. Okay, so we've actually got lots left over in that as well, because I decided to put those extra oils in there.
Okay.
So we've got quite a bit left over. So if you've got an empty lipstick container or a little, even a little bottle top,
Well,
they're good.
I always keep little tiny. Sometimes you get testers of cosmetics and things, and little kind of, or even travel little kind of containers.
Yeah.
I'm guessing if you wanted, you could pop it into there. Obviously, you're not going to have the bullet shape because you put it into a different container, but something that you could use a lip brush with or
lip balm, a little lip balm tin, something like that. Yeah, but even if you haven't got any of those and you weren't expecting to have that little bit left over, or whoever's making it, then just tell them to take the bottle cap off a Pepsi bottle, Coke bottle, and use that, because that works just as well, and you get to save it and use it.
So if you actually wanted to make another bullet tip, now obviously the bullet tip that you've got setting at the moment, that's going to take a little bit of time to set.
Yep, I'm going to pop that in the fridge as well at the moment.
If you wanted to create another one, could you, obviously you're popping it in the fridge there, Natasha is there, but could you actually use what's in the bowl? I'm guessing it will have set somewhat by the time that your one in the fridge is done. So could you actually put it back into the microwave and reactivate it, or are you best just to pop it into a little glass pot, as we've just been talking about?
You are best to pour it to use it, get it set in straight away. Yes.
Okay.
Because if you keep reheating, then you're not going to, retain it in its best condition.
Fair enough.
Any, could foreign objects get in there, anything, if it's a particularly warm day, cold day, you don't want to be, disturbing all the ingredients more than necessary.
No, that
really.
makes complete sense, but I know it's something that if I was sat at home watching, I'd be wondering that myself. So make sure that you've got an extra little pot at the ready. So when you're making your lipstick and you're using that bullet tip, if you've got something that you can pop any little excess in, even if it's just a few drops, you don't want to be throwing any of this gorgeous lipstick away that you've been creating, do you? So make sure you've got something at hand. Now, I have moved the little holder. I thought it was a little holder for you to actually stand your lipstick in, because it did work that way as well. But you can see there it's sitting in the little mould that you're going to get with this one, and you can see your bullet tip underneath there. So you're going to use that. That's where you're going to actually use your pipettes and take your own made lipstick in there as well. And doesn't it look classy? The actual packaging itself, I mean, it is beautiful. Obviously, you've got that gorgeous, almost like a jewel design. Obviously, you're going to have your tassel that you can attach. It might be that pink that you're going to get, or maybe you're going to get that classic navy, timeless classic colours, both of them. And of course, the beauty is when you actually open it up, that's where you've got your lipstick. And of course, when the lipstick bullet is set that Natasha's just been created, we're going to learn about how you actually get it into your little holder there as well. So you can see it's a brilliant gift for anybody, a really nice treat to yourself. And of course, you can reuse it over and over because you've got those little elements there that you can use. Obviously, you need to add to the kit because you're going to be utilising the components. But of course, we're going to regularly see the Soap Loaf Company back here at the craft store, I'm sure, and we'll be able to get those for you. And of course, you have got their contact details with regards to the kit if you need to know any more. Talking of which, you can of course get the kit alongside that class, that workshop, where you are going to have that live interactive video class. You don't have to leave the comfort of your home. You can do that online. But don't forget, if you do want to go in and do workshops at their shop up in Sheffield, well, it could be down in Sheffield, depends where you are at the moment, but you can go and visit them there, and obviously everything is included within your kit, so you know your contact details there. Details on the screen, so if you fancy getting hold of your kit, please add it into your basket. But before you check your basket out, you might want to consider some of the others. Now, we've got a fabulous kit, the Aqua Fizzer. Now, the Aqua Fizzer is going to give you the ability for you to make something that you may have come across before and known them as bath bombs. But of course, bath bombs kind of gives you the idea that they've got to be used in a bath. They don't necessarily have to be. And that's something that we've already learned from Natasha. And this is a brilliant kit, comprehensive kit again, giving you the ability to make 3 of your fabulous fizzers in 3 different shapes. You've got your silicone moulds that you can go on and use over and over again should you want to. And again, all of the components, the full instructions, the knowledge, all passed on to you to make sure that you are getting some top-notch results with these. 3 of those created for $14.99 and the ability to go on and create more. And as you've seen from the kit previously, very generous contents within these. So make sure you are at the ready to make even more perhaps with those little elements that you've got left over. So again, if you're wanting to get hold of this one, we have got it available on the screen there for just $14.99. It's almost like a Christmas gift price, isn't it? $14.99. $8.99 $4.25. That is something. It's kind of one of those things that I think is a lovely thing to create between Christmas and New Year, because there's sometimes a little bit of a lull, is that there's nothing happening, but that is something you could be doing. So there you go. If you fancy that one, the details are there on your screen, as you can see. Lots more to consider though, because we've got many more kits, and we've got a fabulous kit. I think, is it the next one that we're going to be looking at, the deodorant kit? Oh, we're going in the other direction. So the Aqua Fizzers. This is the demonstration. Oh, I do apologise. I thought we were doing the deodorant one next. So yeah, this is the one that we're going to see in action straight away. So I'm going to throw straight over to lovely Natasha so you can take us through this one. So what do we need to know, Natasha?
Okay, so we need our base first. Okay, so we've got our sodium bicarbonate. Again, easy tear off tops. She says, yeah. You've got to make sure that they're properly sealed, obviously, for in transit. So, and so that they're not affected by any moisture as well. So I've got all the sodium bicarb there, and the citric acid. Now, if you have got any cuts or scratches, broken skin on your hands, it might be useful to grab yourself a pair of gloves for this one as well, because you don't want anything getting into any damaged, broken skin. Okay,
that makes sense.
So I've got the citric acid in there as well. So I've got a nice big bowl of mix there.
So citric acid is powder form? I didn't expect that.
Yeah, so you can get different levels of granulation for it, whether it's really fine powder or a thicker granules like this.
Fair enough.
Okay, so we've got one basically sitting on top of the other here, and we want a nice even blend of the two. So we're just going to give that a quick mix. So be aware if you're working in a particularly warm room or your hands are quite warm, then it's going to make the mix react a little bit faster, so you'll have to work a bit quicker.
Okay.
Okay.
And if you've got sensitivity with your hands and you're a little bit nervous, could you wear gloves with these again?
Yes,
yeah,
I was
again,
saying
similar sort of idea. If you've
yeah,
got
as I was
the-
saying, grab yourself even just a pair of yellow gloves, just some rubber gloves, and use that so you're not touching anything.
Could you mix it with a wooden spoon or anything like
It's
that?
always best to do it by hand.
Okay.
Because you need to make sure you're getting right down to the bottom of the bowl
Okay.
and getting all the mixture included. And you
Brilliant.
can feel when it's coming. You need to be able to feel when it's coming together and forming into like a snowball, if you like,
Okay.
or like a wet sand. So the only way you're going to be able to do that is by getting your hands in.
there.
Yes.
Fascinating, isn't it?
So the best way round to add your ingredients is by using anything that's oil or butter based, anything dry, okay? Because what sets off a bath bomb or a fizzer? Water, of course, water.
You don't want it going off too soon.
Yeah, so we don't want to be using anything water-based straight away because we're going to use that at the end to maintain the freshness while we're mixing all the different ingredients, and so we don't set it off and ruin it, basically. So we have got some extra oil and butter additions here that you can choose to put into your product as well for that extra moisturising content.
Lovely.
So we've got an organic coconut oil here,
fabulous.
so that's super moisturising. But if you suffer, particularly sort of greasy or oily skin already, you don't want to be adding extra oils.
Fair enough. They're perfect for me though, because I've got very dry skin, so that would be a lovely addition.
Okay, so the other option is the shea butter in there.
Ooh.
Okay, you could add a tiny amount of each, but it's recommended to go for the 1 teaspoon of one. Okay, because you don't want the two sort of counterbalancing each other while the ingredients in the bath bomb. So I'm going to choose the shea butter for
Shea
this
butter,
one.
where does shea butter kind of originate from? Because I've heard of it, but I've no idea where it comes
so
from.
shea butter comes from the kerite tree or shea tree for its nickname, usually in the South African area.
Okay.
Or African areas, yeah.
And look at that, I mean, it looks so creamy there.
Okay, so that's
Beautiful.
really good for particularly dry skin as well, and damaged skin.
Okay.
We have a lot of customers buy this just in its raw form to use on particularly damaged skin as well. Replacement for your wound creams that are out there on the high street. This will do it in a more natural way.
Fabulous, thank you.
Okay, so we want to blend these two together now. So a little bit like baking when you're making pastry, rubbing your butter into your flour, and you need to be mixing the shea butter in there. So the best way to do that, again, keep the mixture nice and cool. We don't want to be getting it heated up. So keep your palms out of it and just use the fingertips to pinch it through to get all those little lumps out.
This is fascinating. I mean, I've come across bath bombs as I would know them originally, but never knew how they all come together. It's fascinating.
Okay, so that's the first level of the thickening stage of the mix that we've got there, mixing that in. So now it looks a little bit like sort of washing powder, so it's just thickened it up a little bit there. Okay. So now we're going to choose our fragrance, because the fragrance oils are completely oil-based, no water content in them.
Again, because you don't want them going off too soon.
So that's the next one to add. Okay, so in this particular kit we have got jelly bean, vanilla,
oh, that sounds nice,
and blackberry jam. Which one do you want to go for?
I must admit, I like the idea of blackberry jam and vanilla. It sounded very good together.
Oh, okay, right.
I don't mind if you want to go for blackberry jam. That sounds good to me.
Right, let's do that then. So, an effective level of fragrance would be for 10 drops. Okay. But if we're doing the two together, I'm just going to check that those two will blend together. Because, like you said, it sounds like it will go well together. It'd be a good idea. But I might not like it.
Okay.
So make sure that you check it first.
Okay.
Always best to check it first.
Simply just smelling them together at the same time, though?
Yep, that's fine. We've
That
definitely
sounds
got our
good.
jam roly-poly in there.
Oh,
yes.
gosh, yeah. Or blackberry pie and custard or something like that. Oh, lovely.
That's right. So I'm going to go for 6 drops of each.
Okay, lovely. And I can see you moving the pipette around. Sorry, you're counting.
Yeah, it's all right. Yeah, it's just so you're not adding it in all one position. Okay. So you're spreading the ingredients through it. So it's easier to mix and it will blend that little bit better than if you added it all in one area.
Keep quiet while you're counting. Perfect. And again, very generous ingredients there.
So now we just need to give that a quick mix. Doesn't take much mixing to just get the fragrance through it.
Oh, I'm getting a waft of that here. It smells amazing.
Fantastic. Okay, so now colours. What have we got? We have got yellow, blue and red. Okay, or the red working on a white background. It's going to be more of a pinky red,
Yes,
more pink
yeah.
kind of shade.
Yeah.
But those are the colours that we've got.
And again,
so,
can you mix them? Because I'm thinking the pink and blue together. Yeah,
That's right.
You see where I'm going?
Any colour combinations you get, they're always going to complement each other so that you'll be able to create other colours within that. So we could blend the blue and the yellow together and get a bit of a green if you wanted to. Or
So the colours, will you always get the same colours that you're speaking of now? So will you get the yellow, the blue and the red? They're kind of like the primary colours, those
Yes,
three, aren't
that's
they?
right. Yeah, you'll always get a primary colour selection so that you can create other colours. So out of that, you can create an orange, green and a purple.
Yes, very nice too. I love it.
Okay, so I'm going to go for a pinch of the red. So 20 drops we need to be adding for this. Again, spread it all around. And this is water-based now, okay? So you need to remember this could set off the mix. So make sure you keep those spots nice and spread out so it's not setting it off all in one area.
Wonderful. Oops. You can actually see where those are, aren't you? So they're a little easier
you can see the
count.
reaction.
Oh, you can see there. See it bubbling already.
So I've got 10 drops of that, and I'm going to add a little bit of the yellow now. So I've got that red pink in there. Now I'm going to go a little bit yellow.
And you can see quite an intense colour there, but you can see that it's almost like it's waking up. Ooh, it's quite an experience seeing it happen.
Okay, so now don't be tempted to just put your hand straight down on it. Yes, it will feel quite nice if you do that, but you want the colour to be going into the mixture, not onto your hands.
That's a good point.
Okay.
Yes.
So now you just need to fold it over and bury all those splodges there. And now we're going to use that moisture to bind the mix together to turn it into a wet sand consistency. So again, you need to be working nice and quickly now.
And working with it, I mean, you were talking about starting off with kids' parties and kids' activities. Is this something you could do with children?
Yes, definitely. Yes, we recommend from ages 5 upwards, but always with supervision as well.
Okay.
Okay, so I've got my red and yellow in there, so we've got a bit of... I've matched the colour of my shirt there. You'll be surprised how many people in the workshops actually do that without realising, and I've just gone and done it myself. Yeah, there we go. Okay, so that's the texture that we're looking for. When you squeeze it together, you open it out, and it's in a nice lump holding together like if you were making a snowball.
Yes.
Okay, so not too much pressure, but you've then got about a 3-minute window to get all of that mix into your moulds before it goes off.
Wonderful.
Okay. But first, I've got time just to give it a little bit of decoration.
Ooh.
So we've got this dried lavender and the rose petals and the calendula in here.
Nice.
Okay, and I'm going to do some dried calendula on top of the heart and some rose petals on the square shape. Just a couple. And if I've got a little bit of mix left over, see, we do put those 2 main moulds in there, but if you've got a bit of mix left over, we always put a different shape mini one in there as well for you.
And again, pop those in there. And of course, when these are turned out, I'm guessing that those are going to be sitting on the top.
That's right. So just start carefully sprinkling that in. So don't be pressing it in with your fingertips or thumbs. You need to pat with the flat of the hand.
Okay.
Okay. So we say to the kids, it's nice and easy to remember. Pat, 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 nice and flat.
I like that. That's a good little saying that one that works, isn't it?
Okay. So I want to try and retain the shape that I've got there as much as possible. So
lovely.
So the reason you keep it nice and flat with the top of your hand like that instead of pressing the thumbs in firmly is because you're going to get little bit of dips and uneven compression through the entire product.
Now I'm going to let you continue filling those up because, of course, you've got to do that in quite time. Time is the essence almost with this. So just as obviously those are being added in, let me explain to you what you've got on the screen. You've got the details of the kit. Now the kit is going to give you those 3 silicone moulds that you can see there. You've got your heart, you've got that little square in there, and on this occasion got the little flower as well. So straight away you're going to be able to make 3 of your fabulous little fizzers. You've also got the ingredients, the active ingredients, as we saw, being brought together to combine to create the whole sensation of creating your fizzer, but of course then the sensation of the fragrances, of the colour, of those additions there with things like your little rose petals in there. So it really is creating from scratch, but creating something that you're going to be able to take a little bit of a luxury moment with. Maybe you know somebody that needs to take a bit of time out for themselves, so you could be making these bath fizzers for them. But at £14.99, I think it kind of adds to the whole essence of the feeling behind it, doesn't it? That somebody can take the pleasure of creating these and then creating that half an hour of sanctuary tucked away in their fabulous bathroom, creating with these. Now, of course, this is a fabulous kit that you've got that you can create from scratch, making your own, but we do have some end of call items that you might like to consider when you're checking out your basket, and we've got those behind us here. So these are some of the things that you will find. You can add them into your basket as you're checking out, and you can see with regards to these, absolutely brilliant. And these, I'm going to bring these in the front here. These look amazing. What have we got here then, Natasha?
So these are a choice selection of different bath bomb, ready-made bath bomb products that we do make. So you've got your white ones with a little bit of sprinkles on the top. These are called Candy Crush. Now, if you have a little smell of that, yeah,
it smells
really sugary, really sweet.
Oh yes, almost like a bubble gum, yeah.
Yeah, just to match the decoration on the top there, just for you know, that visual effect.
Sprinkles in there. I love these ones. They're almost like little clouds.
Okay, so we call that Valentinia's Dream.
Oh, I need to have a. Oh yes.
So it's like sunset clouds. It's dreamy.
Oh,
it's
a real
nice
luxury,
and a little
yeah.
bit perfume-like, a little bit floral with that
fabulous.
sweetness as well.
I love that. And what have we got finally with the slices that we've got here?
Okay, so those are bars of dewberry soap.
Oh,
nice
dewberry,
and simple, but
nice.
again, an old favourite. And with the look of it as well, you've got that nice rich purple tone all the way through it, with a little bit of decoration with those different colour blocks
because of
going
course
through
you've
there.
got your clear or your opaque,
That's
which is
right.
the sort of thing that you could be creating if you're going for your refill kits. Love that idea, giving those different looks. So you've got your glycerin base where you're going to have either your clear or your opaque, both of them under the same item number, and you can see the details on your screen there, 629921 if you're wanting those. Oh, I'm glad that we had a look. I'm going to put those there because they smell amazing.
Yes,
so how are you getting on over there, Natasha?
All right, thank you. Yes, they're all filled up, ready, and they are setting now, so they should take around about 10 minutes or so. So I'm just going to pop those to one side.
Lovely. Now, how's the lipstick doing? Because how long do we need to leave that for?
I'll have a little check on that one.
Wonderful. Now, the lipstick obviously is something that you were creating earlier on. Been sitting in the fridge. How's it looking,
Okay,
Natasha?
so how long have we had then on this?
I didn't notice what time it went in. How long have we got left on the show?
Okay,
we've got about 5 minutes left, so if you wanted to leave it for another couple of minutes,
no,
you could
it's all right then. That's fine. Just you lose all track of time sometimes when you're focusing on things, don't you? So right, so we've got. We can see there. It's not pouring out. It's all nice and solid. Just give it a little test by just pressing the mould underneath to make sure that it's nice and solid, but don't press it, don't squeeze it too hard. Okay. But you can tell in there that it is now solid. You'll also notice at the very top of the surface on there, you've got like a little sinkhole. In the centre.
Yeah.
Now this is what a naturally handmade product that's wax based looks like.
Okay.
When you get products in the shops, they're all got that nice flat finish for them, so they look perfect. But initially, it would have that sinkhole in the top if it's got a high wax-based content.
Okay.
So you can take a little bit of your extra mix that you've got left and get your pipette again and just fill that hole in if you wanted to. If you wanted that perfect finish.
Now, I'm very quickly going to show everybody at home the kit, if that's okay.
Sure.
And then we're going to come back over to Natasha and see it coming out of its mould, perhaps. So be back with you in just a few moments. Now, within your actual kit, obviously you've got everything that Natasha's been talking about. You've got all the ingredients that are going to go into your mould to create your lipstick bullet. And, of course, that's what Natasha was sharing with us just a few moments ago. So you've got that. You can reuse that over and over again. So you've got the contents of your kit here. When Natasha was making hers, she made more than enough that was needed to fill little lipstick set that you're going to get to start with. So make sure you've got a little pot, something that you can actually pop those elements into if you've got anything left over. So it could be a little lip balm that you're making out of a little container that you've already got. Of course, when it comes to, you've got two different styles of bottles. Well, they're not bottles actually, they look like bottles, but they are obviously your lipstick holder there, as you can see. So you're going to get either the navy or that fabulous pink that touched on, with a gorgeous pink tassel that comes with it as well. So £22.99, whichever of those you go for, you're going to receive something that's going to be fabulous that you can use over and over again, including the mould. How are you doing over there, Natasha?
Okay, so we're ready to take this out of the mould then now. So the best way to do it is to take your container and twist it all the way up, because it's got that inner lining inside. So twist it all the way up so it's right at the top. Okay, because the best thing to do then is line up the lipstick nice and straight and then pull it down to load it.
Okay.
Okay, so we're going to prepare that now. Now, so this ring that comes off the top pin, you'll see why this is so important. So we're just going to carefully edge that off the top there. So now we've got about a third of that lipstick now exposed from the top of the top of the mould. Okay. So now we have to release that.
Okay.
So we're gently going to take hold of it, get a little bit of an air brake in the mould there.
There'll be that, yeah, it's like a little airlock that's formed as it's been coming together.
Just gently squeeze it at the tip while you're trying to tease it out there a little bit.
Okay.
I should have really done that while you were talking about the kit there, shouldn't I? It's sometimes they just depend on how much oil content there is.
It seems like forever when you're actually there doing it. We can see it's easing out there and coming together. Don't forget as well, I don't know if we're going to get to show you the deodorant kit as well that we've got coming up, but of course, as Natasha's been showing us with the other kits, they are all incredibly easy for you to work with. So I'm going to give you the details of the deodorant kit as well, just in case we don't have a chance to show you this one in action. And again, you've got two ways of getting hold of this one. You can get hold of it as the kit that you can see here, where you literally following the instructions, it's all included within there, very self-explanatory. But if you want to have that little bit of confidence where you've got the tuition, then we have got the ability for you to get hold of this one with your kind of hours class with Natasha or her team to create with this one. So of course the beauty is you've got those kits with regards to whether you want to work with them as they are or whether you're wanting to actually go on and do your interactive class. The lipstick one is at the bottom of your screen, as you can see there, and I think we can see Natasha is getting that lipstick all together. That's looking good.
Okay, so I've taken that out and now I've loaded it just into the top, and now I'm just going to twist it all the way down.
Look at that for a professional finish.
And that's it, and just make sure it's firmly in there without squeezing it too hard at the end.
Could you give us a little sample of that on your hand? You know how you test a lipstick when you're in the shop?
Yeah, well, I mean, look at that. That does look like a really premium high street product, that one. Okay, so if you remember, I was going for more of a matte, not too shiny, because I didn't add too much of that oil. So I was going for more of a matte kind of look. So you just need to sort of get that break in the top.
Just get it going. Now, of course, we are rapidly coming to the end of the hour, down to the last few seconds of the hour. So if you've enjoyed it and you've got anything in your basket, you need to be checking your baskets out. And I have to say, Natasha, thank you so much. It's been a real education.
Thank you.
So, oh my goodness, it's come round to 6 o'clock already, so that means it's one day special launch time. Oh, you're going to love this one. Then we've got some festive stamping, looking forward to that one, before we're back with a one day special.
Hi, I'm Catherine and I'm the guest presenter for Zuri Designs. Zuri Designs are based in America and they bring to us their exceptional quality silicone moulds. Zuri Design moulds are used in all areas of crafting, not just for your clays and your resins, but also their food grade silicone as well, so used for your cake decorating designs. Zuri excel on the detail in their moulds, and the designs range from animals through to fantasy and much further beyond. If you watch the Zuri shows, I will share with you lots of hints and tips. I will show you how to use different mediums, ranging from your clays and your resins through to things like even your hot glue. So make sure you don't miss the Zuri shows.
Have you heard of Freedom? Did you know that as a Freedom member, you could be making savings on every order you place? For just £7.97 a month, You'll benefit from selected Freedom member discounts and complimentary standard delivery on every order you place. You will also receive our exclusive Freedom Members badge, giveaways and crafty updates. If you shop with the craft store more than twice a month, then Freedom is for you. Don't forget, your Freedom membership is flexible, so you can pause if you're going away, or you can cancel at any time you decide. So what are you waiting for? Give us a call or go to our website, quoting the item number 88888 and join Freedom today.
Hi, I'm Jean, and together with my partner Malcolm, we run a small business in the northeast of England called Crafty Individuals. At Crafty Individuals, we're mostly involved in the design and manufacture of a very wide range of red rubber art stamps, but we also have a range of background papers and mini images that are also brilliant to create with. Personally, my background is in art and design and crafting, and most of the designs have been created by myself. We also have a great little team of other artist friends who've helped us along the way and have come up with other designs that completely work alongside our own. So do pull up a pew and join us on the shows. We can't wait to see you there.
Hello everyone and a warm welcome. So we are launching a brand new one-day special. I am so happy because it has been forever since I got to hang out with the wonderful Els and Elizabeth Craft Designs. Can I just say, already busy. Already we are flying. So if you want to get hold of this, now's the time to do it. I'm going to get into the one-day special in just a moment, but I'd love to introduce you to the wonderful Els. Els, hello.
Hello, Janis. It's good to see you.
It's good to see you, Els. I've genuinely missed you. I really have. I love working with you. Everyone loves working with you. How have you been?
Well, very good. We're actually we are in Canada at the moment.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, we have our own little place now here, so it's nice. I have my studio all set up. I will do a quick. You see it there?
Oh yeah. Oh, very nice. There you go. That's a nice
It's very
setup.
tiny here. It's a very tiny place, so
Yeah.
it's nice and compact. So that's good.
Well, it's everything that you need. The dog in Colorado? Staying in Colorado?
Dog. Oh wait, I need to turn my camera. So, no, what am I doing? Oh, there I am. Yeah, the dog is in Colorado. Dogs actually. So it's 2 dogs now.
Oh, you've got another
Here
dog.
we have 2 grandchildren that we are babysitting. So that's always busy.
Happy days. Now, did you get another? It's a beagle, your dog, right? It was a beagle?
Yeah, it's a beagle. Yeah, and our son got a girlfriend, and with the girlfriend, or a partner, and with the partner, another dog came. So that's good.
Well,
and
this is
then.
And then you got the grandkids
and
visiting
then,
as well.
Another grandbaby on their way as well.
Ah, well, Els, that is keeping you very busy. Congratulations. Els, I'll let you get set up for demonstration, and then we'll continue our chinwag while I tell everyone about this fabulous one-day special. Seriously, we are busy, and we always are with Els. Can I just say the quality that you get with Elizabeth Craft Designs is incredible. Now, because this is coming from abroad, it's going to be dispatched on the 4th of October. So 4th of October, this will be dispatched. It's like anything, and we've been saying this a lot here. I think the whole of the country, we're feeling it, and getting stuff into the country, things are delayed, but worth it. 4th of October, you're getting so much here. This is a collection, and you can hear me talking you through, showing all the, I mean, the stencils are stunning. How about that one? Oh, that is a very cool stencil. And you need to see it in action to appreciate how good it is. They're all fantastic. So great size, perfect for your journaling, for your mixed media, for your tags, for your cards, everything. But I know journaling is something that is very close to Els's heart. Then we have all of these gorgeous stamps. Look at the diversity of the stamps. The collection is it's a complete collection. So this is your art journal, Into the Woods, complete collection. Exploring nature, you've got wonderful animals in there, you've got beautiful textured leaves as well, there's humour, there's so much to sink your teeth into. Now look at, the log cabins, the trees. But when you see the finished samples and what Els is going to be demonstrating, trust me, you're going to want this in your life. Love the mushrooms as well. That's cool. And now look at the dies. The amount of dies that we're getting to. We got mushrooms. You've got different flowers in there as well. There's textures. There is so much going on in one collection. And we need to talk about the price as well. You're saving £20. So instantly there's a £20 saving, but that's not enough. Because we're going to be giving you further saving if you're a Freedom member. Look at the saving as a Freedom member. That is a why not deal. It's a merry-go-round. It's a why not deal because there's a difference between being a Freedom member and not. Nobody, and I really mean, I'm going to be very strict on this. Please, nobody pay full price on this. As a Freedom member, you're saving an additional £13.89. And of course, you're saving your P&P on top of that, which would be £4.95. So, everybody become a Freedom member. If you are not a Freedom member and you're about to put this in your basket, first become a Freedom member. Then you get access to the Freedom discount. And look at that as a flexi as well. So 3 flexi payments, £41.66. We send everything out to you. The complete collection will be arriving on your door. Oh, no. Oh, no. 5 minutes into the show, we're approaching 20% of the stock. Are you kidding? Well, yeah, I'm not surprised because I know that Els and Elizabeth's Craft Designs have fans across the globe, a legion of fans who've been waiting for this. So this is the brand new collection from Els, and my goodness, are we busy. We're going to be heading to Els for our first demonstration. I think that we're going to do that right now because I think Els is ready. Els, we are busy.
That is good, Janis. Yeah, so I want to go through the collection a little bit.
Yeah, please do.
And I think you... Yeah, do you have a sample there as well? I think you have a little book there as well from... did they give that to you? From Tracy?
I'll be honest, I don't think I have it. We'll have a little look. We'll try and find it.
They need to give it... Because Tracy sent it to the studio. That's one of our UK designers. And she has a great... She made a great journal, so I know it's there. They will find it. It's small, but they will find it. So this is the collection. So what you get is you get 6 stamp sets, 6 die sets, a set of 4 stencils, and so it's a wonderful collection. So what you need to do, if you start this, if you're new to this, you need a base die as well. So I will get to that in a second.
Okay.
Because these are all elements.
Yeah.
And these are all elements you can use in your journal, but of course in your planner if you have that. For card making, it's beautiful. So let me show you the collection. So here you got that, like those animals. I stamped them out so it shows better.
Nice.
So these are the woodland critters.
The squirrel, the fox,
Then
the
we
deer.
have- Yeah, exactly. And then this one is the, so we have the 2 little tags, leaf falling, autumn is calling, and a fall breeze, autumn leaves. And that is, I just asked you to check it, but I think on Wednesday your fall starts, the 22nd, I think, in the UK. Yeah. And then that beautiful kind of, doily kind of design. Then this one, and that's absolutely fabulous. So I love those, the mushroom magic. So you have your toadstool and some other mushrooms here, and then a little piece of stump there. So you can put your critter on there, like the little chipmunk, or oh wait, and the other one is probably underneath here. What am I doing? Yeah, this one. So that's the pumpkin one. You see, so that is it says today is a pumpkin spice and sweater weather kind of day. So we get to that weather, of course. And then happy pumpkin spice season. And then some I love those decorative elements, always. They're also always so useful. Then this one is the Forest Friends. So you have a gorgeous fern stamp that you can use as a background. Then the leaves that you can either color in green or in fall colors, of course. And the little, what is it? Oh, I always forget.
Snail?
You know.
Snail.
Snail. Thank you. Yeah, and then of course, and that's very close to my heart because when this collection, when Ilse and Charlene sent it in, I thought, well, this is so close to where I live. Like I kind of live the life of this collection, and that is kind of fantastic. And it's beautiful now outside with the fall colors here in Canada, and it's probably in the UK as well already. But it's just, you know, it's just a fantastic collection. So a little cabin, little kind of A-frame, and some trees there.
Nice.
So those are the stems. Then
I was going to say,
Sorry?
whereabouts in Canada are you right now?
I am just outside of Banff National Park. That's where we. I know.
Go from Colorado to Banff. Are you kidding? I love Banff.
I know. Sometimes I feel, that's, you know, but that's where our daughter lives.
Oh, okay.
So our daughter lives actually in Banff. So,
Nice.
So that's where we are. Yeah. So the dies, what we have is, so this one is the earth background. And so you got those pieces, and then it's actually, you've got some loose pieces there as well. So I just die cut that in different like colors, and I'll show you in a second. It's in my sample as well. So that is that one. And I love those backgrounds because they're always so versatile, because it doesn't matter, you can use it anywhere. Then this one is called the water background. And that one I already did in, I did it yesterday or something. I cut it out of white, and then it's almost like you can use it for snow. Here I kind of cut it out of waxed fabric that I bought this week here somewhere. And then I thought, oh, that's remind me of a bike chain or something. You know, you kind of, there's so many possibilities in that one.
Under the sea, that would be a good one to put under the sea as well, underwater.
Absolutely. You know, and what I did as well, I put some plants in there for a picture from the extra set that we have on the show. And then it reminded me of in my time when I was young, Janis, and we had like those fish nets in our room, and you kind of had all that stuff in there hanging in your room. And that was kind of a thing at the time. So reminded me of that one. Then
nice.
Here we have the trees.
Oh, I like those.
Yeah, and
That's
the trees
nice.
have a swing. The tree has a swing, so you can, of course, trim off the swing if you kind of want to make a forest scenery or something. So that is cool. And the dropout pieces, even of the tree, are really cool as well, I have to say. Then this one, absolutely love this design. So that's called the leaf, the doily. And so it is this die. Wait, let me show it in white, because that is, you see that better. So this doily, of course, so it's for this season, but this will be my snowflake as well. This is such a gorgeous snowflake by itself. And you can trim it in pieces. It's absolutely a gorgeous, gorgeous design. So I love that. It can be a centerpiece on the card itself.
Yeah, that's nice.
Or you can use it, or you can use it as a background in one of your pages.
Very snippable.
So that's that. Yeah, oh, absolutely, absolutely. Then we have the, this one is called Forest Finds. So you have like two different ones, and they're absolutely, I love that kind of design, because again, you can snip that, but that is such a great, great background. And then this is the other one. And of course, you can cut it out of colored cardstock. You can watercolor that, so that is up to you. But these kind of dies, and Ilse and Charlene have more of those designs, and they're always so popular because you stick it behind like one of the images. Like if you see this, for instance, here, let me show you. So I have this, and then I have a stamped image here. You see, if you put that behind it, that is such a cool like display right away. Or if you see that here, if you see that back here, one of those backgrounds behind it, you see, it all combines so beautiful.
Nice. It's a great collection. Now, good news, Els, I have found we were talking about the journal. I found the journal that you mentioned at the start of the show. So can I show everyone this? Who made this?
Tracy Bentoff, she is one of our design team members, and she is in the UK. So I asked her to send her journal to you, and it's an absolute beautiful. I know, and it's full of like it looks so gorgeous. If you flick through that, you kind of see the whole collection, and you kind of see what you can do with that collection. So
this is incredible, absolutely incredible. So
I know, isn't it?
Everything in here we have on the show, either in the one-day special. We also have some other goodies we're going to be sharing in a while as well. But this is stunning, really, really nice. I'm assuming there's Tracy.
That should be Tracy, yeah.
Nice
I'm a little bit behind on my iPad here, but I know Tracy is in there. So.
Got the deers, isn't that lovely? And they're lovely size to this as well. This is really good work.
Square ones.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we have two different ones. So we have the square one and a rectangle in the show in different colors. But what you see right there, what Tracy is using, is the moss one. So that's the brand new one.
Yes.
Has a little pocket in the front.
Lovely. I will show. Oh, there's the pocket there as well. I will show you because we have got journals on the show. Let me just see. So we have got the square moss. This is the one that Tracy was just using. So there's your square moss, and they're very nifty little journals. Like you're saying, I like the little pocket on the front. So that's actually a pocket in there as well. But very nice journals to work with, and that's just $11.99. If you do want to go for that, and works so well with this collection, Els.
Yeah, it is. And what I like about the journals, they're tiny, so they're nice little projects, and they're easy to make. So it's a loose leaf system again, and that is what is the great thing about this, because it's a loose leaf system. You can easily, if you don't like a page, or switch them around. So, and I'm going to show you, because mine is more in the beginning stage, and I want to show you kind of how you build that up.
Yeah. Okay.
So the last time. And the stencils, should I show the stencils? Well, I have them actually in my journal.
Oh, yeah, let's see.
I will show you that.
They're beautiful
and what
stencils.
You need, the stencils are great. And what you need to show, Janis, is the paper, because I don't want people to check out their basket without the paper.
Yes, and we have got the paper on the show. It's absolutely stunning. So we will be showing that. If you want to go details for the paper. So here you've got your Elizabeth Craft Designs. It is your Wonderlust 12 by 12, 12 sheets for $12.99. Yeah, when you start going through. Els, you bring us such gorgeous designs, 13 designs in each here. And I like the fact with these, they're randomly printed in the sense that you won't have this design again, but it will never be with this reverse, so you don't have to worry about using your favorite designs. The feel, this is going to sound really stupid, but even just the smell of these papers feel great, you know, just beautiful quality. Look at this. And work, I love that. That's really nice. Works so well with your journals too. So if you're looking for quality papers, whenever you bring us papers, they seem to just disappear.
Yeah, and I have to say, this collection is just, I say every collection that Ilse and Janine think, wow, it's really wow. All the layers in there, it's just so beautiful. And as you say, it interchanges, so no front is the same as the back, so it's kind of, you know, it's a fabulous, and it's one of those paper pads that you think, okay, I need to start cutting into it, but it's a shame. It's a shame because it's so beautiful. You can actually frame some of those pages yourself, like, you know, just put them in a frame and hang them on the wall for the season. And it's absolutely gorgeous. If you put this in a 12 by 12 frame and you put a nice picture in the center from the season, you have a beautiful, beautiful frame. It's absolutely gorgeous.
Yeah, and this is, I mean, absolutely right. Get it in a frame. That, Els, come on. That is stunning. Stunning.
Isn't it? Yeah, it is.
Oh,
yeah.
I like that.
Image. Yeah, and all the colors in there, and the layers, you see all those different patterns they put over each other. So it's really great design work. It's really great design work.
These are gorgeous, absolutely gorgeous papers. Now, I just want to point something out. If you did want to add the papers into your one-day special, then you'll be able to split the cost with your flexi payments across 3 months as well. So you'll have three separate payments for your one-day special. Okay, so that's all. I think you've seen all the designs there. $12.99 is your price. 381-590, your item number. Els, I think you've got some finished samples with you. Would you mind giving us a sneaky peek at some of your finished samples?
Yeah, so what you saw with Tracy, you see mine are quite thin.
Yeah.
So I'm in the starting phase of the journals. But Tracy, she finished hers, so basically you see how bulky they can get. So I did some work in my square ones, and then I also did some work in my rectangle one. I'm going to work in that today. So you see the little cabin here, so I watercolored that. I cut the background out of cork.
Yeah.
You add some fabric there, which is just fun to do. Then you see here I added some background, because that's how I start my journals. I basically start cutting paper, and then you see here that doily here, that's just fabulous with the little fox. The stencil here, because the stencils are absolutely fabulous as well.
I really like that stencil, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. So you see some here, I did some fabric behind it, the background. So this is just a starting page of my, starting phase of my journal. And you're talking about the paper, and the quality of the paper is so good that you can actually watercolor on it as well. So this one, like those leaves, I watercolored. And that is just, you know, that's the quality of the paper. It's really nice. And then here you see that background, you see that waterfall background, that is, or the water background. And this is just, so I cut some papers. Here I did some stenciling, you see, here I used another paper in it. So that's the beginning of one. And then I started to work on my rectangle because I have, you know, I have so many beautiful memories for fall. So I printed some pictures as well for this show. You see, so I kind of do 4 or 5 double pages because how it works, you have 3 elastic bands in here. So there's 3 kind of bundles of paper in there. And I do 4 or 5 pages in each, so double pages in each elastic. And then after I filled it with pictures and embellishments, it's going to be like this thick.
Okay.
So that's kind of how it ends up. But what I want to show you here, the beauty of the paper, of course. So what you see here, and I will show you that in a second, I don't know, because we have that extra set on the show. So, and you see, I kind of interchanged it with some paper that I have in kind of the fall color. Here I did some stenciling. So that's just how I set up my set. Here I have a page in here, that's from that extra set we have as well. Here, look at but look how beautiful that is together with that paper.
Yeah.
And that's so gorgeous. Here's some stenciling. You see, so and then I have all those elements ready to go. Here I have some black stenciling going on. Here I have a page in there. And now I have another page. This is fabric. That's kind of a wax fabric. And I just bought that because I thought it was so cool. And then I die cut it, and then it has a really nice feel to it. And I probably can't glue on it, but I can staple on it. So that's great to do. Here I did some crackle paste. That's one of the stencils. And what you see as well, it always comes back. So stencils come back. Oh, maybe I put this in there a little bit too early. Oh, now we're good. You see, so this is also the black stencil paste here. And then I have a base. And now this page, you see, that comes back from this one because you slide it in there. So this now is, you see, it comes back there.
Oh, yeah.
But if you want to change it later, so this is a page I finished like last night because I was working on it, and I, you know, it's one of those things. I went to bed, I think, at 1 because you know, you cannot stop. So it's when you start doing this, you cannot stop. So I have some stenciling behind here. That's one of the dies. I have the snail again here. Yeah, snail. Yeah, and then the leaves here and the background here. And this is when we were in Crescent Butte last year, because I write down. That's what I do a lot of times. Just little memories, because I don't, I do it not in a I just do it random. So if I find nice pictures, what I did this morning, for instance, I Googled, or I found on my phone, and then you just find September 2020 or something, or 2017, I found beautiful pictures of. So,
nice.
And I put those in because that's kind of the fall season. Here I did some watercolor in there.
Nice.
And this is one of the base pages, Janis, that I have here. And can I point those out, those base pages? We have those on the show as well. Yeah, because depending on which one you choose. So if you choose the rectangle one, we have a set of 2 base pages of that one. So we have this one with the straight edge, and then we have this one with the deckled edge. So those are 2 base pages that you can use in your rectangle planner. Of course, needless to say, if I cut this in the height of the square one, I can put it in the square one. That is, you know, because that's what you saw here. I kind of made that watercolor page a little bit shorter. I just cut a little bit shorter because I like the, you know, the effect of seeing that background behind here, behind that watercolor paper. So that's what you can do.
Nice.
And then if you do, and do you want to pull those? Do we have those there? Okay. So
we're going to show them a bit later, but we've got the details on the screen. So if you do want to go for those, £26.99 is your price, saving £3. You are getting the fantastic Elizabeth Craft Designs 2 die sets, your floral inserts and your decorative inserts. I will just show you the 2 die sets here. There you can see what will be winging its way to you. They're beautiful, really, really nice dies. 733-719, your item number there. Okay, sorry, Els. Oh, by the way,
Yeah,
speaking of the journal, Els, we have got that new colourway, the moss journal, in the rectangle, because you've got it in the square as well. So it's square. That's what we showed earlier. This is your rectangle. $11.99 is your price if you want to pop that into your basket. 451264, your item number. Now, Els, one day special. We're at 20% of the stock. That's a stock that's meant to last 24 hours. We're not even halfway through the show. We're 23 minutes into the show. I'll tell you what, should we start, rather than me talking, should we get into demonstration? I'm conscious of the fact I know viewers want to see you.
Yeah, okay, yeah. So I will get some things out. And for the people that would like to start the square one, of course, there's a square set as well. So there are different possibilities. So what I would like to do, I'm going to watercolor some of the mushrooms from the die sets.
Okay.
See, I'm going to do 2 small ones, just that.
They're very pretty.
And, yeah, they are really pretty. And of course, the fun is that you can combine it with the stems as well, of course. So, and this one I can do rather quickly. So I'm going to take, I actually have a sample of those here. I put them on that little box, and that box we had in the last show. So I don't know if that's shipped already, could be, but so the little like that pizza box was that. So a lot of people bought that one. So you see the background here, you see the beautiful paper here, and then here you have those mushrooms. So I'm going to watercolor those, and then I can add them to my work. So let me get some, and of course, oh, Janis, I would love that I could say we have the watercolors back in stock, but not yet.
Not yet. Oh, next time.
But it should not take too long. But I say it for a while already because I know they're in the neighborhood, but they're just even unloading a container is
taking time.
Can take a little while these days. Yeah.
It really is. So, we're hearing that time and time again. Yeah.
It's getting older. It's getting like a broken record story, but it's true.
No, but everyone's saying that, and it's just tough. Like a lot of companies saying that they're, especially in the UK, the container will arrive, and then it's stuck on the dock for 2-3 weeks. So it's hard.
I know that is. Yeah, and that's not only. There was actually a story as well. Same in LA, in the US, like they're sitting there, like waiting to be unloaded because then they don't have staff to unload and. So, and then you can imagine that the container needs to go back and filled again, that then you have a delay there. So it's just, I'm glad we are still able to fly things in as well, because that makes a difference. That is faster.
Yeah.
But then even that, like we get shipments that we normally get in one time, and now they need to do it in 3 times because they can apparently only ship so much. I don't know. I don't want to know anymore. I just at the end it's always coming. So that's a positive thing.
That's a good way to look at it. I like that.
I know. Well, in the beginning, of course, you get upset, and then you know it's not worth it. So so then we know we just wait and see.
That's it.
And as I say, it's always coming. And I'm going to do some blue, and I have to say I got the tip from one of our customers, and she said, "Oh, else add brown to it." But it's with this paper, like every color works with. So if I add some brown to that, this one, it's actually going to be a kind of, you see a difference. Because I'm not an artist, Janis. I just play, and that's honestly true.
You're too modest, Els. You are definitely an artist in my eyes.
Yeah, I think so. I think I should have studied. Well, no. I actually don't think that you need to study to be an artist. You can do this if you have it in you, and just enjoy what you do. I think that's the most important part.
I think that's the secret to your success, Els, is that you really do just love crafting. And if you're enjoying it, whatever you might do, as long as you're enjoying it, you're winning. That's it.
That's absolutely. That's what I think with. With anything you do in life, if you need to, life is too short not to enjoy it. So you need to enjoy anything you do, I think, but try to at least. It's not the same for everybody, but try to. Yeah.
Okay, and they do paint up beautifully. I have to say, as dies go, they're very, very pretty dies, and everything in this collection has got such a wonderful feel to it. It all harmonises beautifully together.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what I think as well, and that's what I love about. But that's with all our collections, of course. It all works together, because if you have, of course, I know there's people watching that have our planners, or you have people watching that are really card makers, and this collection is fantastic for card makers as well. But if you are a scrapbooker, like a line of these mushrooms at the bottom of your scrapbook page, that is just absolutely gorgeous. So you see, and now you have your mushrooms, and I think that's good enough.
Yeah.
And then you can start using those. So they need to dry for a second.
Okay.
Let me get this out of the way. And then I can start my page. And I want to guess, can you talk for 2 seconds, Janis? Because I need to get something.
Els, that's what I'm here for. So we are launching the brand new collection from Elizabeth Craft Designs and the incredible Els. This is such a lovely collection, and every aspect of it, from the stencils that you're getting, I mean, look at those stencils, to the stamps, the dies. It's a collection that you're going to get excited to use. And Els quite rightly said, it does not matter whether you are into your journaling, your card making, your mixed media, your home decor, you will use all of this collection and really bring it to life. Just before we go into having a look at everything, would you mind if I just showed you, Tracy on the design team sent in this beautiful journal, and this just gives you an indication. So as I'm flicking through, look, there's the mushrooms that Els was just playing with. So as I'm flicking through here, log cabin, ask yourself the question, is this a collection you could see yourself working with? Have you got any ideas already, like this would be brilliant for this or that? Such rich design work that you are getting in there. There's the snails, a bit of humour. There's Tracy. There we go, very talented Tracy. I love that log cabin in there too. But this is the key to a good journal, is making it plush. I think we actually have some pictures as well. I don't know if they're ready yet. Are they ready? They are. Should we show a few? There's just some finished samples too, because I want to really bring this collection to life for you. Now, come on. Using the papers, that beautiful fox, and it's very lovely stylized. The stencil behind, you've got that wonderful deer in there. That's cute. There's the fox, the dies with the squirrel, and the sentiments. I mean, it all just works. Sentiments are quite cool too. We like the sentiments. The whole team, we were talking about saying, yeah, we like those. So fall breeze, autumn leaves. I mean, they're beautiful pictures. It's a beautiful collection, and I would expect no less from the wonderful Els and Elizabeth Craft Designs. Now, anyone's just tuning in saying, wow, okay, you know I am being quite sycophantic talking about Els and Elizabeth Craft Designs, but I've worked with Els for a few years. Have to say, Els, I don't want to make you feel uncomfortable. You kind of feel like family to me, because I've worked with you a lot, and you do remind me a lot of my family. I love, I always remember, I say this to you a lot, but that show we filmed. So we were doing a show at one point, the craft store, we were filming, we were broadcasting to Holland and the Netherlands. Do you remember doing that show where Els, effectively it was to the Dutch audience, so Els would talk in Dutch, and I just stood there, didn't know what was going on, and then Els just told me everything that she said. I've just told them all about this. Thank you very much, Els. It was great though, I loved it. Okay, Els, so we're going to continue with our demonstration. How are you getting on?
Yeah, good, yeah. So I just wanted to get some fabric and like a tea bag or whatever. I forgot to get those. So this is a page that I use some crackle paste on. And this is a white one. So what I tried to watercolor on this, but it didn't hold on with the watercolor. So what I did then is just add some of the distress ink on there. Just tone it down a little bit. Get rid of the white. And then I'm probably going to cover some of it, but that's good. And because I thought this color is really pretty with my blue tones that I have here. And then I want to implement one of the backgrounds as well. So I'm going to see if I want to do this, or now I think I'm going for the circle one.
Okay.
Like this one goes really nice with that. Yeah, this one. I'm going to do this one. And this one, of course, this snips up really beautiful. So if I say, okay, I want to kind of have this, I can go over a little bit. And then I'm kind of going to cut a pattern out of this.
It's got a lovely organic feel to it.
Yeah, it's a really nice die. And of course, all these pieces, so I could put this here, you see, so I can kind of play with that. But I think this is kind of fits nicely on there, or maybe a little bit in an angle like this. Oh, yeah. Okay, so I'm just going to add some. No, I think that's a little bit too big. I'm going to trim it down a tiny bit more. And all those pieces, of course, I can use again, because that's how dies like this work.
Yeah, cool.
I think that is nice. Yeah.
Els,
So
I
I'm
kind of
going to
get
go to
the
there.
impression with this collection that it reflects a lot of your life in Colorado, especially like the beautiful papers.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I said. And even like the log cabin, because we actually have a log home in Colorado. So it is my
So
and those A-frame cabins.
Yeah.
We have those where we live. Like A-frame. We call it A-frame houses.
Yeah.
Like those the kind of an
I know the
A-shape.
ones. Yeah. Did you have a nice summer in Colorado this year? Was it hot?
Yeah, it was beautiful. We had a beautiful summer. And so we're here now for a bit, and then I think when we come back, it will be winter, probably.
And when you
Because
have
we're here for a
winters, you
little
have
bit more.
proper winters in Colorado.
Yes, we do.
Yeah.
We do for sure. Okay, so now I have this one, kind of a cheesecloth that I think is nice to bring in. So maybe I put it on the other side.
Oh yeah, like
and
that.
this kind of stuff you can just And I found it in because Ilse and Charlene use it a lot, and I could not find it. And I found it in they use it for food.
Yeah.
Because if you have a lemon or something, you can squeeze it in there, or if you wrap a lemon in it.
Yeah.
Actually, I had it once in a restaurant. That's why I know it was actually on the packaging as well. If you wrap a lemon in it, if you squeeze it over your meat, the pits don't follow your foot.
That's a good idea. I've never thought to do that, but it makes so much sense.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it does make sense, and it works, because I actually had it once in a restaurant, and then I thought, oh, that's a clever idea. Yeah, and this one I'm just going to staple.
Okay.
So I have a little bit of glue underneath there, but I also staple it.
Nice.
You see, so kind of now you're starting to bring that page together, because now you have a little bit of color here, you have a little bit of that color coming back here.
Love
so
that.
that's kind of how I like to work.
Yeah. It's nice adding
And,
that texture to it as well. That texture with the cloth.
Yeah, exactly.
That's nice.
Exactly, yeah. And then I would say, don't know how it's going to end up, but it's nice to put this one, like a little piece there. So I'm going to put that there.
Okay.
So that's kind of again, I just absolutely love this collection. It is really, really nice.
And it's nice watching you work, Els, because we started off and you had your journals, the sort of first phase with the papers, just getting ready to add the other elements. And this is what I find personally so exciting about this collection. There is so much to draw from the stencils, the huge plethora of stamps and dies as well. So as a crafter building up your journal, you're absolutely spoilt for choice with the amount of elements you can add to different pages.
Yeah, absolutely. And then don't forget as well that, of course, anything you have in your craft stash, you can use that as well. So you're not limited to this collection.
Of course.
You can use other elements as well, and that's what I love. So this is comes back on a regular basis. That's a tea bag, a used tea bag.
Oh, yes.
Because that's a very kind of organic, I think I'm going to do it a little bit like this.
Well, that's one thing we're never short of here in the UK, is used tea bags.
I know, used tea bags. You see, just folded a bit, and I did a little bit of glue underneath, so that will stay like that.
Okay.
And then I'm going to add my mushrooms. So I'm going to do the long ones first.
Nice.
And so this one will really be I can take this out. It was just for the glue. And this is how you kind of build your journal.
Oh,
so
okay. That's lovely. So, Els, speaking of tea bags, there was a controversial video. It was posted, it would have been at the beginning of summer. There was an American showing how to make tea. And it's probably the worst cup of tea. The Brits were horrified. I don't know if you saw it, but it was a very weak cup of tea. She put the milk in first, and it was terrible. And then said that was how to make a cup of tea. The whole of the UK were in uproar, saying this is not how you make a cup of tea. Yeah, Brits, we're funny about our tea.
Well, it's good to be an uproar because of a cup of tea. And there's lots of other things that I don't want to get into an uproar from. So the cup of tea is a good thing to be. But, you know, honestly, Janus, I drink my tea kind of light as well.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
It's an American thing.
Yeah, and it's and you know, if I'm flying and they try to give you a cup of tea there, and I say, do I get black, like black, or do I get a normal tea? Because they always make it so dark.
Oh yes,
that
northern,
yeah.
proper northern brew ales. This is how it's referred to in the UK as a builder's brew.
Oh really? The really dark one?
Yeah, it is. That's how most Brits have their tea.
Yeah, that's not for me. Not for me. I'm sorry.
It's okay. We won't hold it against you.
So I have one little one left. So I might, maybe just put that here, because you see that's kind of how you bring that. And you know, you can see right away, Janus, that this can be such a beautiful card as well. So that's just, it's such a fun, beautiful set to use.
Oh, that's a lovely page. Really, really nice page.
Thank you. And then I have several pictures of mushrooms here that I can use.
Lovely.
So I can do that. But I also have like a picture. This one would go really well with the mushrooms as well, because I have like Annika. She loves to make fairy gardens.
Oh.
So she's looking for stuff in the forest, and then and then she starts a fairy garden.
Cute.
So that's actually. That colors really nice with the trees there, because that was just this week. And I'm going to probably staple that in here.
Okay.
And just add a little staple.
How old is Annika now?
She is 6.
She's 6?
She is 6, yes.
Wow.
And it's one of the reasons,
I remember when she was little.
I know. It's really, don't staple the pages together. Yeah, I know it's going fast. And that's why we are here for quite a bit, and we did the quarantining like 3 times last year.
Oh wow!
Because the kids are little, so they're only little so much. Don't need to tell you, because how old is your baby now?
So he's 9 months. So he's growing up. He's growing up fast as well. Yeah.
I know, isn't it? That's what it is. So. You need to enjoy it while they are so little.
Well, and this is the joy of journaling. It really is. And I think any craft doesn't need me to tell you this, but being able to take those memories and putting them in a bespoke journal that you've made, that is special. And that's a special memory in a special journal. Beautiful.
Yeah. You see, so now, so that's a page done.
Elsa, I love that. Would it be okay if I had a recap and then got back to you?
Absolutely.
Cool. Would have been awkward if Elsa was like, no, absolutely not. Okay, we're going to talk to you about the complete collection. It's just launched, and my goodness, have we had a busy start to the show. Els is such a talented, genuinely, she's very modest, but she is a very, very talented crafter. But the thing is, and the secret to Els' success, is having the right designs to work with the journal. If you watch Els, she'll have all the elements ready, and then she'll kind of offer them up and decide what works on which page. Here, you are getting such a lot for your money. It is a complete collection, brand new collection, and we are venturing into the woods, the complete journal collection. So we've got the stencils. Got to tell you, I love all of these. You look at the textures that you are getting. In particular, this one, it's one of the stencils that to see in the stencil form, you're kind of like, oh, okay. But when you actually use it, it's so effective. I really, really like that stencil, but I genuinely love those all. So stencils are fantastic. But then as we start going through the stamps as well, so we've got great sentiment stamps in there. You're getting 21 stamps in total. Our sentiments, our borders, our flourishes. You've got, obviously now, looking at going into the woods and autumn, this is reflected within this. There's a pumpkin in there as well. So great for the autumnal season. But it's not something you're restricted to, because it's a collection you can use all year round. Obviously, leaving the sentiments out, you've got beautiful flowers in there. You've got wonderful animals. Again, all year round. Spring, summer, winter, autumn, it does not matter. You've got the deers in there, the squirrels, the foxes. And then we have the leaves. I mean, beautiful leaves with the snail as well. I love that snail. And the snail's actually a really nice one to add into your journal. And now we talked about the A-frame houses, very reminiscent of Colorado ware, and obviously log cabin. where Els lives, these beautiful tall trees to give you a sense of context and perspective. And then we're focusing in. So we've got the landscape, but equally the next page, it's like you've magnified an image in and really looking at your design on a closer scale with those mushrooms. You've got the stump in there as well. Very, very nice stamps. But then we've got the die sets for you as well, and you are getting an awful look at the amount of dies that you're getting. With the dies, the best way to appreciate these is to see them cut out, because I know you're looking at them now and you're kind of getting a sense of them, but when, say, for the tree, Els was showing us the two trees with the swing hanging down, seeing them cut out, and that's that beautiful underwater sort of background in there and the abstract designs, all of those, they really come to life when you see them cut out. We are a quarter of the stock gone. I'm going to keep on showing this just because we are getting new viewers joining us. This is why I get excited when I work with Els, because Els' passion is journaling. Now, have a look at this journal from Tracy. It is exceptional, but I promise you, this is achievable because you're getting everything in this collection. So look at those mushrooms. You've got the sentiments in there as well. So you see about the point I was making about layering up. That's a tree I was just alluding to with the swing, and I love it. Tracy, you are really good. I hope you're watching the show. I think you're excellent. Look how Tracy's left that free, the swing, to give it a bit of dimension. That's the under the water die we're seeing for a bit of texture. There's Tracy's little fur baby in there as well. But add other elements from your stash, and this is why I love Elizabeth Craft Designs, because yes, you've got beautiful elements, but it doesn't restrict you from dipping into your stash and bringing other aspects in there as well. But what a stunning, stunning journal. And this is just one direction that you can take yours. I mean, come on, look at that. So if you've gone on any trips or any memories, beautiful, beautiful. I've got to point something out, and I'm going to be very, normally I'm the easygoing person, easygoing presenter around here, but I'm going to be strict. Please don't pay full price on this. I do not want one person to check out on full price, because it's a why not deal by a mile. If you become a Freedom member, now obviously Freedom membership is £7.97, but look at your saving. As a Freedom member, you're saving £13.89 more than if you weren't a Freedom member, and on top of that, you're saving £4.95 in your postage because it's included in your Freedom membership. So absolutely, the way to go with this collection is Freedom membership. And have a look at the flexi payments as well. £41.66 today. You get everything, the complete collection, winging its way to you, and I cannot wait to see what you make. Okay, so now we've got some journals for you as well. Okay, I'm going to show you the rectangle moss, which you're seeing here. It's beautiful. So this is brand new. Having a look at that, just a lovely journal, screaming to be used. You've got the little pocket on the side there as well. £11.99 your price, 451264 your item number. If you prefer the square, we have got that. This was the size that Tracy was working with her beautiful journal. Here you got, I like this because you've got the pocket in the front, and it's a cute size journal. Of course, you have got the elastic there, closure too. £11.99 is your price, 226567 your item number. Going to have a look at the papers too, and we're kind of seeing these a lot with the finished samples. Some stunning papers that really do justice, I think, to this collection. So the whole idea is bringing those woods into your home. 30% of the papers. A lot of you have gone for the complete collection, have gone for the papers. And the thing is, if you do put this in your basket at the same time as your one-day special, then you'll be able to spread the cost of your papers across the 3 months as well. But just such stunning, stunning papers. This is, next one I'm going to show you is my absolute favorite. How can you not want that in your life? But the reason I put this here, I want to show you something, because we love this side. Pay attention to this back. Because Els was saying you won't get any repeats with designs back and front. So here, different on the back there, so you don't have to worry in there. Now just go through and just see some lovely, lovely designs. So there you go. Yeah. I mean, stunning paper. Quality of the papers too to work with. And it was interesting, Els was saying, that's just front cover, but Els was saying that you can watercolor on top of these, so you can stamp on these as well. Just phenomenal papers. Do 12 by 12. Always busy every time Els brings them to you. So obviously these new designs, but lovely. Okay, I will stop there. You've seen all the designs going through. $12.99 is your price. 381-590, your item number. We're going to be heading back to Els. Els, I'm looking at the clock. You've got about 9 minutes remaining.
Okay, then I just start playing and then we'll see how we end up. So
Okay.
just stop me when I need to stop. Yeah.
Cool.
So what I want to bring in this one is that doily. So I'm going to add that here. So I'm just going to take a little of glue and then put that on there. And again, I just kind of touch it with some glue. And this is a kind of a glue that dries clear. Everybody has that. But and of course, you can also add tape on the back. But with this, I like the kind of the movement of some of the dies, so you don't want to kind of glue them down completely.
Yeah.
So you see the glue there, which is fine because that will all disappear when it's dry. So that can be the start of my page. Then I also like to use, I kind of rough up the edges a little bit because I like that look of that. So it's not that kind of straight.
Yeah.
So just
Roughing it up a
kind
little
of
bit.
rough up that. Yeah, roughing it up a little bit. It's kind of a thing. You can do it with the scissors as well if you don't have this. And then also what I do a lot, and Tracy is very good at that as well. I know she does that a lot. Like just do your edge like with a gel pen or a marker, or kind of give it a little edge here, which is always fun to do. And you can do it with a white gel pen. You can do it with a black marker, like a fine liner if you like that. But that's kind of a thing.
Yeah. Bit of doodle detail, we like that.
Yeah, exactly like that. And then I found like this one. So this is a piece of burlap that's actually cut off from a sheet of burlap. It's the edge, I think. So I'm going to glue that at the bottom in this case. So kind of give some texture, but this is a little bit thicker. So in this case, I'm just going to stick it on this side of the page.
Okay.
And just look around you, because you have so much in your home that you can use to kind of use in your journal, and that's the fun thing about it, because yeah, it's great. Actually, one of the designers also just sent me a picture of something. So what she did is she stamped this image and then used thread to kind of make it into a pattern for embroidery. And that looks so fabulous.
That's nice.
So they're absolutely beautiful. And then I have this as well. Maybe I do this on this side, but I need to figure that out first. I have a little piece of that fabric that I might do here. But I'm just going to put this because I really want this one on here. And then you see kind of that, it almost looks like a burst of light now behind it.
Yeah.
And I just love that idea. So for this one, I'm going to use the tape, which I know I have on my table. Yeah, I found it.
What are the woods like near you? I'd imagine there's a lot of nature going on. Do you get nature on your doorstep?
Oh, yeah. If I look out the window here, Janis, I see a huge mountain.
Oh.
Yeah.
Do you ever have to worry about bears?
Actually, well, it's funny because here, like this is kind of a little condo complex, but when I drive into the neighborhood here, it actually has a flashing sign now. They ask people to remove the fruits from the trees they have because there's bear activity in the neighborhood.
Oh,
yeah.
The bears are coming for the
they
fruit.
come down now because the food is getting more scarce.
Yeah.
So so there was a flashing sign and it says ask people if they have a garden to remove the fruits and the berries from the from the trees or the bushes the bushes that they have because of the bear activity in the neighborhood.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, interesting, eh? So I thought that's kind of interesting to see, but
Bit different. We only have to be careful of seagulls here in the UK.
You know, that they don't do their business on your head, you mean?
Yeah, well, they try and snatch the food from your hand.
Yeah. Yeah, no, it's... your food as well. Oh, yeah, that's correct. They are... Yes,
They're cheeky.
I know. That's true.